ko alam.
No.
Legit, hindi ko alam. I'm 25 by the way.
Ano ba nawala yun? 5 minutes.
Oh shit, again?
Okay.
Tangina ta mo, kakaldag to si Butter sa ako napipikit pa.
Ha? Ano kaldag?
Well, that's more than a kaldag, dude.
That was a lot more.
I didn't have to see that this morning.
Thank you, though. Thank you, but really didn't need to see that.
Kaya pumikit na ako.
I didn't ask for it.
Anyways. Cambodia! Assalamualaikum!
Sama na pala.
Cambodia is like the BL country.
Thailand, dude.
My bad. The BL country.
Paano kaya ako may walang Thailand dito, di ba?
ML.
Imagine niyo ako may Thailand versus the Philippines.
It's the country of BLs versus the country of Elmers.
So sobrang makabayan natin. Mahilig tayong tumulong.
Sobrang consistent ni Benny yung puta. Ang galang magtanggal parati ng headphones.
Kaya
Spec.
Ang natawag dun, may nakita akong TikTok video. Sobrang wild na to. Pilipina yung video content creator. Mukhang like typical e-girl. Tapos may nag-comment na Singaporean. Sabi niya, I hope your family goes back, blah 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 blah. So you could be my helper here in Singapore.
Take yan. What the hell?
What the hell?
Saan nga ba yun? Sa The Dictator ba yun? Yung, okay, wait, I'm the Filipino. Oh, give me work! I love work! Ano? Sa The Dictator.
give me what?
Give me work! I love work!
Ano fucking
Dictator ba yun?
Huh?
It's either that or anong isa niya?
Ano yan?
What the hell?
That's not cool.
We were speaking Tagalog.
Yeah. Okay. But still.
Yeah. And so far, all the jokes were about Filipinos. Dude, why? I'm not looking for the CD.
Bakit? I don't know!
Dinig daw po. Hello.
What the?
កាន់ការប្រកួត SEA Games លើកទី32 2023
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, warmly welcome to the sport event for 32nd SEA Games 2023 hosted in the Kingdom of Cambodia.
ចាសូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត SEA Games លើកទី32ដែលប្រទេសកម្ពុជាគឺជាម្ចាស់ផ្ទះនាងខ្ញុំស៊ីនាង
My name is Rabi.
ចាពុកខ្ញុំតាពីពិតជាមានមោទនភាពមែនតើដែលបានក្លាយទៅជា MC នៅក្នុងការប្រកួត SEA Games 2023
Yeah, this is our great pleasure and honors to be the MC of this event.
ចាចឹងនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះផងដែរជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងគឺជាមួយនឹងវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends Bang Bang ទៅលើចាផ្នែកបុរសម្ដង
Yes, we are going to have a Mobile Legends Bang Bang male category for 2023.
ចាអញ្ចឹងមុននឹងយើងឈានទៅដល់ការប្រកួតនាងខ្ញុំស៊ីនាងមានកិត្តិយសសូមគោរពវត្តមានដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Vincent Kawa Hoda Siva ប្រទេស Timor Leste.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to warmly welcome the presence of Mr. Vincent Kawaho da Silva, the Chief of the Missions of Timor Leste. Please welcome.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Laurentino Guterres ប្រទេស Timor Leste.
Welcome Mr. Laurentino Guterres, Secretary General of Timor Leste Olympic Committee.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Jeslam.
Mr. Jeslam, Technical Delegate from ASEAN Electronic Sport Federation.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់ឯកឧត្តមលុនសាម៉ាឌីជាអគ្គលេខាធិការសហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកកម្ពុជា
Welcome His Excellency Lun Samadi, Secretary General of Esport Federations of Cambodia.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Jonathan Sirisada ប្រទេសឡាវ
Welcome Mr. Jonathan Siri Sakda, President of Lao Esport Federation.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Phan Nhật Khang ប្រទេសវៀតណាម
Welcome Mr. Phan Nhật Khang, representative of VNG Games.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដល់ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Tony.
Please welcome Mr. Tony, member of Esport Organizing Committee, Country Manager Miniski Global Vietnam.
ចាសូមអរគុណផងដែរឥឡូវនេះជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងចាជាមួយនឹងវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends Bang Bang ដែលយើងជាម្ចាស់ផ្ទះគឺយើងមានជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសដែលចូលរួមប្រកួតរបស់យើងមាន9ដែលមានដូចជាប្រទេសកម្ពុជា Myanmar, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia ចា Timor Leste, Philippines និង Laos ផងដែរ
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for this category, we'll represent you the strongest team representative from 9 countries in Southeast Asia for this tournament. The first one is Cambodia, Myanmar, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Philippines, and Laos.
ចាអញ្ចឹងយើងបានដឹងហើយថាប្រទេសរហូតដល់ទៅ9ដើម្បីធ្វើការប្រកួតជាមួយនឹងវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends Bang Bang អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាចង់មើលការប្រកួតអត់បើចង់ហៅវិញមក
Wow, such a very big fans.
ចាពួកគាត់ពិតជាចង់មើលខ្លាំងមែនតើសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតមួយនេះអញ្ចឹងអ្នកបើយើងនិយាយចំទៅយើងក៏មានការ live ដែរអញ្ចឹងអ្នកដែលគាត់ទស្សនាការ live កុំភ្លេចធ្វើការ share comment ក៏ដូចជាចាលើកទឹកចិត្តទៅដល់ idol របស់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាផងដែរមិនថាប្រទេសណាពួកយើងគឺសុទ្ធតែជាមិត្តភាពនឹងគ្នា
Yes, sport lives in peace. So this competition is for friendship, not only just about medal. Yeah.
អូខេអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវយើងក៏អត់ចង់ឲ្យខាតពេលដែរឥឡូវយើងក៏ស្វាគមន៍ប្រទេសទាំង9របស់យើងតែម្ដងចាឥឡូវនេះនាងខ្ញុំសូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Cambodia. Wow, we have so many fans in here supporting Cambodia. Proceeding to your photo session.
សំហរអប្រទេសកម្ពុជាមួយមកចាអូហូយសត្វតា fan តែម្ដងយើងឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងខាងបរិបទរបស់យើងសម្រស់គឺសត្វតាសោះសង្ហាតែម្ដងបងចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងបន្ទាប់ពីយើងឃើញប្រទេសកម្ពុជាដូចគ្នាផងដែរឥឡូវនេះយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ា
Please welcome Myanmar. Myanmar with the green and yellow shirt. The shirt representing their national flag.
Xóm hoa bật tên Myanmar mùi mau.
Thank
ចា
you.
យើងក៏បានឃើញជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាដែរតែប៉ុន្តែប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងក៏ស្គាល់ទៅលើផ្លូវយើងរបស់គាត់ខ្លះដែរចាដោយសារតែគាត់ធ្លាប់ប្រកួតនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងម្ដងអញ្ចឹងណាចាអូខេឥឡូវនេះយើងបានឃើញប្រទេសចាមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាហើយឥឡូវនេះយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសសិង្ហបុរី
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Singapore.
Xóm hoa bật tên Singapore mùi mau. ចាឥឡូវនេះយើងបានឃើញជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសសិង្ហបុរីគ្នាផងដែរដែលឃើញថាពួកគាត់ពិតជាស្រស់សង្ហាខ្លាំងមែនតើចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវនេះក៏យើងស្វាគមន៍ចាជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Indonesia. Indonesia, you got so much fan from Cambodia.
Xóm hoa bật tên Indonesia mùi mau. ចាយើងឃើញថាជាមួយប្រទេសកម្ពុជាពិតជាមានចាហ្វេនគាំទ្រទៅដល់ប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីច្រើនខ្លាំងមែនទែនចាអូខេឥឡូវនេះយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសវៀតណាម
Please welcome Vietnam.
Xóm hoa bật tên Việt Nam mùi mau. ចាឥឡូវយើងបានឃើញជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសវៀតណាមនេះគ្នាផងដែរចាឥឡូវនេះយើងបានឃើញដូចសម្រាប់របស់គាត់ដែរគឺសង្ហាតោះឥឡូវយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ី
Please welcome Malaysia.
សុំហៅឲ្យប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ីមួយមកចាយើងក៏បានឃើញជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ីដូចគ្នាផងដែរឥឡូវនេះយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍មកដល់ប្រទេស Timor Leste
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Timor Leste.
Xong hô à, bật té Timor Lesteមួយមកចាឥឡូវនេះយើងបានជាមួយនឹងប្រទេស7ឯណោះនៅសល់2ទៀតអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតបាល់ឆារបស់យើងផងដែរចាដែលត្រូវពីប្រទេសដើម្បីធ្វើការប្រកួតគ្នាអញ្ចឹងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីន
Please welcome Philippines.
Xong hô ởประเทศฟิลิปปินส์មួយមកចាអញ្ចឹងយើងបានឃើញជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសដែលមិនធ្វើការប្រកួតគឺប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីនហើយតោះឥឡូវយើងទៅចូលរួមជាមួយមើលការប្រកួតដូចគ្នាផងដែរដែលគូប្រកួតគឺចាមកពីប្រទេសផ្សេងនេះគ្នាតោះឥឡូវយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍មកដល់ប្រទេសឡាវ
Please welcome Laos.
Xong hô ởប្រទេសឡាវមួយមក
និយាយទៅកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺ fan គ្រប់ប្រទេសតែម្ដង
ចាហ្មង
មិនមែន fan តែប្រទេសកម្ពុជាខ្លួនឯងទេបាទ
និយាយទៅគឺថាប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងតែងតែចាស្រែកហូទៅដល់ប្រទេសផ្សេងៗដែលគាត់ចូលមកប្រកួតនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងតោះអញ្ចឹងមុននឹងយើងឈានទៅដល់ការប្រកួតសូមឲ្យ player ចាដើម្បីធ្វើការចាប់ដៃគ្នាមុននឹងឈានទៅដល់ការប្រកួតសូមរំជើង
Support team I would like to invite you to have a fist bump please
ចាពួកគាត់ធ្វើការចាចាប់ដៃគ្នាណាបងដោយសារតែធម្មតាយើងការប្រកួតគឺជាមិត្តភាពនឹងគ្នា
បាទអូអ្វីដែលកាន់តែពិសេសជាងនេះទៅទៀតនោះយើងឃើញថាខោអាវគាត់ទាំងពីរក្រុមតែម្ដង
ចា
គឺហាក់បីដូចជាដូចគ្នាស្ទើរតែទាំងអស់
ចា
បាទខុសតែឈ្មោះប្រទេសនោះទេ
អូខេ
មិនចង់ច្រឡំទៀតណា
ចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាបានឃើញជាមួយនឹង player របស់យើងដើម្បីរៀបចំការប្រកួតដូចគ្នាផងដែរអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវនេះយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ coach ទាំងពីរឡើងមកកាន់វេទិកា
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the coach from both countries to come on stage. Please welcome.
Xong hô mới mau ចឹងយើងបានឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសដែលគាត់បានធ្វើការមកប្រកួតគឺគាត់បានចូលទៅដល់កន្លែងអស់ហើយចំណែកឯ audience របស់យើងក៏មានការទស្សនាចូលមកកាន់តែច្រើនផងដែរ
បាទគឺកំពុងតែមកម្ដងបន្តិចទីទៀតហ្នឹងយើងសង្ឃឹមថានឹងមានការគ្រប់គ្រងយ៉ាងពេញឆាកនេះតែម្ដងបាទ
ចាបងអូខេចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាចង់មើលការប្រកួតអត់ចង់ហៅមួយមកចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងកុំឲ្យខាតពេលយូរផងដែរចាឥឡូវនេះក៏សូមផ្ដល់ទូទីជូនទៅដល់ caster សង្ខាទាំងពីររូប
So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hand the floor back to our caster. Please welcome
Good day, everyone. Welcome to the official English broadcast for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang esports events of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games live in Cambodia. We're going to be your casters for this evening. Name is Umi. With me is Rockhart and Leo. How you guys doing?
Doing great, and for today's men's tournament, there were a lot more than we saw in the women's division. I think this should be fun. A lot of familiar faces, obviously, here, so it should be one for the books.
Yep, just last night we have crowned our gold, silver, and bronze medalists for women's MLBB. Here today we're going to start the men's competition, and of course, why not bring in the gold medalists from the Philippines. We're starting off with that, going up against Laos.
And this is going to be a very explosive matchup between Philippines and Laos, and we have seen a very different set of players for Philippines entering this matchup. They're not actually the same lineup that defended or basically took the gold medals from the last SEA Games, but this time around it's going to be a different set of players for the Philippines. But let's look at the group list first. In Group A, we have 5 teams from Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, and Laos, and Timor-Leste. And for Group B, we only have 4 teams out there.
And obviously, interestingly enough, a lot of these countries have actually faced each other except for the addition of Timor-Leste, one of the newest countries to join us here for men's MLBB.
Yep. From Group B, obviously there's a powerhouse in Indonesia there as they're grouped up with Cambodia, Myanmar, and Singapore. And it's going to be interesting how Group A goes because, again, it's diverse. There's obviously one more team to compete against as you try to make it through the semifinals or into what we would usually call the playoffs. And with that being said, we're in for quite a long haul today.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long day filled with MLBB action. And today's schedule will start off with Philippines versus Laos. And right after that, we're going to see Vietnam facing the new challengers in the SEA Games, which is Timor-Leste. And we're going to go straight to Indonesia and Cambodia for our third match. During the latter half of today, we're going to return to a Philippine matchup against Malaysia and end the night with, wait, this is not the
Nope,
ending.
there's a couple more.
There's a couple more.
It's 10 BO1s as far as I know, and yes, indeed it is.
Yeah. And of course, all of these will be best of ones, and all again, pretty similar single round robin SRR, as Leo would say.
Now you know what that means.
Yeah, I've been asking since day one. And we start with the Philippines and end with the Philippines here. And it's going to be Vietnam and the Filipino squad. This is, again, a very long day of MLBB actions, all best of ones. So I do feel like this is a great time for teams to employ strategies that would basically, I would say, surprise other teams inside their brackets or groups, rather.
Yeah, and specifically for Group A, no, I would be surprised if any of these teams actually got a lot of info on Timor-Leste. Obviously, a lot on the major MPL regions, and that's something that we'll have to study on later on, specifically for their match. I'm very excited.
There's a lot I'd like to share about Timor-Leste, but that's for later because in the upcoming matchup, it's actually Laos going up against the Philippines. And Laos is actually composed mostly of, if not completely, Team Evo, who just recently qualified for the upcoming MSC 2023. So they're also making a debut there. Usually, it's Vietnam or maybe even Thailand who comes through to the Mekong region qualifiers. But now, it's a Laotian team.
Oh, that's going to be very interesting for Laos since I feel like they've been very consistent. Again, they have perfect attendance here in SEA Games, but has yet to win a game. And hopefully, it changes this time around. This is a lot of BO1s, and if you get at least one win, that's already a big leap for Laos. And for the side of Philippines, Rockhart, this is mostly, I think, Bren Esports plus another player from Onic. What happened for Seabull's basically Philippine team?
That was interesting because obviously the team from the Philippines, Brand Esports, really tore it up. And in their combine, obviously, the best results really did come from Brand Esports, which actually happened before the playoffs of their recent MPL tournaments.
Yeah, and based on what happened for Bren Esports, the regular season run in the MPL Philippines was indeed spectacular, but in the playoffs, they sadly, I feel like, found themselves very busy to the point that they didn't really had enough time. So essentially, they sacrificed their playoffs run to be better or be more prepared here.
Just shows how important the SEA Games is, as now they face off against a relatively unknown element in Laos. Word on the street is, or at least on the sea, if you know what I'm saying,
Nice,
20 August is actually quite the formidable roamer. So might be a full plate here for Arcangel and Unigo in the mid duo. So they better watch out.
Yeah, Arcangel, by the way, on the road to his possible second gold medal for the SEA Games if things go their way. So that's definitely something that the Filipino fans are excited for sure.
Surely a lot of the Filipino fans looking at the Philippines right now has complete trust on their squad, and the same could be said here for Lao. This possibly could be their best iteration of what could possibly win in the SEA Games, mainly because, again, they have not won a single game in SEA Games despite having a perfect attendance. They could make history right now. They could surprise a lot of people right now by not only securing their first win in the SEA Games, but also taking down the reigning gold medalists for SEA Games MLBB.
And that's what makes this matchup interesting. We're about 30 seconds away, half a minute from the draft beginning. For those of you who are fans of MPL Philippines, if you will note, in Bren Esports' run in the recently concluded playoffs, they got really experimental. They played heroes or lineups that they never have shown out throughout the regular season. So that's, I'd say, unpredictable. That's odd, and they suffered for it. If anything, I would, despite the weird setup, suggest the same thing. I think Laos should surprise and shock Bren Esports. Again, it's a best of one. If you can't beat them toe-to-toe on mechanics and fundamentals, you show them something new. I think that's what Laos should do.
Definitely. Although I'm pretty sure that they will kind of also play around the meta what the Philippines does around their region, which is definitely rotating around the very strong roam, specifically that Kaja, which was actually snubbed a little bit in the women's tournament for MLBB.
Yeah, I think we've only seen Kaja on specific countries in the women's division of MLBB here in the 32nd SEA Games. I think it was Philippines who also played a lot of Kaja in the hands of Vivero. And that series yesterday for our women's division definitely was one for the books. All 5 games was, I would say, close. It was a close series, which Indonesia still took the gold medal. Congratulations, by the way, Indonesia, for that win in the women's division. But let's start game number 1 of this best of 1 between Lao and Philippines. Philippines will be on the blue side, but before we continue, we have to announce that there is a global ban for Diggy. We have observed a visual bug to Diggy's lock settings and Young Against passive ability, allowing the user to see the opponent outside of its vision range. With this, Diggy will be banned globally from the tournament until May 16, 2023. This measure was implemented to maintain tournament integrity and fairness. Rest assured, all teams have been informed ahead of their respective matches. Do join us for the exciting SEA Games happening this weekend. Let's go back to the draft. Already the banning phase, the first rotation almost done.
All right, looks like Philippines has definitely done their homework straight up on the Kaja. First ban here. That's definitely interesting.
Taking out the Kaja, which back in their home country in the professional league, Kaja is the second most banned in the recently concluded playoffs. While Laos is, interestingly enough, playing along to that axis as well, because they take out the Wanon, which is the #1 banned hero in MPLPH, alongside the Fanny, which is #3. So it's very... I'd say fundamental. They're covering their bases as well by taking out the Franco in the Eve. I don't know what the Philippines is looking to first pick here. Maybe Fredrin. They're still playing on that.
The Joy, though. Oh, okay,
There it
they're going to take out the
Alright.
Joy. Now, the Fredrin is open for Philippines, but I
Solid.
feel like for this team or this roster in particular, they do play a lot of glue first pick as well.
But the Farum is still out there.
That's true. The Farum is open. Glue first pick is definitely something that teams will definitely have to think about ahead. Like, you have to be ready for your glue to suffer if you go for that route. But definitely,
Wait a minute.
that's a Lancelot first pick, bro.
Whoa.
They're going hot for their first pick. A Lancelot priority pick on the blue
Whoa.
side. What do you think about this, Leo?
I actually like it, given that Fredrin, as much of a flex as it is, if you want to go fast, if you want to close out games quickly, and you want, again, out-mechanic the opponent, I like this Lancelot. Now, Laos, they can go for that double. They can go Faramis Glue to cover their base. If not, Philippines will punish. They will pick up the Faramis on the clapback. Interesting to note here, I'm not so sure. We haven't really seen a big picture look at this. I wonder if Coach Ducky's coaching, if Glindro is here alone. Because Brenny Sports, for the longest time, Seaball in this case, has been drafting with 2 coaches. I wonder.
Maybe
That's going to change the dynamic.
yeah, this is gonna change the dynamic a lot, and I'm just waiting if Philippines will be securing that Faramis. In case they do, we might see a double cult altar setup for a lot of the fights that might happen in this game.
It's actually very smart for Lao to pick up the Valentina. That ensures that, you know, if they do pick up a cult altar, they will also have one. And yeah, that's basically this is what we were talking about before the draft started.
So
You know,
there
cover
it
the bases
is.
of that glue. So at least if it does get punished, there is a clapback at least for Lao.
And now that the carry is locked in, this is quite the comfort pick for, I think, Requisano, or is it Requitiano?
Requitiano.
That's the gold laner of Philippines.
Well, definitely one of the the most masterful hero for this guy, I think. He went for a whole season in their own region without ever like losing for it.
Yep.
So that's going to be something that Philippines is bringing out table. Cards down. Guys, it's like a statement to their opponents, right? Guys, read this and learn from it.
Oh, this is a priority pickup for Laos. Again, in the absence of the Kaja, 20 August gets his Lolita, a very prolific Lolita from where he comes from. And again, off the back of this hero alongside the Kaja, they have qualified for the upcoming MSC 2023. Now, going in the second phase, I'd say Laos can actually block out solid XP laners. And there's the Arlot. I'm not so used to seeing Arlots come through the second phase.
That's true.
Usually when the Arlet is open, a lot of squads just really lock in that Arlet. May it be the priority pick or at least the first rotation of picks as well. But looks like Philippines, they're going to target a lot of junglers, considering that Lao has not locked in their jungler. But I do have to say that this Valentina could be a jungle pick if they want to.
At the very least, that's also Lao basically doing their homework here in this game. And watching how Canon actually does play that Arlot is scary if you just watch their most recent games.
And now final bans locked in. Martis as well taken out from the Philippines.
Right, this is actually fine. And now the jungle pick is going to be more prolific here for Lao. They might want to go for something that has more damage because right now, that's going to be lacking in their lineup. But no, they go for the full tank, man.
It's okay. It looks like Laos wants to actually just dive in, go front heavy, and then I'd say Beatrix. That last pick, Beatrix, doesn't look so bad.
Yeah, they really need a lot of damage here in this lineup. 3 of their picks are a lot of disrupting, are basically disruptors.
Claude might be too slow too.
Yeah,
Claude
that's
too
true.
slow. It's like
Agreed.
Beatrix could be the option. The Melissa, if it's open, could be an option too. A bit slower or a bit faster than the Claude.
There's only 2 options, I'd say. If you don't want to go slow, Harith or Beatrix.
Okay, last pick.
There's a Grok.
They're already blocking the Melissa off by taking up the Lapu-Lapu. So now the options are Claude, Harith. I would even say that Brody could be an option here if they really want some damage, like some burst damage at least.
They might want to bring out the Beatrix, lest they actually will have to wait for the super late game for those heroes to activate.
Yeah, let's see what Lao would choose here. It's very important for them to secure a gold laner apt for their win condition. It looks like they're going to go for the most versatile marksman.
Beatrix, yeah.
Beatrix locked in. Looking at their compositions, I'd say that this game would be very team fight heavy.
Yeah, specifically for the Philippines, they will have to go aggressive for this lineup to actually make a lot of impact. Obviously, they still have that late game insurance policy, which is the carry, but definitely better than what Lao has right now, which basically relies on just keeping the Beatrix alive.
Yep. For the most part, I'd say our predictions speak for themselves. The reputation and the results that the Philippines have posted through the years will say that they should be taking this game one. It's one game in the best of one.
Yeah.
Despite even the draft. Like, not even looking at the draft, but the draft might also even say so.
That's
because
true.
again, the possibility or the tendency of this lineup that Cebol, this Team Philippines has drafted, it's likely to snowball out of control. It's so quick to just, I'd say, hit critical mass.
That's true, and numbers don't lie. Not just in their stats, but also in the medals. So we'll have to find out if that's going to make a difference here as we load up into the game.
Yeah, and Coach Ducky did draft really well in terms of countering the glue as well. So it's going to be very interesting how the early game would pan out here for Lao versus Philippines. Again, this is just a best of one, and points do really matter when we're talking about the single round robin matchup.
Interesting. 20 August actually looking down
20
for
August.
Saison. Saison absolutely ready with Arcangel very close by.
Now I'm wondering if that was worth it for 20 August. I'm thinking no, because again, Saison and the rest of the Philippines just went on, just continued with their jobs, and that sent 20 August back home. And here, look, it's not as often that you see a Litho Wanderer fight happen between members. It's usually just very quickly taken, but I guess your name took his time. It added what, a good 5 to 10 seconds to that rotation.
And every second counts, absolutely right in these fights, especially early game rotations. That race to level 4.
Yeah, and down bottom lane, they are able to drop Opper a bit of damage, but still, this is a glue that we're talking about. And in the gold lane, a lot of pressure on Requisiano. Biston will take a bit of damage here, but the beauty of the Beatrix right now is that they could just clear the lane so fast.
Right, there you go. And that's going to be a better... It's looking like a better team fight right now for the Philippines with more of their members close to level 4 and close to the proximity.
Yeah, Cannon about to reach level 4 too. Inigo though, still level 3, no access to Wild Charge just yet. The turtle will be pulled here by the Philippines, and it will be already dropping to half HP.
Yeah, Canon actually using the flicker in the wrong direction with the stun though. Your name close by, Ober as well, flickering by 21 August. Not gonna be enough to slow down Saison as he secures that turtle. First blood going over the Philippines as well. And that's a very dominant movement being done by the Philippines.
First blood plus the turtle. How good is that, Leo?
Good effort. I mean, you see the intention from Team Laos, but even if Canon started with, I'd say, off-kilter, bravest fighter, that's all they needed. I guess that's the reason why he did that. They wanted to throw Laos off timing. And again, even if Laos did get the amazing setup, those kinds of setups only really pay off when you have the damage to back it up with. And Laos didn't have that.
Yeah.
And Team Philippines still took the turtle. They still won on the back end of that by taking 2 kills, and because of that, the map is wide open. The Golden is farming for free.
And this is just really hard for the side of Lao, but looks like 20 August. Nice save though from Agi.
Yeah, not gonna be enough even with the Cult Altar. That was really good from Arcangel. Actually, I was surprised. Why did the Lolita fly there? It was because of Arcangel. Basically with a stampede, pulling him back. Beautifully done.
Laos now behind by 1.5k gold lead from the Philippines. This is something that we regularly see, like Philippines, Indonesia, the regions that we know that are dominant do really take a lot of early games. But Lao, they still have the chance to basically turn this around. They just have to make sure that Biston is safely farming up top.
That's very important for Laos.
And it's only going to happen if these big rotations actually lead to something. And I think Team Philippines understands that that's what Laos is going to do. On the backswing, towards the end, what is the cost of that? Well, that means 20 August isn't as active as he should be, as he wants to be.
That's right, because you have to wait for a good call. You have to wait for good positioning from your team, which, again, gets always answered by the Philippines seconds in advance. So that makes it so easy for the Philippines to just counter everything.
And now with this turtle coming up, again, you have to watch out for it. Will 20 August actually try and get a win for his team? Or are they going to try to protect Biston?
Yeah, big question is going to be answered here soon. 20 August, nil
Oh!
on the Numenor Blast. That's the turtle going over the Philippines, but there is going to be an answer kill at the very least right now. He's in the middle of everyone, forced to flicker out as well. Saison's still relatively healthy. And that's going to be, I think, a 1-for-1 on the kill score right there for Laos and Philippines.
Yeah, but turtle secured for the side of Philippines. That's 2 turtles out of the 3 possible in this game. Lao is yet to find a winning team fight or objective trade.
Close call for Biston as well. But fair enough, I can say the same for Team Philippines. That was a better setup for Laos, given that the fight happened closer to the gold lane. And Biston, as amazing as the Bennett's Rage was, there just wasn't enough damage just yet, right? But this is as fast as they can go, given what was available, what was left in the draft. Now the XP lane, I think this is an advantage for the Philippines, given that they are 2k ahead. That's where the turtle is going to spawn. The fact that Canon and Oper are just going toe-to-toe here, or as you can say, maybe the opposite. They're not even fighting each other as much. That should be a win for Team Philippines as they split the map.
Yeah, you can just man in Canon right there with the rest of the 5-man of Team Philippines just taking down your name. And luckily enough for Lao, no turtle yet available for the Philippines to take, but it is space being created.
That's a lot of ultimates burned on the Akai, and look at that pull coming in from Arcangel. And I want to go back on that XP lane. I call it the XP lane peace treaty, where they just cut their waves and they just kind of do what they have to do until the turtle spawns, in which case it's already all-out war.
So they call the XPT.
The XPT. The peace treaty in the XP lane.
Yeah, but Canon definitely ahead by 1 level means that he is winning that for sure, at least in terms of resources.
And now, 10 seconds from now, there will be the last turtle of the game. And it's going to be really important for Lao to either make the decision to give it up or try to get it for themselves without dying.
All right, one big change that maybe Laos can do in this next engagement, in this battle for the last turtle, if maybe Oper can find a solid ride, if he can get a grab on a 1.
That's right. But right now, Saison, very easy take on the turtle alongside Canon here. Oper could be in trouble, but help is close by. He has a flicker as well, already used. Pull back once more by Arcangel, but so critical for them to take that kill.
Where was the SS? Where was the split?
I'm not sure, but he did have access to the split.
Yes.
Maybe he just didn't want to use it, but looks like Phantom Execution. Agi might be in trouble. That's a kill for Saison in your name. Gonna try to walk away. No, spin away. Nice retribution to get some creeps before just going out. It looks like Biston will be the ones trying to kill Saison instead.
Saison might have had a wrong turn there, but again, was not really punished that much by the Lao team. And now they're actually the ones who is getting pushed back by the Philippines.
They still want more, but the Philippines, they do take a lot of kills there. And I would say that with this 5k gold lead, they could pretty much get a lot of resources as well inside the jungle of Lao.
Oper is just out of place here. That last engagement wherein he died close to the purple buff of Laos is really suspect. And the way that he's rotating now, he took his time. He could have actually played the dead lane. He could have gone 1v3, 1v4 on this glue and protect that lane. But now that Biston has used his flicker, oh no!
Canon's just going.
He's just going at it.
He's going at it.
It.
Oh my goodness. Comboed with Saison's movements, they were able to take out 20 August.
Is this a tank slot? I swear, like, I wish I could see the items right now. I do feel like this is just basically that, what's that item again? The one that gives the burn effect?
Glowing one?
No.
No. Just the
Cursed Helm?
Cursed Helmet.
No, the smaller version.
Molten Essence.
I feel like it's just the Molten Essence
it
plus the
usually
War
is.
Axe.
It usually is just the Molten Essence. I think that's currently the trend, at least in the Filipino meta for sure, where Team Philippines comes from. They usually just build the Molten Essence and then scale up into, again, as you mentioned, the War Axe, if they want to be aggressive, the Guardian's Helm, the Thunderbelt. They usually just close up their build by selling the Molten Essence and then get the Thunderbelt because it's better for the Lord's Dance. But the way this game is going, with Team Philippines about 9k ahead in 9 minutes, I don't see any dances happening, man. They're just going to straight up serve it up.
Philippines right now on a speed run. Omer once more not able to pop the split to save himself. 9 minutes in, and we're all and Philippines is already clearing out so much resources on the side of Lao. Lao, in this case, they could still opt for a team fight, but I really don't think that they could go 5v5.
No.
At most, they could do a 4v2 or maybe even a 5v2 with the amount of gold Philippines has.
Given in this 9-minute, 30-second game, my sage advice for Laos would be to take fights inside their base. That's their best bet.
And
Try to clear waves, and then, I don't know, man. They don't even have a solid highland defense.
for me, it's just hope that the Philippines makes a massive error.
That too.
That's the biggest
No,
one.
that's still a possibility. Despite the Philippines having a 10K gold lead, we have seen international representatives, by the way, in big tournaments such as the SEA Games, who would lose out on a 10K gold lead. So it's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely.
So we're looking for that proverbial and metaphorical banana peel.
That's right.
And this might be it.
The miracle play, is it a possibility here on the bottom side of the map? No, Rekitano is very safe on the back line. 20 August as well, not able to actually block any of the hits of Rekitano. And that's a triple kill going over to the Philippines, and that is game.
A 10-minute game to start off today. A dominant display from the Philippines. Lao didn't even get to the Luminous Lord. What a show of dominance from the defending gold medalists.
I need to double check our stats, but that has to be a record. 10 minutes, 35 seconds.
Speed run, at least for the men's division.
For sure.
Yeah, for the men's tournament.
We start with that benchmark here, and I don't know where else this can go. Again, given the track record of both the Philippines as a back-to-back gold medalist in MLBB discipline, and as well Team Laos, given their full attendance, yes, but their, I'd say, lack of success therein. This is as we expected to see. I do hope that Team Laos learns from this. I do hope that they picked up more than just the L. I mean, I can look back again. There will be some highlights. The way Oper just seems to be out of just... That's not how you play a glue.
Yes, I mean, that's the specific reason that you play the glue. I kind of get where Leo's getting at. You get it because of the survivability that the split gives you, which buys your team time to kind of punch back. That didn't happen.
I can only imagine what was going on in that the moment is still playing back in my head, wherein there were 3 members of Team Philippines chasing you down, and you can clearly see he had the presence of mind to flicker away. Sure, correct. You would have lived then, but there was just but 1 or 2 CCs that was stopping you from using the split. I think he really would have lived there.
Yeah, I mean, split is one of the key elements of what makes the glue, or if the key element that actually makes glue, and not pressing it is just I would call a mortal sin for glue players out there. But of course, I feel like jitters is something that we could say here for SEA Games. Again, that was the first match for a very long day.
But what worries me is the fact that this is the team they're sending to MSC.
That is a very worrying thing.
Just to put it into perspective. And they have a whole day of best of ones to look forward to.
That's right.
So that's the difficult truth about what happened here in Game 1 with Team Laos.
At the very least, I hope that woke them up, right?
Yeah.
And that split is also the reason why Glue doesn't like Faramis. So basically, there wasn't even any room for Arcangel to counter it.
Yeah. So with that, maybe I do sit on a little bit of my hands here, because he could have just gotten blown up as soon as he clicked the split. So just the same, that's just one of the many things that Team Laos could have done better, and one of the ways that Team Philippines punished. That's why this game went the way it did in 10 minutes.
And looking at how the draft went as well, I feel like this was a very dominant Philippines win, mainly because the draft went so well for the Philippines. The game, the execution, everything. Laos was outclassed in this match, but hopefully they've basically took lessons from what happened in that first match. And I have to say, Lao, we're still expecting more throughout the day, because we have seen a lot of teams get better as the day progresses.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is one of the opportunities where you actually learn from a very strong opponent, right?
Yep. And here we have the stats laid out for us post-game. 14-1 in 10 minutes. And I stand corrected. It's 10:27. All it took for Team
that's fast.
Philippines
It is.
to get the win here. And yes, can confirm that is what the Lancelot was doing. Saison actually built that Molten Essence into the War Axe, into the Thunderbelt, into the Guardian's Helm. Not in that specific order. We weren't keeping track, but yes, that's how you build a tanks a lot these days. Looking at Team Lao, I think you have here 20 August building the way he should have, yes, because again, Arcangel has a tendency to actually just get in there and just force you to build an early Athena shield when you're facing off against a Lapu-Lapu and a tanks a lot. There's just damage overload here. I think he was getting some pants, some steel leg plates, but it was too little too late. Team Philippines was moving too fast. Looking at the rest of Team Lao, yeah, Briston was able to actually build a Blade of Despair, if I'm not mistaken, on the way to a Hunter's Strike, but there really wasn't much going on in the gold lane for him, given how the rest of the map was for Team Lao. Just the same, there were some solid ults picked up by Agi in mid. There was a Cult Altar or two that saved them from, I guess, from bad going to worse, but just the same, Team Philippines was a step ahead, maybe two at every turn. So with that being said, I don't expect the next page here for our stats to show much of a different story. If anything, the best of ones might be might be better. Because again, if this was a best of three, it would be difficult to execute and pick up from your lessons learned that quickly. So at least now, Team Laos actually has an hour or two maybe until their next best of one, so they can just watch the VODs here, pick up what Team Philippines was doing and how it was putting them in this situation, and then I guess adjust accordingly. But then again, this is the SEA Games. I can only imagine what the atmosphere is like there in Phnom Penh, in Cambodia. Everything is so competitive. Everyone just puts their best foot forward. I can really only wish the best for Team Laos, given what happened here. Not a single turtle, not a single buff, not a single turret. If I'm not mistaken, if the math is correct, they ended at what, 13K down? 14K almost down.
Almost a perfect game.
It's almost a perfect game
Yeah.
for Team Philippines. Our MVP here is Arcangel, of course, on his Pharom. It's the only death for Team Philippines, and this was off the back of his overextension using that Shadow Stampede. He didn't get to finish his build, but this is what you do when you're ahead. You go ahead and pick up the Enchanted Talisman. You go quick with the Lightning Truncheon, and then you get the Clock of Destiny. I believe the clock was one of the first couple core items here. And of course, your Demon Shoes, making sure that you're very quick on the cooldown and you're pulling people as soon as it's off cooldown. Bob's your uncle, 93% kill participation. He just missed one. There was one kill that happened where Arcangel was not part of it. And that's just how in control the map Philippines was. I would like to see how Team Philippines performs against the likes of Indonesia or maybe even Malaysia or Singapore with the way that they're performing now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see those matchups as well. And I feel like the only kill that Arcangel did not touch was actually a solo kill that happened way away from the entire team fight that he was always present in. Arcangel, once again, is a two-time, correct me if I'm wrong, possible two-time, a possible two-time SEA Games gold medalist.
He's
if
a
ever.
world champion.
He's a world champion too. And this is just goes to show and how talented these players are for the Philippines. Let's go back to the highlights of this best of one. Looking back at this first turtle fight, actually all the turtle fights, Saison has been very much on point on his retributions.
Honestly, with all of the cult altars, some of the cult altars are just overly safe, right? I mean, Philippines just had the leeway to go aggressive, and here, even with cult altar,
That's right.
21 August didn't even have the enough durability.
Yeah, no, what that just means is the margin of error for Team Philippines is so big.
It is.
They're allowed
It is.
to overextend. They're allowed to make calls that you usually wouldn't when you're playing in other leagues or maybe against more experienced opponents. And here, it's more of a just Team Laos being, again, caught out of their breath. This isn't the usual level competition I believe they have in the Mekong region. And here you see Opper. Yeah, you can see clearly he had the green, but
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe he was just afraid of the Ghostbursters.
Or maybe he just wanted to save it. I'm not quite sure on why would you want to save your ultimate, but at this point, like it's extremely hard to make decisions against the Philippines.
I would say that's the more likely option, right? He was trying to save it maybe for a team fight.
Yeah.
Maybe they were getting ready. But then again, I guess that's what separates teams like Laos from teams like the Philippines. It's just everyone's given the same resources. They know how to use these resources properly.
Fellas, did I hear that right?
Yeah, I made a face too. That was like, was it a Maniac?
Who scored
or
that?
Requisiano? Like, I feel like it was a triple kill. The visual said a triple kill for the carry, but the game finished before we saw the Maniac banner.
All right.
But I'm not
Too
sure
fast.
because if it's the Maniac, that makes the first Maniac going to the Philippines.
That's right. Requitiano scoring the first Maniac. This being a 10-minute, 27-second game. A lot of benchmark set here by the first game in the 30-second SEA Games this year, or rather, in this discipline. So yeah, no. The rest of Group A, maybe some of the hard hitters in Group B, have to watch out for this. They have to note. All right, that's how it's over there.
What a game to watch before the day starts.
It's like everybody's watching. The first game in a big day, especially for the men's division, is something that everybody watches. Indonesia was watching. Group A and the entirety of Group B was definitely watching what was happening. And right in front of their eyes, a record was set. 10-27 and a Maniac. Everything in a very dominant game from the Philippines.
I'm excited to see what else comes out of Group A because, again, sample size much bigger. There's a good amount of experienced teams there going up against teams that are from developing regions. I'm excited to see the rest of the 10 best of ones.
We have a lot of best of ones, more best of ones to go. Once again, my name is Umi. With me is Rockhart and Leo. The 32nd SEA Games for MLBB Men's Division will be right back.
What's on your mind? Mother? Was that really just another dream? If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny. Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas. But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! I can unlock the secrets. If I can unlock the secrets.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother? If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this? Why? Why can't I change anything? Can't everything. Happy birthday, Novaria. Our destiny was written in the stars beyond our reach. Something always finds a way to shine in the darkness. Destiny is in our hands. Destiny is in our hands.
From the dark horse, if you want the turquoise, the light, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Novaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Novaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let it go! Break the shackles! Mother! Break the shackles!
Happy 16th birthday!
Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? I will
Welcome back to the official broadcast for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports events of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games in Cambodia Men's Division. We're going to be your casters for the second best of one. My name is Umi. With me is Rockhart and Leo. After a dominant win in the Philippines, we are now going to our second best of one.
Yeah, that looked like a very good benchmark for every team that is going to be playing for the day, for sure. And a record to beat in terms of game time as well.
And as well, Maniac.
And a Maniac.
There you go.
Confirmed.
Yep.
It is confirmed, yeah.
Confirmed. So between performance, game time, and of course just overall understanding of the fundamentals and the current state of the game, what works best, it looks like Group A has their hierarchy of power set, unless someone shakes it up. Because again, that's 5 teams in a single group as compared to Group B. I think Group B, Indonesia, they have to set the pace there as well.
Yeah, and now we are going to watch Vietnam and Timor-Leste to... Basically, this is the debut game of both teams here in the round-robin stage.
It's a Group A matchup,
It's a Group A matchup, too.
SRR.
The SRR, the single round-robin, still well and alive. And Vietnam, we do know that... There's more information for Vietnam compared to Timor-Leste. Again, Timor-Leste is the first time that they're joining, right?
Yeah, which is, I think, in I'd say tune with the way esports itself has been growing in Timor-Leste. Anecdotally speaking, I have friends from Indonesia who actually are starting to help and cultivate the esports scene in Timor-Leste. So the kinds of tournaments that we've been seeing across Southeast Asia are slowly going to be making its way into Timor-Leste. So yeah, their being here in the SEA Games is a start.
It's actually super interesting because one of the nearest geographic locations to that country is actually one of the most powerful MLBB regions in the world, right? So expect that maybe some of that will bleed through, despite, again, not a lot of people knowing how the Timor-Leste people actually play MLBB.
Now, I actually don't know how the servers work, right? I'm not an IT expert, but are they actually playing in the Indonesian server?
It's likely.
It's likely because
that
it's nearby.
Makes a big difference. If you're playing with great quality solo queue players from Indonesia, your players would be of the same caliber. And if you do play as a rank 5 in that server, you'd probably go up against rank 5s in Indonesia. And this sets the bar for Timor-Leste. We might be seeing an Indonesia junior in terms of like strength here. And I'm not saying that they're weaker, but what I'm saying here is that they could be like somewhat like Indonesia because of the place they're playing in.
Yeah, I'd say that's the sweetest way you can put it.
Like passing the torch.
Yeah, or at least sharing the knowledge, the strength, and the wisdom that Indonesia has gotten through the years. Because again, if you turn back the clock just a wee bit in the, I'd say 2019, before the Philippines won the SEA Games, right? I'd say MSC 2019 era, Indonesia was on top of the world, right?
That's
Indonesia was taking everything. So yeah, if they can take that, they can channel that, and then bring it to how close Indonesia is with the rivalry against the Philippines in taking everything up top, then yeah, maybe Timor-Leste has quite the chance here. But again, we're speculating. Yeah. Going up against Team Vietnam here, who, if I'm not mistaken, majority is composed of MDH Esports, a recent representative at the world stage for not just Vietnam, but for the Mekong region. They must have picked up a lot from there. Again, when you play a world championship stage, there's a lot that you can learn from the other teams, even if you do not see much success yourself. So yeah, that's the kind of improvement that we're looking at for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, and just playing in the world stage, it allows you to have this certain swagger, certain confidence when you play in other tournaments as well. You know what it feels like to be in the LAN. And now for today's schedule, looking back, it's already Philippines securing their first win of the day against Laos. Right now, we're watching Vietnam go up against Timor-Leste. And for the next match is Indonesia's debut against the home crowd, Cambodia. What a nice matchup for our next game after this one.
That is probably one of the best ways to put it, right? It's
a nice matchup.
It's a nice matchup, bro.
Like Cambodia welcoming Indonesia, you know?
And obviously later on, we'll also see some teams from the Group B. face each other off. And again, Indonesia seems to be the powerhouse there. Obviously, a lot of people would agree. But also, a lot of powerhouses also facing each other in Group A. Malaysia looking really promising as well in this
Definitely.
in the line they brought.
Since we're looking down the schedule of today, can I just say I'm excited to see Myanmar come back on the map.
Oh,
the
yes,
Burmese
definitely.
are always a force to be reckoned with. And as soon as we see Team Myanmar play again, also known as Falcon Esports, it'll be, I'd say it's like meeting an old friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
I still remember all of Naomi's highlights in the World Championship. A
god.
lot of the hooks coming in.
He
and
sees everything.
He sees everything. Eyes wide open on every time that he plays the Franco.
And literally.
And literally as well. Quite the memorable player. And let's not forget Justin, who played, I think, the Johnson in the
course.
world stage. Forced a lot of weird draft decisions to happen. So Myanmar definitely is something that we have to look forward to.
And you can't talk about Myanmar, you can't talk about Falcon Esports without talking about the Burmese Python himself.
Yeah.
Also known as the Candyman Ken.
Yeah, man.
Oh, he's the Burmese Python?
He is the Burmese
I
Python.
always thought that the Burmese Python was Justin.
No, Justin.
I guess he looks like it.
I mean,
Justin
no,
is just Justin.
It's just Justin?
No,
Justin
yeah.
is just
Oh my
Justin.
So,
god.
can I just confirm something that's been on the
You are
top
today
of
years
my
old.
head?
Yes.
Where isn't this the team where the tank Lancelot originated?
That's
from?
right. That's right. It
Oh
was the
my
Burmese
gosh.
Python who brought it onto the world stage. Nay, about a year and change ago at MSC 2022 is, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, when it was first revealed. And I have to say, I was on the wrong side of history. I laughed at it. And I think I've reconciled that with the Burmese Python himself face to face. I told him, I used to laugh at
Sorry.
you, bro.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
on me.
You know, I'm still amazed that I always thought that Justin was the Burmese
You
Python.
still not
He's
over
still
it.
not-
I'm still not over it, man. I've always been like all
Oh,
of the
man.
stories that we tell about Myanmar.
In your head, as
in
you were
my
talking
head,
about.
it was always Justin.
Yeah,
You know,
no.
and at this point,
So many realizations for
so
Romy
so
today.
many
That's right.
realizations for me, and what has been realized last games that Philippines is up top on Group A, mainly
right.
because they've scored the first point in this group stage. We're still waiting for the other best of ones to happen. How many best of ones we have again today?
10.
We got 10. And we've only done one.
Just to put it into perspective.
Just to put it in perspective, you could enjoy your day. Just put up the 30-second C games on your phone. Make sure to support your favorite team, your favorite country.
Yep.
Who knows? Like, I'm sure a lot of the Filipino fans are also fans of the Indonesian squad,
course.
or even a lot of Myanmar fans could be fans of Vietnam, Philippines. Laos.
Yeah.
There's like shared fan bases at this point.
I have to bring that up, right? Because I think the Filipino junglers, they acknowledge that. A lot of the Filipino junglers acknowledge they learned the Lancelot can be built with a tank itemization because they were watching international tournaments, because they were watching players.
And they were scrimming with them too.
Exactly. So for you guys, that's actually a big double. You might be able to pick up something new that you never thought was possible by watching streams like these.
And now we are just waiting for the players to get ready. Again, this is a best of one. Looking at Vietnam, again, as you said earlier, Leo, this is MDH Esports, the M4 rep of the Mekong region. Sadly, they did not win any games in the M4 World Championships.
Yep.
Do you think that gave them a bad taste in their mouth or something?
I'd like to see it as the other way around. I'd like to see them flying out to Jakarta, picking up a lot of L's, and by L's I mean lessons.
Nice.
Try it again
I
later.
like that.
But yes, they didn't win any games, but they won the hearts of everyone when they flew back home. And I hope that they brought back a different brand of MLBB.
Hopefully, because they're gonna go up against
That's Timor-Leste.
Timor-Leste.
So are we doing lessons or learnings?
Lessons?
Thank you. All
Okay,
right.
we're doing lessons. I just don't want to. I just want to make sure that these players will have the time of their lives when they watch the VODs here. You know, let's welcome the players here for Timor-Leste and Vietnam. But let's welcome Vietnam first.
Yep.
Any familiar faces that you guys see here, or are these basically still the people that has represented Vietnam all the time.
No. I'm pretty sure there's at least a couple that have changed, but correct me if I'm wrong. Has there been added more than a handful of hes on that name?
I think that's a longer head than I'm used to.
Yep, they lost a ga on one of them, and then they added a few more hes.
Oh, man.
How do we even say, can we agree on how to cast this game now? Do
Can
we
we-
say it? How many hes do we have to say?
Can we? Or I think it's up to the guy. It's up to the guy with the name.
I'm sticking at hehe.
All right, realistically speaking, we respect the premier athlete from Vietnam here as much
Yes,
as we'd
of
like to say
course.
the whole name, but we'll
cannot.
just stick to hehe, I think.
We're sticking
Hair
at
squared?
No.
No. Sorry.
That's 2 syllables.
That's more syllables.
That's more syllables. But yeah, Timor-Leste already on the stadium as well. Debut game for their country. A lot is on the line here, setting the pace for their run here in the group stage. And I'm just quite interested to see whether or not that they've learned a lot from their bigger brothers in their own server.
I think the biggest lesson that you would have taken if you joined tournaments like the MSC previously is that you have to do what the major MLBB regions are doing
Yep.
if you want to be successful. Because right now, it's obvious that the powerhouses have the meta figured out. So maybe the lesson that you learn is you just try to pick up what they do and make a better version for yourself.
Yes.
Imitate, innovate, you know what they say?
Escalate.
And that's the thing.
Escalate.
As much as I'd like to, I'd say, condone or suggest off-meta approaches by teams that are less developed or less established, the anecdote stands true, man. You can't break the rules if you don't know the rules. You have to play to the meta first and understand what makes it work, and then you come in with the rogue element. You can't just suddenly say, I want to play Nana today. You got to understand why Nana breaks the meta.
Does Nana really break the meta?
That was just an example.
That's
I see. All right.
Oh, Theodore. And I think that's right? You don't want to break. You don't want to reinvent the wheel too much. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean you could make smaller wheels, but it spins the same.
Yes.
But the wheel of fate will be turning now for Timor-Leste and Vietnam. Their first best of 1. A lot of the first games for teams really do dictate their entire mood, their entire setup for the day. And again, this is a very long day, so the way that you start it is very important.
Frankly, I'm very excited. I'm just excited to see what kind of play Timor-Leste is going to bring up. But obviously, Vietnam, definitely a strong team still.
Yep, I have gotten confirmation from our back-end team that there were previously just 6 hes in that name for the gold laner of Team Vietnam.
Now
and
there's 8.
Obviously, he has added more, yes.
No, the longer the IGN, the better.
Maybe he adds one every season.
Who knows? Whoa, there's a DLC, dude.
All right. Given, again, how the developing scene of Timor-Leste MLBB is, Feilun from Timor-Leste may have been a last-minute addition, hence why he does not have an official image just yet. Not because he's a DLC character.
I don't think you have to unlock him or anything. I'm pretty sure.
Man is right there.
Man is right there.
That's right there. They downloaded it right for this match, you know? Perfect timing.
There's a couple more days in the competition. If Timor-Leste indeed moves up through and they score, again, they could be this rogue element in the currently established hierarchy of power, then definitely. We want to recognize Feilun. We want him to have an image.
Yeah, of course. You know, there will be an image for Feilun in the future.
Feilun is you never know.
What if he's the star player? What
Exactly.
if what
It's
if
not
he-
impossible.
You
It's
just
not
don't
impossible.
know.
What if he does something amazing inside the game? Mr. DLC himself.
The DLC.
The Vietnamese DLC.
He's not from Vietnam. He's from Timor-Leste.
My bad, my bad.
Come on, man.
Theodore.
My bad, that's
I have
my
so many Theodore moments for you today.
No, my
Make
bad.
like
Oh,
Troy
man.
from High School Musical and get your head in the game,
Get your head
man.
in the game, bro.
Of course, all jokes aside, this is a very serious game. It's a heavy matchup for these two teams.
Because, again, imagine, what if, despite the experience that we know Team Vietnam has, what if Timor-Leste gets one over them? Again, off of the back of our speculation that given the geographical and I'd say, structural and developmental relationship Timor-Leste has with Indonesia? What if?
What if it's just Indonesia part 2?
It's so cool because you
Like
have
they're
to
strong.
You-
Yeah.
you have to remember in international tournament, especially in best of one, the power balance is so volatile.
Oh,
like
yes.
momentum just shifts every game around. So again, you just can never know.
It's refreshing. It's refreshing to watch matches like this,
It
wherein anything can happen, wherein you're not exactly sure what you're getting into, as compared to matches against, again, the likes of the more developed regions and countries like Philippines versus Indonesia, Malaysia versus Singapore. At this point, even Myanmar versus the aforementioned countries, you can kind of see where that's going. But
Yeah.
this one, we're in for a wild ride.
It's basically like that one freshman that enters the college, and you're like, damn, what he do?
What he like?
What he like,
What
right?
do you like?
Who they be? No, it's this same magical curiosity and utter sense of the unknown that we have, the air that Timor-Leste just exudes. Hell, I would say the same is true for Vietnam.
Yeah,
It's been
that's
a while
true.
since we've
It's
last
been a
seen
while.
Vietnam.
I mean, when
been a
have
while.
they been last fought against a different region, right? This is one of those few times.
I believe Mekong qualifier was the last, so you could watch that, but I'm not sure if that's a big enough even sample size to see their growth from the past 3 months.
I mean, one guy literally grew 2 syllables.
that's true.
2 syllables is a big growth for a year or so.
Yeah.
And now, Timor-Leste looking very confident in this in their debut game against Vietnam, and I like seeing this. It oddly feels menacing to see them with like, I would say with smiles, because usually if it's
Yep.
like the debut game of your country, you'd feel the pressure. And he
I love it.
kissing the flag, bro.
Patriotic.
The flag,
That's
man.
an emote. If this was an in-game emote, I'd do that.
That's a legendary moment right in front of you, ladies and gents.
And here's what's so cool about a new player in the scene, right? In terms of pre-game antics and just show of patriotism, I've never seen anyone
Kiss the flag.
kiss the
Yes.
flag like that.
Agreed.
So this is amazing. I love it. Confirmed, Vietnam is going to be on the first pick. And looking back, yeah, can say just as a quick just scan of my memories,
Yes.
blue side is still in the lead.
Yes, blue side is still in the lead, and I just Googled a bit on how would you call us citizens from Timor-Leste.
Timor-Leste, yes.
It's actually Timorese.
The Timorese people. All right.
All right. If we got that wrong, let's blame Google.
I love the energy that the Timorese are showing, because again, they're happy to be here. This is their first showing on the SEA Games stage.
I agree.
Yeah, and I hope they find themselves in a great game. And even if, let's say that they lose, let's make it a close game, you know? Let's still send a message that they're
right.
here to win,
This-
that they're here to represent their country heavily in their debut SEA Games.
Yeah,
Right.
the smiles that they're showing are basically like the innocence of youth, right? Like,
Yes.
oh man.
I was gonna say, gentlemen, all jokes aside, right? We've been sharing quite the chuckle before going into the pre-game phase of this best of one. I just have to say, now that we've spent a little more time observing and watching the Timorese as they set up, we just don't see that kind of energy anymore from most of our professional players.
Yeah, they're like the fourth years that's about to graduate.
Still on that.
Still
yeah.
still doing their
Still there.
thesis or something, and just eyes deadpan.
Yeah, I just want to get this done
I
with.
just want to get done with. Serious. You only smile when it's done. You look at your enemy in the eye, you shake their hands, and then
Yeah.
see you again in the next tournament.
That's
Yeah,
right.
You see
yeah.
the weariness in their eyes. and
But of course, they're still happy. They
still
still
there.
want to carry the nation's pride and
Yes,
all.
but it's just different.
It's different. You could see the veteranship in the way that they look in the camera.
And,
And you could say the same actually for Philippines. We saw like Unigo
Oh,
literally
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
smiling.
He's happy to be there.
He was
So
really
happy.
happy to be there. But if you look at like battle-hardened Filipino representatives such as Oh My Venus,
Flap
Wise,
Teasy even.
even
Yeah.
Flap Teasy.
Villaluna is a
Even-
gold medalist too. Yeah.
even Arcangel. Arcangel got the MVP. He literally walked, looked at what he had to do, called it a
Deadpan.
day.
Yeah.
Well, Unigo was a different story.
Unigo,
Unigo was
as a
Unigo.
personality, is just always happy to be there.
Just
I'd say Unigo and Gilang. Those are the two dudes that I would say, Yeah, they're always just happy to work.
And then Rectesiano was a bit too shy on a lot of the times that we did see him in camera.
And overall, I think you can see that big difference as well in where Flaptizi was in M2, where he was like, he's just jumping for joy. And now he's a little bit more chill. He's a little bit more
matured
and battle-hardened.
Yeah, and for Vietnam, they're still setting up. We could see that they're quite excited to start their matches. And the crowd is looking to be a lot thicker now. I think earlier it was like halfway full, but now I feel like the Cambodians are already going inside the stadium and waiting to watch all of the games.
I love it. MLBB is big in Cambodia, and the fans are coming in droves. How often is it that you're able to catch in action your heroes, again, both from Team Philippines, again, the likes of Arcangel, a gold medalist himself, or the likes of Iskandar from Team Indonesia, Wiloko, their gold laner. It's amazing to see that it's all coming together.
There's an Indonesian player with the name Iskandar.
That's Albert.
Yeah, in the Vietnamese basic, right?
You know, Iskandar is like a name of a like a hero, like a great hero in history, like a king.
From where?
Like search that up, bro.
All right, let me look that up. Yeah, no, but that's his name. That's
actual surname.
Yeah,
insane.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, that, if I'm not mistaken,
Indonesia's
Albert
been doing that.
You know what?
Team Indonesia is called Albert Nielsen Iskandar.
Wow.
But I think they called him Nielsen. Nielsen is the
but you know,
proper.
Philippines has an
Baby
Arcangel.
alien. Yes.
And then you know, your surname is Iskandar, one of like the greats in warfare in the classic history of
Legendary.
a legendary name.
Yep.
And then they decide to call you baby alien. Man.
This is
Life just has that many twists and turns.
This is Iskandar is indeed a historical figure from about the 1400s.
Told you.
And he was known as a great war leader along the lines of the Kyrgyzstan, Central Asia.
Wow. I didn't even know that. I just knew he was a general. But, you know, Vietnam versus Timor-Leste. The Vietnamese versus the Timorese about to get it on for their first best of one. This is just the second best of one of the 10 best of ones we're going to watch this entire day. I think the first day of SEA Games actually went all the way to day 2 unofficially, you know?
Yep, it ended around 1:47 a.m.
in the
next
Philippines.
day in the Philippines.
But so that's -1 for
still
Cambodia,
the next day.
12:37, and I'm just glad to see a lot of the players just with a lot of like mental perseverance and physical as well, because a big misconception about esports is that it's not physically taxing. I mean, it's not as physically taxing as jogging for like 2 hours straight, right? But the way that you have to think of so many things all at once just puts so much mental pressure on you that it starts to become physical pain too. It becomes physically painful to think that much.
In some aspects, I think esports uses a lot more mental faculties than some games like chess, Olympic sports like that, right? Which
because the variables are always changing.
Exactly.
Like each game would have different characters, different heroes. Each player would have different tendencies, different preferences as well. And for the coaches, you always have to think of that. You'd always have to consider what your opponents should and could do.
This was made more concrete an opinion about esports and its relationship with traditional sports, because I read an interview about a couple weeks ago wherein a well-known Filipino basketball athlete by the name of Jared Dillinger shared his opinion on how different it is, because again, that's a basketball player, and he admits that esports alone is more stressful than the traditional sport that he plays in basketball. So yeah, if he personally...
Straight from the horse's mouth.
That's right. If he personally thinks that, hey, it's not easy to be an athlete of this caliber right here, to be this kind of athlete, then who's to say... People who are just watching, it's like, yeah, that's easy. You're just pressing buttons.
And from experience of our pro players, right, locally, I feel like the reflexes that's necessary to be top tier in this game is just really degrades so quickly as you age.
Yeah.
So
It's so rapid. Like,
It is.
you could be great at your game for like a year or so, and then suddenly next year you're in the bottom of the barrel. Like,
it is. It's for some players that's actually happened.
wow.
So again, that's the reason why I have so much respect for esports players, especially for MLBB, because the amount of strategizing and the amount of practice these guys put in, it really is very taxing.
And when you say that it's so rapid, the game itself is rapidly changing as we speak. Like, every time a big strategy becomes at top of the entire meta, best believe that a week from now, there will be changes inside the game itself. And that means readjustments or realignments for a lot of players, a lot of teams as well. What if the new stronger heroes aren't really in the strong suit of a certain player? Like, times rapidly change in esports. So if you've seen these faces for a long time, they have been through a lot.
Yep. So imagine, as a fan of traditional sports, right? You might just be stumbling into this broadcast. Imagine you learn how to dribble for like a year. And
Suddenly they change the
imagine
rules.
next week you just suddenly have to just, I don't know, man, change the way you dribble. It's not as easy.
Or change the size of the ball, the weight of it.
Exactly. That's the scale of adjustment and growth and learning that these athletes have to go through throughout their careers.
Yeah, and there are teams that really ride onto patches. What if this is the Timor-Leste patch, the era?
Yeah, what if it's the era of the Timorese? And I just love whenever we pan through the camera for the Timorese, they either point to their flag in the jerseys, one even kissed it. What else will they do? They're like the two guys on the right side, these two. If I feel like they're the most nationalistic inside
Oh, yeah,
their
I can feel it.
patriotic. You know, are those actually synonyms?
Can feel the passion burn.
Maybe 80, 90%,
Yeah.
about the same. English
much.
is interesting like that. There's degrees.
How many degrees?
Is that looks like surface of the sun? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So at this point, you just have to. Let's just I don't know. Let's just go.
Here's something
don't
that
wanna
I
continue
remember.
that.
Cause
Glad the draft is up.
yeah, glad the draft is
Thank
up.
you for the draft.
Because Vietnam, again, it will be on the blue side, which means they're going to get the first pick or the priority pick. And for the side of Timor-Leste, on the red side, they will be the ones banning the Joy and the 1-1. I've said it. It's always been that way.
Interesting approach from Team Vietnam, though. The early Farsa ban. I wonder why. That's odd.
That's a very specific.
I would
draft.
rather first ban Eve rather than the first ban Farsa. What's going on?
Maybe a target ban for the side of Vietnam. And as we talked about earlier, Timor-Leste or whoever is on the red side is relegated to just banning Joy and 1-1.
Yeah, I want to ask. Maybe something's happening in their local scrims that we're not aware of. That's something we'd love to ask our correspondents maybe later on. Because who bans Farsa in the first draft?
Vietnam, officially a Farsa hater.
That's who.
Yeah, Sue?
And now they're going to take out the Valentina as well. This gives the Eve priority pick a lot of value now.
Yep. So are they going to put it on mid? Or are they going to prioritize a Franco for Nart? Likely.
Let's see.
All right. Fanny might not be banned out here, which is interesting because I would love to see Timor-Leste if they can Fanny as well.
Yeah, you know what? Timor-Leste, it's showtime. Lock in the Fanny, lock in the Benedetta, lock in all the heroes that requires a lot of buttons to play, you know? An ultimate show of skill. Display of dominance.
Show
as
it
you
on the
will.
show it on the world stage, right?
Oh, but looks
yeah.
like they're going to take away the
Officially.
Paramis.
Officially,
Oh.
Fanny available.
I actually like this. The way Timor-Leste is banned is they're not given much free trades for Vietnam. If Vietnam prioritizes the glue, there's no answer. And there it is! I
Eve.
love it.
Big value Eve. Mainly because the Farsa and the Valentina, now the Faramis is also banned. This is perhaps the best mage right now, with Savior being a possible answer if you still want the artillery type of setup. But it does require a very specialized player to be good at that Savior. We've seen quite the Savior picks yesterday, but sadly did not secure a gold medal for the Philippines.
You're really gonna have to think about your mage mid lane counter here,
Oh.
or are they even planning to go for mage? I'm not sure.
If anything, it was Chini who played the final savior last night for Team Indonesia. Here we go. Timor-Leste picks up Claude. And of course, the Kadira. There's another answer.
Oh.
Timor-Leste knows. Timor-Leste is on this.
Yeah.
That's how you ruin the eve.
And now this tells us a lot. Timor-Leste is very much updated in how the draft goes, how high-level drafting goes. Not only did they follow the pattern of banning out the 1-1 and the Joy on the red side, but they've also taken account of how to counter the priority pick. And man, I'm already impressed. This says a lot about Timor-Leste.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I think they have a relative.
Oh!
Oh, it's a Vietnamese special. Oh, it's the Vietnamese
Bring out the
special.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The women's
Vietnamese.
the women's team also played a solid Minotaur the other day.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? I just have to say this. Please do not run the Petrify Killing Spree or High and Dry on the armor.
Oh, that's also a Vietnamese
because that was
special.
also a Vietnamese
Yes.
special, and it's a Vietnamese special that I personally, I would, you know what?
He
I'd
takes
say-
that personally.
I dislike.
You mean,
Please don't.
You mean Master Assassin?
No, please.
Please don't.
It's called Master Assassin.
This Arlet really is only effective in a very particular way, either tenacity or unbending will.
It's so good. Timor-Leste set up the glue. There's not much answer. Look, the Faramis is
Faramis.
out. That's right. And then you can ride on the eve.
Right on the cow too.
That's right. You can displace the Minotaur Fury.
Yeah,
That's an actual sport.
riding the cow. What's
Yeah.
what's the name of the
The
sport?
bull.
The bull riding.
Bull right.
Bull riding.
Yeah.
Are bulls cows?
Yeah.
They're
Cows are
both-
like female.
They're both bovine in nature, I guess.
What's a bull?
I
vine?
will double check.
It's like feline. It's like a species.
Are you capping?
They're both.
No,
beef.
I'm not.
No, they're both. They're
Okay.
both beef.
They're both beef, you know. But it looks like Leslie will be taken away by Timor-Leste. Now it gets interesting because usually we don't see Leslie bans ever.
Again, another very specific ban here.
Yeah. Why would you ban the unless they know something? There's so many other heroes to take out of the equation. The Beatrix, the Melissa,
Carry.
the Carrie, the Brody.
The Brodies.
Right.
Or even the Harith if you feel like it. Because at this point, I do feel like a well-placed Harith on the side of Vietnam could actually help out. Because let's not forget, Eve Harith used to be a thing.
Oh, that's correct.
Well, in the recent metagame, it is a thing.
It was it?
Yeah. Even Harith.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Eve Harith. I forgot.
just
Harith
so happened-
was brought back.
Harith is hot.
Exactly.
Harith.
Wait, can you
almost-
repeat that?
Harith is back.
Harrison.
No, you said it's
Harith
not.
is hot. Yeah.
Okay.
Almost single-handedly winning a season championship for the current MPL Philippines champions, Echo.
Yeah.
Correct.
In the hands of Benedict Gonzalez.
Yeah, Benny Cutie, one of the best gold laners in the world.
That's right.
And if not the best, since he's the reigning world champion. But look like Fanny.
Leslie
will
and
be-
Fanny.
Leslie and Fanny will
right.
be banned out by Timor-Leste. A lot of target bans are in their second rotation bans here for Timor. And now Vietnam will take out the Martis. A lot of jungle bans on their end.
I thought that again. These are very, very specific. I love the attack onto Timor-Leste's jungle pick because it's very limited. I would say, and I would say they also kind of need some setup, which not the candidate can't always provide.
Yeah.
So they need a jungler that might need that enables these setup
They
plays.
need the Baksha.
Something like the Baka,
Likely the Baksha.
the Akai maybe.
Oh, yeah. Akai's still out there.
Yeah, Akai is an option. And for XP lane, they already have the glue, but looks like they're going to go for the last
Oh!
one. I
We
like
keep-
this.
We
I like
keep
this.
forgetting.
Spicy.
This was a first pick earlier for Team Philippines, and here we now see Timor-Leste pick it up. Melissa.
Okay, Melissa.
Whoa.
Lost.
Wait. It's a Jungle Minotaur fam.
Jungle Minotaur.
It's either a
Minotaur?
Jungle Minotaur or, you know what? That's the only option. if Vietnam wins this with the Jungle Minotaur, I'm a fan.
All right.
Are you gonna make the same promise that Santi made?
What
Other caster Santi made.
What promise did Santi make?
If they win, he's gonna play it for in solo queue for a week.
A week? I'd play it for like 5 games max. You know what? I play XP lane. I'd play XP lane Minotaur for 5 games straight.
5 games.
5
All
games
right,
straight.
there you go. We got
Oh,
a
they're
deal.
gonna lock in the Lilia, which means it's a Rome Kadita.
That's right. I like the adjustment here coming from Timor-Leste.
What a fun draft.
I can expect at least maybe 1 or 2 purifies, and then you have the high uptime on the Lilia. That's exactly how you deal with an Atlas with no clear answer, since Diggy is out of the equation this time around. As well, you can threaten the Melissa. Again, the right clicks, as the kids say, or the auto attacks on the Melissa is answered by the Lilia's glooms and shadow energies. But yeah, no. Despite all this, given the draft, let's take that into consideration. Are we still standing on our predictions?
Oh my gosh.
Are we with it?
You
know
my
what?
analytical brain says yes, but I feel like I want to see Timor-Leste kind of succeed with this draft.
I wanna see Timor-Leste take it to the 30th minute mark, and then Vietnam shows them the veteran move, and then Timor-Leste wins their next game.
All right.
That's what I want to happen.
You know
Vietnam
what?
threw us a curveball.
I'm a script writer
Sorry?
like that.
Vietnam really threw us a curveball there.
Yes. You know what?
So many hands. Like, welcome to the land of dawn.
Pushing the limit here. He's
This
pushing
is
the limit.
our second best of one. Vietnam versus Timor-Leste.
Yeah.
How many heads is that?
That's a lot of heads.
Hez now in the mid lane. All right. Yandere in the gold. Again, Nart still the roamer. And of course, Joe now missing a couple letters. As the jungle Minotaur. Okay. All right. Okay. You know what? I think I'd like to adjust and maybe say Timor-Leste is on the advantage. Oh, wait! Loliet.
You know, our director just literally came in right now saying there's 7 heads.
That's definitely more than it was at M4.
That's a lot.
That's +1.
Or plus 2.
+2.
Plus 1. Plus 1.
It used to be 6. Okay. Thank you.
Every year. It's going to grow every year then.
Unless, of course, we have like the limit on the
Unless we
characters.
hit the limit.
Yeah, the young man works hard.
So
So
cool.
he's earned the extra letters.
Oh, man. Still a very silent game here. No big invades. Hopefully a lot of fights in the mid lane, though. We do have a Lilia and a Kadita as the roaming pair.
Yep.
I would say that's pretty explosive.
Oh! That was explosive. Not even a glue could sustain against it.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
Loliet had nothing to do there. Like, that's so much CC between 2 heroes at under level 4.
And I'm so happy that they're running Tenacity and Flicker. Like,
Good job. Good job.
wow.
Good job.
That is such a nice adjustment by the Vietnamese squad.
Right.
And now there's also a... I'm starting to see the reasoning, right? A lot of crowd control. Man, this Arlot's going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, man. And not just that, but also displacing a lot of the people from Timor-Leste with the final slash is something that we really can see.
What?
There goes a one-man Fatal Links just for the jungler, which actually did net Vietnam a solo take on the turtle.
I'm wondering, what was Hitokiri doing that deep?
I don't know,
What
man.
was he up to?
All it took was one fatal link, and now Feloon, Mr. DLC himself, looking for a angle, but still, they're just gonna defend that purple buff.
Oh, man. I can now, in hindsight, see the intention. Because, again, Feilun had a solid knock-up there. If it fell into position, if Timor-Leste had their way for maybe 2 seconds more, it would have been disaster. Vietnam would have been wiped out there in that turtle pit. But nope, Timor-Leste couldn't set it up, and Vietnam saw it coming.
And now we are seeing a slight gold lead build for Vietnam. A 1k gold lead just a minute before the next turtle spawns. Looking at the gold lane, it's very much all the action is away from that lane, but looks like Feloon has something to say about it.
It's actually accelerating a little bit faster than I thought it would, because normally you would want your damage dealers at a high level before you go for it. But Joe and Ngart seems to be very, very happy. Just take these fights anytime they can.
Uh-oh. Look at this.
Might
Look
be
at
a
where
bit of
Narc is.
a lot of tanky boys
Joe?
clashing at each other around this turret.
Wow.
That's very, very aggressive is the Vietnam squad here.
Big Cow Joe?
Oh, he wants it. He wants to go for it. There's a place
Oh! Fly high butterfly!
Fly high butterfly! That's exactly what happened right there. Vietnam played around that tower very smoothly.
Oh, here comes the Big Cow Joe. They're going at for it. Real world manipulation used by Hehe, but doesn't really get Feloon there. And now Hitokiri gonna try to run away. The
My
doll is not
goodness.
enough. Vietnam still on the lead. Timor-Leste yet to get their first kill of the game.
Vietnam might be pushing it a little too much here. Their tank line is actually at around half, so they might have to play it safe for the next few minutes.
No, they're fine because again, the whole Minotaur situation makes it possible for you to overextend like that. And I was just about to say, man, Feloon, kudos for again presenting the lethal combo of a mid and roamer duo that has so much burst. But here's the thing, as a roamer, you can't do the main job of getting vision and setting up a peel. But here you see how Nard is taking advantage of the whole situation. He's basically, what, 80% of the time across the river.
Yeah,
He's living inside Timor-Leste's half of the map.
And this is just the power of the Atlas, and Joe didn't even use his retribution there. Turtle secured. That's the second turtle of the game for Vietnam. As they go for Nobski, forces the black
Oh,
shoes.
wow. All right.
And the Purify.
Right on time there. A lot of high-value skills being used on the side of Timor-Leste's mid. Could open up some possibility of Vietnam going at it again.
Man, I'm just quite confused. Hitokiri finished the Cursed Helm as his first item, and we rarely see this anymore.
Complete item.
Yeah,
Yeah.
complete Cursed Helm.
Oh, Feloon,
There
can you
is.
get it?
Hey,
Mr.
Oh,
DLC.
beautiful change. Shielding from the real world saves him from Feloon.
Nobski, though,
Joe
might
not
be in
done.
trouble.
Oh man, just so much
Wow.
GC with a flicker by Hitokiri as well. And Butterfly as will be falling. Man, very aggressive is Meow here. Actually, I really like it. He's free 0-1.
Yep.
This Arlott is just having the time of his life. He knows for a fact that if Feloon is not there, there is no way that he's gonna get bursted down. You have a tank, Lancelot, a Lilia that hasn't been able to farm yet.
Yeah.
Literally nobody could kill Meow running the Tenacity emblem.
You're right. It's just Feloon who actually burst him. It's DOT for a majority of Timor-Leste's squad. And seeing how the draft was one thing and the execution is another, it looks like we have expected a little too much from Timor-Leste in their debut SEA games. Because Vietnam here, despite being a little off-kilter, showing unorthodox draft picks and execution, it's showing how different it is for you to have an established MLBB scene and when you're new to it.
At the very least, Loliet seems to be able to use the split a lot better than what we saw in the previous games.
Yes.
So-
He's doing well at keeping himself alive.
That's the very least for them, right? So, but overall, Vietnam's just on the warpath right now.
Yeah, and now Vietnam looking at a third turtle of the game, the last turtle of the game. They could potentially just wait for it to become a Lord, but looks like they're going to go for the turtle
Yeah,
instead.
they need the value here. You could have done that, and then you could have just cleared the rest of the map, taken away camps from Hitokiri. But I think it's better for the snowball if they go ahead and take this turtle. And they can bait Feloon!
There he is,
Balloon.
Meow again, very aggressive. Vengeance stuns him out. Almost caught him with the final slash, but will not be enough. Hitokiri, again, nice try to go for the steal. Will be missing out
He's
though,
gone.
and will be punished accordingly.
Man, that ultimate coming in from the Lancelot could have gotten the turtle as well, but Nobski.
Man, Vietnam's just not even breaking a sweat right now.
Back to back, Timor-Leste have spent ults to get into a situation where they cannot get out.
And that's just, I would say, unfortunate execution coming in from Timor-Leste. And I feel like they've been entering team fights uncoordinated as well. Like
Yeah.
they would go one by one, and a lot of the people in higher levels of play would call that an audition, where people just go in one
at a
after the
time.
other.
Yeah, guys, Vietnam, they're on a speed run. They want to break that record right now.
Yep.
And I think
10-27.
they can.
Yep, currently standing 10-27. Timor-Leste can play the spoiler here and deny Vietnam the pleasure.
Yeah.
But
Make
hey,
it end
look,
at 10-28.
look at this, Butterfly doing work.
Oh,
Okay, so this is one good thing Timor-Leste can do because, again, so far, Vietnam have been conditioned to say, hey, they're doing, as you said, Rockart, an audition. But what if they also audition on the map? What if they just spread themselves thin and they just try to get, objectives where they can?
Yeah.
So far, Timor-Leste is already doing better than Laos in the first series because Laos didn't get a turret, right?
Yeah, they're
Timor-Leste is pushing!
They're already working towards what they can touch, and for now it's just turrets. But the more this game goes further, let's say at around the 50k mark for both teams, they actually stand a chance in winning a team fight. But that is literally around 15 minutes from now, and Feloon might just be in trouble. Gonna
no.
swim away though.
right. Seem to be quite happy to just give these turrets, but I wonder what Timor-Leste is waiting for.
That's what they were pushing down
Oh,
bottom.
they're pushing down bottom as well. Again, it's going to be the gold lane doing the work again. Butterfly definitely getting some gold for his team here.
And now a 7K gold lead for Vietnam. And it has been, I think, spiking and going down at around 6.5 to 8, but never really more than 9 for Vietnam. Will the Lord actually make or give Vietnam that jump to 10K?
Yep, it's likely that it will make the game go up at a much faster clip. But yeah, Vietnam has to decide. They have to pull the trigger, and they have to say, you know what, we're going to get in your base, and we're trying to finish it right here.
Or is Timor-Leste going to be able to prolong that? That might just be the sole goal here.
But Feloon!
Very aggressive split right there. Feloon's on the back foot. He's looking for hehe.
Oh no!
But no, none of the above will be the target.
Oh no, he got found out at Feloon. He's... Oh! Oh! Oh!
He's making a run for it.
Run, Feloon, run!
Run, Feloon!
Run, Feloon! Oh no.
All right, he bought time.
He bought time.
But
He bought
again,
time.
despite that being for the better for Timor-Leste, you're still just sitting in a sinking ship. It bought you time, yes, but the rest of the map, Vietnam was doing something.
Yeah, Feloon he tried to hide behind the paywall, but wasn't really right there. So Lord on the top side means that Timor-Leste is gonna have to pull off a massive defense. Beautiful knock up there from Joe. And the Lord is just wailing and alive. Butterfly going down means that the clear is going to be a problem. It's all up to Domsky right now. And he's doing some work. He's clearing some minions. And somehow Timor-Leste is still alive.
Yeah, they're still trying to survive. But Feloon falls inside the real world. But 10 seconds from now, Butterfly and Hitokiri will now be up as well. So Timor-Leste, they survive another day. Basically, Vietnam then beat Philippines' record.
That's right, yep. We're about a minute past the record. So, yeah, Timor-Leste showing us something else here. And again, sad as it is, it's a reality check. Despite all of the setup, despite the hope that maybe Timor-Leste can shock the system here, so to say, and show us a brand new brand of MLBB in an already established status quo, Vietnam just comes in and says, you know what, we've been playing this game for quite a while. We've been the Mekong region's representative for a bit in the past year. This is how you play. And Timor-Leste, the best they can do is, again, hold on. You know what, we're closer to that 50K threshold than we ever were. Maybe, just maybe with this one tier 3 in mid, maybe Timor-Leste can hold on.
One tower and one chance to take it all against Vietnam. An 8.5K gold lead, 12 minutes in. They could just wait for the Luminous Lord and try to end it with that.
Will they take it or let it slip?
What?
Oh,
Look
yeah,
at this
one
angle.
chance.
Look at this angle.
Oh, look at this. Butterfly's actually quite far ahead. Where are Timor-Leste? They're behind. It's the back attack coming in. Everyone is just jumping for joy. But Minnow and Fury just not allowing any shenanigans whatsoever.
Wait, if anything, this is the best two-man combination of Timor-Leste to be alive. But no!
Oh,
No. They're going ham in that last scenario. Now Vietnam will be taking the win against Timor-Leste. What a dominant win for Vietnam as well.
So scary. That Minnow and Fury, if left unchecked, is just destructive.
Yes.
We saw that right there.
I'm sure Joe had more in stock. I'm sure if it came down to it, even in their own base, if somehow Timor-Leste forced the extended game, as you said, maybe take it 30.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Veteran move from Vietnam. That's how the script goes. They went off script.
Again, it's up to them, man.
It's up to them.
They're
yeah.
athletes.
They're
They're not
athletes.
actors.
True. And looking at how Vietnam won against Timor-Leste, it seems Vietnam has a better version of compositions that we've seen from the women's division of Vietnam as well, running the Arlet, running the Minotaur as well, but this time around with slight differences that makes a lot of impact inside the game itself.
I actually want to run that Atlas Minotaur Arlot combination, to be honest. They make it look so viable. But then again, the way that Timor-Leste played against it wasn't really the most optimal, I guess. And I just want to see more Timor-Leste games. I feel like this was not really the cap
Yeah.
that this team has right now. And definitely looking forward to other games later on.
Yeah, seems more of a like a, I wouldn't say a warm-up game, but an introduction game for Timor-Leste. It's something that takes the coldness inside their hands away and just makes it a better day for them, hopefully. Because again, the first game's in a very long day where it's almost, oh, actually it's all best of ones. The first step always matters. One matters more than the other games, but I would say what matters most is how you get up from a loss.
That's very important. Like we mentioned earlier, tempo for the first game is sets the tempo for the whole game.
You can only make a first impression once.
Really?
Have you ever tried?
No, not.
Exactly.
You're right.
That's right.
But
So,
yeah.
good news is for Timor-Leste, I'd say just at a glance, they understand how to make compositions. They understand how to make engagements, and they have pretty good coverage when it comes to lineups, drafting-wise. But where it all made a difference was execution. You'll see here the veteran Wilds of Vietnam, their prowess, because again, they have been playing as a lineup. They have been representing the Mekong region for the better part of a year now, since 2022. And you just can't beat that. You can't buy that, despite maybe everything that Timor-Leste have been doing behind the scenes to prep up for their debut here at the SEA Games grand stage. There's only so much you can do, and you'll see here in the post-game stats the way the items are built. We will see more in the stats later on in the highlights, how Timor-Leste's decision-making, how the way that they play the game, and they understand it, isn't up to par quite yet as to how Vietnam does things. Because again, just that trio that we were talking about prior to the stats, the Minotaur, the Atlas, and the Arlot, it's a good combination of what's possible in the current metagame and what actually works. Minotaur being obviously the rogue element in the current metagame, but it's used to being that. Minotaur has been a speculation for the better part of the last 6 to 9 months, but looking at the Atlas, that's actually what we're expecting, especially since last weekend's ban on Diggy. Atlas should be showing up more.
Yeah, I mean, the global ban on Diggy does affect the meta in a way where a lot of the setter tanks just appear more, such as the Kufra, the Atlas this time around. I honestly think that the Glue became more powerful too because of the global Diggy ban, mainly because now you don't have the reverse time to basically slow him down, but also the Glue could literally just go on top of anyone without the Diggy ult to think about.
We just have to repeat, every team did play around this the fact, and everyone agreed to it. So that's really something that a lot of teams actually had to think about for the past how many weeks.
Yep. And with that being said, again, the Glue here, Loliet from Team Timor-Leste, he took a lot of damage, and I think that's what his role was, his main role was for the first, I'd say going into the game. He understood that, you know what, I'm going to have to be a solid peel. I'm going to have to be able to distract Vietnam while we wait for Butterfly and Nobsky and Fei Lun to find the right executions. And for the rest of Vietnam, I think it was more of a team effort. It was more for them to be able to say, you know what, Meow is in there. He built the Arlot right. He's playing the Arlot the right way. Let's punish the fact that Timor-Leste couldn't answer the amount of CC. Even Meow alone could present. And, of course, the damage. He was on his way to a Hunter Strike, if I'm not mistaken here. And the way he picked up the tenacity and the flicker earned him the nod for being MVP in this best of
I just
one.
have to bring up that this Arlot was just enabled. Because, again, if you learn about the Arlot, it thrives in a lot of CC. Every time you have a CC available, you're gonna get dashed on for sure, and that gets damage, and that just prolongs the game for them. It gives them, the Arlot, such a big advantage.
Yeah, and the heal that you get from multiple dashes, even without the Bloodlust Axe or even without access to the Festival of Blood emblem, you get a lot of base HP. You really don't have to build a lot of physical damage to get the healing up for the side of this Arlot, and getting that Tenacity emblem paired up with a lot of tanky items such as the Thunder Spell or the Athena's Shield, even the Dominance Ice. He didn't have to finish the Hunter's Strike. All he had to do was to get the bonus armor penetration for a very low price of 580.
Yep.
Am I right? Was it 580?
Total?
About 580 total, or around 700. Wait, it's 250 plus 580. That's
you
what
go.
I remember.
Yep.
So 250 plus 580, and overall
7 something.
7-something, yeah.
730.
730 for the people watching right now.
That's cheap. That's cheap.
We're sorry, we're terrible at math, but you know, at this point, at least Meow is very good in this Arlen.
Yep, I don't know how much it costs, but I know the sound it makes when it takes a man's life. There's a knock-up from Feilun, and that's what we were playing on. Again, we understand, and I think Timor-Leste understood that that's what they were trying to go for. But as early as the 5-minute mark, he was trying desperately to catch off guard. But, you know, here you'll see how Meow really earned that. Look, he never let go!
That was good.
That's a very nice sound effect too.
Very nice sound
You know,
effect.
if MLBB did have a chat wheel, that would be your sound.
Which one?
I can't repeat that. It's a youth thing, you know.
No, I don't know what sound it was.
And
I couldn't say I agree or I don't.
I'm not sure. You only made one sound in my head, but maybe it was multiple for yours. And
Let me get that checked.
look at that. Like a lot of setup
good, man.
coming
Too
in
good.
from Vietnam. Not only did they have access to the Minoan Fury, but also the Fatal Links. They're like abusing the fact that Diggy is not available.
And did we not mention that there should at least be maybe 1 or 2 Purifies? They were so risky. They were so sure. I think Timor-Leste underestimated it. They only put 1 on Nobsky.
And Nobsky is one of the safer heroes too. The Lilia did have access to Black Shoes, in which case, if there was one person that could have gotten the Flicker instead of the Purify, it would have been the Lilia.
Yep, and then you put the Purify on the Claude.
Yeah.
And then you put the...
It was just maybe a lot of mixture of that, right? A mixture of just not being able to capitalize on what's battle spells to use. And obviously that lineup is just too good.
Yeah, man, such a great debut game here for Vietnam, showing once again the Arlet and Minotaur combo that they've been using for their women's division. But this time, few adjustments gave them their win inside third, second SEA Games.
And now with this, the first 2 best of ones, we're about to see Group B.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I think, Indonesia playing against Cambodia. So it's the home country of the 32nd SEA Games going up against one of the giants inside the MLBB scene. And let's just remind the viewers as well, the women's Indonesian division won the gold medal yesterday for I think MLBB Women's Division. But of course, we're going to head on to a short break. Once again, my name is Umi. With me is Rockhart and Leo. Don't go away for our next best of one.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-SEA representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Navaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let it go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother! Break the shackles!
Birthday!
Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the official English broadcast for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports event of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games in Cambodia. We are now in the third match for the day, and it is going to be an amazing and intense match as we bring you Indonesia versus Cambodia. I'm Midnight, and I'm joined by wonderful gentlemen here, Wolf and Rockhart, and we are going to be your casters for this match. Gents, this is Indonesia versus Cambodia. How are you feeling in this upcoming match?
This is very familiar because once again, it's Indonesia breaking the ground for the home crowd.
Exactly.
Very familiar we've seen in the in the women's tournament.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
wonder if it's gonna be the same result.
This is the true test now because we have not seen Indonesia men's division to perform in an international tournament for quite a long time now, and most particularly because their MPL ended a month or more than 3 weeks
I think,
ago.
Yeah, more than a few weeks
Yep.
before SEA Games started, and we're gonna be seeing here in our third match again, Indonesia versus Cambodia. We did see earlier the victory come out from Philippines and Vietnam in their respective matches against Laos, and Vietnam clutching out their match against TLS. And this time around, it is a familiar matchup because a lot of the fans here in our broadcast have been waiting for, I would say, one of the heavy contenders in today's games. Indonesia definitely is one of the huge favorites here versus Cambodia. And it's interesting because, they're up against the home crowd. And Indonesia is kind of like the team to look out for in this upcoming matchup. What do you think is what makes this matchup interesting for Indonesia?
Well, number one is because of the fact that Indonesia chose to go for a full combine wherein they gathered different players from different teams, and of course the roles are kind of, you don't expect them, you don't normally expect them to have the players in that specific role, and that alone is already a lot of interest in this matchup. Then when you look at Cambodia, there's a lot of development in the region as well, just because of the fact that there are imports already in this region, which kind of meant that you amplify the strength of your teams in this country, and that also translates to your product, your end product, your national team to be just as good.
Yeah, I think that's right. You did mention that they are fielding in a combine of players here from multiple teams, and I believe that's also the same with Cambodia. We're seeing names here from different franchises and different organizations, and it's interesting because we've witnessed two series now where we saw two teams that are mainly composed of what their original lineup is, and now we're going to be witnessing a match between two teams that have different players from different organizations. As we see a summary of the groups here, Group A and Group B. We haven't seen any match from Group B yet, but it is going to be the first match here for Indonesia and Cambodia, while Group A, Philippines is already sitting at the top, the defending champions, I would say, of SEA Games. The Philippines definitely making a hard case here. But again, let's go back to Group B. It's an interesting dynamic. Indonesia and Cambodia, again, different strategy, different approach. Instead of getting one team, they decided to go with a combination of players. Why do you think that is, Rockhart?
I think obviously, I know some of the coaches there. Obviously, they're very smart, right? They know what's best for their team, and I think they ran it through, right? They maybe tried to pit players from same teams against players from like an all-star team. And it just so happens that, they got the same effect. I think the same thing also happened for a team like the Philippines that we saw earlier. It just so happens that the team that they came from, it just so happened that they all came from the same team.
Yeah.
So basically it was just an experiment that was done all throughout for a long time. We've seen these drafts, these combines happen. They happened months before, right?
Yeah.
And it's been proven and tested that for specific regions, the combine system really works, even though they come from different teams.
Yeah, and now we have to discuss about this because last time we saw this, it was Philippines, back in 2019 when they won SEA Games. But after that, they decided to go with a single team composition altogether for their country. But in Indonesia is still going with a different set of players here. Now, Wolf, I'm gonna ask you this because you are the expert when it comes to coaching teams.
Okay.
Being part of said set combinations. What are the advantages with decisions like this, fielding in multiple players from different teams, because we all know that fielding in one team has certain advantages because the chemistry is already there. But of course, they see something here. Indonesia sees something here that others don't.
Fortunately, we have a proof of execution in both cases, in fact, because if you recall, 2019 Southeast Asian Games champions Philippines had a combination of players from different teams. Then we look at 2021, wherein it was an actual team, so both worked. So to answer your question, what are the pros and cons of having a combination of players? You really bring out the best when it comes to the individual players, and if you have a good facility and good coaching staff, you can really activate those superstars in your region. And you also gather a lot of support for the team, right? Imagine fielding in the best from each position, and you know that they can play well. Naturally, these competitors, you also look at how they want to gel with other teams, and all of a sudden you have a very strong team, and it worked before.
And I think Coach Zace resonates with
exactly
what you were saying. You know,
right.
He was quoted before saying that an all-star team is better than one team.
For sure.
Of course, it's a topic for debate, but I guess it is the it is the motto right now for Indonesia. But that is also true for the other side, because we have seen a lot of different players come out from that region as well. Cambodia, they have found success, as you mentioned earlier. It's a developing country, and we've seen these players in international stages like CCAT, D7. They played in M4. Although they finished at 13th and 16th place, I believe it's still respectable. It's a region that is still in the progress, but it's such a hard task right now because they're up against one of the giants here. I would say in MLBB.
Definitely not the best result, right? But like I mentioned earlier, first games like these are so critical, but because it will set the tempo for the rest of the day for these teams. Like we say here in the Philippines, we actually say whoever woke up better in that day probably has a better chance. Whoever woke up on the wrong side of the bed will probably receive the tail end of it. So that's what I'm hoping for here at the very least, right? For Cambodia, I hope they woke up in the right side of the bed. And for Indonesia, you know what? It's a very difficult team to face against, but if you have some form of luck on your side, I think Cambodia can actually eke out a win.
Yeah, that's very true. And you also, maybe, there's always that factor of when you're facing up against a team that's a combination of superstars in the region, there's even more pressure that is applied to that team. For Cambodia, there's not that much, right? I mean, there's a lot of pressure for sure, but it's not as it is from a team that's expected to win anyway. So maybe that's the way that they can approach this. Second is, this is also a test of your chemistry, because what we noticed from the Indonesian team is that since it's a combination of different players from different teams, means that they don't have as much chemistry as compared to what team Cambodia might have. Maybe the only problem is there was a big gap between Southeast Asian Games and MPL Indonesia, so they might have been able to at least fix that. But overall, maybe that is one thing that Cambodia can target.
And you know what's interesting and weird, weirdly enough, is that this is a matchup that we're supposed to have more knowledge on, but because of the combinations, because of the mixture between these two teams, like Indonesia and Cambodia, you don't really know what to expect. Like in a team itself, you don't know what to expect. Like, it's still building up, but that is also true with your enemy. Like, they don't know anything about you. They don't have any data to back up on, and I feel like it does give a advantage towards these two teams. Although I think they're at the same pedestal here, because again, both of them are rocking a different roster altogether. Do you think if you're one of these two teams, would you think that, like for example Cambodia, would you treat Indonesia as that Indonesian team?
I think yes, 100%. Just because of the fact that you already know the team, the players, and maybe the only reason I'm saying this is, despite the fact that I just said that they have the most more chemistry, it's just because of the nature. I mean, Indonesia heavily prepared for Southeast Asian Games, and I'm not talking just about like actual typical preparation. They had the so-called Selecnas, which is a national selection, maybe 4 weeks before MPL Indonesia started. and they also ended earlier on with the MPL, with the playoffs of MPL Indonesia. So whatever I just said before this might be just thrown out the window just because of the fact that, yeah, they are the team.
Yeah. Again, this is a mixture of multiple players from multiple organizations. Indonesia, for one, before they used to be the reigning champions of MLBB. They were dethroned twice now by Philippines. They're now trying to claim back their title by winning the SEA Games. Again, very hard selection process, I would say, for this country, and they are fielding in the best players that they have. We have multiple names here coming out from the squad. You have Saikot, Sans, Franz, Giboy, Albert. Again, very very famous people, and very very, I would say, players that have so many achievements.
Yeah.
Accomplished.
If I'm not yeah, alright. So if I'm not mistaken, that was Dreams instead of Keyboy, which we know for sure is interesting. Well, the thing is, they have three roamers, Dreams and Vin.
Yeah. So this is the Cambodian counterparts and representatives of their country. Again, they have found success quite some recent tournaments, and this is really interesting because again they're also running the same approach here with fielding in multiple players from different organizations. ADM, TCAT, D7. They have international experience, while Detective and Singh will be, I believe, this is their first international tournament as well.
Yeah, looking really good right now is definitely the Indonesian squad. Although, the first thing that popped into my mind when they first walked out is, man, these guys they rear at each other's throats just a few months ago.
Yeah.
That's so interesting to note. And I wonder if all of that animosity can be channeled towards something that's productive and to become one of the strongest teams in the region and maybe the world.
Oh, that's a good point, because these teams with this male division, these players know each other. They have been able to play against each other. They also have a lot of international experience. And of course, the coaches coming out of the podium. We have Coach Zace here, the guy that we quoted earlier, saying that an all-star team is better than a one team. So I guess it is up for debate still at this point, but these two teams are set on proving that right.
Yeah, it's gonna be 3 days for we're gonna be spending 3 days, to determine whether or not that is gonna be true, because so far the score is 1-1, right? Because we saw like Philippines in 2019, it was a competition. Philippines in 2021 is it's a complete team, right? But now, one thing to note about Team Cambodia is that they are very famous. Number one, they are definitely famous in their in the region, and it is a combination of the top 1 team versus the top 2 team. Right, so 3 members from Burnex Flash, the eventual champions of the MPL Cambodia, going up against the second placers, and you can see all of the players are now. So I'm not gonna pretend that I know who they are, but what I am sure of is that this is a combination of Burnex Splash players
and CFU.
And that's right.
Yeah, we're very familiar with the IGNs.
Yeah, but not the
surnames. Yeah.
I wish we could actually meet them more in person.
Oh yeah,
that's the dream. If we knew them in person and we asked them like their full name and they could talk to us, maybe we'd remember better.
More international exposure, I guess.
More international exposure. We really want to bring them here. For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a pretty big, solid Indonesia first pick. That's interesting.
Getting right into game specifics now. Indonesia gets first pick, and that means they will get first pick priority on their side, meaning they will also play blue team. And Cambodia, I guess, with their recent matches, they have favored second picks, especially with Burnex Flash, but Indonesia does get their infamously favored first pick, and I believe that also gives an advantage to Coach Zace, because he will be able to utilize a lot of the first pick priority, especially in their countries like the Melissas, even the Lapu-Lapus, and there's a lot of things to definitely expect coming up to this matchup. But I'm gonna ask you, what are the most important things that can come out from both Cambodia and Indonesia?
No, for Indonesia, most particularly Assassins, because Jungle Albert is going to be playing for their team, and I think that they want to really surprise their opponents with this kind of playstyle. Cambodia likes to play around the marksman, so I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how they fare up against Brands and what will be the choices. So I think Melissa and Beatrix will be the top two commodities when it comes to the gold lane.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting is that whenever I see Indonesia, it's still weird to see both Albert and Sans playing in the same team. Although we have seen this before, Sans was relegated to position 4. Now they are still playing with both Albert and Sans. You know, the Gila Sans, as the Indonesian fans call him. There's a lot of there's a lot of at stake here for these players because they have been part of competitive MLBB in their country for quite some time now. And for Indonesia, I guess they are the newcomers here. Do you think it plays a part in this upcoming matchup, Rockart? Like Cambodia being the newcomer against Indonesia.
It's actually quite massive, right? Aside from the fact that, although I have a lot of faith in Zace, but I don't know if he's able to get every game that these guys have been playing around for a long time. Although Indonesia honestly feels like a scarier team compared to before, just because right now I feel like they're all united. Even though they're all from different teams, I feel like they're all united against their mortal enemy, which is on the other side of the bracket. Yeah. And that's something that I'm sure is in the back of the minds of these players right now.
It's like their eyes are set at a different goal.
Imagine all of that power, all of that skill behind a united front. As a united front, it's just so scary for me.
Yeah, and it's it's a very interesting match because it is still Indonesia trying to get that title back from a different country, but there is also a story that is evolving right now that other regions are starting to catch up. It's no longer just Philippines and Indonesia before. Like we've seen other countries rise up, especially in the recently concluded M4. We have a lot of teams that came forward and brought I would say a disruption into the competitive balance of MLBB. But we cannot deny the fact that Indonesia is still one of the bigger counterparts in the competitive space, and it's all because of these these players. You have Brands, you have Sans, you have Albert. But I want to highlight players like ADM, CCAT, D7. Yeah. Again, these are newcomers like we've talked about before. They have found some success of their own. They are the recent champions of their MPL, and I feel like it is a story that we can witness in this in the SEA Games, because we never know, there might be some upsets here and there. We have seen it a couple of times in the past, like M3. Indonesia was surprised by different regions, and for Cambodia, again, it's a huge task. It's a huge challenge to be facing against Indonesia. What are the things that you think are important or crucial for them to be able to at least be able to match up against Indonesia?
First, they already have a massive investment when it comes to their player base, because they combine two teams together. But they also have a massive investment when it comes to their coaching staff. Interestingly, I say that because there is a Filipino who's actually coaching the team, right? So what else can they muster against their opponents? Unfortunately, surprise. The factor of surprise might not be in play for Cambodia, because they did play a lot during their MPL, in their qualifiers as well. So kind of know what it is there for Cambodia.
And that's
so
pretty recent. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I just don't remember that.
Exactly. So it kind of means that you might not have enough when it comes to like your pocket stretch, unless of course there's something that happened between the qualifier of Cambodia, the MPL in Cambodia into the Southeast Asian Games. Apart from that, what they need to do right now is to just make sure that they know their comfort play style, rally behind this home crowd that they have, because those are the only things that they can actually utilize going up against a team like Indonesia.
You know what, to add to that, it's actually super interesting, because if you look at the medal tally right now for the SEA Games overall, it's actually quite Cambodia. It's quite a big advantage for Cambodia.
Yeah.
A lot of their players are really rallying towards that nationalistic spirit, knowing they're on home soil. They feel more confident, and they definitely perform a lot better.
Yeah, and that's why you see a lot of respect and support coming out from the home crowd, the home fans of Cambodia, definitely a scene that we are witnessing here. The rise, I would say, of Cambodian MLBB. But again, it is a huge challenge right now that they are in front of Indonesia. Now that you mentioned pocket picks, let's get down to game specifics. And I know you love this Wolf and Rock card. What are the heroes to look out for both sides?
Well, first of all, I wonder if the Kaja is going to be a big coin toss, because in the previous days, again, we did not really feel that Kaja being banned out at all, and it did get picked out, but specifically by Filipino teams and Indonesian teams as well.
Speaking of Filipino teams, you mentioned this Wolf. Cambodia has a Filipino coach. Do you think that plays a big factor against Indonesia?
No, 100%. I mean,
Talking about pocket picks, I think this is the pocket pick of Cambodia.
yeah, the pocket pick is the coach, right? Yeah. So how does it play out versus Indonesia? And I can say this. I can say that this could be applicable to any team that Cambodia will be facing, especially because they are actually in Group B, which is the contention is the contest, the competition is just so high.
It's a stacked group.
A stacked group. All right. So what are the advantages of having a Filipino coach? Number one, you have a lot of the approach is different, totally different. I heard, and I know this to be true, right? The discipline of and the approach of Filipino coaches are far from the approach and the discipline of Indonesian coaches. And I can prove this, right? Even when this should be this is the English broadcast, but I'm gonna say it as if it's because I saw it like in action. Indonesia teams are more player centric than coach centric when it comes to the decision making.
It's like they have a bigger pool of mechanical players, but when it comes to coaching staff, they're quite short. It's like
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is
Okay.
when it comes to the overall decision making of a team in a game,
I
in
see.
draft.
All
Hey,
right.
we've seen.
All right, let's not go there midnight.
I mean, we've seen the country import a lot of foreign coaches, especially Filipino coaches.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it's it's an existing dilemma.
It is a
that
dilemma.
they need more people that can discipline this player-centric mentality.
It's not really just about, surely you can say that. Yeah, surely when it comes to discipline, it's not just that. It's really about decision making, right? There will be points in a game, in a draft, for example, or in between games, that the decisions will be relying on the players or the coaches. Who will get the last say? And in Indonesia, more than it happens more often than not that it will be the players who will have the last say. As compared to
I
the
see.
Philippines, where it's absolutely a collaboration within coaches, but more coach-centric. So, like I said, it's the decision-making that's different inside of Indonesia overall, right? Before the game, like during the training sessions, it really is player-centric. You want to elevate the players more than the minds of the coach, right? And we cannot say if that's good or bad.
That's a good
Yeah,
point.
because it has had different results as well. Bren Esports, a team from the Philippines, also basically our representatives, also kind of lean towards that player-centric mindset at certain moments. And it all depends on the moods, right? So they've had some varying results with that as well. So it all comes, I guess, when you think about it, at the end of the day, it all boils down to the collective mindset of that organization, right? On what their call is going to be on that day and how they're going to approach the draft, and maybe depending on who they're facing.
And I think that's an open secret because, again, we have seen a lot of regions try to import Filipino coaches, try to embrace more of this mentality of the Filipinos, wherein the coaches really have the final say to regulate the team. And I feel like that also affects a lot of things, like the health of the players, their discipline, their mentality, and of course in-game stuff. Like what do we do about players that have different ideas when it comes to picking heroes? In the Philippines, coaches usually have the final say, and I think that plays a big factor as to the synergy of the entire lineup and the entire team. It's not just the 5 players that you're seeing play the game. It also encapsulate. I was gonna think of
Incapacity.
I was thinking of a different term.
Yeah.
It also encapsulates the decision of the coaches, and maybe that's why seeing Filipino teams, they're more as one
That's
compared to
Yeah.
other regions.
that's Brigida from
Yeah, from wow.
from the
From the Filipino
MMDL
broadcast.
Philippines,
Oh, I'm
right?
very glad the Indonesian sniper is at least with us today to
Yeah.
allow us to see stuff like that.
Yep. Oh, by the way, the woman in the background showed a picture of White Knight, which, by the way, it's interesting to talk about White Knight, right? Because he was so instrumental in MSC 2021
Yeah.
for the Cambodian team, and now, I think that that after quite some time,
It's been a while, yeah.
he actually rested, right?
Yeah.
So we were so excited about him because he was one of the iconic players of MSC 2021, made a lot of noise as well. And then he stopped from playing, he rested. I heard that the info is this is the first tournament that he will be back for, and it was part of Cambodia. He is not deployed yet, though. White Knight, I think that we can, if we see White Knight, you'll recognize him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very iconic,
Very
just
recognizable,
because of
Very recognizable player.
but and I'm only saying this because I was really impressed on what he did in MSC of 2021, representing Cambodia, and he was so good at jungling. But maybe this probably is not a time, and you can see the Cambodian crowd already up with their morale boost.
Yeah.
Ah, that's
Yeah,
an
this is,
interesting way to do it.
This Coach Zen of Team Cambodia used to be and I think still part of Logic Esports if I'm not mistaken. And it's again he is a Filipino coach. It will play a big part into Cambodia's campaign against Indonesia. Now
Yeah.
going back
You know
to
what?
game technicals, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
I was thinking about that. Right? I've been thinking about that before the game started. So does that mean that some of the Filipino ways of the game are gonna bleed out for Cambodia's side? That's what I keep
Interesting.
wondering. Are the what do you call those? The things that you do, the rituals. Are the pre-game ritual? Will we
Yeah.
see any of those?
Well, there's so many Filipino rituals that we've seen from different teams, and I don't think some of them are suitable for broadcast.
Yes.
Because we're promoting healthy gaming here for everyone, and yeah, I think it will affect the overall ritual of Team Cambodia here. But again, going back to game technicals here, you've mentioned Kaja earlier. It is a very hot commodity for Team Indonesia when they play their playoffs in their recent MPL. Although with Cambodia, we've seen fairly similar meta heroes as well come out from these teams. But what do you think is the I would say the main ingredient for Cambodia here to be able to win against Indonesia?
Okay, so when we're talking about the fundamentals of the game, I believe it will be somewhere along the lines of a Farce or Neve. Nuke mages, right? Why? It's Brance's main weakness, and I think that well, actually, that's not the weakness of Brance. I mean, maybe fundamentally speaking, the heroes that Brance is excel on will be countered by these kind of heroes, right? So I'm not saying that Brance is weak against those kind of heroes. It actually is good when he's trying to outplay those kind of heroes. But generally speaking, like fundamentally, compositions that will have nuke mages in a way to kind of close the gap, aka anti-marksman kind of comps.
Yeah.
Should be the approach here for Cambodia, because when you field a team like this, you can we already have graduated from the fact that Albert this is an Albert's team. This is not Albert's team. This is a Brand's team, actually.
Albert and friends. Yeah, we've seen Albert and friends before.
It used to be that,
Yeah.
right? It should be Albert and friends. Back in the last SEA Games, it was it was definitely Albert and friends because Sin was already read through by the opponents, and it was Albert's team. Now it's a Brand's led team.
I'm gonna +1 on that one just because I have seen the teams in Indonesia literally play around brands. As in they will completely change who is on mid, who is on gold,
Yeah.
just to accommodate the gameplay that brands can output. And I have to +1 on what Wolf said. That's going to be the main focus. That should be the main focus of Cambodia here if they want a chance to take it away from Indonesia.
Actually, you know what? Like, looking at the lineup of Indonesia, there has been multiple player plus friends here. Like, Sans used to be also Sans plus friends. And then Brands plus friends. And then you also have Albert plus friends. Now they're playing with each other.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
How do you
yeah?
gel that if you're the coach? Like, imagine you're Coach Zace. Like, for 1 second, imagine you're Coach Zace. How do you gel all these superstars in a single team?
I feel like it would have been a big challenge for Zace. Zace, I'm not envious of the position he is in right now because obviously, aside from their gameplay, these people have like big personalities. And I wonder how he controlled that and made it into a team worthy of Indonesia's nationalistic pride.
Yeah. I'd say if you're Zace, we know that Zace is very strong personality, right? But I think that as a coach, now more than ever, you have to be at your strongest because this is a combination of superstars from many teams and we're not just talking about superstars. These are like big personality superstars, like
Very, very big.
Brands as well as Albert alone. I can't imagine how you are gonna control them, especially because they have been leading their squad for quite a long time. So how do you gel them together, right? So surely it was a long process. They prepared and trained hard for this. If you're Zace, you should be in your state where this is your strongest personality yet.
Yeah. I like the fact that we're putting so much emphasis on the actual pressure that is on the side of Indonesia. Because before we started this panel, it's like Cambodia. You're up against a very, very big country. But now you start seeing that the actual pressure is on Indonesia. Why? Whoops mentioned already that as SEA Games has actually developed, Farsa and Eve has been the meta on the support role. It's fundamentally speaking, up against Brands, a very marksman-centric player, and it's already a hard matchup to deal with. Now you also have to deal with such big personalities. You have to balance it out. Although this is a best of one, so you don't have to, you don't have to control your players even if you lose. But imagine the pressure of fielding in this roster, being able to, hold Albert, Sans, and Brands all together, while also managing other players, because this roster is fully stacked. I would say this is the most stacked roster out of all the delegates.
And with the audience, obviously, all of that pride coming over from the other side, that just makes it more reliant on skill, right? Indonesia has to bring all of these factors together, and their skill must be greater than all of the non-tangibles in this game if they want to succeed.
They put so much into this, Indonesia. Remember, they cut down their own MPL to 6 weeks to prepare for SEA Games. And now they are in the first match against Cambodia, and we're heading into the draft. Finally, we start seeing the, I would say, the David versus Goliath matchup between Indonesia and Cambodia. And Indonesia gets first pick.
Yep. I wonder what they will be prioritizing, right? Because we saw that at least in the women's division, there's a lot of emphasis on Eve and Farsa. And just a few days before that, it was in the MPL Philippines playoffs wherein that is definitely the case. And knowing that this is, Sans is still part of the squad. And the thing with Sans is that he can actually play almost anything, right? So he's not the kind of mid laner that is just assassin-based mid laner or just a nuke mage-based kind of mid laner. He can actually play a lot. So they're probably in Indonesia, they will deprioritize Sans just because of the fact that he can play almost anything.
Yeah, aside from the mid lane matchup that we have been talking about for the far side and Eve, you've also mentioned that earlier you said that Cambodia mostly revolves their playstyle around gold, especially with the country's resurgence, I would say, with their own gold laners. How do you think that fares up against Brands on the side of Indonesia?
1v1, it's not ideal. I think you really want to rethink that. The only time wherein you want to go 1v1 against Indo in the gold lane is if you win the matchup. Maybe if you get the 1-1, but instead, it's gonna be Estes that's banned out by Indonesia.
This is real, guys. This is real. Indonesia first bans Estes versus Cambodia.
Estes phobia.
So interesting.
Estes phobia.
Yep.
It's a recurring theme. Whenever Indonesia is playing, they have this hate against the Estes because I would say the past And they're also set again. You've said this earlier, Rockhart. They have their eyes set on a different target, and I feel like they have prepared heavily for that.
Yeah,
Even
absolutely.
it leads out to this matchup.
It is bleeding through the matchup, which is so interesting. Normally, picks or bans like the Estes are very, very specific to certain teams, and somehow with it being in the Indonesia side, I'm wondering what's going to be the focus on the other side now. And if I was Cambodia, maybe just ban out 5 marksmen. That sounds like a viable pick. Then pick one up as well on the first rotation.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Maybe open Arlot and Joy, 2 heroes that can be okay against marksmen. So yeah, I don't think that there will be 5 marksman bans because it's really not the way to go. But yeah,
Kaja.
open Arlot as well as Joy in this matchup.
So 1 for 1, both of you. Kaja and Eve is removed. Let's see if we're gonna be seeing more marksman ban come out from Cambodia. But Indonesia, they have 3rd ban. There's still, like Wolf has mentioned, there is still the Joy, there's still the Arlot, and also the very popular Frederick.
Honestly, way too many picks are open right now, right? I mean, the Fanny is open as well. Joy, I definitely will be banned out.
2 for 1.
All right.
Wolf is on a roll.
So I wonder if Cambodia is gonna leave the Fanny open. I
Oh, that's
don't know
right.
what's gonna happen?
No, because this is different right now. At this point, in MLBB men's division, we know that a hero like a Fanny is a top priority.
Yeah, especially against specific teams like the Philippines. Now you remove the Arlot.
You go.
Fanny is open, as you guys have mentioned.
Yep.
Wolf's 3 for 1, by the way.
But you know, I think that Valentina might be the priority for Indonesia, just because Mr. Gilang himself is so good at it.
Yeah, Gila Sons.
Yep.
These crazy sons for
Faramis can also be a good pick.
Oh,
It's a
Frederick.
Freddy
Okay.
pick. Okay.
A very popular Fred and first pick for Team Indonesia. Now, Cambodia, what do you answer up against this Frederick?
So many things. All right, so you have the Farsa, and you can also get the Melissa, which is the benefit you get from Melissa is that you take it away from Indonesia. And it's also a hero that Cambodia likes to pick up. And generally speaking, you're okay dealing with the Fredden in that regard. So I'm thinking, yeah, Farsa and Melissa as your answers to this comp from Indonesia.
Already getting to that territory of the Farsa, plus removing some of the marksmen with getting the Melissa here for Cambodia. And if that's the case, there's limited answers that can come out from Indonesia, especially without the Eve.
Yeah.
That's gonna hurt the support role. But again, as you mentioned, Sans has been able to play a lot of heroes, a plethora of heroes. But they go for the glue and Faramis.
Just making sure that you don't get countered. That's pretty good.
That's actually super duper good answer.
Also
for
support role.
Cambodia. Yep. And we know that Indonesia, maybe typically what you answer with this is the Valentina, which Mr. Gilang can play himself, and perhaps somewhere along the lines of a Claude. But I don't mind if Indonesia will just go back to their typical hero on the marksman, particularly on how, knowing that brands can play it so well. The Melissa, right? It still is open up.
Yeah, it was a top priority.
I love that.
Their lineup. Oh, they go Farsa instead. And then they bring up the Franco of Indonesia.
Dream special.
Yeah,
to
Dreams and Vin.
Dream special.
Dreams and Vin.
Exactly. And now, so what do you pick up if you're Cambodia? Want a way to cancel 2 heroes here? I'll not be surprised if something along the lines of Atlas will be picked up and a Grok actually. The benefit that you get from the Grok is that you already have a way to cancel the Farsa ultimate. You have a wall charge to also cancel the Franco ultimate, and you kind of make it so that you have a flex pick because it's not granted that you pick that up in the roam roll.
Oh, that's a Lance.
Oh, they go Lance instead for Cambodia. Now, both of these two teams don't have marksman yet, but Cambodia does get first pick on second phase. So it is a possibility that we might see some marksman bans coming out from Cambodia, as Rauhard has mentioned earlier. But I'm surprised that they picked up this Lance as early as this.
Wow. All right. I don't know if Brands and the rest of the squad are used to this, but he's not getting targeted at all in the draft.
Just the one. Maybe Brands is feeling it right now. He might be feeling the energy. He's like, maybe, coach, I'm getting all my heroes. Like Melissa is open, Claude is open, and there's so many options available for Indonesia on the gold lane. However, Cambodia is thinking that they haven't picked their jungler yet
Yeah.
for Indonesia.
But then again, the Claude is. You see Claude, right? It's great versus Faramis, great versus Glue.
Yeah.
Basic duet. Cleans
Yeah.
out, cleans the house.
I think you ban it out for Cambodia.
Yeah, it's super fun because remember MPL Indonesia, it's always banned out against
Exactly.
That's true. That's true.
Oh my god, why is it open? It's so cool.
They
Banned it out?
they want to go for the Beatrix or carry gold lane. I'm thinking for Indonesia because you wanna get a -1 with the Franco with the Farsa.
Maybe Brandt is saying that I have so many heroes, I have too much
That's
options.
also
let's
true.
let's remove some of them so that Cambodia does not get the heavy favorites.
This
They do
doesn't
have-
feel right. Yeah.
They do have the Franco, so I think Wolf is right in the regards of saying the Beatrix is an option for them because it is a heavy burst composition, especially with the feathered airstrike. There's so much utility on the side of Indonesia, while Cambodia, you're quite limited to either picking up the Beatrix yourselves or getting your gold lane last pick, so you have better gold lane matchup.
Yeah. I can't imagine them.
Some stitches?
There's the Melissa ban. I can't imagine them picking up the carry, although it's a valid choice versus Fredrin. Overall, though, you want to get the Beatrix instead because you want to get out of the zone, right? Because although the Farsa will be an answer to the Beatrix, you can kind of outplay it, especially with the Faramis that's available for Cambodia. You want to play fast if you're Cambodia in this game.
Yeah, there's saves coming out from the Cold Altar, so Cambodia definitely has a tool to deal with the Farsa. But what if Indonesia bans Beatrix themselves? It's an interesting proposition.
That's true.
If they decide to ban the Beatrix themselves, then it may be a fight between a carry plus Brody?
Yeah.
I haven't seen so much Brody come out from Indonesia. Oh, Lolita ban.
Alright.
So this does tell you something, right?
Yeah.
That's the signal.
They want a Beatrix, and I think they last pick Lapu-Lapu. This time, Cambodia, I'm only thinking Brody, actually. Brody or Beatrix as their last resorts. There's an option for an Atlas, by the way, which wasn't banned out. Still is pretty good for Cambodia.
Yeah, huge counters against the Franco.
Yeah.
I would love the Beatrix deny pick. There you go.
Beatrix,
That's a
Beatrix.
deny pick right there.
3 for 2.
Yep. So you go Lapu-Lapu here if you're Indonesia. It's just perfect, right? Versus the Faramis, versus the Beatrix, Lapu-Lapu, and then you stick the friend in the jungle.
Yeah.
Then get somewhere along the lines of a Brody. And what else is there? Yeah, Brody is or Moscow.
Worst case is Iritel, bro.
Iritel.
That's the worst case.
Maybe.
It's a little throwback to the MPL playoffs of Indonesia. But yeah, it is it is an interesting Lapu-Lapu and Brody pick that can come out from Indonesia.
Yeah. France though. Oh, France picks up the Harith.
Oh,
Might be
against Glue, yeah, that's nice.
an option.
Glue
So
knocks.
Harith Lapu, maybe.
They go Yuzong.
That's the usual.
Oh yeah,
Another Indonesian
Psycho
special.
I've been waiting for too
Okay.
long.
And they go
There's a
carry.
carry.
Little underwhelming.
You know, yeah, it's very underwhelming when it comes to the last two picks, but it's their signature picks anyways.
Yeah.
I think Atlas is still good for Cambodia.
I'm worried that they don't have the the early game tools to deal with this promise. They don't have that potency in the burst damage. Although you have Franco and Parsa.
Yeah.
But do you think that's enough?
In a normal game it will not be enough, I would say. But if you probably rely on your mastery over anything else and what if Dreams just lands great hooks, right? That's something that we cannot measure.
The player factor.
Yep, the player factor, the superstar trigger. So I think that in normal cases this will be bad. We'll see. Cambodia. Atlas is just so good at trigger.
Oh, they go Grok.
Which also we talked about
Yeah,
earlier.
you mentioned it earlier. So you're 4 for 2 now.
And now it just looks really good, at least for Indonesia, except for that last pick maybe. Because normally players don't pick carry into lineups that have a Faramis on it and the glue on it. So
100%.
So do you think this hurts the chances of Indonesia? Because you mentioned that there's also superstar triggers here on the side of Indonesia. Like, how do you think the matchup would fare between these two teams?
Yeah, I have to rely on. I'm just saying this just because of the draft. I would say that it would be easier to play in the side of Team Cambodia here. I think that their win condition is more achievable early game because of the fact that the carry might be pummeled by the composition of Cambodia if they play fast, if they play. If they keep with their tempo, they will get the W here.
How about your rock hard?
yeah, I just like the the signature esports when you're on serious mode.
Of course.
It really did bleed through, like I
Yeah.
told you, those game rituals, and I like their chances because of that.
All right, it is the Superstar Triggers versus a more potent lineup on the side of Cambodia. Indonesia still is the favorite team here to win this match. And remember, this is best of one, so anything can happen in this matchup between Indonesia and Cambodia. The first match of Group B. We'll be witnessing who wins in this game. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Just kidding. Welcome back to the welcome back to Cambodia.
I was gonna ask. Land of Dawn looks very familiar.
Very familiar. You know, the faces of these players, we are still seeing them. A lot of course, things needed to be done, and we need to make sure that these players are playing at the best environment, best settings, best
Yes.
whatever.
Aside from showing obviously good skills, you also have to uphold the highest level of game integrity.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Here in the SEA Games 2023. So that's why you will see a lot of long pauses. We have to make sure that the environment is 100% before we go.
Remove the outside factors, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, now just going back to that game, I kind of remember that. Yeah, it is true that they kind of relied on their signature picks. Can fairly remember that when Brands played in the first round of the playoffs of MPL Indonesia, and I was getting responses from different players that is playing in that region as well, like because there are Filipinos as well. So I have friends with Marky, for example. He said that Brands has been so instrumental in the team, and that Carry, despite we saw that the way he plays Melissa, Harith, they're good, right? They're quote-unquote signature picks. But Marky mentioned that there is something special about the carry plays of Brands. And that might be the reason why they picked it up last. And that's also true with Yu Zhong. Surely Lapu-Lapu would have been perfect, right? It's a great answer to the Fermis, to the Beatrix. And in a way, it can lane against the glue. Yu Zhong, arguable, going up against the glue, right? Maybe if you're super duper good, you can outplay that. Or maybe if you get help. Generally speaking, the glue will actually win that lane. But it's still Psychots. His personal favorite. So I'm thinking that the idea here for Zace is that game number one, I'm going to let you have what your signature hero is.
Play to your strengths, basically. Yeah. And we did see a lot of these heroes that are being utilized on the side of Indonesia really just pop off in their respective teams. And again, as I mentioned, there is that special flavor when Brands is holding the carry, especially through the late game. And of course, that might come into factor here. But there also the factor of being denied the opportunity to play the Beatrix.
That's true.
Because
That was
Cambodia
massive.
did deny Beatrix away from Indonesia. But Coach Jace might have felt like it was a possible trade. Like we could give out the Beatrix at that point because we still had the carry on Bronze Pocket. So there is that level of flexibility and the huge pull on the side of the Indonesian counterparts. And I feel like Cambodia, they did have the best, I would say, sequence against this lineup of Indonesia, but you also have to play into the into the comfort of these players, because again, as was mentioned, a lot of these heroes that are picked on the side of Indonesia are in the pool.
Yeah,
it's not like they are forced to play something that they haven't played before.
I actually see that happening, right? Because the way that the Indonesia team has drafted, it's like I don't care if there is a losing lane. We have a very specific win condition. We will make sacrifices that are necessary if we want to get that W. That's what I felt when the draft was happening. It's like, all right, the answers for Indonesia's answers for the Cambodian picks aren't really like the 100% best. But they're not building towards like winning the lane specifically. They're building towards relying on their players to win the lane based on skill, not on draft.
Maybe that was the reason why they picked up Psychots Yuzong.
Yeah.
It was instrumental to the success of their previous campaign against Philippines. Like Psychots was praised heavily by a lot of people, a lot of personalities, the casters, even amongst pro players. His Yuzong is something special. So Indonesia does have this win condition that you're talking about come the mid game. That's why we said, like, the carry, a little bit underwhelming because it doesn't really play into the lineup of what Indonesia is meant to do. But hey, Wolpa said that it is something of special to Brands himself.
Yep. Some other gold laners claim that it is definitely special. All you need to do is to let him farm. Just allow him to farm, get the double lane, push the turrets. Come mid game, we're gonna be good, and that's the superstar trigger that we're talking about.
Okay. Starting it off with a first blood hook coming out from Rahmad. And Indonesia gets the first score on the board.
And that's the earliest TP that I've ever seen in in a game so far in the SEA games. So we're gonna find out in this matchup, right, what is so special about Jabran's carry, and apparently it is the positional movements that Rahmad is doing on the Franco.
Did you see that fake? Utilizing the second skill so that at least the animation, specifically that skin, you would think there would be a second where you're gonna try to dodge it just because of how it looks.
The animation, right?
It's just the animation of this particular skin.
Oh my, Rahmad. And we have to confirm that this is Dreams playing.
It is Dreams.
Rahmad on the Franco special. Lancer though.
That's right. Rahmad again will be quite low. Odom trying to go for the chase. And Nam can actually get that. Canavan rather. Although, again, really quickly answered by Indonesia.
Yeah, that's a big sword being landed out by the Fredrin. And Gul, 2v1 on the top lane in front of the turtle. Cambodia, again, they lose another hero against Indonesia.
And that's out of nowhere, right? That shouldn't usually happen.
Yep.
But it is. Again, that through pure skills.
Oh!
Boom, boom's happening all over the map right now. The camera can't keep up. And right now, Nem Chandavan having a hard time moving around because of that Yuzhong.
My goodness.
Good movement here coming in from the Indonesian squad. This is so fast.
Talk about superstar triggers, Wolf.
Yeah, everybody's just playing so good. You can see that even Rizky on the signature Yuzhong jumping in, catching out Chandavan, the jungler of Cambodia. The stun connects, and then the chains were already there. Fortunately for Cambodia, they're getting the kills, right? So at bottom lane, you can see that there will be one kill for the Beatrix. Unfortunate that he was traded off afterwards, but this is at least one of the silver linings for Cambodia. Yet again, they are trailing behind 2.2 thousand gold at 3 minutes, which is... It's almost criminal at this point.
Yeah, it's almost criminal.
No!
Oh, no!
Lethal Wanderer!
Let me remove the word almost. This is criminal from Indonesia. Mind you, even before that, I saw Jabran a full level ahead over the Beatrix.
Grand Theft Lito. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
It hurts. It hurts to watch, but...
You understand why the Lancer will do that, right?
Yes.
Because there's some
Tick
damage
damage.
over time. There's tick damage from a jungler, and you know that you'll get it, but that is very long range hook that you will not expect at all.
That's why his name is Dreams, man.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah,
making
he can
the
make
dreams
dreams
happen.
happen. Yeah.
If that power of nature was not was cancelled, would have been hooked there by the Franco. Predator strike being used by Gilang against Sokroth, already using the cult altar. Wild charge is well committed by the Grok.
Wow, they are very welcome in fighting towards that cult altar. Look at Nielsen, man.
Yeah.
He just stood against those free people and knowing full well what his team can do.
It's a wall. It's a huge wall for Indonesia here. The Fredrin soaking up so much damage for Indonesia. Gold lane, however, being ganked by the Fredrin.
By the way, let Jabran cook is the idea. Oh, again, coming up from Indonesia, they're giving 2 lanes to the carry, which means that he's going to be very scary come the mid game.
Maximum gold intake for the gold
Kosal.
laner of Indonesia right now. Again, Kosal Bisset trying to see if he can get some damage onto Nielsen. He is locked in.
Oh, it did not hit.
But another lock-in is happening here is, of course, the suppress coming in from the
my
Franco.
goodness.
And here's Risky with a Yuzhong, just non-stop demolition crew here from the back line of Indonesia. Kosal Bisset, no more split means he will go down eventually to the power of the Indonesian squad.
Cambodia crumbling to the immense pressure of Indonesia. Like, they started the turtle right, strategically speaking. But what went wrong there, Wolf?
They were caught off because of that hook coming out from Rahmad that landed on the most perfect target, which was the jungler, the Lancer of Cambodia. Then, because of the fact that the Yuzhong ultimate was there, after the bloody hunt, chain stuns were there, damage was there, no waking up from the Lancelot of Cambodia.
Oh my goodness, look at Nielsen just removing the resource away from the Lancelot, taking away
It's
from Cambodia.
It's actually double trouble right now because Indonesia's gold laner has been getting so many towers and waves,
Jabran.
while the gold laner of Cambodia was actually being killed non-stop. That's like her third kill.
And this is the dream, right? Like, you play the carry, you utilize so much space being provided by Indonesia. Like, Nielsen is providing the outer space here for the carry.
Maximum space. Oh my goodness.
He's getting the universe.
Yeah, essentially. 4.7k, not just the outer space, but the entirety of the universe. 1,400 gold.
Quick maths.
Yeah,
That's like a whole
lot.
item.
That's almost an item. That's right. And you see, Indonesia, 5,000 gold lead at 6 minutes. You know that the superstar triggers will happen, right? But not like this.
Yeah.
They're so much dominant.
And look at Rahma just protecting Jabran here on the carry, making sure that he's able to get a lot out of the map without being pressured of being caught off guard, because it's actually the other way around. Like Indonesia, with this carry, they're also threatening a kill with the Franco.
Hey, you saw that attempt coming out from the Franco from Dreams. He saw that there was the first kill from the glue, and what you do is that you typically jump there, right?
Yeah.
And he kind of predicted that, but he was a little bit advanced. But
Yeah,
the idea
preemptive
was
caster.
there. My God.
Just the mindset, you know, these the players. And did the Lancelot get a purple? I think it was still Nielsen getting the resource from Cambodia.
All
A
right.
hard game for Shandavan.
So I don't know what the goal is here for Cambodia, but 100% sure
Oh
is
my
they are going to be dove
goodness.
in here on the bottom side. They're definitely looking better than they were in the past few minutes. Jabran
Fredrin?
having the problem there on the glue. But Nielsen and the rest of the Indonesian squad are just having to play around it.
Oh, they kind of been looking for the glue.
Where's the glue? Where's Kosal Piset? And
Flicker.
that's going to be a flicker committed just for the glue not
Grok.
to die.
The Grok.
Grok trying very hard to reset. Theodum. Oh,
It's
man.
impossible.
Well, while all of that is happening, Lancelot was able to take a purple buff, at least for Cambodia. But Indonesia, again, they were able to fight back. Little damage from Cambodia. The one was amazing, but the follow-up was not there.
Yeah. In Cambodia, they have to really just farm it out and maybe get some pickoffs. Might be onto the bottom lane.
Oh, that's
at
interesting
this.
choice here. Because Albiset going straight for Gilang, but backup is scarce. Actually, the backup got killed by Rizky.
Very least
man,
they
they're
get
not
the return kill on the far side. But again, as Dave said, they're not done. Rizky is fighting it against the glue, able to sustain with the
wanna
Shah
fight
Essence.
this?
3 heroes from Cambodia here,
Do they
though.
have enough damage for this?
I'm not sure. They're so mad right now, but the Shaw Essence is just not coming in. There's the taunt here, and that's going to be the lockdown.
Well, no need for Shah if you have Brockmad.
Yeah. Great decision from Rockman to actually hold on to the Fire Mist instead and not allow this guy to pop the ultimate.
Yep.
That's going to be good, but they will be stealing again the purple buff.
Oh my goodness. No resources left for Nem Chandavan. And now, what is Cambodia going to do? They're basically waiting for Indonesia to make a move here. There's
There
a
it is.
pullback.
He did
There's
it now.
Rahman once more with the trick.
Preemptive.
Tricks.
It was the preemptive
It's the
cast
Bobby tricks.
by Rockmad. Shah Essence, no need. We have Rockmad presence.
You already know that the glue will be jumping there. He already dodged the bullet up top. He should have...
Try it again. He tried it again.
He just literally tried it again.
He was like, are you this good?
Oh my goodness.
And
This
Kosal-
is Rockmad's game.
Yeah, Kosal will probably not try it again the next time around.
No, don't do it.
Yeah, please don't.
Well, you can argue that the hook is, the Franco, is out of range of that because of the range of the spell, but the fact that it was already attempted and he was lucky to dodge that means that you should not be doing it against this Franco.
My goodness, how good this Franco is from
No,
Indonesia.
No minions for you. Basically, that's the call for Indonesia.
Literally not allowing Shandavan to have any form of farm in the map, and Indonesia leads by 7.7k. Sniper comes out from Ame, but it does not hit.
Yeah, it's not super bad right now, though. So It's only one level below Nielsen, so Nem Chandavan can still kind of go for the retribution takes. Still kind of 60-40 if you go for half-half.
Okay, so decision from Cambodia to go for the fairness means that they kind of need to get up close and personal when it comes to clearing the waves. So
Look at the spreader and just checking out the back line, getting some information, gathering some valuable assets.
oh my
Maximum
goodness.
vision and the pullback from the energy eruption resulted to Sokrot basically just going down without a fight here.
Oh my goodness. Well done, Nielsen. Connecting onto 2. And now surely they will be able to get a push up top. Well, the turret is already down anyways. And the top lane inhibitor, that is going to be the target for Indonesia.
And may I remind you, they still have a carry here on the side of Indonesia. Jabran is pushing out of his mind. All the towers have been mowed down by Indonesia. Lancelot able to phantom execution out, but Nielsen gets the taunt here onto the glue. Third strike casted by Gilang.
And beautiful job there for Gila.
Almost hitting Odum here.
Again, Rahmad almost making the dream happen, but nope, not going to be happening for the meantime. Cambodia holding steady 11 minutes into the game.
So this is what the Superstar Triggers looks like.
Yeah, it is.
Indonesia just playing to their strengths, utilizing those mechanics, and some people would say that Indonesian players have the best mechanics out there. Although it's arguable now that PH is making a hard case.
Yeah. But one thing's for sure, this is what you wanted to have when you are fielding all of the best in your region. And Indonesia just tearing apart the base of Cambodia. Right now, they're leading by 8.4k, which means that they can really overload the members of Cambodia. And Gilang was so instrumental in the early stages of the match. You can see that he actually dealt the most damage. And when he hits one feathered airstrike and a passive, deals very much damage.
Look at this gold coming out from Jabran, the carry. They have a late game insurance aside from Gilang. As you've said, has dealt most damage. This carry in the late game is scary. So Cambodia is definitely feeling the threat here of the late game of Indonesia.
All right, at the very least, right, Cambodia is prolonging the game. I don't know how, but they're holding on to these towers like crazy. And they're buying time. Maybe the way for Indonesia to make a mistake, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Just look at Rahmad. He's predicting the jump from the glue. He's not even aiming at the hero.
All the time.
He's aiming at where are the jump spots.
Yeah.
Where does he go? Where does he go after this? When we burst him down, when we poke him down, where is he gonna jump?
Oh my. This is a different approach to the... different playstyle from the
Franco.
Oh, it's a three-man conceal play. They're going in straight for Jabran, and they are able to take him down. Psychos flying in from the back line. That's going to be Koname going down.
Rocks
probably Odom as well.
Oh.
There is still some fight here for Cambodia. For some reason, it is a 2v4.
No way.
Damage coming in from Koname. Actually enough to take him out. Rahmad actually will be in trouble as well. Will Nem force it? Free Lord going over Indonesia.
Oh, he's
playing it, and he gets it.
Oh my.
3 quick kills for Cambodia. Even though they lost the Grok, they were able to take out Jabran. But Indonesia was like, Nielsen and Gilang both decided to not be part of that skirmish.
Yeah, they're like, let's just do work.
Yeah,
let's just do work.
Great plays from Nielsen, by the way, to take that Lord for the trade. And of course, after taking that trade-off, we're able to get the orange buff as well. So they actually got so much. But can never deny that Cambodia, very nice decision.
Yes.
Concealed play, connection onto Jabran. They were able to get the kill to the carry. Bonus 2 kills because of Konami, who actually played so well in that. The way that he dodged and survived through what Rizky did, that was actually very surprising.
Yeah. Big question though for Cambodia. Can you defend the Lord? They are clearing out the HP of the Lord, but there's a catch coming out from the Franco. And Odum. Oh, wild charge did not connect. He's set on the back line.
All right, that is basically a 4v5. I don't think Odum can actually join the fight now. And Indonesia basically waiting for an opportunity to get into the back line. That's a very risky play there by Rizky.
Lancelot!
And it looks like the Lancelot's going to be caught out on the back foot. Petrified as well. Can't really make it out in time.
That's going to be enough for them to push up top. And what a great strike! The passive. Oh, it's not enough.
Oh, the burn almost took out the Beatrix. Cambodia still on their feet. Even though they lost their jungler, they only lose top lane. And that was against the Lord. Now, Immortality has been bought out by Odom here. Nielsen still on the job, you know, still getting resource away from Cambodia. It looked like, you know, Nielsen woke up at the right side of the bed.
Exactly. This guy has been performing. Obviously, a lot of his plays are being ignored by Cambodia altogether every time he doesn't have a chance.
Look at Rockman still doing that thing.
Yeah, Rockman still
hooking on spots where Cambodia will likely back on to.
Big play
Roth.
here coming in from Cambodia. He got risky trying to fly in with the Black Dragon form, but will be discouraged by the Cult
Risky.
Altar. It's a very massive skill being maximized
Oh my
by
goodness.
Cambodia right now. Good damage from Konami.
Oh,
Chase
and a
on by
eruption.
Odom. And there he goes. Sakharov going in. Flickers in
Oh,
as well with the
raises Wrath.
Phantom. Man, oh man. That is a lot of bodies hitting the floor here for
Punch it.
Indonesia. Hook in. And basically, that's Cambodia
Better
trying to maximize, trying to survive. But in the end, it's going to be Indonesia coming out on top.
Gilang. Oh my goodness, that Predator strike and the stun as well. Also, there was so much things to look at there.
So
That was
many good
chaotic.
Nielsen survived with the Appraiser's Wrath.
Nielsen survived, landed the perfect Appraiser's Wrath onto what, 3 or 4 members? Almost kept himself alive afterwards, but Cambodia had the damage because of the Haskell's pickup coming up from Konami, able to last there. But Gilang just having the feathered airstrike at that moment meant that they won the fight afterwards. Even after Cambodia just pulling out all the stops and playing so well, Indonesia find an opening.
Set is gonna be
Where's
caught
the
out
Pisset?
here. Okay, the mini glues save him from the carry. But we're seeing the damage come out from Cambodia now, and also the initiation. But how many times can you do that against Indonesia? Because remember, Rizky did not have the Dragon form earlier.
All right, the biggest factor I think for Cambodia keeping in this game is they have Cult Altar. Indonesia doesn't.
Yeah.
We're seeing the reasoning, right?
Yeah.
Behind the value of the Valentina.
And you also have the Lightning Transient available for Sakroth, which actually played so well when it comes to that team fight. Now, on the defense, they have Beatrix and Theramis. They also have the Grok for a little bit more damage. And by the way, you can see that the Lancelot already is playing so well. They can match the puncture, but it kind of feels like Rahman was just leagues ahead of this game, right? Able to reserve the Bloody Hunt so that when there's a member of Cambodia overly aggressive, like the Lancelot, for example, he's still ready.
Yeah, and Cambodia is still able to defend their base. They have good skill sets to do so. Lord is being cleared by the Beatrix. No attempt coming up from Indonesia, so maybe a full reset come to both of these two teams, but Indonesia, they're eyeing and jumping in. Oh, Rahman, oh, the dodge with the Thorn Rose. There's a strike.
That was actually relatively
Gilang.
close. Very, very close here.
Oh, Rahman!
That was a huge flicker in, but I think he bought the wrong target. He used the Bloody Hunt.
Gilang.
To the Grok instead.
Eruption.
Problem here on the backline is
Oh my
Jabran going
goodness!
down. Traded very well for Cam. Oh my gosh.
The layering of spells to hold down the Lancelot. And Parsa's still alive.
He's still alive, actually.
He's just so good.
Kuname on the back as well. Look at him.
Snipe.
Look at him go.
Just
Not
strike once
really
again.
hitting the target. Sakro the flicker in once
Oh!
more.
Go!
Gets Gilang with a burn damage.
Are you kidding me? Cambodia, Sakroth
Nielsen.
on a tear!
Nielsen's going to be
Nielsen.
pulled back. Energy Eruption to
don't
slow
have
down
damage.
Cambodia.
Look at Ame. Look at Ame. Objective. Objectives.
Ame.
Objectives win in the game.
Focus on objectives.
Objectives win in the
Look at
game.
Ame. They're doing it.
30 seconds without the Farsa. This is scary for Cambodia.
This is big.
This is big.
This
Nielsen.
is big.
Look at them. It's
Nielsen.
Indonesia holding on for dear life. Koname still alive at the back. Rizky tried to make a play.
Oh, Rahman's dead.
Dive straight in. Jabran is finally back. He
Parmesan.
takes out the glue.
Look at the damage coming up from Beatrix. Attempted to snipe the dragon, but Cambodia are now the ones who are pressing the issue here against Indonesia.
Not able to get a push in the middle. Cambodia still managed to get 2 turrets. But then again, they have to be very careful about their dives. Kosal Piseth gonna be punished because of that. And this gives Indonesia even more advantage towards the next Lord because you have the waves naturally pushing from the side lanes. You have 16 seconds without the glue, and the Lord is now available. Will they burst it down? I think that's the right call here.
Conceal play here being committed by Cambodia.
Lance is here.
Lance is actually quite low. our Lord rather, is actually quite low. Gilang in the back foot, very, very safe.
All three
and
must
it's
stun!
a beautiful collapse being committed by Indonesia this time around with Jabran very safe at the back. There's very little that Cambodia can do.
Wow, what a jump coming out from Risky. 3-man Petrify connecting. And that means that there will be 3 people will jumping through. Kuname, very important in the defense. This is the Beatrix. You need him for the defense, and it's not available for Cambodia.
Risky definitely silenced a lot of those cheers. You were hearing the home crowd shouting Cambodia earlier as they had a fair chance of getting that the W here, but Indonesia
He had it.
Risky shut that down with an amazing jump and petrify, but they will have the Beatrix in 10, so Cambodia might be able to defend this one, but Gilang is poised to end this game, is looking for the Beatrix once again.
So good at the positioning.
With the Farsa.
He's trapping Cambodia right now because of his positioning.
That is massive
Yeah,
right now.
look at the feathered airstrike come out from Gilang. Target is Koname.
He's holding it. He's holding it. Lord is here. Will it be game time though? Indonesia, they're flying around.
Gilang.
And there goes the feathered airstrike. Maximum usage from the Farsa, but the Lord will be cleared.
Cambodia.
Here comes the coming team fight. Oh, what a gorgeous barrier! Zukra able to take down Rahmad.
Chandaban is on the front
Down
lines.
the back line.
He gets the catch under the carry. Cambodia lives.
How?
They defend.
Garden's barrier was the answer from Cambodia. And all they needed to do was defend. That was so clean.
That was so clean from Cambodia. Now we see the items. They are equipped. They have the tools for Cambodia to be able to duke it out against Indonesia. 15 seconds without DeFranco. 4 immortalities on the side of Cambodia. 3 immortalities on the side of Cambodia.
There's a cancel.
Airstrike has been
Feathered
used.
airstrike is already used. It's all up to Jabran and Nielsen.
No minions.
Risky in the back. No minions
Nielsen?
available for the push.
Nielsen
Nielsen will go down. Immortality is already popped up. Jabran doing his very, very best. Trying to get some DPS onto that carry, but it is suffering right now.
Hook!
It's all around. Beautiful hook once more from Rahmad. Pulls it back into Indonesia's favor.
My goodness, Rahmad able to save that fight here for Indonesia, but Sokroth as a Paramis just spawns after 2 seconds.
Nielsen, what a crazy guy. Thinking that he is playing a Lancelot, going up against Cambodia like that, walking forwards. He survives, which is even crazier to think.
He was caught, but he was tanky.
It was very tanky.
He had emo.
But he lost his immortality, which is important.
But that is also true for Chandaban.
That's true. Because both of the junglers just think that they are so tanky.
Although the other one is technically a Lancelot.
Yeah, you have the license to do that.
Actual
But against the turret of the inhibitor.
Dove so deep.
Way too deep.
I believe he was trying to get the kill on Gilang because he saw the Farsa with... Gilang was forced to use the wings by wings.
Yes.
And then he decided to use a skill. So he was back to the regular form.
I
and Chandaban attempted to go for the chase, but it was too deep.
The biggest thing is the cancel on the feathered airstrike.
Yeah,
After the
massive.
cast, man, that was huge.
Oh, this is typical Indonesia. The concealed play on the opposite side of the Lord. But Cambodia, all 5 members are here. They see Nielsen. They
this
don't
is risky.
They don't see anybody else. But they have cleared so much bushes. So they might know. They might just have an idea.
Are they gonna concede this again?
No,
I think they should. They should not.
Okay, the barrier's there. They're attempting to...
because of the base, they have to take care of their
Defend
base.
the base.
They're attempting to reset the Lord here from Cambodia. Oh my, this is dangerous. This is dangerous for Cambodia. When they
Very
see the
dangerous.
Beatrix, Indonesia will commit fully.
Piset is
100%.
trying to clear those bushes as well, but what do they know?
Here comes the cavalry.
Here's the cavalry on the side.
Split
Indonesia, it's a 5-man squad. He has a split, so means he can clear that bush.
That's a good usage of the ultimate.
Exactly. By the way, Cambodia still has a conceal, so they might be looking for that kind of play.
Yeah.
Reset from the...
That's dirty!
Massive.
Cambodia!
Massive reset.
Oh, Nielsen was like, no, hell no!
Odom, man. Theodom, man.
Oh my, Cambodia
was
making a big statement here against Indonesia. We've taken a while to develop. Feel our strength.
Imagine trailing behind, what? 8k gold around 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
And now, 24 minutes in, you are on the aggressive!
Oh, Jabran is the target here.
Oh,
Oh, the wild charge misses. And the split as well.
Petrified!
That is the big problem right now. There
Go
goes
counter.
All to try to keep everyone
Not yet,
safe
not
and
yet.
alive. But the fight is
Lancelot,
still
the
going on.
Lancelot.
Gilang is the target of the Lancelot.
Nielsen.
But Nem will be missing out on
What
here.
is this? The hook!
The hook goes in. Odo
Flicker out.
uses
Oh
the
my
flicker.
goodness.
He is still alive.
Base.
No way! No way!
No way!
Down. Gilang goes down.
The Cambodian snipe from Konami taking out Gilang. 60 seconds without a Farsa Cambodia. They can break this game for Indonesia. They see the Lord. Nielsen feels the threat. He resets it himself.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my.
6 deaths on the Matrix. Trailing what? 1 and 3 in the first 8 minutes of the game, but landing the
Nielsen!
most important kills. Watch out for Risky.
Risky on the back. No immortality available for Nielsen. Which means it will be a very risky Lord steal, if ever. So what are they doing? They're probably just going to give it away.
Look at Bissett!
There it is.
Look at Bissett! Nielsen is being zoned out!
Oh, Bissett goes out. Bissett with the maximum zone. Making Indonesia work for it.
I kid you not, nobody would have expected this match from Indonesia and Cambodia. We thought it was going to be an easy game for the Indonesian counterparts. We were chill earlier, but Cambodia breaking this case wide open for Indonesia.
They were behind so much, and they don't have inhibitors. Fortunately for Indonesia, they have the Farsa still. I would reckon if they don't make...
Look at Odom.
Risky on the backlines, by the way.
Oh, feathered airstrike.
There we are. Where's the Fender airstrikes already used up? Where is Jabran is the question now. He's doing a lot. Wild charge. Oh my goodness. Odom actually with a big blunder here. But Rahman is going to be going down.
Oh my god.
What is happening?
Oh boy. Where's Jabran?
Okay,
Jabran is actually very, very healthy.
Still alive.
So I think this should be the back for Cambodia.
Oh, Konami still fighting.
Nah.
There he is.
He's out.
Nam Chandavan going down.
Hook
and
misses.
Oh, Gilang's hunting. Gilang's hunting.
Put the
Beautiful
life still.
feathered airstrike flicker being used by Konami. Has to run on out of there.
Two heroes dead.
2 heroes dead. But of course, Sokroth as the Fermis will be alive. It is crucial to have your Lancelot this time.
There's only one
But the
cannon though.
minions, the minions are pressed against Indonesia.
Oh my
Mid lane only one minion.
goodness.
Reset.
Those are still big minions, so that means Indonesia has to take care of that.
Chandavan's have had enough. He is now buying damage items on the Lancelot. He's had enough.
He's had enough. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
I really cannot believe what I'm
I
saying.
cannot. Literal standing ovation though.
Oh, Cambodia! You heard the chants earlier when Cambodia broke the first tower, inside the base of Indonesia.
Queen's wings on the grok.
I don't know. I don't even.
I cannot anymore.
I can't even.
I've lost the ability to can and even.
Man, Odom was very instrumental. When he missed on the wild charge, Cambodia basically had no chance. So I think all eyes on Indonesia right now are not on Konami. It's on the Grok.
Yeah,
100%.
Odom.
Oh, this turned out to be such an awesome first game for Indonesia and Cambodia. Both of them really performing in this set.
Yeah.
In Indonesia, again, this was their game to lose, and Cambodia broke the case wide open for everyone to witness this amazing game.
Oh, what an amazing performance from both competitors even. You can see Indonesia, we're already talking about the superstar triggers. And we're mentioning that is definitely their win condition. Land your good hooks. And he landed like back-to-back hooks in the first minute of the game. First 2 minutes. And it was undeniable that Indonesia had this game on their hands.
Oh,
Now it's anybody's game.
Rahmad, he sees
on the
4
back.
heroes. He sees 4 heroes here.
Might go for the... They can actually go for the conceal play, but instead it's the opposite!
They're looking for 3.
They are the ones to
and
do
they're
it!
able to catch him out. Jabran is on the run.
That's a feathered airstrike!
He attempted the hook.
No
He
way.
attempted the hook in front of Bissett, and Cambodia was like, "You're the only one left there." We saw 3 heroes on the side of Indonesia in front of the Lord. Cambodia just punishing these mistakes from
They
Indonesia.
can go for...
It's
they
a
can turn.
50-50. No feathered airstrike. Oh my god, Nielsen so far
Gilang,
away.
Gilang.
He gets pushed back.
Nielsen,
There's the
no,
largest
no
barrier.
immortality, no
No
immortality.
immortality available for Nielsen.
Now he has it. Now
Oh, he has it. He bought it. All right.
Risky looking
Risky
for
on the back. He's
Patrick.
looking for Koname, and he will find
Immortality
it.
though.
Mortality's up.
Oh, with the
Petrify
nature.
as
With the
well.
nature. With the nature.
Nature! Oh, not enough. All right.
Okay.
So it's going to be enough
Oh.
here for the meantime.
Lord though.
Indonesia having a hard time juggling around Kosal Piset. What's happening on the Lord? Was it secured
It was
already?
yeah, it was
It
taken
was
by
secured by
Shenifan.
yeah. That's
Alright.
why he cannot
back off.
participate into the team fights. I think it will respawn in 45 seconds.
Crazy game.
There was too many things to watch in that game.
30 minutes and 45. That will be the spawn of the Lord.
Yeah, he'll be there. He'll be there for
Yeah.
the push. But Cambodia, man, again, performing against Indonesia, but risky.
Oh,
he was able to
Nielsen.
find the
Smart
point kill on
decision from
Beatrix.
Odom, by the way, to delay the Lord this time.
That was pretty good.
Nielsen?
Nielsen again
Nielsen?
going in. So much confidence in this guy right now. Sakurat with the Cold Ulcer keeping everyone alive. But look at that, Gilang.
Oh,
Immortality
the
goes
force is
down. Jabran on the back. Look at this guy. He's non-stop just throwing out those light
Sopra
speeds.
just dealing so much damage, and in combination with the passive of the Lord, you have extra damage now. They survive, and that's the main
That's the
key
main thing.
for Cambodia. Just survive, and this is a damaged Lancelot now. It's not a Tank-a-lot.
Yeah.
Only
it's
the Sky Guardian helmet is the defensive item and the immortality, but this is a damaged Lancelot.
it's a hybrid.
You can actually try to go for it.
Okay.
Right now, Nielsen definitely the anchor keeping this game together for Indonesia so far,
Oh
as well
my.
as Jabran.
Oh man,
I have to ask you a question though.
30
Has the carry
It's
has the carry proved that it was worth it to have this kind of in this kind of
Absolutely
lineup? 'Cause
not.
we did see that he was able to shred through the Lord, but Cambodia was able to fight against Indonesia just by fighting against Gilang and Rizky.
at this point, the carry stationary. Surely, you can take out the shields, the extra HP from the Fire Mist ultimate. Yeah, you can do that. But you expose yourself, and you can see that really what's problematic here for Indonesia is that they're fighting Cambodia head-on. They're grouping up. And we know for sure that this is Fire Mist with Magic Worship, Lightning Truncheon, Ghost Bursters.
So much
It's
damage.
gonna back up a
hurts.
punch.
So much damage.
Indonesia, you have to be separated from each other.
Yeah, Gilang purchasing so many items as well on the Farsa with the Blood Wings, more HP and shield coming up for Gilang and more survivability against onslaught coming up from Cambodia. But Odom in front of Nielsen. Oh, finally they're able to take out the last tower outside the base of Indonesia. It's just the two towers that are protecting Indonesia's base. Meanwhile, Cambodia
There's
doesn't
the
have
hook.
towers anymore. But Odom,
Odom's the target, and the suppress going down.
Oh, you
Cold
save.
Ultra
Back
actually
line.
saves him
Risky
before the
again.
immortality's proc.
Petrify.
Risky on the back. Oh, Koname is the target. Flicker out just to try to stay alive. He's getting chased very
Risky.
hard by Rizky. Where is everyone else? Jabran's on the side. Nielsen as
Oh,
well.
Rizky.
Oh, Rizky!
he tried his best to shut down the bit, but the mobility was there with the flicker and then the dash.
Exactly. Great idea.
This is the worst time to 4v5. It's the Lord
It's
time.
the Lord, yes.
It's the Lord indeed. And Rose Gold Meter is available for Konami now. No flicker though. But the Cambodians, they're celebrating.
Yeah, they're
Big
feeling it.
-1. Oh, this could be good. We were looking for this. The conceal play with the Franco and the carry.
Oh, Nielsen.
Oh,
Nielsen.
Nielsen's actually the focus, but are they finding
Lord's taken.
where Rahmad and Jabran is? Apparently, they don't
Oh,
care.
Bizet, it was
Bizet!
more.
Oh, he
The snipe.
finds him. Oh, that's going to be
They
big
have
if
damage.
Nielsen goes down
Oh,
here.
Roger definitely have damage this time. The cancel of the Feather Day Strike with the Guardian's
My
barrier.
goodness,
Another
Odom.
one, Odom! No way!
How-
No way!
How do you defend this? If you're Indonesia, how do you defend against Cambodia right now?
Wait for Gilang, wait for the feathered airstrike, but I don't think it's gonna be enough!
Oh, Bizet again.
Cambodia!
Look at
Oh, they're
Bizet.
going in!
Look at Bizet just zoning out the carry.
Rahmad is down as well. Flicker in. Jabran all alone. There's the feather airstrike from Gilang, but looks like Cambodia's gonna be
Jabran!
tanky enough to sustain against it. Jabran will fall,
That's it!
and Indonesia as well. Cambodia with the upset.
Unbelievable, but they did it.
Cambodia breaking Indonesia's first game. Nobody would have expected this, but the home crowd is definitely loving it. 1-0 for Cambodia. I'd have to say, you know, the spirits of this team able to break the superstar triggers of Indonesia, and we did say that this has happened so many times in the past where teams just upset Indonesia altogether, but Cambodia really did it from behind. They were behind by 9K at some point. It looked like Indonesia's game to take. But at the end of the day, they are the victors of the very first match of Group B. Unbelievable.
I am having a hard time wrapping my head around that game. It's interesting because Cambodia basically gave away everything. Every turtle, every lord.
Sorry, Wolf lost it. Sorry.
Us
Wolf has lost it.
It's done.
Well done. Well done. We were talking about the fact that this composite,
Yeah, props to
Cameron,
Cambodia.
big props.
It's group stage though, but this was
The
massive.
first game of this group. Okay, we were talking about the fact that this is a much better composition for team from Cambodia, and I think the three of us, and most of the viewers out there for sure, did say that the draft will be easier for Cambodia in many phases of the game, particularly in the late game and in the early stages. That didn't happen though, because we did say that the only way for Indonesia to win this is by superstar triggers, and boy, they did.
Yeah.
They found it. 2 hooks in the first 2 minutes of the game, gets a kill onto the jungler and onto the gold laner.
Yeah, and you did say there were fundamental aspects of the game, and I think this was a fundamental victory by Cambodia. Just the sheer late game advantage of what Cambodia has. But Wolf, I gotta ask you to take us through what happened here in Indonesia versus Cambodia.
There's a saying here in the Philippines, thank God it's Friday again. And definitely Cambodia's lit up our Friday afternoon.
Oh my God, it is Friday.
It is Friday! And Cambodia just lit it all up because of how they were able to find a victory against Indonesia. The better composition, at least from our own perspective, just because of the fact that the carry and the Yuzhong will eventually run out of steam. And we saw that happen. This is a fair miss composition that Cambodia played so well. But it wasn't just that. When it comes to the gameplay of Indonesia, we have already found the win condition, which is to get those important hooks, get the first few turtles of the game, get the Lord, and then push against Cambodia. And they were able to do that. But Cambodia, maybe it's because of how they are so relentless. Maybe it's the crowd that, gave them extra energy. But we cannot deny the fact that they played well when they needed to. Big props to the Fermis. Overall, I think that that Socrat actually played so many. He was a big factor in so many of the important ways on how Cambodia was able to win. First is the wave clear, going in for the position for Fermis, which in a way, if you think about it, is much better when it comes to clearing the waves. But it's not that easy because of the fact that you need to get up close and personal. And Konami, the Beatrix, also played so well. Only in the latter portions. Let's isolate the early game from the late game, right? Because Konami, you can never forget what he did against you're playing up against the Yuzhong, which is designed to counter this Beatrix. What happened is, in many occasions but one, he was able to survive through the jumps of Rizky from Indonesia. There was one time where he was taken out because he was far too low and he didn't have the flicker. But every time he has the flicker, he times it so well. So when the Yuzhong goes on to him first, what he does is to not immediately pop the jump, the tactical repositioning, nor the flicker. Sometimes he times it so that he can still line up an attack so that he can bring back some of his HP with the Haskell's, which I have found really good when the way that he plays it. This is not Beatrix that you're looking for, the big flashy sniper plays. No, he does his job, and he does it so well, surviving through the flank attempt coming out from Rizky's Yuzhong, and also position himself so that he will be outputting the damage with the Nibiru's Passion. Eventually, the right decisions overall from Cambodia. Just, they were just so in sync. You saw how they were utilizing their Grok for the Guardian's barrier as well as the Wild Charge. Sometimes it is almost a point blank usage of the Wild Charge so that they will be able to control Nielsen, and they had enough damage for that one too. You can also take note that in the latter portions of the game, the glue coming out from Cambodia also played so well. And of course, the choice from the Lancelot to sell off the tanky items, sell the Molten Essence, do not commit to the tank slot, only keep the Sky Guardian helmet and output the damage. Because in the late game, their biggest problem was actually Gilang, the Farsa. And there were virtually no other hero that can take out the Farsa or can contest the Farsa. Maybe you can argue that the Grok could be there. And by the way, the Grok actually canceled so many feathered airstrikes. But the real reason on how they were able to contain the Lancelot was because the Farsa was because of the Lancelot. 1 minute and 16, 2 important hooks already. Superstar triggers. That is what we were looking for, right? And everything was going in favor of Indonesia up until the point that it wasn't.
Yeah, it was
Literally, they were winning until they lost.
It was a crazy game overall. Again,
Crazy game.
It was Indonesia that was taking control of the early game. It looked like an easy stomp that can come out from Indonesia.
Should have been.
The main problem was that they couldn't break the base of Cambodia, and we have to go back to the carry factor, wherein yes, you have that superstar trigger, but fundamentally speaking, how do you go inside the base of Cambodia? Like this carry against the Paramis, it's so hard already to deal with the Cult Altar, but you also have to deal with the defense of Cambodia. And for the longest time, we've seen Cambodia just mount impeccable defense against Indonesia, and again, there were no responses. This amazing Guardian's barrier stopping Rockman. I'm sure he'll have nightmares. He'll have dreams from that Guardian's barrier. And this was the moment when Lancelot, as Wolf was mentioning, Lancelot was trying to stop the Farsa on the back line. And there were a lot of team fights after that because this game extended for 5 more minutes. But Gilang was the superstar of Indonesia. Unfortunately, it wasn't really enough because they didn't have anything against Konami on the late game. Rizky was trying his best, I would say, to deal with the Beatrix, but the usage of the skills and the battle spell with the Flicker, they were able to outmaneuver Rizky during these, hell of a skirmish because it was chaotic. It was
so
a
many
lot of chaos.
airstrikes denied in this replay.
Exactly. And give credit to Odom from actually
Odom, man, sorry. He's my MVP.
So many
MVP.
Everybody's an MVP from Cambodia, actually. Like, everybody just played their part. And you can see that the way that they played it, they were very confident on each other. They know that they trust each other so much. They allowed the Beatrix to do it, and they allowed the Lancelot player to play hybrid. Hybrid.
Well,
what a game for the books.
You did mention that Cambodia likes playing around their gold laner. Konami did perform for Cambodia here as he was able to shut down most of the answers coming out from Indonesia and is able to secure the very first victory here for Cambodia. Very huge upset against Indonesia rock hard.
And I'll be straight up, right? I'll be straight up. A lot of us just expected Indonesia to try to go
Especially
for that
with that
speed run with a beautiful start, but props Cambodia.
Well, that is it for the first match of Group P. But don't go anywhere. The official English broadcast of the 32nd SEA Games MLBB Men's Tournament will be right back.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny. Happy 16th birthday!
Mother?
Ooh, star glimmers! Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas! What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Aria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother! Break the shackles! Happy 16th birthday!
Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas. But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! Hold on! I I can unlock the secrets. If I can unlock the secrets.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother?
If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this?
Why? Why can't I change anything? And
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the official English broadcast for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports event of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games in Cambodia. And I hope you have rested well and has moved on from our previous match, as we have an amazing match as well in front of us. Now, delivering you the amazing games will be me, of course, Midnight. I'm joined here by still my amazing friends, Wolf and Rockhard. Now, this is the fourth match of the day of this men's division, and we will be seeing the match between Singapore and Myanmar. Definitely an interesting matchup ahead of us.
Interestingly enough, the power levels of Singapore feels different from what we usually see from other international tournaments. I wonder why that is.
Well, they did. This is a team that has been staying for quite a long time now. That probably is part of the reason why they keep on improving. And there's a lot of the region itself, right? There's the moment that they were separated from MY, there were a lot of doubts. It was definitely grueling at the start, but we know that they can bring out something else from that region for sure.
Yeah. Now, Singapore, they are, as you've said, one of the top teams in their I think top team, because they have been. Yeah, they have been that for quite some time now, and
seasons.
I'm really excited for the side of Myanmar, because this is a region that we have been longing to see for a few years now, and playing on their side are the recent superstars, I would say, of their region as well. This roster is composed of a single team. Actually, that's also true with Singapore.
That's
and
right.
This is the fourth match of the day. There's so many matches ahead of us, but right now we are focused on Myanmar versus Singapore, and I cannot express how much I'm excited to see Myanmar finally play in the Southeast Asian Games, especially in this stage, because again, this team has been forgotten for a few years. This region has been forgotten for a few years because they have some troubles that they had to deal with, but now they're back in the competitive MLBB, and most of the fans were really hyped about the entry of Myanmar, especially with the roster that they're filling in right now. This is Falcon Esports, a very popular team at the moment. Recent stints were MSC and M4 as well, so international experience all around the group. But that is also true with RSG, and we've already stated that this is a team that has been standing the tides of competition in Singapore, one of the strongest definitely in the region right now. I think this will be the first time that they will be matched up against each other since 2019.
Yeah, international tournament. You can see the groups and standings. Of course, we only saw 2 games yet for Group A, in Philippines and Vietnam just topping the charts. Group B, you have Cambodia. Did not expect them to be the first ones to get a point. Not at all, especially when they are pitted against Indonesia first. But then again, they just proved to us how much of a death group Group B is.
At this point, they should be comeback mode.
Yeah. Okay. That's a nickname that will stick. Because that game was really intense. You know, there's a lot of moving on needed to be done. Because I still feel the
still flashing back in your head.
Yeah, it's still ringing. You know, the wall charges, the barriers. But right now, seeing the Group B again, as you said, it's stacked. And I would say Myanmar and Singapore, these definitely are very, very strong contenders. You have RSG Slate SG.
Yeah.
The full roster on the side of Singapore, and that Falcon Esports for Myanmar. Now, these players are very familiar to us.
Yeah.
We've seen them in international tournaments.
That's right.
What do you feel about these two teams?
Well, for one, I would just like to remind everyone that it was Singapore who actually got the bronze in the last year's SEA Games. When they were faced up against Team Malaysia, everybody around the world expected Malaysia to take that, but because of their players, Diablo, just for the longest time, has been playing for RCSG and Singapore, representing that country with Bray, 505 Baby Kicks, and LOL C. You can expect them to have a good match against Myanmar, who has seen and shown us that they can be legitimately top 4 in the world. Right?
Yeah, the progenitor of the tank Lancelot, as confirmed by multiple pro players and janitors.
Janitor, what a heavy word here as a description for our teams and players. Now you're seeing Myanmar on the stage. You have 5 players from Falcon Esports, but one name stands out in this roster. It's BDD. has been a very popular player since M2. Has been able to get some few achievements in the international stage, and it's really interesting to see him now in SEA Games because again, these are stacked. These teams are stacked. Players are beloved by Southeast Asian fans, but it's also true for the side of RSG. Now, for the longest time, Singapore, they have been present in a lot of these international tournaments, but they're yet to clinch that golden achievement, and I think they are here for their redemption, And you, okay, he's excited to play.
Very
Very
excited.
to play.
Very excited.
Very excited to play against Myanmar because this is a stage where they can claim everything for their country.
It's very rare that you get a guy, right, that will send shivers down your spine when you hear his name. Ruby Didi is one of those people, and for a good reason. Really outputted and showed us the flexibility, the maximum capabilities of the Lunox, and since then he's just been going hard on international tournaments over and over.
I have a memory in my head when the three of us were actually part of the Tagalog broadcast for MSC of 2022. That was literally just last year. When Falcon, as the Myanmar representatives, we were talking about the fact that maybe there could be an XP laner that can fill the gap because they already can draft well, they can play well. They've shown that, and that all they need is now an XP laner. And who else is famous from Myanmar? It's an XP laner that is Ruby Didi, making his own name. Well, he wasn't really deployed during the M3 or M4 World Championship,
campaign,
in even qualifiers of Myanmar from not the qualifier, but the MPL of Myanmar, the qualifier for MSC. So actually, this squad coming out from Myanmar didn't qualify for MSC because they were beaten by now the powerhouse for Myanmar. So this is actually the second powerhouse, but we know for sure that this is a valid squad to represent Myanmar. Nevertheless, because of their experience and because of how well they can play. This time, it's going to be the 4 Falcon members together with Ruby Didi, also from Team Falcon.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? I think this roster did beat the eventual winners of the MC qualifier. So it is a tight region, a tight country.
Definitely.
A tight region, I would say.
Yeah.
But that is also the same thing for Singapore. So I think both of these regions are eyeing at that redemption arc because again, you have Singapore. This roster has been a staple in their region for quite some time now, always at the top of the game, and yet they are still in the pursuit of that international achievement. But for Myanmar, this is their I would say debut after a long hiatus in the competitive scene, and there's definitely a lot of things to expect from Myanmar. We've seen amazing performance come out from this roster. The squad, again, MSC was a good platform for them to showcase their talent. And there's a lot of talented MLBB players in this region, and I'm excited to see them finally being in this type of stage in SEA Games.
Memories that really stick to my mind are again, Naomi with the hook plays. I just feel like I just see so many good players, like jam-packed into this guy. And that's actually a very good thing, as well as Justin. Very, what do you call that? He's very distinguishable for some reason.
The long hair.
The taunts. In an international stage.
International stage taunts, exactly.
Yeah,
So
and we might
those
see
are the things that really stick in your mind,
we might see it here if they manage to beat out Team Singapore, but Singapore does get first pick in this best-of-1 match. And remember, this is just a best-of-1 match. There's no adjustments to be done here. Only preparations can win you the game.
So, who do you pick now if you're from Group B? Like, who from the 4 teams that
Group
are
B so
conscious?
stacked, man.
Especially because Cambodia beat Indonesia. And naturally, now, more people will be rooting for them just because the fact that they have shown that they can take out the Titans.
Yeah, it's a dangerous group.
Dangerous group.
If you're Indonesia, you would have loved that 1 point because
100%.
you are facing still Myanmar, very competitive region, and Singapore, one of the most stable rosters MLBB has ever seen.
This is okay. So let's just remind everyone that in the Southeast Asian Games, playing a best of 1 literally every single minute, every single draft choice, every single play matters because you only get one shot at playing against a team. You only get literally 3 chances for Group B, and losing 2 out of your 3 games automatically will mean that you will not get to the playoffs. That's just the truth of it. Well, not really automatically, but no, I think yeah, automatically you do.
It's by the points.
Because they're for you, no matter what happens, it's 2-1,
Yeah.
2-1,
It's three
1-2,
matches.
1-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
There might be tiebreakers though, but I don't think.
no, they will not be played. It's
yeah,
gonna
yeah, yeah,
be
that's
head
true,
to
that's
head.
true. So, again, Indonesia taking the back seat,
Yeah.
and Myanmar and Singapore. The winner of this match will, of course, be happy, but that also means that they have to beat out other competitors like Cambodia in Indonesia to be able to at least get a better chance of getting heading over to that bronze, silver, and gold medals match. But you have to focus in the current setup that you have right now. It is Myanmar versus Singapore. Now, going down to the brass tacks of this matchup, meta heroes. What are the things that we should expect from both sides?
Well, from last game, if you ever think about Naomi, you think about dreams, and you think about this game. so maybe we can correlate that and just ban out the Franco, or maybe make it a priority pick here.
That's true. You know, history has been able to show us that Naomi is just insanely good Franco.
Yeah.
So I think that's where you're eyeing at if you're Singapore. But for Singapore, what are the heroes to watch out for if you are Myanmar?
Okay, I think that you're going to be looking at, when it comes to the flex, I believe that when you're looking at Singapore, maybe you look towards the XP lane when you are looking for like a flex pick. Because what I noticed from Singapore is that they give Diablo, the XP lane, variety of heroes. There was a time where when the Diroth is a hero that you don't look at anymore, they still pick it up.
Really?
They go Esmeralda
Oh.
sometimes.
That's
So
interesting.
They go off meta.
they go off meta from the XP perspective. Now, what is really the biggest question mark I would say for Singapore is how are they going to play Roy, which we've seen through the player walkouts. It was the substitute that they will be playing instead for RSG. So maybe along the way, their mid lane, the dynamic was a little bit different, and they had to choose and Roy will be deployed
Oh, that's interesting.
for RSG SG.
Yeah, because in their MPL, Roy was the player as Lolsi used to be the assistant coach.
Yep.
So there's quite a flexibility in the room here for the Singaporean representatives. But I do believe that both of them are in the roster. They don't
Both of
have.
them, yeah.
They don't have that flex. I mean, they have the flexibility now because the other one is not in a coaching position. So both of them can play, and it's a very interesting dynamic because if you're Myanmar, you have to prepare for both.
So much passion I can see from these players.
I love the jersey from
The
Singapore, though.
nationalism is surreal.
Super difficult to handpick which team will win this because I think I feel for almost any of the countries in group number B. That's why I felt that maybe only advancing 2 teams into the playoffs might might not be the best.
Group B is a sad group.
Yeah, it's a sad group. Just because of the fact that you want to see these teams perform even better. But of course, this is Southeast Asian Games, so you only get the best. This is a medal event.
Yeah. Only 3 teams would be would be happy after everything is concluded.
Yep.
And only the medalists will be able to surpass all the expectations upon them. And it's under a minute that we're about to head onto the upcoming match between Singapore and Myanmar. We've already mentioned some key pointers here, like Naomi's Franco should be a priority ban. I myself is looking towards Natalia because it has been such a nuisance coming out from Myanmar. Now for Singapore, it's a different story because we've seen a lot of changes with this roster, albeit still very consistent, very stable. But I do believe that this roster has been more flexible over time. And there's just so many things to expect. And I really like what Wolf pointed out here. It's the XP lane flexibility.
Yeah.
For me, that will most likely change the dynamic here. And we're going to see how Myanmar approaches this. Because I do believe still that Singapore might just have a better chances here over Myanmar. Although it's it's a bold prediction on my part.
At this point, I have learned not to just
Yeah.
not to expect too much,
mean,
man.
I'm
After last game,
After last game.
Yes,
Well,
really.
it is a group where predictions will likely crumble because a lot of surprises could happen. I myself am a fan of Myanmar, and I think I did predict I did predict Myanmar to win. But let's be honest here, and let's face the stats and facts. At RSG, again, this is one of the most consistent rosters out there. Can you tell me, Wolf, why is that? Why is that a case for RSG? For Singapore in general?
I guess this is because of the fact that they have been played for quite a long time now, so the chemistry is there. And also, in Singapore, there are different challenges that teams are facing in that region. So you cannot compare like what happens in Singapore in the Philippines, for example, or in Indonesia. The amount of support that we get from organizations from the Philippines and Indonesia and maybe Myanmar is considerably aplenty already when compared to Singapore, right? So that meant that whoever is able to gather the troops and just make it so that you establish a good facility, it's not happening all the time, man. That is the reason why Singapore, as RCSG themselves, with the support that they're giving to this team, that allowed them to really thrive in that kind of environment.
They have the tools and resources. Speaking about tools and resources, they've already taken some
Great
away
man.
from Myanmar. The Natalia
Yep.
has been removed by Singapore. Great read here by their counterparts. And Myanmar just banning out some, few meta heroes. The one in the Kaja.
Do you think they ban Franco here for Singapore?
Why are you guys looking at me? Yes, exactly.
You're the guy who pointed it out.
No, here's the thing. It's not, the problem is it's not a ban-worthy pick, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think it can be kind of stolen, but otherwise, if they let it through, it's not a this is the ban-worthy thing. Right there.
Let me confirm, both Lossi and Roy are playing.
Yeah, that's both Lotz and Roy. That's right. So if it's 505 that didn't play, I think Roy will be delegated into the mid lane because of it.
Support, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah. He's registered as a support player for SG. Used to be the Rome, I believe, when they played their their MPL. But now both of them are fielded in this roster. So maybe 2 tanks, 2 tanks for Singapore. Never know.
Something that I'm really looking forward to seeing is the Grok, because I'm sure that Myanmar already read into the possible Franco banner steal.
Yeah.
So maybe options for the Rome are actually better.
Okay, so Joy is open. I think that Singapore will not let that through for sure.
Yeah.
The only trade that I'm looking at when it comes to those 2 heroes will be the Arlet. But you also open up the fact that Myanmar can just pick up the Franco afterwards. So those are 2 considerations. But I think that in general, especially in a best-of-1 match, you want to get the OP heroes as much as possible.
Yeah. Power picks as well. So okay, Joy has been first picked by Singapore. Possible Franco coming up from Myanmar.
There it
There
is.
you go.
Then you
So
get Farsa maybe?
2 for 1. I mean, sorry,
2 for 2.
2 for 2. There you go.
Arlet.
Arlet. Okay, 3 for 3. Wow, this is a great panel.
Not playing around.
Yeah.
This is a great panel. I love this panel. So,
we know our stuff.
yeah, Singapore, they play Ruby though. They Ruby DD is on the other side, but they play Ruby. They play Grok as well.
Let's get gold maybe though here in this pick, right?
Yeah.
Gold is a possibility.
I
if they
do
want to
think
secure that.
I do think gold is a possibility. So Baby Cakes maybe getting his signature Beatrix
Beatrix, yeah.
on the gold lane for Singapore. Okay, that's how. Oh yeah.
They steal it away from Myanmar.
That
That's
is
actually
great.
there's a great answer. And that's the Beatrix that you were talking about. Still on point.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
Four out of
We
5.
missed the support pick, but yeah, it's fine.
I get why, because it's always banned out.
Yes.
So
go-
do you take Carry or Farsa here if you're Myanmar?
Oh, that's a hard question. I think-
Farsa might not be the choice because of the presence of the
Yeah.
Kadira, so it could be different. Something maybe Myanmar will be thinking about their
Maybe Lancelot
Usual.
for Ken. Oh yeah, Ken was the first player
Lancelot.
to utilize the
The
Tancelot.
the OG tanks a lot. It's going to be a pleasure to see that here though.
it is.
I wonder if it's going to come through.
I think this is where you break it out, right? If you're Myanmar, you have
But I
the
think-
chance to take it.
What about the Carry though? I think it's still.
I mean, after the last game,
Alright, the Farsa.
let's
Alright,
go
we
for
got
the
it.
Farsa.
We
So,
got it.
5 out of 6.
They're playing risky.
Although
This is risky.
Although we're naming a lot of heroes here, but 5 out of 6. That's
5 out
still
of 6,
considered
that's pretty good.
the Farsa pick. And
Yeah.
I think Well, I'm not allowed to think. What do you think?
No, you are allowed
You
to
can,
think.
you can, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
where'd you get that
I
idea?
think I agree with Wolf. The Farsa pick was just too early. Like, you could have reserved it for second phase.
It's so risky because you already know you're gonna have a hard time against a
yeah,
Kadita.
and I don't think Singapore would have, put their eyes onto that
There's
pick.
the Grok going out.
Grok's been removed, especially against Singapore. Again, they do love getting those Groks,
Yeah.
even though they have Ruby Didi on their side.
I'm thinking Myanmar eventually will ban out Atlas because it's a good hero combination with all the heroes of Team Singapore. It's decent versus the Franco. But I think that we have proven all throughout MLBB women's and MLBB men's so far with what we have seen that Grok is a much more potent answer to the Franco.
It's a much more
Reliable. Yeah.
especially during the early game. Because Atlas, I think it's too weak in the early game. Okay, Lancelot's gets taken out, so there's no chance for Ken. We'll be seeing different heroes come out from Myanmar now. Fredden is still open, however. So, the staple junglers are still out there. The
It's the be-
Akais, these typical jungler picks that we're used to seeing in MLBB.
Yeah.
For Myanmar, it feels like the better option. The Fredegrin kind of balances offense to defense. And for the Akai, it means that you're gonna go for a very, very strong, hard
Yeah.
carry gold lane.
It's crazy though, because Akai and Arlet sync so well.
Yeah.
With the heavy spin, you have unlimited marks. with the
Yeah,
vengeance.
exactly. It's a new stun after a new stun.
Yeah.
It's a refreshed stun.
Arlet becomes Lancelot
Which kind of
suddenly.
makes me think that Myanmar actually might consider that. I'm only thinking two heroes into Great Man of the Mincitar, by the way.
I was gonna say it's so weird because I was expecting what if Myanmar was watching MPL
Yeah.
Philippines and they go for that
They go
combo,
for it.
but they ban it out. That's so
Yeah.
weird for me.
Yeah.
But, I'm pretty sure that they might pick up something like somewhere along the lines of a Martis or Akai, their fourth pick, actually. Which is going to be great. Then they can wait for the right moment to pick up their gold laner into that last pick. So, I think Singapore, between Akai and Martis, you ban those two heroes.
You know what's crazy though is that Minster could have worked with the roster like from Myanmar, but they decided to opt it out, and I think
Interesting.
it is a respect against the large hero pool
Yeah.
of both Roy and Lolsi. Lorita is still actually open too.
I think, there's the Martis,
Wow.
right? So you pick up Akai here.
Wolf
I think
is on a roll.
the reason why Minster was banned out because you don't have a slot for it anymore. You already have the Arlot
What?
and
We're calling this lineup.
Fredrin.
Redrin. I would have preferred Akai honestly for Myanmar, but yeah, 6 out of 8 I believe, or
Yeah,
5 out of
6 out of
7.
8.
5 out of 7.
No, 5 hours.
No, 5 out of 7 because
Yeah.
we still have 3 picks left.
So with the Fredrin in there and the Martis, this is Akai, right?
Akai Loli.
Yeah, Akai Lolita.
Oh,
Khalid.
what? Wait.
Okay.
Khalid.
Khalid DXP, Joy Jungle.
Yep.
I don't think.
I would not have called that.
I don't think it
It's
works
not
against
optimal.
Arlot though.
Yes.
Yep. You go Brody here if you're Myanmar, right? If you want to be a little bit more, I would say, with late game security kind of draft, you might go for a
Carry.
Claude or
Yeah, Claude. They love it as well on Myanmar.
Yeah.
But with the presence of the Joy and the Khalid, yeah, carry should be the choice.
I've been
Yeah,
waiting
okay,
for too long.
There it is.
I think I believe that was 7 out of 10.
Not bad.
This panel is
That
amazing.
Khalid threw us off.
Yeah,
man.
it's the Khalid, the Kufra, and the Kadita, the 3Ks that we did not.
Singapore.
All
Singapore
case.
Yeah, all
Drafts
Okay.
weird.
You know.
But we did say that there could be a flexibility with their XP lane, right? So
Yep,
that is
that
the
is true.
Khalid.
That is true. That is the factor of Diablo
Yep.
playing in this lineup. We've seen
Asterisk.
a lot of curveballs and a lot of these tournaments, especially during MPLIs. Actually, we've seen a lot of curveballs coming out from Diablo, and right now it is up against, I would say, a bad matchup. Khalid versus Arlot. I'm not sure how confident you're gonna be able to run it up against the Arlot of Myanmar, but it is what it is. You know, this lineup from Singapore, it couldn't work because there's a lot of aggression on their side. But for you, what do you think about the matchup between these two teams?
Pretty solid for
with the draft.
Pretty solid for Myanmar. I think the only way for, well, not really the only way, but one of the bigger ways for Singapore to win this in the early stages, because that's the main focal point of their lineup. What if they actually rotate their mid lane to the XP lane sooner, so that they might get a kill? Maybe that could be the answer.
Okay, I'll see. Starting the aggression here in the early game. Again, this is the best of one match between Singapore and Myanmar, the second match of Group B. And you're seeing the flexibility already of RSG or Team Singapore. And Diablo's rocking a high and dry emblem, by the way.
That is interesting. One of the reasons why we didn't really see this Kufra is because this lineup from Myanmar is actually designed to punish heroes like the Kufra, where you are tanky, you have a carry.
Diablo, though.
Beautiful movements being done here by Singapore right now. That's some first blood.
Oh, well done. As we were talking about how the early game should be good for Singapore, and already they are starting with the kill onto Justin.
Wolf is predicting not just the draft, but early movement as well coming out from Singapore. That move onto mid was what allowed that to happen for Singapore. They got a first skill on the board here, but Myanmar is looking to settle the score as Lolsi falling really, really low, and Ruby D will be able to get that kill. And Jablo just watching his friend turn to ashes here, and Lolsi will respond in about a second, and Singapore is eyeing that turtle.
Braze XP was just not quite there for the Vengeance play, so nice try there from Singapore.
Yeah, it's going to be the turtle fight. I'm imagining what could happen. By the way, Ruby DD went for Unbending Will, so expect a lot of damage from Ruby DD, which we know that is his playstyle. A very aggressive, high-octane kind of player. There it is, turtle fight!
And there it is, Ken securing that absolutely destructive Appraiser's Wrath.
Oh, Naomi!
There we go! The X Factor plays coming in from Naomi once more, and netting a kill and an objective for Myanmar.
Okay, I've finally seen the screen equivalent of basketball in MLBB. That was a very good layover for the Kufra. He was on top. He was on top of the Joy.
For sure.
Oh my goodness. Ken, by the way, I'd like to credit this guy because that was a Telegraph veteran play. But then again, you still get amazed when you see it. Appraiser's Wrath into the Retribution.
Oh, quite easily there. Lolzy, nice dodge
Appraiser's Wrath
onto
here.
the Iron Hook means that's going to be another kill for Singapore. So far, boys, this is blow by blow.
Yeah, Myanmar. I was about to say, you know what? It's a brethren, but it's still amazing to see plays like that because it boils down to the
no way! Oh, man!
Oh, Lossie! He went back!
Naomi!
He could have,
yeah.
Could have lived. Well, I think you could argue that Lossie thought that he was for sure dead because Justin still had 3 charges on the Federer strike. But still, you know, chances were there.
That felt like I was watching a movie and I saw someone bending a bullet the way Naomi just executed that play.
Look at Naomi.
We were just talking about the fact that they should ban Franco, and already you get 2 massive hooks coming out from Naomi.
Don't get too excited though. We saw this last game. We saw
Oh,
this
that's
last
true.
game.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
We have learned our lessons.
We've seen a team pull off amazing Franco plays, but it has to translate into late game. And you know what's crazy? They are rocking the carry. So this is quite the same setup, although different lineup.
And the Farsa as well. And the Fredrin.
Oh, no.
But on the flip side, all of them are on the same side.
Exactly. All the main players. All right.
So they don't have Paramis on the opposite end.
Yeah.
Don't get Paramis.
Yeah, just don't get your hopes up. Oh, nice dodge from Ken. Wow.
That's how you do it. You know, it's not always forward, right?
Yeah, it's always forward. You can always go backward.
That's a pretty good movement. That secures Myanmar the space that they need to secure, or at least try to go for the secure on Turtle. Everyone's going up here with the Breath of the Ocean. Beautiful movement in. Oh my god, Bray's actually quite low.
Oh my.
Ken still gets a double.
Goodness.
And the Turtle. Can they get more? And they will. That's 4 down for Singapore.
Oh my god, this Ken's guy's still good.
Yeah. And I wanna say that was very fundamentally good for Myanmar. I mean, it looked really flashy, right? It looked really, really like high up there whatsoever. But the way that we read through the draft, this is exactly what the draft promises for Myanmar. You wanted to go for those kind of engagements. You make sure that Ken will outplay the opponent's jungler because of that Appraiser's Wrath into the Retribution.
Yeah.
In that case, man, Naomi just played so well, and also Ruby Didi. We are going to see it in action once again.
I wish there was a slow-mo. There were too many
was-
things to watch
Dude,
here.
that energy eruption from Ken saved.
Yes, 100%.
Oh my goodness, saved Naomi's life. And alongside that, after the pushback with the Abrasive Strat, he was able to secure Turtle. And now they're just steamrolling over Singapore.
Yeah. Wonder what they will be, how they will be approaching this. Again, this is, wow, okay.
Oh.
Okay, so typically as the Arlet, you go for tenacity, right? As Ken will be trying to go for a kill onto Lolsey. Unlikely, unless he keeps on doing it.
Yeah, but he's charging up. He has a Brace's Wrath.
Oh,
Try to cancel.
Oh, that's
Oh,
counterplay though.
Nice
And there
retribution
is going to be
though.
Ruby Didi close by. Final slash. Make sure that there is no follow-up from Singapore.
Oh, wow.
There's damage from Ruby Didi, by the way. So you have to really be mindful of that if you're Team Singapore.
I want friends like this, you know, this four-man defense around Zippy, just making sure that he's able to take out the turret on the bottom lane without any form of pressure. And Myanmar, again, is grouping up, capitalizing on their lead. Probably what we should have seen on the previous series, but Myanmar is now pulling out ahead. And in terms of execution, they are delivering, especially with Ken leading the charge on his brethren.
6 minutes in the game. Look at that. Zippy already almost done with the tier 2 turret on the bottom.
5.7k gold lead for Myanmar. However, this is still a carry versus a Beatrix.
They want to go for the killer to the Khalid. And they will be relying on their hook, but Zippy just taking advantage of one minion. Singapore already knows because it was a freshly taken turtle, which means that everybody else is around that vicinity. And Myanmar traded the turtle for a turret in the bottom. Turtle and turret in exchange for one bottom lane turret.
Yeah, no resource available here for Singapore. Myanmar has full control of the map. Ken will go back to his own jungle though. With Zippy, interestingly enough, he took the purple away from the Brethren. So kind of a switch up to whoever is the priority right now. And Myanmar is feeling like the carry needs acceleration at the moment.
Okay, why do we feel this? I think that there was really literally just one factor from the previous game that allowed this draft from Myanmar to be now it's the better draft, right? And it was definitely just the fairness in the composition of what we saw before. It was literally the same 4 heroes in exchange for an Arla that actually acts like a Yuzhong anyways, but has more reliable ultimates because it's lower cooldown. So there were any kind of problems for Myanmar when it comes to activating their carry, because this time all of the heroes of Singapore.
Speaking about the Arlot,
oh
there
man,
it is.
Lolsey.
Damage.
So much damage right now
Figure
coming
out.
in from Myanmar. Lolsey not going to be long for this world. Baby Cakes and Roy making a run for it now. There's barely anything that Singapore can do to stop the plays of Myanmar.
yeah, Myanmar not caring about the consistency and stability of Singapore's roster. They're showing why they're a strong team, this dynamic duo between Justin and Naomi. And of course, Ruby Didi showing up with a veteran experience, utilizing the Arlet like what Wolf was mentioning earlier. He has damage, he has setups. Why not use it?
How poetic would it be if Myanmar gets into the finals and plays against Team Philippines?
Oh my goodness.
Arcangel going up against Ruby Didi.
Prediction right there. Philippines and Myanmar.
That
in the
might
grand
actually
finals.
settle a very long-standing comparison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Again,
it's
I
been
mean,
a long time.
I mentioned M2 earlier. That affair started on that tournament,
Yep, that's right.
And there has been no ending with that story. So it is a possibility that we see it come to fruition in SEA Games. But Myanmar has to, of course, come out of their groups first.
It's just the first set of matches, so yeah.
Gotta be Indonesia first, guys. Come on.
Conceal.
And now it's gonna be Myanmar. They are now pushing Singapore on the ropes, although there is a play from Bray that's possible on top side.
Yeah.
I don't know what he can do with this.
I
It
don't
looks
think
like he
so.
doesn't know either, so he's gonna back off.
Yeah, I gotta say, Myanmar realizes how weak this Joy is when put in a jungle
Yeah,
mode. If you
it's-
don't give him the fights,
Exactly.
he's not gonna be able to establish that momentum. And Myanmar has been playing objective since minute 1.
Beautiful movements coming in from Justin. He's actually able to zone out.
Lolsey!
Lolsey, that was way too far back. Roy goes down without a fight. It is a 4v5.
Naomi!
Naomi, oh my goodness. Someone stop this guy. He's just going loco right now.
Oh,
But
Bray,
there's
Bray.
the backline play from Bray. It's a double from the Singaporean jungler.
2v3.
Do they want to push this? Well, they do have a minion in the bottom lane. Minion wave.
And
I
if they
mean,
can.
can they actually? Beatrix?
Oh, 5 seconds at the Kufra.
Yeah, that's it. I think they're just gonna be farming it out. Well, not coming out from Myanmar with the hook again, coming out from Naomi. And I would ditto what Midnight have said. Jungle Joy is weak because he cannot have the one-shot potential. Unless, of course, you saw in that fight where the entirety of the backlines of Myanmar were low anyways. Like half HP on the far side. if it's just a normal jungling Joy without any kind of pokes from his teammates, he will not be able to kill Justin. But because they're low anyways, there's that factor. However, they had to sacrifice a lot for that play. That is the main weakness of the jungle Joy.
Yeah, and you know, seeing this draft from Singapore, and now that the items, I just feels like there's no tank, like there's no front line, there's no actual front line.
Deadly item coming from Justin. This is if now you're countered. The Joy definitely countered with a winter truncheon play.
Yeah, you can stand the ground, enjoy the dance being laid out by Bray. Let's watch it for the entire 2 seconds.
Exactly.
And yeah, this is a big problem for Singapore. Aside from the fact that they lack damage, they lack front line. They severely lack front line. And attempt from Lotzi to engage against Ken, but no follow-up damage.
It's very unlikely that there was
Flicker
wrong
out.
result.
Oh, the taunt!
A beautiful energy eruption. Nowhere for Lotzi to go.
He held that, by the way. He held that.
Myanmar, all the players are superstar trigger. Literally, Naomi, his signature Franco, right? You can see that even Ken, we know that he excels on those assassin junglers. But even with the Fredrin, knowing your windows with the spells and landing it perfectly, really leading in this game.
Nice attempts from Braid once more to just try to get some info. Try and see if he can pick someone off. It's just not happening for SG
It's
so
hard.
far.
It's hard for Singapore, man. Like Myanmar, there's a reason why they have been able to, clinch the top spots, even amongst the, amongst top teams in international tournaments. Although we haven't seen much of them lately, this is still the same roster that proved a lot of the fans wrong last MSC, as they were able to outperform different teams. And Singapore right now, they are the victims of this Myanmar spotlight, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. Now,
Hook. Scary hook! Finally, we did it!
Once more, it's Lolzy going down immediately. Bray on the back line. This time around with a suppress coming in from Naomi will be enough to stop Singapore in their tracks. Baby Cakes and Diablo all alone. There it goes, not even. The Kali will be able to slow this down. Baby Cakes is still alive though. Flickers in. Naomi's actually low, but has immortality. And that's going to be the cleanup. It's a wipeout. Myanmar takes the game.
That's business for Myanmar. Objective and clean, methodical approach as they win over Singapore 1-0 in their first match here in SEA Games.
Not even breaking the sweat, right?
Yeah.
That's how you use an early game advantage.
That's how you trigger superstar abilities.
Exactly.
You've said it. You've said it, Rockhart. Naomi's Franco, it's a threat. Singapore did not respect it, however, and Myanmar showed the entire country of Singapore why you ban out the Naomi Franco.
They were so clean at executing it. Even after the deaths of whatever happened in that last push, there were certain important kill to Zipix or Zippy, the carry. But then again, that was I would say Singapore just throwing everything just to take out one hero, and Myanmar really answered correctly. This time, Myanmar with a one-sided victory, a clinical approach.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna explain this later on, but they weren't only clinical when it comes to their execution. Even the draft order was actually clinical because the way that they're branding out heroes and the way that they're choosing on the specific stats, allowing Joy to be there, and then they pick up the Franco easily, and you combo it up with the far side, the Arlot, you're already okay.
Yeah, and I think I can put it into words like Myanmar just played direct. MLBB, they were more direct with their approach, while RSG, they played around too much. Although this is the signature, the identity, and the flavor of what this team is capable of, Singapore has the capability to flex it out. But against this type of team that is really fundamental in all aspects, I think they played around too much.
Yeah.
Especially with the Khalid pick.
Yeah. Overplay. By the way, big shout outs to all the viewers out there. There was a friend of ours from watching right now that actually mentioned that in Singapore, Diablo's Khalid is also a priority pick. It came to that point where, thank you so much for that information. Now you understand why they pick it up. I mean, understandably so. But I think that
it's an Arlot, though.
It was supposedly an Arlot, right? You already know. You have the Joy and Arlot. It's an even matchup.
Yeah.
They can play that. And we were prescribing that it could be a different jungle choice. Imagine if Akai was the pick. I think that they would have gone. They could have taken it at least evenly in the early stages.
Yeah, because again, fundamentally, like we didn't feel like there was any sort of response coming out from Singapore. It's maybe because of just the design of the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know we were able to predict most of it, but for and there's a reason why,
7
right?
out of 10.
We usually we attack these by efficiency. First of all, I know why you would prioritize the Khalid. It's a great favorite pick. I know how comfortable players can get, but sometimes comfort just doesn't make sense, right? In specific matchups, in specific drafts, this was one of those times.
You always have to go back to fundamentals, right? Like
Fundamentals is
with
better.
certain matchups, there's heroes you don't pick. With Naomi, you don't give him Franco. Like it's just a cardinal sin at this point. And I feel like Myanmar, like what Indonesia came in to do in their match, Myanmar played to their strengths. And the beauty of it was that their lineup was aside from the fact that they're comfort picks, it works against what SG had, and it was because of the fact that they had weird composition where they wanted to fight with the Khalid, you wanted to fight with the Joy. Myanmar just didn't give it, and Naomi was dictating a lot of the pacing of that game.
You'll even mention the minor errors that we saw from Lolzy there in the positional
the
micros. Oh man, that was an oopsie.
And
Lots of oopsies.
we were just talking about the superstar triggers, right? Naomi, man, we thought that it would be. I mean, it could be a repeat of the previous game that we just casted, but Naomi did not let that happen. This time, they utilized the Fredrin so proactively, I would say. Even in the parts where they are already leading by a lot, you saw Ken just wait for the right target and also wait for the timing, the windows of his energy eruption. So you already know how fundamentally sound that the players are for the side of Team Myanmar.
Just imagine holding the energy eruption, right? But more of what's about this game is going to be given to us by our analyst Wolf. Take it from here.
Myanmar drafted a very standard meta game draft, right? They picked up this Farsa so that they will have damage after the fact that they already have the Franco. Carry plus Franco means that you can kill anyone, even how tanky they are in the latter portions of the game. Only threat for the Farsa in this game, Kadira as well as the Joy. And guess what? Myanmar adjusted accordingly. I was actually, I guess the term is dumbfounded by this itemization coming out from this Farsa. A very early usage of the Winter Truncheon, which already shut down all of the threats coming out from Singapore. There's no way for the Joy to one-shot the Farsa. There's no way for the Kadira to one-shot the Farsa as well, because you have to Purify anyways. So all of the bases have been covered by Myanmar. All he had to do was to land the Feathered Airstrike, and boy, he did. Naomi on this Franco, 1, 2, and 9. You can already see what the priority is. Going in for the Radiant Armor and Athena Shield, because he knows after surviving the early stages, Beatrix and the Khalid will not have enough damage to kill that guy. So he focused on the magic defense as well. As you're looking at Myanmar, all the other heroes, standard itemization. Don't look at Zipex, by the way. They kind of changed his itemization. But overall, the way that they played, they defended Zippy, and they allowed Ken to just wreak havoc for Team Myanmar. The solid gameplay that you expect the Fredrin will do anyways in a turtle, but he made it look so good. And Ruby Didi, welcome back to the international stage. This iconic guy, and gone were the days that he's playing the Esmeralda in the international stage. Although sustained type of heroes, surely you can say that maybe he is underwhelming. But with an aggressive kind of playstyle, with Arlott on the Unbending Will, connecting with the Final Slash on all parts of the game, you saw how instrumental his initiations were for the side of Myanmar, and also the confidence that you get out of this guy. So maybe this is the meta game that Myanmar as a team is going to be looking to be strong, with Ruby Didi helming, right, the XP lane for their squad. The entirety of Team Myanmar just played so well. We were talking about superstar triggers, Naomi. We saw it from Naomi. We saw it from Ruby Didi. 5-0-11, 80% kill participation, and wonderful itemization as well. Got the early Hunter Strike into the Thunderbelt, knowing that he has the Unbending Will, and the fact that they had to play together, relying on the Fredrin to be the tank for the team, as well as the Franco, and him just being the sustain kind of damage dealer, but with a little bit of sustain just because of the fighter emblem and the Unbending Will. but he dealt the damage in this game as well, knowing that he can win in the XP lane matchup by just calling off over his teammates and lasting through the Khalid initiations, waiting for his right moment to strike. Ruby Didi was able to allow the entirety of Myanmar to rally behind him, rally behind his initiations. On point with the flicker, on point with the vengeance, and I'm not talking about the battle spell. It is the way that he chains his normal abilities together with the ultimate allowed Myanmar to have much more choices when it comes to team fighting against the side of Singapore. And if you think about the composition of Myanmar, they have so many displacement tools. Just, you know, the hook and the final slash alone, they allow for Myanmar to actually get more space into the team fights. And if you consider the energy eruption to be a displacement tool, that's also a part of how they were able to break the formation of Singapore. We were expecting Singapore to engage and go front to back with the Joy and of course the Kufra from their side and the Beatrix, but all of those factors were not even evident in that game just because of the positioning and how the draft played out well for Myanmar. So when we go back to our draft analysis for this game, we did say that it is Myanmar having the advantage. They have the carry for the burst for the HP based damage. They have a lot of frontlining because of the Fredrin, and through the highlights we are gonna see the lack of something like a Grok or a Faramis means that the carry and the Farsa will be activated in this game. Earlier on, we can see some kills coming out from Singapore, but Naomi just gets into business. You see the hook, all of the angles that we are seeing from this guy. Eventually, there will be a kill onto Ken. That's on the chains, which is supposed to be good for Singapore. But Naomi, again, with the flicker hook. You can see Lolsi with the flicker afterwards. Maybe he could have survived there. But Ken just pretty much on point. Ruby Didi, my god. The connection of the Vengeance and the timing that he uses the final slash in some of the moments. Like, you don't overdo your stunts or your initiations with the Arlet. You don't overcommit with your fire slash whatsoever. Naomi with the flicker hook play. And that will be it for Singapore. They didn't stand a chance. Surely they will be able to defend for afterwards, but we know that the damage output coming out from Justin and the initiations coming out from Ruby Didi allows it to get even more. Will be the last push. Roy, unfortunately, didn't have a valid target in this game. Carry was duly protected. There's Purify on important members like Justin and Zippy. Eventually, they will get a kill, but they sacrificed too much, and there wasn't any defense. Clinical approach coming out from Team Myanmar from the draft onto their execution. They knew what they needed to do, and they did it cleanly.
Yeah, I love the fact that the highlights really focused on the last part of the team fight, because it was really, the story of the game. It was just Myanmar showing up against the base, inside the base of Singapore with a more direct and fundamental approach, and now they're able to take their first W here in SEA Games. But a crazy match between these two countries, Myanmar and Singapore. And Singapore, as we discussed earlier, they now have to win 2 games straight for them to keep their lives here.
That's very difficult, man. I have to commend them for at least for the first few minutes of the game. They were like trading blows at the very least, compared to other teams who would definitely be snowballed or steamrollered by a team like Myanmar right now with Ruby Didi looking like he's on form. Definitely waiting for that XP laner that can maximize his mechanics.
Yeah, again, I think that the previous matches might not have favored Ruby Didi because he was famous as a side laner when he's aggressive, when he's damage dealer. Like when he's playing the Lunox, right? Playing did the Ruby Didi, the iconic Ruby Didi play. I think at a certain point played the Yuzhong, perhaps?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and I don't know if was he the one that played the Assassin Grok?
The high Grok.
Or was it Ace?
It was Ruby Didi. It was Ruby Didi. I think it was Ruby Didi. There were many times I've seen Ruby Didi play Grok Assassin.
So yeah, I think maybe he was just waiting for the opportunity.
For the meta to shift.
Yeah, and aside from that, I actually want to see him play Joy now. So.
Interesting. You know what? So maybe more matches to witness here from Myanmar as they are making a hard case for that bold prediction. With Myanmar possible grand finals appearance. And speaking about the counterparts, we have Philippines. Now we go back to Group A as the next match would be Malaysia versus Philippines. Again, very familiar for us. It's a very heated matchup as well because these are countries that have been against each other for a long time now. So that is going to be up next here in the match for SEA Games. The 32nd SEA Games MLBB Men's Tournament. That will be the next match. We will be right back.
The Turkish delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-SEA representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny. Happy 16th birthday!
Mother?
Ooh, star glimmers! Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Aria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother!
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny. Destiny.
If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas.
But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! Oh God!
Welcome back to the official English broadcast for the 32nd SEA Games, covering Mobile Legends Bang Bang for Men's live with the feed coming in from Cambodia. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Uomi and Midnight. We'll be bringing you the next matchup. If I'm not mistaken, gentlemen, we are back to Group A.
Yeah, we're back to Group A. A lot of powerful teams in Group A, and I'm just excited to see Philippines once again compete against Malaysia.
Yeah, well, after what we saw earlier in the first match, it was an outstanding performance from the Filipino counterparts. And now they are up against I would say, a more refined team in the form of Malaysia.
Yep, looking at their lead up into the SEA Games, it's no secret that Malaysia holds MLBB up to high regard, and they've really done their homework. They prepared this super team, much like how Indonesia has done it. But for Indonesians, it's not quite paying off just yet.
Yeah.
For Malaysia, this is going to be their debut in this year's SEA Games. Real quick, let's take a look at what's going to be going down today. We've already knocked out 4 best of ones, with the Philippines, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar coming out on top, scoring over their opponents. And as we go to the next page, I believe that's where we'll see the next 4 out of the 10 so far that we're going to be covering today.
Wow, I'm just still so amazed that Cambodia, the home country here, really scored one good match against Indonesia all the way to 33 minutes, I think 35, around that area. It was such a long game, but still, Indonesia falling down, one of the giants in the group stage, or in fact in the entire 32nd SEA Games, going down to the home crowd.
Yeah, and as we were discussing earlier, it's a scary place to be in, because that group is hella stacked. You know,
Yep.
There's a lot of contenders there, and there's a lot of heavy hitters as well. And we've seen, Myanmar pull out an amazing victory against Singapore.
Dear Lord, and we're talking about how Indonesia is going to try to recover. They have the Burmese waiting for them. Coming up next, as well as Cambodia versus Singapore. That's tough. Match 8 is something I'm looking forward to, because Cambodia is white hot right now.
Yeah.
And Singapore just lost to Myanmar in, I'd say, relatively dominant fashion. Like, there really wasn't much Singapore is representing. And then we'll have our last couple. Timor-Leste going up against Malaysia, and then the Philippines versus Vietnam. So I'd buckle up if I were you folks. Like, if you're watching us while you're working, you're watching us at home, you're watching us with your family, I'd say this is the best time to enjoy yourselves in Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yep, we're almost halfway there too. We started this day thinking that it's going to be a very long day, but looking at how the matches go, time flies really when you're having fun.
Yeah, we are on the first half of the day, and we've seen so many amazing games. We've seen how the meta evolves as well for a lot of these teams, and I feel like with Malaysia and Philippines, we're gonna see more of the real meta, I would say.
Oh, wow.
The actual heroes that are really, really strong in the current patch. The amazing draft sequence coming out from Philippines and Malaysia. There's a lot of things to expect in this upcoming match, and I'm really excited to see the actual game between these two teams.
Yep, and here's exactly why that loss from Cambodia is scary for Indonesians, because there's only 4 members of Group B, and if you score anything less than a 2x, that's it. It's dangerous. So yeah,
it is.
Indonesia really has to consider their next matchup against Myanmar. And now, right before this best of 1 coming up, another look at Group A with the Philippines scoring 1, Vietnam as well, Malaysia, Laos, and Timor-Leste yet to be on board here. So yeah, just the top 2 from each group will be making it into the semifinals to even consider a medal.
Oh man, Group B definitely is turning to be really interesting, knowing that Indonesia, everybody expected Indonesia to win, but then again, after Cambodia, the home crowd went wild. They finally, actually that was their first point. In Indonesia, as you said, Leo, I'm quite interested in how they're going to transition from a bad loss like that to a good comeback, hopefully, or is there a way that we might even see a 3-way tie in Group B?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a possibility for Group B. Group A, however, is a different story because we have so much teams in Group A. But right now, I think the focus is more emphasized between the match of Malaysia and Philippines. Because the thing about this match is that Philippines could secure the first 2 points of their group, and sitting at 2 points gives a a
Huge edge.
breathing room for the squad, because you only have one match left to play, and if you win that, then you'll be secured in a very good place.
Yep, it's pretty comfy, and it's gonna have to come at the cost of this team that's walking in right now. Let's all welcome Team Malaysia. As you can see, they're sporting the stripes of the Malaysian Tigers.
Those jerseys are fire, though.
Yeah, really nice jerseys coming in from Malaysia. And as far as I remember, the women's team from the women's division of Malaysian MLBB also wore the same jacket, sharing the same national jersey with their male counterparts right in front of us right now. And I have to say, a lot of these players, if not all of them, are quite experienced in the world stage, carrying the banner of Malaysia in almost all major international tournaments.
For one, we have Chico, one of the most famous person.
The national hero of
The
Malaysia.
national hero of Malaysian MLBB.
Yep. He is FPL Malaysia at some point. There'll be more on that in just a bit. For now, let's go ahead and feast our eyes on Team Philippines, because again, all eyes are on Team Philippines, also known as CBOL, the umbrella team that covers the esports discipline at the SEA Games and other international Olympic level events for esports all around the world. Not much of a weak links for their opening performance earlier today. I wonder if Malaysia is going to be the one to be able to force that out.
I mean, in their first game, they did set the record for quickest game so far today. It was the first match too, 10 minutes, 27 seconds with the Maniac to top it off.
Yeah, it wasn't just a record, it was a statement from Philippines. We came here to play, we came here for the three-peat SEA Games championship for the country, but I guess against Malaysia, that could be contested right now, because we've seen this roster perform. Even though it's a mixture of different players from different teams, we have been able to see amazing performances, especially from Gary on the side of Malaysia. He has been able to perform in the biggest of stages, like even our Philippine representatives had a hard time on playing against Gary. And also I have Chiku, one of the I would say most crazy player of Mobile
Crazy in
Legends.
a good way.
Crazy in a good way, because he has played multiple heroes, even off-meta heroes. We've seen
Multiple roles too.
multiple roles too. We've seen Mia come out from this guy, and
One with it too.
sometimes it works, So there is definitely a lot of surprises that could come out from Malaysia. Versatility is the name of the game here for the squad.
Yep, my bahasa might be spotty, but I'd say you call him Chiku Gila. Looking at their lineup, it's a mixture of MPL Malaysia fixtures, and now you see them doing their pre-game prayer, all the while Team Philippines here, composed mostly by a team from the MPL Philippines called Brenny Sports.
Yep. Yeah. Brenny Sports in MPL Philippines, I think, had the best regular season run in Season 11, but sadly, weren't able to translate that into a great playoffs run. But right now, they have the chance to redeem themselves and carry the banner of the Philippines, and maybe even bring home a gold medal to their country.
Yeah, Philippines, Arcangel. This hits different, man. If you remember, he was one of the representatives in the very first SEA Games for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. He was also a gold medalist, so it's not just about a three-peat for the country, but Arcangel is looking forward to that second SEA Games gold medal title.
Yep, it was seemed like yesterday that in the city of San Juan, in the Philippine coverage of the SEA Games, the Philippines hosted it at that time. Yeah. Arcangel won the gold medal, and then in 2021 for the 2021st. There you go. That's the 31st SEA Games. Yeah. In Vietnam, it was Imam from Mid who led that, and then now, how perfect, full circle. We're back in Phnom Penh, and Arcangel is going for another run at it. It's interesting to see how this purely one professional team from the Philippines is going to be going up against this combine-led squad from Malaysia, because, again, I mentioned it earlier, for Indonesia, it didn't prove well. What's going on here?
I think it's just the the matter of balancing different ideologies, different play styles, and of course different disciplines. Because Philippines right now they're up against 5 teams, 5 different teams. You have representatives coming out from Team Hack. You have Todak. You have RSG Malaysia as well, and there's one other team. I have to check it out. But all in all, these are different teams. Red Giants. There you go. So again, different ideologies. It's a matter of balancing the the ideologies, the treatment of how you play the game, and of course the culture of a a single team. And I think that is an advantage for Philippines because you already have the synergy built up. You are on the same page. Most of the time when you play, some communications don't need to be communicated because you naturally just have that sync with each other. But it's still a threat when you are faced against a team that you have no idea if they will work or not. Again, Malaysia has been able to bring out a lot of the surprises, and who knows, maybe this roster has amazing synergy from Malaysia.
A lot of unpredictability as well for Malaysia in a lot of their appearances in the world stage or international tournaments, especially the major ones. They usually take down big regions such as Indonesia. What else? Like a lot of the times they actually just take down Indonesia with
that's true.
Unorthodox strategies. I still remember, I think it was Todak in M3 who took down Onyx Esports from Indonesia with a very unorthodox strategy.
There's this popular saying, when it's Todak, you really don't know.
Yep.
You really don't know. And I think they deserve the title of King of Upsets.
Yeah.
Because they've upset a lot. Like, even winning games where they're not supposed to win, when they lose just, they always manage to find these clutches in the game wherein they're just allowed to get these upsets happen.
And what's so funny about it is the fact that they themselves understand that. They recognize how volatile and unpredictable their playstyle is, and it's just a matter of time until they actually leverage that on a predictable scale, or at least to where they understand that we can do it here, we can shot them now, and here's what we're gonna do. I'm wondering if this is the day, if this is the major tournament wherein they unleash that potential. Here on screen you see a young man named Zorn, who has played for the national team for Malaysia for several years now. And he's one of those players that is super predictable. The young man mostly plays roam, but he has a mean fanny. What is that?
Yeah.
Even.
Versatility, my guy.
Versatility, yeah, that's right. That's a correct term. And he also is a long-standing veteran alongside Arcangel. Very, I'm not gonna say, but very, very experienced player. He has seen so much in MLBB, and he has played so much games. And I think that's where the versatility comes from. There's a lot of videos on the internet right now. You could see Shorn just making crazy games, playing crazy clutches. I think I've seen one from Shorn with a Grok. He used to be one of the most famous Grok players out there, and I think that's where Malaysia could utilize their versatility. You really don't know what to expect coming out from this roster.
So it's going to be a big challenge for Seable's coach here to predict the unpredictable, or
That's
even
hard.
just see what Malaysia could have in store here for Philippines. And Philippines right now, Seable, I feel like out of everyone in the squad, the gold laner, Rectishano, could be the most camera shy out of everyone. Literally zero eye contact right now.
It makes sense. He's the youngest. He's the youngest of them all.
Midnight, wait.
And,
Oh, that's a Filipino. That's I believe that's Coach Zico.
Yep, of
From,
Pro Esports.
yeah.
From MPL Cambodia.
Cambodia. He is in the home court.
Wow.
He's repping the current top
Is
of the
he?
Group B.
So is he Cambodian or is he Filipino?
He's half-half.
He's half-half.
No, I'm just kidding. He's a fully fledged Filipino, but he is
Part of
Cambodia right now.
I see.
There
And
for work.
he's there for work and he's helping a
It's
lot.
not vacation. It's not pleasure.
He's doing business right now.
And
It's
still,
not pleasure.
and still right now, watching MLBB, the top action for 32nd SEA Games, Philippines still getting ready against Malaysia. I feel like this is one of the first few times, actually, that the newer players for Seaball will meet these international players.
That's right.
That's right. Maybe they've seen each other in other international tournaments, but never in the physical sense.
Nope, not like this. Here we go. Let's get into the game. It is best of one between Team Philippines and Team Malaysia. There goes Akaja and the Franco taken out. Again, Team Philippines taken out some heroes that were, I think, menaces in the last playoff that they had.
Your
And
fun
this
is all that
Malaysia,
matters.
They take out some, I think, fundamentally strong heroes, right? You want to take away the Fanny and the 1-1. Luckily for them, Saison and Retikiano are actually very strong as well in these heroes.
And you know what? This is why I mentioned earlier that we're about
Among
to
the
see the real
planes
meta.
exists the
This is
equilibrium,
basic housekeeping for both
which
sides.
I
Like
was made
Kaja,
for.
Franco, Eve, we've seen that from MPO Philippines. You know, these are the staple bands because they are very, very strong first picks and very powerful 2 picks as well if you give it out. So I think Philippines, they have the right idea on how to go about on the draft. But that is also true on the side of Malaysia as well. You just remove the Fanny. You make sure that there's no assassin potential from from Saison. Although the Lancelot is still open, and we did see Philippines pick it up first on the blue side.
Joy is also open to take. Malaysia, I do feel like banning the Joy is the smart move here, considering that both suppression abilities are out already. It looks like they're going to go for the glue instead. Both the Lancelot and the Joy is open.
the beat
Yeah,
of the
well, of
flag.
course,
Your
big Joy
team
here
is
for
picking.
Philippines, very strong first pick. It's a flexible pick, nasty as well on the hands of both Canon and, of course, Saison.
It's so good. There's no real way to stop it right now. Philippines actually drafted themselves into quite the first pick.
Yeah.
Because again, Malaysia has to either ban this Joy, ban the Faramis, or ban the glue.
Yeah.
And this is what they ended up with. I don't know what double pick is worth it for Malaysia. At least one Valentina, at least.
Yeah, maybe one Valentina. And what could you pair up with that Valentina? What could go up
Carry.
against the Joy?
Carry maybe from
Mincitar?
you guys. Mincitar is also viable, but you don't get it.
Your team
You
is
go
picking.
for Arlott and Valentina, very powerful 2 picks. Also, it does not answer the Joy directly. Because the thing is, if you're in Malaysia, you are forced to kind of answer the Joy, but it's hard to do that because you don't even know the role of the Joy. Like, this could go to jungle, this could go to XP, this could go to support.
mid lane.
Mid lane, yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen Arcangel put it out during their MPL tenure.
He's
so
got it,
it's
he's got
it's a flexible option for Philippines. Now, I think you go for Fredrin here just to make things interesting because it's also flex pick.
Yeah.
But you have to reveal one position. So I think you go gold lane this time around. You pick the carry. So I think Fredrin and carry are powerful picks for Philippines.
Right now, yeah.
The flare. That's
Oh, but I hear
see
Beatrix.
value
I hear
in it.
Beatrix. Locked in for
team is
Philippines.
You should.
Instead of the carry, they go mid.
Man, I love how this Joy is actually a 3-way pick up until now. Like, you still don't know where this is going.
That's right, despite the Frederick showing up.
It's just the gold lane, you know. Canon has played XP Fredrin, and they have played so many Joy so many times in multiple positions from Philippines.
And it's interesting to see how well Charles David Canon, a world champion in his own right, is going to shine here in this series, or at least in the run towards the Golden Sea Games. Now for Malaysia, what else is open? Do they
Come on,
carry here?
Dexter. It's our
Claude,
showtime.
that's the
Team
Claude,
is
okay.
banned.
Mobility against the Joy. Usually what tends to happen is you pick up the carry versus the Joy so you can dish out damage. But I do think that the Claude has a space in this match to move around and get some farm because you don't have the hard CCs. Problem though is Malaysia is forced to ban out the Grok, especially against Onigo, because if you give Philippines Grok, you're just asking for it.
Yeah, and I love this Claude pick mainly because it answers 2 things. The mobility issue of the Joy diving you is answered by the BMI, and the Fredrin being super tanky could be answered by the way Claude is naturally built. The moment you get that DHS plus the Golden Staff, you could probably deal respectable
Your
damage
team is
to the
banning.
Fredrin.
Oh, Malaysia, they've done their homework against Saison, still removing the assassin heroes in the jungle role. They don't believe that this Fredrin and Joy are stuck to their roles. They still see the potential of the Joy being flexed to the support position, but still, these are bans that are kind of expected from the side of Philippines, and it still
May the
opens up a
blood
lot
of
of
my
options
enemies
for them.
flow
I
from
love
my
this
spear.
pick. You talked about it earlier, Womi. It's a very good answer that can be picked up by Malaysia. Problem is, it's gonna be on roll, but Philippines, they still respected the fact that Minstar is good, so they just remove it out. Now Malaysia, do you still ban out the Lancelot? I still think you do, because there is still that potential of the Joy going to support, or you ban out the Forza to make sure that the heroes are checked on the side of Philippines.
Yep, I think that's the best bet here, especially since Malaysia so far their lineup has very little range. Yeah, you do have the BMI, but that's still Chico guys very vulnerably coming in on his Claude behind enemy lines.
Still swords running deep.
All right, fellas, amuse me here. Do you think this is Malaysia overthinking it? Again, it's a best of one. Who's to say that you can't scare them?
It's a hard yes.
You can't shock them.
The thing is, you ban out Ling. You could have given it to Philippines, but you could also answer it up with, with a Kufra.
Or even a Hilda if you're feeling ballsy.
Yeah. So,
I'm not
Malaysia,
a single worthy foe.
They did. Okay, you can pick up the Kufra now, or you can pick up the Grok. Just make sure that you don't have the counter against the Philippines.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's a good point. Philippines could still pick up the Akai.
Yeah.
Let's see if they actually go for the Akai here. I do think that the Akai plus the Arlot combo is very underrated. I have seen a lot of like the Unleash dashes, so I'm not really surprised if they go for that. But they decided to ban the Hayabusa in Ling only to steal away the Lancelot from the Philippines.
This is an easier Hellcat game for Philippines. This is one of the most easiest Hellcat games I've ever
So
seen.
if you do that, it's Hellcat in the jungle,
you go Hellcat
lane,
Grok.
Fred, mid, Joy.
Yeah, you go Hellcat Grok here, full aggression, enables the bitch as well to be able to fight during the mid game. I think that is a viable option for Philippines to go to, but you could also argue that Fredrin will be utilized on the jungle, and then you get probably a Yuzong just to limit the the presence of the Claw during the fight, because during the Black Guard, God is not allowed to fight. You are susceptible to a Petrify combo. I still think I'll
Sweet adventure starts.
This land is
They've been throwing out this Florin pick ever since the playoffs of MPL Philippines. Sadly, it had not worked for them, but looks like they've been practicing this a lot. They would not, like the Philippines as a team, would not pick up this Florin without actual proof that it works, you know.
I'm wondering if this is the right circumstance. If against, again, say an Arlot, a Valentina, a Claude, and a Lance, is this the best place to pick up the Florin? But good news, we can speculate and question it all we want. The fact is there's enough heal. At least I would never ever pick up a Florin. I would vehemently react to a Florin if there wasn't enough heal. But here with the Fredrin and the Lapu-Lapu, and to some extent the Joy, I think it's fine.
Estes, Malaysia, Estes, do you play Estes? No. Oh, Joy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sort of a mean show, I gotta say. Any hero that has mechanical demands or are able to outthink and outplay your opponent on a micro level, Sora is amazing on. So I like this.
Yeah, there's much more aggression on the side of Malaysia, but I do think that the Florin could work, especially in this match, with both the Lapu-Lapu and the Joy. Because the thing about the Lapu-Lapu and the Joy is there's so much damage and there's so much mobility as well on their skirmishes. And I think Philippines could, just utilize their early game heroes to be able to establish some momentum in the mid game.
And I feel like this is going to be the first and one of the very few Florin picks here in the 32nd SEA Games men's division. And it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not the Philippines can make it work. Again, Group A is also stacked. You wouldn't want to lose a game. Going 2-0 ensures safety already for your team.
Yep, I'd like to address the presentation of our predictions. Again, this was prior to the draft. Now I'm questioning. Again, I'm not so sure this Florin roam is going to work.
Yeah, it's a big question, but I don't think that the Joy is going to get amplified.
Yeah.
It's actually Arcangel holding on to this because of the Lapu-Lapu lock-in. Yeah. And I'm just interested to see whether or not they're going to go for early game fights here.
The dual lane that Rekitiano has to deal with.
Farm up. Because Izanami, he does not need help at all. He's up against, I would say, an easy lane, because even though the Joy is not Izanami is a good laner, you don't want to be giving the Valentina free XP with the and
yeah, just like that. half HP on Arcangel will be able to strike back just a bit. Malaysia will be holding on to almost all the lanes here. I feel like they're managing their waves quite well.
Yep, they're playing the macro very, very well here early. Look at it, that mid. Team Philippines sends Soren home. Should be back in time for this first turtle take. And yeah, Saison should be able to bump into the team. What the action is looking like in the turtle pit, because yeah, gold lane, unless there's a duo visit that's unseen by the opponent, then yeah, not much can happen down here.
This is classic Fred and Lancelot. They clear their jungle creep so fast that they reach turtles and they're just standing there.
Just a bit of damage here on Onigo. Still just level 3. Turtle already have HP. Kind of going in for the Brave Spiker. Trying to look for an angle here, but Saison still very healthy. Sword though, he will try to secure that turtle, but Saison will be the one that's safe taking it down for the Philippines. The first blood goes to Lapu Lapu, but looks like the Arlo has something to say about it. Sword is still alive, and Arcangel will be popping that ult. Turtle and a kill. 1 for 1.
I love it. The bloom came in at the right time to at least give the XP and the gold to where it matters for Team Philippines. And then that's why that's not so bad, even if it did end up in the game.
Yeah, and it's an amazing retrieve from Saison. He didn't even use any skill there, and he just insert retrieve at the right time. Kind of missed these kind of instances.
Ooh, wait, Vengeance popped here for Arcangel, but looks like he won't be surviving that 3v1, and Zorn feeling a little bit too confident there against the Philippine squad.
Ooh, typical trade being done here by Philippines. You know, this is something that we're used to seeing when we see Philippines playing the game. Whenever something happens, it's always a trade in the map. And Chibi not able to get that kill. He's gonna lose out on resources. But he's on the opposite side of the jungle right now, but he does not get everything.
Yep, on that front, like thinking about it long term, yeah, Team Philippines won that trade, and because of that, look, Arcangel doesn't even mind. Like, he's just gonna keep going.
And he's also gonna clear the minions with electrifying beats. Philippines just ahead by 100 gold. Still a very equal game here against Malaysia.
Yeah, your main concern here for Philippines is not having any form of like reliable lockdown. It's all about the damage coming up from Rakitiano, and of course Angel zoning out the backlines of Malaysia. But if you think about it, when Malaysia hits their biggest spike, which is the mid game, and the thing is, their lineup also scales linearly with the Claude, but their biggest power spike is the mid game with the existence of the Valentina and the Arlot. These clashes would be awkward for Philippines.
Yeah, in Philippines, they do have a good team fight here, but looks like they're going to fight around the turtle area for control. Turtle being pulled here by Philippines.
Snipe.
Snipe. Snipe. Who's gonna... the Renner's apathy doesn't land, but Cannon dealing a lot of damage on the back line. Forces the Phantom Execution to 3-man stun. Oh. And here comes the Bravest Fighter recast, but Onigo might be in trouble. Might go down, and he will. That's a kill for Malaysia, but looks like Turtle once again will go to the hands of Philippines. And the Claude will pick up Cannon as well. Rekishano might go for the Flicker. Oh. Gets the kill on the Claude, and Momo in trouble here. Forced the Flicker out of the Arlet, and Philippines will be taking that Turtle, plus possibly the purple.
Yeah, so on face value, it looks like Malaysia won that trade, but is that true? Because wait, Saison stole it!
Yeah, this is, Philippines winning the resource battle over Malaysia. Philippines, they're willing to offer their lives just to make sure that the HPs are being threatened, especially with Cannon just jumping in on the backlines. And Chibi was forced to use the Phantom Execution just to get out. And this is amazing backline control coming out from Philippines, although this is a lineup, again, that scales from Malaysia, so at some point they are going to be able to utilize these, minute gold that they're getting from Philippines. But as of right now, Philippines is still winning the resource battle.
Yep, so far we talked about that mid-game power spike, and it looks like it's going to be heralded in by Momo. You have to watch out for Momo!
Oh, Cannon going in for the Bravest Fighter, but look at all the crowd control that he's facing. Nice stun though, and he's going to go for the recast. He did not even flinch.
Did he dodge the Flicker kick?
I think he did.
Oh my goodness.
He came back in, and then life stole a bit to be able to survive underneath.
Amazing plays coming out from the Philippines.
Mechanical genius.
Yeah, took a goal lead for his side. Definitely looking to be aggressive on the map, especially against this Claude. Chico, guys, in the eyes of the Filipinos, this Claude needs to die.
Yeah, of course. This Claude is starting to farm up, and I feel like at around 3 minutes from now, we'll be able to deal a significant amount of damage the moment he gets his second item. I don't even know. Maybe he's already close to it anyway.
Yeah. Oh, the snipe. Look at the damage from the Rena's Apathy.
I wonder if Malaysia knows the bush control from Team Philippines. They have to assume. That's what's difficult about his Cho on Sorn. Yeah, you can threaten automatic kills, but vision doesn't come free.
Unigo looks to be the focus here, but the Lancelot will be able to steal away that turtle. But look at Cannon flickering in front of the people of Malaysia. Will be able to take a kill. Chiku guys will BMI out. That's the turtle secured by Chibi from Malaysia.
Perfectly timed Phantom Execution by Chibi with the Retribution, able to get the turtle away from the Philippines with the cannon.
But wait a minute. There's the Blazing Duet coming in from Chiku guys, but won't be able to secure a kill in the mid lane.
Oh, Philippines, this is a scary spot to be in. Again, as we discussed earlier, this lineup from Malaysia does scale well into the late game. And yes, you did win a lot of the resource battle, but right now, they're not getting much of anything out of this flooring pick. Like, the aggression seems to be subsiding for the Philippines in Malaysia. They will start to ramp up.
Yep. With Momo's pick up on the dominance ice again, the blooms are going to be less efficient. You're going to be able to go ahead and threaten attack speed based damage and as well the heals. So I'm wondering, when are we going to see this Florin pay off? When is it going to show Malaysia that, hey, there's a reason why we picked this. This is something they should have banned.
Yeah.
So far, it looks like there were better roamers available anyways.
Yeah. And again, it all goes back to the problem of Philippines not having enough of lockdown, especially alongside a Beatrix. Like, you cannot utilize that combo really well. Kick from Sorn.
Soren kicks him into the wall, but looks like Arcangel will be surviving it with a shield. Chibi, though, might be in trouble. Cannon just right in front of him. A two-man bravest fighter. But look at the Claude. Blazing Duet. Vengeance is popped here by Arcangel. And Chiku, guys, he's going to go down. Saison with a great engage. And now Malaysia has to run away, but Saison trying to look for the slow, doesn't really land it, and Malaysia walks away alive with 1 to pay.
Yeah, good time.
Wait!
Oh!
Okay,
that hurts.
almost.
Saison able to get the purple bomb, I believe, yes. Oh, no, never mind. Chibi was able to take it. And Saison with the sandwich play against Malaysia, catching Claude off guard. And Philippines, they did commit in front of Chiku earlier on to make sure that he BMI's back.
Yep.
And Saison was waiting in the arms of the Fredrin.
They trapped him.
Yeah, trapped the Claude, and they were able to get a kill on Chiku, guys.
So that's how, again, with the lack of a sure lockdown, that's how you use the Florin. You overextend, you trap your opponent, you threaten the inevitable. But now this Lord.
Yeah. Oh! Renner's Apathy landing on Chibi forces him out of the Lord vicinity, and that will be a clean Lord take coming in from the Philippines.
Okay, Philippines again still winning the resource battle. Ooh.
Momo. No more vengeance stack has to go away. And now they're going to try to defend mid lane. Still nobody dying, but here comes Chibi. Phantom, actually Thorn Gross committed there. Yeah. And now Sorn will be looking for an angle. Might find Cannon, but he won't.
Yeah, so here's what I was talking about earlier, right? You saw how Saison was able to just check where Sorn was. Vision doesn't come easy for Malaysia.
Yep.
Again, that's why how we saw how they tried to take down Chiku guys and successfully did so.
Oh no, wait a minute, Cannon. Very much low on HP. But the canceled Bravest Fighter did scare the Philippines quite a bit. But here comes Chibi. Thorn Bros use it. But Cannon, he's still alive. And Arcangel in the back line. Sorn though with a kick. Saison flickers out and cancels the follow-up. Saison with the defensive play blocks the entirety of Malaysia. But look at that. Final slash coming in from Momo. Momo though might pay the price. Nice taunt coming in from Saison. Phantom execution out, and now the purple buff is stolen by Philippines.
Incredible plays coming out from Philippines. It is a wonderful flicker kick from Shorn, but Saison was ready for that play as the Beatrix was saved by the energy eruption from the Fredrin, and Malaysia was not able to convert that into an important kill.
Yep, and you're able to see how Team Philippines is showing a little bit of personality. You saw how Saison denied Sorn that picture-perfect flicker kick, saving Recticano in the process, and then obliges, stands over the top of the corpse's Cho, or the Cho's corpse, and then goes for the flicker sticker. That's what Sorn does in his home of MPL Malaysia.
Yeah.
For days!
I love the fact that they included sticker there. You know, it's a crucial part of the gameplay. And I do love the confidence coming up from the Lapu Lapu. Like, he held his ground even though he was near death. He had a near-death experience for like a good 3 seconds. But the the play was there. You know, they knew that the heals will be coming out from Onigo, and they were able to outlast the initial burst coming out from the Lancelot. And when Chibi was out, they were like, okay, we could go. But again, Soren found a good window to get the kill. Saison was also ready for the energy eruption. Now the Beatrix is starting to hurt with the Renner. And Malaysia, they need to respect this fact. They don't have tanky frontliners on their side. You do have the tanks a lot. However, you know, a lot of the heroes that they have, these important cores, they're susceptible to being bursted down by the Beatrix.
And now we are waiting for Philippines to make the move. They do have the tools to start fights, but it seems that they're still waiting for Malaysia to commit before they react to anything that Malaysia does.
Yeah, they're respecting the fact that Malaysia, as soon as they see a window, they will pull the trigger. Because again, as you saw earlier, Philippines were down, what, Malaysia was down, what, 4 or 5K down to Team Philippines? Yet still Soren was able to threaten an almost lethal flicker kick, right?
Yeah.
So that's what Team Philippines is thinking. That's what they're considering here as they slowly but surely take this Lord. Actually, you know what? Very fast.
And Lord might just be secured here by the Philippines. A clean take once again for the side of Philippines, but Arcangel, he wants blood. Finds Izanami. Izanami pops the electrifying beats as well. But
the eruption.
The Soren might be in trouble. He will be able to dash away to safety, but that's 5 men from Malaysia wounded with the Lord marching down mid lane.
You have to commend Canon and Arcangel here. They have been doing a fantastic job of just zoning Malaysia off the Lord. And, you know, with that kind of space, Saison is able to just freely hit the Lord, not care about the enemy jungler as well. Even though Chibi did not show himself at all, he was really scared because, you know, the Lapu Lapu and the Joy was standing in the front lines as well. And this Lancelot, he needs the HP.
Arcangel, he will be dashing inside the base of Malaysia, but I feel like they're still waiting for a lot of minions here. Great call coming in from the Philippines to take it slowly. Wait for Malaysia to make the move. They do have another wave here in mid lane. You could say the same in the top lane. Will they be pushing this hard?
Interesting buy from Soren.
Oh, wait!
Saison.
Final slash on Saison, but he's too tanky. And look at Chico, guys, immediately bleeding out. Thorned Rose committed as well, punctured out for the Lancelot. It looks like Momo, he will be dashing in and out with a vengeance as well. But Canada is going to go in. They actually get Arcangel and Onigo. He's going to go down as well. Saison and Cannon caught by Momo. And looks like another one will fall for Philippines. And it is a wipeout for the side of Malaysia. A crucial error for Philippines.
Soren found a needle in a haystack, the perfect target. I wonder if this is going to be a lethal blow. Midnight, can they end?
I think it is. I think they have the tools to do so. This is a Claude that is maxed out. Final slash onto the minion wave. They still have a cannon. 10 seconds without any hero. Malaysia!
The king of upset strike again! Malaysia takes Philippines down!
Oh my goodness! Soren with a knock up onto 3. Shuts down the window of PH.
Wow.
And you could see how nationalistic Malaysia feels. Wow, what a win. Both Indonesia and Philippines, the quote-unquote giant regions of MLBB, takes an L.
Wow, selamat semua everybody. Welcome to Cambodia. Welcome to Group A, says Malaysia to the Philippines, serving up our current world champions. Well, at least nationalistically speaking, right? It's the same team. They're representing the red, white, blue, and yellow. Welcome to Cambodia. Welcome to the SEA Games. What? In the blink of an eye. Look, Kanon can't believe it. That's amazing.
Well, we did say that Malaysia, out of all the teams, they had the highest chance of upsetting anybody here in SEA Games.
Wow, I still can't believe it too. Philippines was ahead by 8K for majority of the time.
we weren't ready.
Yeah, we weren't ready. It was a one-way push after a wipeout inside the base of Malaysia. We talked about this time and time again. For some reason, Malaysia as a region had always pinned down top regions in the MLBB world.
Soren was amazing. He may have missed, and his flicker kick got cancelled in the mid at about what, the 8 or 9 minute mark by Saison, but he got the flicker kick that mattered.
Yeah.
If Rectigano survived that somehow, we wouldn't be here. All right, the game may have been continuing, but no, it's because of how well coordinated that counter-strike was, that comeback, that defense from top lane, that just brought us here now, that gave Malaysia 1 point.
Again, it's the experience of Sorn here. You know, this player has been around for a very, very long time, and he knows
Sorn.
that it is the team fight that mattered for Malaysia here, as they were able to get the W against Team Philippines. One thing that I have to say though with the lineup of PH is that it's very dependent on the Beatrix. Like, this lineup is sort of one-dimensional. The way you approach team fights is you utilize the ability of the Lapu-Lapu and the Joy to be able to zone out key heroes on the side of Malaysia. But one thing is for certain, when Zorn has Flicker, they have a way to bypass. Whenever the vision is there from Malaysia, they have ways of catching Philippines off guard. And only one thing matters here for Malaysia. It's to get the catch against the Beatrix. And it's reflective of the stats. Rectigano only died once, and it was the kill that mattered for Malaysia. After that, Philippines, they had no damage. They had nothing against the Claude. And this is the problem of picking up the Florin. Even though in the early to mid game or mid stages, Florin provided the ability for the Lapu-Lapu and the Joy to do their respective jobs. What basically it meant for Philippines is that they are amplified in doing what they do. But it's kind of an overkill, I would say, because PH already had the resource advantage, especially with the Fredrin roaming around the map. And Malaysia, what they wanted was just to be able to farm up on this Claude and reach that point wherein they hit critical mass, such that any team fight is favorable for Malaysia. Because the thing is, if you are grouping up for Philippines, even though theoretically speaking you're countering the Blazing Duet just by grouping up as 5, you are susceptible to setups like that, especially with the final slash on the side of the Arlet. And you also have to respect the fact that there are multiple heroes on the side of Malaysia that scales well into the late game. It's not just the Claude, but it's also the Valentina. Izanami deals a lot of damage as well. Now, you're going to see here in our stats that it's mostly Philippines, and that is basically true because Philippines really did have control of this game. But Malaysia, they were relaxed as they were getting some few kills here and there. In terms of resources, yes, Philippines was taking a lot of them, but they're also getting some gold back in form of kills. They were able to get some few pickoffs here that are really, really important and enabling the game for Chico guys and Chibi. While Zorn was controlling the vision, he was basically propelling Malaysia to success. Because the thing about this game is, if Philippines is not able to end the game, they will always be able to defend. They have the final slash, they have the wave clear from Chico guys, and Chibi was always on point with the with the pokes on the backline, utilizing the puncture and the phantom execution so well in a way that Philippines is always forced to react during the space pushes. And Onigo, what made the game awkward for the Philippines was that he was basically a walking heel for for the Philippines, and Izanami held his ground on this Valentina. 207, 100% kill participation on this Valentina. Total of 9 kills for Malaysia. He was part of all of them. Really instrumental to the late game strength of this squad. And we did say earlier on that Malaysia, they scale well into the late game. They have the tools needed to deal with the lineup of Philippines, especially without any counter sets coming in from Onigo. Because we did see on the last team fight, it was picture perfect. You know, the way Malaysia wins fights is with Zorn, getting the crucial pick-off, the Valentina dealing damage, and add to that the layer of damage of what the Claude can bring into the table here for Malaysia. The Blazing Duet really just shredded a lot of the HPs away from Team Philippines. And after that, the final wipeout, the final kill on both Canon and Saison was the nail in the coffin here for PH. Very critical timing here for Malaysia, and also nice, nice chilling in the early to mid game. They were just taking some few kills from Philippines, and I also love the fact that they were also kind of trading resources when the Philippines was trying to get their main objectives like the turtle. They're always trying to look for more farm for Chico guys. And again, what provided this amazing space is the tank support duo of Team Malaysia. Izanami and Soren did a fantastic job of holding Arcangel in the early to mid game. And we're not used to seeing this because every time we see Joy come out from Team Philippines, it's usually them just moving around the map, getting some kills, getting resource away. And yes, they did that in this game, but it's always in the form of reacting to Soren and Izanami as well. It's not like only Philippines were doing the moves on the map, but Malaysia was also doing their own version of the moves. And Chibi actually fantastic steal from the turtle as well, limiting the momentum that Philippines can get and also the resources that they currently have. And meanwhile, Chico guys is just farming. You know, the Claude was just chill, it was just relaxed. And this was one of the crucial team fights that you know, propelled Philippines to finally find that momentum. But again, the threat was always there. The win condition was always present for Malaysia, and this was the crucial kill that led to Malaysia's victory. That jump onto the Beatrix, the damage output coming out from the Blazing Duet, added with the damage output coming out from the Valentina as well. And you know, with the catch, with the stolen ultimate from the Joy, he is able to do that because he just, you know, walks over Philippines without having to care about any CC at all from Philippines because they don't have any CC.
All right, in hindsight, the fact that it was the Beatrix and the Joy that went out first spelled doom for the Philippines. The rest of their lineup actually couldn't really do much. And that's what made the Valentina pick up on our MVP here, Muhammad Irwandi Lim, Izanami, the young 19-year-old from Malaysia, all the more an important performance is because he's the one who actually was able to make this all happen. The fact that he didn't die and he was there for 100% of the kills that Malaysia put on the board made sure that eventually, if this comeback was going to happen, and it did, Malaysia could finish.
Yeah, and I love the decision that they took, that they tanked a lot of turret shots after the first wave of minions that they had in the mid lane. It allowed them to end for the one-way push that they did in this game.
Yep, coming up next, it's Laos versus Vietnam. Stay with us, you're watching the official English broadcast of the 32nd SEA Games for MLBB Men's. We'll be right back.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny. Happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything to it! Naharia! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother! Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas.
But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! I can unlock the secrets. If I can unlock the secrets.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother? Happy birthday. If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this?
Why? Why can't I change anything? Can't change anything. Happy birthday, Novaria. Our destiny was written in the stars beyond our reach. Something always finds a way to shine in the darkness.
Hello and welcome to the 32nd SEA Games. We're the official English broadcast. At your service, my name is Leo. Here with me is Awami and Midnight. We're covering men's MLBB. And just a quick recap, we witnessed an upset victory coming in from Malaysia, taking the Philippines a peg down. Coming up next, it's going to be a matchup between the Laotians and the Vietnamese.
Man, that 8K gold lead didn't mean a thing the moment the squad from Malaysia just took in that one lone siege minion all the way to a win.
Yeah, they are the king of upsets for a reason, and it's this hard match to recover from for the Philippines. But now this is a different affair altogether, and excited to see more of those type of games. Where unexpected things could happen.
Yep, how perfect is it that that win by Malaysia over the Philippines actually shakes up the status quo here in Group A. Again, a quick recap, only the top two teams from each squad will make it through to the semifinals to even think of taking home a medal for their country. Here's the 4 matches and the others that have concluded already. We're smack dab right here. 6 out of 10 best of ones for today's competition. Again, it's Laos going up against Vietnam, followed by, if I'm not mistaken, my math checks out, 4 more.
Yes.
I can count.
I'm proud of you, bro.
There it is.
I love the fact that you have to compare.
Yeah, there goes my facade of eloquence and intelligence.
I failed math during my second year of college, so that's fine.
Where's this going?
Why are we sacrificing ourselves here?
I'm not even sure. At this point, nobody's sure. How do you even win? How do you even lose?
Indonesia lost.
Indonesia
Philippines lost.
This is
Vietnamese people bringing out the Minotaur.
This is the effect of crazy games, crazy MLBB games. Unexpected things happen.
We weren't prepared for this.
Yeah, we were not prepared for this at all, and that's why crazy things are bleeding out from the past.
You know what? I'm happy. At least we're blessed with such a shakeup. Look at this! Look at this!
The true parody of Cambodia 32nd SEA Games.
Yeah.
Malaysia and Vietnam on top for Group A. Group B, Indonesia down bot. My God.
By the way, Singapore and Indonesia have already played. That's what this looks like here.
Yeah,
that's how you know.
The groups are shaking up, especially for Group
exactly.
B. Group A, however, they have still a lot of matches to play, and Philippines, they did lose out on the opportunity to get that first 2 points.
That's right.
Out of everyone.
And by getting 2 points here in the group stage, that almost secures you the semis.
Yeah, secures you the second life.
Oh my, and now Lao does have the chance to make this more complicated in Group A.
Just straight up, man.
Just by getting that win against Vietnam puts 4 teams at 1 point in Group A.
Okay.
Make things interesting, right? Just make it 1 point each.
Just to round it out, again, in essence, this is Vietnam going up against Laos. It's MDH Esports going up against Team Evo. Just to think about this, right? Considering what Laos brought out in the opening game of today's broadcast, and then the propensity of Vietnam to bring out crazy picks, like again the Jungle Minotaur. I don't know what to think anymore. I don't know what to expect. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
As the day goes on, right? So many things happen, and there are a lot of crazy things that could come out of this match. So I think we're already at the point where we just sit and relax. Look for something awesome.
Let's
that
just
can happen.
enjoy CK.
Maybe see Zilong XP. I don't know.
I'd love that. Honestly, at this point, I think our hashtag goes as this is for MSC, but you could also use this for I think SEA Games as well. It's See the World, right? And we're literally seeing the world right now crumble for Indonesia and Philippines because getting an L this early in the tournament is nobody's expecting.
Not just. Again, just to put it in perspective, not to take a thunder away from the teams making their entrance on score. Let's welcome and acknowledge Team Vietnam here, and of course Team Laos, the squad that walked on stage prior. All right, just to paint a picture again for those of you who just tuned in now, Team Indonesia lost to Cambodia in a marathon match.
35 minutes.
35 minutes. Could have sworn if you just watch the first 20 minutes, oh, Indonesia's going to win this. That's it. But no. But no.
If you tuned out, right?
Exactly. Same story. Team Philippines was in control for the first, 8 to 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And then in
the
a
last
flash,
2 minutes.
I'm pretty sure a lot of Malaysians just started to tune out. Like, I have work to do. And then they come back like, what?
What?
It's that one.
What happened?
That Tracy McGrady moment.
We won that?
13 points in 33 seconds. That's the basketball counterpart of what Malaysia did to
I could have
Philippines.
sworn Malaysia ate a Mario star. That's what it looked like.
I don't know where that came from, but yeah, I guess that could work. Again, a lot of crazy things happening today, a lot of crazy references. And speaking about crazy, things happening, I never expected to, see the day again that I see Minotaur winning
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm here for it
in
too.
SEA Games.
In SEA Games, in a major international tournament involving a lot of nationalistic pride. Bring out the Minotaur. Vietnam knows what's up.
Yeah, and you know what? It could be something that might be utilized in this series, but I guess if they are, if they are looking to pick off meta heroes here, I do think it is also a possibility on the other side. You never know. Laos could just straight up pick different heroes, because I believe Laos have off meta heroes of their own, and they do love playing around their gold lane though. So I think what matters in this matchup. Okay, let's go back to the realistic sense of MLBB. I think the gold lane matchup is very, very important here for both sides.
For sure. And given the performance of Team Laos, they have to watch out. Again, 20 August really has to play the duo gold if that's the case, right? He has to watch out for what Yandere is cooking, what Hehe is thinking. Because again, you can expect these mid laners, these roamers to put much focus on their gold laner so that they eventually get to that point wherein they can single-handedly win the game, much like what happened in Malaysia versus Philippines.
Oh man, I'm just excited to see how this would play out. That was such a mood setter. Like the Indonesia versus Cambodia matchup was like part 1 of 2.
That's right.
And part 2 of 2 was Malaysia beating Philippines, and now what happens next? It's that part of the movie where it's a trilogy, you know?
what?
I'm sure this is not just the 2-movie thing. Let's make it into a trilogy.
I was gonna say, we have 4 best of 1s more after this.
Impossible that it's not gonna happen again.
Exactly. I would rather it turn into a sitcom, a series, not just movies. I hope it goes on forever. I hope the next few BO1s are just as crazy.
Yeah, make it a universe, I would say.
Yeah.
Like a cinematic universe.
An MLBB cinematic universe.
Yeah.
The MCU.
MCU,
Exactly.
right? And it could happen, We've seen a lot of crazy things, but it's just a start. It's just day one, Jets.
Yeah,
it's just day one.
It's just day one. We're still gonna see a lot more crazy games. Again today, tomorrow, and all the way up until the grand finals on Sunday. Surely whoever goes to the grand finals have seen it all.
Is this a prelude to the upcoming MSC?
Yeah, I wish it was.
Because if this is how the SEA Games are going and then we eventually go to see the world for MSC, I would be the same way as this young man on screen. He's like, what's going on?
Yeah, the face of a guy that is trying to make sense of things, trying to figure out what is really happening. But so far, in terms of the power rankings, although it has been jumbled up, there have been a lot of upsets here and there.
Doesn't matter anymore.
I would say Laos is sitting at a much more comfortable spot over Vietnam, because they did. I think they did beat out. They performed better on the Mekong qualifiers compared to Vietnam.
That's right.
It's just a matter of showing that versatility or showing that strength now in the second SEA Games, and it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they could go out of their shell here and finally show the world or show the entire Southeast Asia that they could play in a level that is of the same level of other teams here in the Group A.
That's right. Midnight presents a very strong argument here, Theodore. Think about that. Laos, Team Evo, beat out MDH and all the other teams at the Mega Qualifier. So yeah, on paper, this could be a rematch of sorts.
Yep.
And you could assume that given the situation now at MSC, Laos should win.
Yeah, some would argue that Vietnam are really strong at the moment because they did participate in the recently concluded M4. But more relative data suggests that Laos is a much stronger team now, and I do love the fact that they also follow the same meta that are prevalent in the more stronger regions of MLBB.
The more recent data presented here by Laos. Interesting. Hey, now I'm scared for the Minotaur. I think Laos is onto it. I think Laos is like not here.
Not
No,
here, yeah.
if you're scared about the Minotaur, I'm scared about the entirety of Group A. Because if Lao wins this, everybody
gets 1 point.
Oh,
That's true.
That's
true.
Except for Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste has
That's
0
true.
points right now.
Alright.
But again, having 4 teams in a 5-team group with 1 point complicates a lot of things.
You know what? Just to put a nice little cherry on top, Timor-Leste is just happy to be here. Looking at them, this is their debut in the SEA Games, and yeah, the way that they played their first game, they could work on that. But looking at the way that they took that L, man, they were just happy.
Like champs.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny? They can actually still take a 1 point after today.
Yeah, you know,
They could take 1 point.
if everybody gets 1 point in Group A, that would be an instant article for all the media people, you know? Everybody in Group A gets a point. We're redoing the group stage.
And,
Another single round
presented
robin.
by Oprah. You get 1 point. You get 1 point.
You get one point.
Everyone
Everybody
gets
gets
1
point.
So, that's also true with Group B. They're currently at 1-1-0-0 now, and 1-1 could happen. I don't think it's by the end of the day, but it could happen. It could literally happen.
Oh man, league operations right now shaking in front of these teams.
The Olympic Committee for
The-
Sports,
the-
like, what's
going on?
What's wrong today? I expected more sweeps. I expected more dominance from the stronger regions.
Let's get into the game here. Vietnam on the play, banning out the Kaja, while Laos takes out the Glue. 21 August, we're looking at you. You ain't playing that Kaja tonight.
Yep.
Maybe even the Lolita. They can just ban out the man. Why not?
Yeah, it hurts actually because Laos used to spam Diggy a lot when it was available. But again, Diggy is banned out for a lot of reasons. Again,
The
visual
young
bug.
and passive and the visual bugs and all. And right now, looking at how Vietnam is playing, I do feel like they do feel a bit of momentum from their earlier wins, but I think it's scary that Lao is actually strong. They're just waiting
Your
for the
team
moment.
is
Yeah, they could pull out those comfortable picks like the Benedetta, the Beatrix especially on Piston, and I do think that with this lineup there is more flexibility when it comes to the support position because they are one of the rare teams who still are playing Lilia on position 4.
Let's see if they're gonna lock that in. But right now, Vietnam already taking away the Valentina. I do feel
Sir,
like this is a
what's your
very
command?
different
Your team
red
is
side
banning.
ban approach though. Like Glue and Fanny for their first 2 bans. I
Payback.
see 0-1-1 bans here. I see 0-1-1 bans.
Oh no, is she gonna come through? Because even if, consider this, even
I,
if the 1-1 comes out,
Minotaur,
Joy
finish off what
is
was
still out
left
there.
undone.
Ah, Laos. The Laotians are on to you.
Yep,
Joe,
no chance.
it's
no
not
chance.
happening,
Let's
Joe.
go
Not
to my
happening.
imaginary world.
1-1.
Your team
Okay.
is picking.
Eve is open. So that's Joy is open. Paramus is open. So Laos, I think they came into this match expecting that the 1-1 will be played. And I do love the fact that this was also presented during the Mekong qualifiers. 1-1 was being let go in some weird instances. But they do have the answers for it. It's just that I feel like 1-1 is at a point where you have to respect it. But if you are prepared enough, you can deal with it. If you have heroes that can play into it, like the Lilia, the Paramis, or heroes that go outside the range of the crossbow of thanks, like, say, Ling, or even the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
So it is a possibility that they do that. Or they go back to Frederick Eve.
Yeah,
you
or
know?
maybe surprise us once again, pick up the Zask.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
You know what? No Zask.
is
They're
made.
going classic here, Franco combo.
Yeah, the
But
blitz.
man, I laughed way too hard on the Minotaur ban. It's one of those times that
perfect.
it's too perfect. It was a moment for Lao.
Wait, sorry.
This land is
you
our
Frederick
homeland,
Olive here,
and it will
sorry.
soon be your burial
Oh,
ground.
interesting. They go Lapu-Lapu. Well, it works against Eve in Franco.
Yeah.
But I think you still prioritize Joy, I guess. Even though I don't know if they play it on support role. But it
Or
could
the
have,
jungle.
you know, it could have been better if they pick up Joy and then get a roam for themselves.
Now we are waiting for
The ocean is
to
not
secure
just
another
our
victory.
home.
Oh! Go for the
It
Atlas
is who
counter.
we are.
Atlas versus Franco. How is this a classic counter to the Franco?
Well, the thing is, with Franco, you want to be able to set up kills for your teammates, and naturally you group up. And with
Time to
Franco,
drop
you
the
have a
beat
lot
of the
of tools.
flag.
I mean, with
Is banned.
with Atlas, you have a lot of tools to deal with the Franco. Like, for example, the perfect match, you can use it to clear bushes. Franco's not going to be able to do anything about that. And if ever the Franco catches somebody on the side of Vietnam, the Atlas could always just re-engage with a fatal links on the backline.
Yeah, no, is that not a perfect situation where you get Iron Hook and then you're in perfect position to use a Fatal Links?
Yeah, we've seen this countless times, and it has been established that although it's not a direct counter, as you would think, but Atlas, like most of the time, would have a good time trying to fight out against the Franco.
It's the same relationship between Joyd and Tigreal. When Joyd was the top
Your
dog,
team is
Tigreal
banned.
would be picked up and like, thanks for putting me in a position where I can
live.
use my
Need
ult.
some stitches?
thanks for
I can
giving me
help.
green
Team
flicker.
is banned.
And now Vietnam is taking away gold lane picks with the Joy already locked in for Lao. One thing though, like I do think that this Melissa is a great ban, but you already have the 1-1 and you already have the Lapu Lapu. I feel like this is already doing too much by taking away the Melissa.
Too much of a good thing.
Too much of a good thing, you know?
Yeah, I think you still ban out the Beatrix here if you're Vietnam. It's a comfort still for Piston. So Laos could still get some of the amazing picks towards his side. I'm actually surprised Bredden is still not picked up. And it's also priority for your name, both the Bredden and the Lancelot. So that might be coming up next if Vietnam does not ban any one of those.
Your
there might be
team
Iron
is
Man.
3,000 worlds.
Artist banned out here
And
for
not a
Lao.
single
Final ban for
worthy
Vietnam.
foe.
We're looking at the Beatrix possible
on,
ban.
Dexter.
It looks like
It's
they're
our
going to go for
showtime.
What?
They'd rather go for the Beatrix
You go
up
for
against the
Bredden.
1-1.
You go for Bredden. And then Vietnam will play.
I fear
from
no
the-
cracker,
Lancelot.
for I am the invincible
For your name.
Lancelot.
Again, it's comfort.
What do you mean?
What'd you say?
Comfort.
Yeah.
Again, you're going up against a team that is as unpredictable as Vietnam. The second time around, you pick up your comfort. Again, you can say Fredrin all you want, but right now, if the jungler for Laos wants to play a Lancelot, you give Lancelot, you give him the chance to run away from a crazy and angry Atlas.
See value in me?
And this is something that
should.
we've seen countless times again. You have zero suppression coming in from Vietnam. If you have a Lancelot on your side, and also the Joy, they're going to be able to enter your backline again and again. It's going to be up for the 1-1 to defend herself.
Kagura, Lilia, anything that has Wi-Fi.
Wait, that's what I was gonna say, Kadira!
My domain.
Why did we see the Kadira on the clap back in the first phase? This is way too late for the Kadira to come through, but Laos didn't see it either.
I was actually surprised that they play carry
Yo.
into a 1-1. We've seen this many times.
It's usually a
It's a tough
disaster.
matchup. Yeah, you're right. It usually ends up in disaster, but I think they have a fair chance of utilizing this carry towards the late game, especially with the threat coming up from the Franco. But man, I'm really scared for Laos, especially with this 1-1 pickup from Vietnam. They did not answer the 1-1 at all.
And now we're going to see whether or not the 1-1 would work. I feel like this is actually the first game where we're seeing 1-1 in the SEA Games. And we're going full Vietnam here.
Because we got 1-1.
We were believing,
without a draft.
we were believing in the Minotaur, man. We wanted to see the Minotaur once again.
Sorry.
But sadly it got banned.
Sorry, I hope we don't see that again. I'm gonna ruin a lot of rank games.
MSC is near.
Shaking.
This is already a preview of what's to come.
Embassy's definitely shaking.
Also in Cambodia, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's right there.
that's why, Embassy's definitely shaking with a lot of these unorthodox picks.
Yeah, for a good number of players competing in the SEA Games right now, they'll be back in about a month's time to play for the MSC. Now, going into game 1 here, 30 seconds in. So far, this is actually tame for a lineup that I personally expected to go ham early on.
Yeah, and now in the mid lane, they're just poking each other out, and you can see how the Eve really does shine in clearing waves more than the Kadita. Like, the Kadita has to sacrifice 1 or 2 spells just to clear out.
Yeah, and most of the time you need an actual roamer to help Kadita clear the wave, because she's gonna be, she's gonna be hooked a lot. Because the thing about Kadita is that she's kind of a soft committal hero when it comes to clearing the minion waves.
Yep.
And the problem with that is if you're up against an Eve, if you're in a range where she reaches you, you're gonna be slowed, and she will have movement speed. She will just naturally just chase you down. So the poke battle will naturally be be advantageous for the Eve.
Yep, I was literally in this situation earlier today. Like, before we started our broadcast, I was playing a ranked game, and yeah, the Eve wins the poke battle. But that's because the Kadita doesn't want to commit her skills. She wants to commit her skills for the eventual kill.
Exactly.
And now in the top lane, Nart will be trying to get to the stun. And he does have a good angle here. The Atlas trying to defend and actually block the Franco. And now Yandere finds himself in a tough spot. It's very rare to see a 1-1 lose a trade straight up.
That kind of however,
he's going to secure that turtle. Of course, it's going to be the Fredwin, but your name might be in trouble here. Turns him upside down, and Nart gets the kill on Vietnam. For Vietnam.
All right, 2 minutes in, Vietnam is winning. So are we already seeing the tides of time change? Laos won in the Mekong qualifier, but now it's Vietnam who's atop.
Yeah, and I'd say it's the draft. And also the way they played that turtle fight, prioritizing the last level first, while Laos did not have anything against this Fredwin. Because the thing about their XP lane, which is the Joy this time around, it doesn't really threaten the Fredwin kill, unlike the Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu, when he jumps in against the Lancelot, there's so much damage coming out. There's so much physical damage coming out from Yao, while Opper has to charge up the dance. Like, you have to dash in first 4 times, and you don't really deal that much damage against Joe.
Yep, and Oper here, deep, getting threatened here possibly by 3 members of Team Vietnam.
Oh no, Opper! He's gonna go down with Joe taking the kill. That's 2-0 in favor of Vietnam.
That's an ordinary Joe, man.
Not the average Joe.
Nope. He's very good at taking objectives. Again, who would have thought that the communication was, let's take down this Joy. She's in too deep.
I read into that for 2 seconds, so it's not a regular Joe. And I do love the fact that you pointed it out. Vietnam recognized the fact that if they shut down this Joy, the only remaining problem is really the carry. Because Lancelot's not gonna matter. It is a tank block.
Hey, Nart gonna go for 20 August, and he's gonna get smacked down with the 1-1 flying all the way to Agi and calling an ambulance, but not for him because Yandere gets a double kill. Biston though might be in trouble. Rough waves, Phantom Execution onto Biston, gonna get knocked up, but he won't die just yet. Your name might just get a triple here. Nice dodge coming in from your name. Biston,
one more hit,
one more attack, and that's a killing spree for Yandere. Might just be a maniac, but he's weaving in and out. 20 August, Nart, he's going in. Your name might just die, but nice dodge using that puncture.
Oh, wow,
he's gonna get a kill on the Atlas, and might have bit more than he could chew, and Lao does get 2.
The Vietnamese overcommitted.
Yeah, your name, Bob. So many uncles there from the side of Vietnam to die for the for the attempt on getting Lancelot's life. Also, Yandere got so much kills out of that gold lane. That's gonna propel us towards success. But your name was able to bounce back after such a bad start.
Oh man, thinking about that, again the gap just closed. The fact that this turtle might actually be anybody's game.
Yeah, Opper zoning out Joe, but Joe already in a prime position, secured with a retribution. Phantom Execution go in. Your name might be puncturing out, but Nart, here comes the real world from Lao. And looks like Nart might just pay the price here. Lao does take 1 kill for 1 turtle, but Opper still wants more blood. Forces the rough waves out of Hehe. In Vietnam, they do secure the 2nd turtle of the game.
All right, Opper's starting to hurt. Even though the Predator was able to secure the turtle with the Appraiser's Wrath, you see your name still able to dodge out some of these key spells coming up from Vietnam. But this Joy is starting to become a problem once again.
Oh no. Looking at how the side lanes aren't really progressing as much, I'm wondering where it's gonna eventually just break out, right? Like, what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for a Lord? Are we waiting for a turret to break in mid? Because again, the side lanes are rotating so much. especially XP. But wait, there's a pull!
Wait, he does pull the Atlas though, flips him back down, and here comes the flight from Yandere. Doesn't really transfer to Agi, but Agi might still die here.
Yeah.
He will be able to run away, and the conceal is popped by Vietnam.
You know that feeling when you're when you go fishing and the hook lands on a shark?
And this is just a casual kill from Yandere.
You were saying?
Yeah, it feels like whenever you catch the Atlas,
Now Phantom Execution committed by your name too.
Yeah, is that not the dynamic we're talking about? Right? Like you get an iron hook on the Atlas and you put him in prime position to do what he wants.
It's like, oh wait, no, wrong target.
Yeah. When has that ever happened to you, Mindy? Have you ever fished
Yeah.
and then you caught a shark?
I mean, I haven't, I haven't gone fishing, but I do understand the feeling because I have played this match a lot of times.
I see.
It's more of a metaphor.
Sort of a metaphor.
It was some sort of a hyperbole too.
I don't have the money to purchase fishing.
Fishing
Or expensive.
It's
hobby here.
Is fishing an expensive hobby?
I hear. Oh wait, how'd that happen? A solo kill on the Joy?
Wow. That is actually mental.
Who did it? Was it Meow too?
That's hard. Like, that goes hard because it's so hard to kill the Joy. But another setup, another crossbow of Tang. Yandere gets his 6th kill of the game. Vietnam feeding everything to their gold laner.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu killed one of his own. He meowed. What is the Leonid?
The Joy.
Oh!
Borgos, he's just trying his best here, but gets capitally taunted by Joe. Opper trying to dance around too, but looks like he's gonna have to run away. And Vietnam now ahead by 4K. Lao though, still trying their best.
Oh, Lao, this game has to come down to carry system, has to do a lot of heavy lifting in this match. Like the frontliners of Vietnam, they don't care about facing against Joey at all. They can't tank up the magic damage coming out from Oper, and they are built up to sustain because you have the Festival of Blood coming out from Meow with 3 charges as well, add to the spellbound, and you'll also have Joel, who is a predator. Once he charges up those crystallized energy, he will deal more damage and he will get some HP back.
And it looks like now, in hindsight again, draft-wise, Vietnam has an amazing surplus of peel, while Laos is lacking. They need more peel actually, because what? It's only really 20 August who can really stand in front of Team Vietnam, but even so, right? He usually doesn't.
Yeah.
He's on hooks, and then, all right, guys, now what? Now what? That's what's been happening in the past 8 minutes.
And look at Yandere. He is playing like a room right now. He is clearing bushes, walking towards Laos. There is no catch. Side of Laos, side from the Bloody Hunt.
Real word manipulation though.
Okay,
They're going in. Nice flicker, Bloody Hunt. Meow might be in trouble here. That's a kill for the carry. Your name. The crossbow of Tang already transferring the 3. They got 4. He's going in for Aggie. And Yandere just goes up and takes them down.
He didn't get Agi. That would have been an amazing wipeout for Team Vietnam. A conclusive end to that engagement. But yeah, no, this is good news for Lao. It should slow down Vietnam, but just by a bit.
Yeah, the thing is, you gave so much heals to Yandere. Even though you slow him down, you also ramp up the pressure coming up from the 1-1. The Bloody Hunt, ideally, you'd want to use that on the 1-1. But Yandere was just able to, pre-hit on the back line. He even used Inspire to make sure that he stacks up as quickly as possible for the crossbow attack. Now they get lured.
Here's a question, right? Among the members of Lao, who should be? Who should be the one to take down Yandere, right?
All of them.
They have no real way.
All of them. 5 heroes committing on 1-1.
Let's go.
Problem is if you commit 5 heroes, you are up against an Atlas.
And that's probably going to spell disaster for Lao here.
Yeah.
And Vietnam 6.5k ahead with Yandere holding much of the gold for the side of Vietnam.
And look, Yandere is building a rose gold lead here. Like he wants to overcommit and then eventually take the skies.
Yeah, provides a lot of things. The shield blocks all sorts of damage, magic, physical, and also provides mobility, which amplifies the overarching problem.
He does find one, but looks like the real weaponization sees a lot. It looks like the
Yandere died! Oh, Yandere died!
A shutdown from the Franco, and your name, they just did it! Lao did it!
He jumped into the the firing range of Lao.
Nani? Again, we were just talking about how all 5 should do it, but yeah, no, Laos did it!
Yeah, I mean, if you bring in the tower as well, that's 6.
Ah man, wow, they do the unthinkable, and now Joe will be taunting out your name. Your Name will be trying to escape from that one. Still, a massive shutdown coming in from Lao. Now they know it's possible. Things are starting to get hopeful.
Yeah, a lot of wiggle room, however, still for Vietnam. I do think you still need to keep on fighting for them to be able to come back, because I don't see the carry faring up well against this, this 1-1. Even though he is rocking the Purify, there is chance, however, if Laos is able to find like multiple skirmishes, individual skirmishes or pickoffs, I would say, with the Franco. But so far, Vietnam has been grouping up and they want to take fights as 5.
Yep, you overload the damage output of the carry. She really, really wants to focus down on one for like 2 seconds and then move on to the next target. But the way Vietnam has been approaching team fights is, yeah, there's all 4 or 5 of us here. What are you going to do, Piston? What are you going to do? And now look, they're going to go find Oper.
Oh no, Hopper will be dashing now. The power of joy.
Yeah, I'm going to be able to do that for Team Lao. As long as the carry is not the, Vietnam, Lao is going to be having this bottom lane. Meow, able to defend this lane, but Laos was eyeing to take out that one last person on the bottom lane. Oh, Nart! Okay.
I'll pretend like I didn't see that.
Good attempt from the Atlas. Nart was able to dash out.
Oh, man. That's difficult. So what is that, about 45, 50 seconds that Vietnam would rather not engage?
Yeah, and they don't have Flicker too. Not only did they go in for the Fatal Links, but he also committed the Flicker. So this is a prime chance for Lao to possibly even secure the Lord while they're waiting for Nart's ultimate. Hopper though, to go for a minute. And with their passive will be trying to heal out, but Hopper is starting to be a bit tanky here. Your Name will be guarding the lane as well, but the Lord is already being started by Vietnam. 20 August going in for the conceal. Nart as well, finding Your Name. Lord's already in critical HP. Who's going to secure it? Can they actually take it down? Looks like Vietnam will be able to do so. And Piston, he's going to get stunned up, and he's going to get smashed down, and he might just die, but the real world will be able to save him. And though 20 August will be running back, it's going to be a kill for Hopper from the back line. He's going to try to escape now with a vengeance as well. It looks like a crossbow attack right over here. He takes to the skies, and he goes to Aki. He's not going to be able to take him down. A sliver of HP. Puncture still available. He's going to go in and out, and it looks like Laos will get out.
Yeah, sure. Laos gets a kill, right? He's taking out hey off of Hopper's amazing. But you still see that main problem that they have. There's no peel, so Piston can't fight.
Yeah, you have to really come in here inside of Laos. Problem is, Nart is still a big threat versus this lineup. The Fatal Links combination could just, connect and any single time. And Yandere, even though it is a good 1-1 game, we're seeing some signs of hope coming out from Laos, especially with how Hopper has been playing this Joy. But look at now Hopper Nart.
That's one, and the real world is there as well, but it's an immediate kill and transfer. Piston, he falls down, and Yandere is still in the sky. Finally drops down, but that's a triple kill already for the 1-1. He's gonna go for the base. He doesn't care about everything else. Lao is down, and Vietnam takes the game.
Despite what transpired in the Mekong qualifier for MSC 2023 earlier this year, Vietnam comes out on top. This is a revenge story unfolding.
Yeah, and you know what? Vietnam telling Laos this is different. This is not qualifiers. This is the international stage.
This is the SEA Games.
This is the SEA Games. They did perform. However, I do think that Laos kind of, gave Vietnam a huge margin here, a huge handicap by giving out the 1-1.
Oh man, that 1-1 was such a great pick for Vietnam, and they knew how to play around it. There's a lot of teams, whenever they see the 1-1 open, they just kind of lock that in, and it's not really prepared to play around the 1-1. Yes, the 1-1 is a strong pick. Alone, it's really good. But playing around it, making sure that you set the 1-1 up for success is something else entirely. Vietnam was well prepared for that, and usually we rarely see teams who know how to play around the 1-1 now, mainly because it's almost banned.
Yep, and that's exactly what Team Vietnam here did. And not only did they make sure that Yandere was ready to serve, but also they drafted in a way, and again, they closed off the opportunities for Team Laos to punish, right? They banned out the Farsa so that there's no immediate burst. I'm not sure if it was a choice left for Laos anyways. But yeah, they set up that marksman role by batting on the Mel and then the Claude, and then they just gave him the carry. But by all means, make my day.
Yeah, it was weird as well when they picked up both the Franco and Eve, I believe, because
Laos, yes.
yeah, Laos. Although it had answers, well, it's not direct answer per se against the 1-1, but I don't see the connection between the two heroes because you needed burst, you needed something like a Kadita. But the problem is it went to the other side, and you know, it even amplified the presence of the 1-1. Because the thing about this lineup is that you're already protected by the Atlas, which came in as the second pick as a counter against Franco. But also the Kadita was also you know, a big nuisance to these team fights, and I feel like Laos just outdrafted themselves. It felt like, you know, Laos brought doom upon this draft, wherein they needed to play against a 1-1, but there were answers that needed to come up, and they didn't pick it. And also they set up counters to these answers that will be coming out on the side of Vietnam, and that's where I feel like you know, the Eve and the carry was weird. They could have picked up very comfortable heroes like the Beatrix to be able to provide more poke damage or even the burst damage to, for the Franco, such that in a way they are able to deal with the frontliners of Vietnam, but it did not came into fruition as Laos was just, you know, reacting to the zoners, I would say, of Team Vietnam. Yandere had a fantastic time on this 1-1. He was able to win his lane, especially up against a carry. It's already a winning matchup for Vietnam. And Laos, they were not able to utilize the Franco, Eve, and Joy trio on the early game, as the frontline sustains were just so heavy on the side of Vietnam. Like the Lapu Lapu and Fredrin, they are capable of fighting into this type of lineup where you don't have burst, and they can actually recover some of these HPs back. If you try to fight them, you deal so many pockets of the damage, especially from Eve and the Joy. You don't have the burst to take him out, and that's where the Lapu Lapu and Fredrin shines. If you deal these types of damages, they are able to get them back, especially with the Festival of Blood on Meow and the Appraiser's Rat coming out from the Fredrin. That's why Yandere was able to farm so much in this game. 880 GPM on the 1-1 and 79,000 damage dealt for the gold laner of Vietnam. Although the late game was a possibility for Team Laos, thing is, you still have to kill this 1-1 because it is a condition that you needed to do. And for the reasons that we've discussed earlier, it's hard for them to do that because there's a lot of problems that they need to cover first, and they don't have the best bypass to do that. Although you have the Joy, the thing is, the Joy is not going to be able to take out the 1-1, and you also have the Franco versus Atlas matchup that is already hard for Laos to deal with, and that is why Yandere was able to have such a fantastic game on this 1-1. 11-1-3 on the KDA, 880 GPM and 74% kill participation. And I would want to highlight the fact that sometimes he uses the battle spell of the Inspire just to make sure that he is able to land out that the crossbow of thanks, so that the thing is, he does not need to deal the majority of the damage during crossbow attacks. He just needs to land it. He just needs to connect with most of the engagements that Vietnam has been doing. And he had a good start, you know. Early game, we saw Vietnam take the turtle against the Lancelot. Your name was not able to land the Retribution over the turtle, and Opera was also punished on multiple occasions on this Joy. And come the mid game, there were some instances where it looked like Laos was able to fight. They had a capability of fighting, but it's just the nature of matchups. You know, the Atlas providing a lot of setups for the 1-1, and Yandere was just having the best time of his life in hitting these heroes. And one thing is for sure, Laos did not realize the fact that they needed to use the Franco to shut this 1-1 down, as we saw in this clip wherein they used the Flicker and Bloody Hunt onto the Lapu Lapu, and Yandere was able to utilize his crossbow attacks and take out so many targets on the side of Laos. Although he did die in this specific instance because it was 6 versus 1, the tower was also participating in the death of the 1-1. But here's the problem. Again, who do you actually go on to if you're Team Laos? You cannot go on to the Atlas because he will just set up against the backline. You needed to go on to the 1-1, but you also have to cover the your bases. Opera had to look for the Kadita as well because it is also a big problem on their side. There were just so much problems on their side that they didn't have enough time to deal with every single one of them.
And how exactly did Vietnam do that? Well, they closed the door on Laos. That's what the draft showed us. Again, and this is only clear to me and to us on this because of hindsight, because we've seen how it was set up and how the highlights played and how the kits of these different heroes interacted. And yeah, that one moment when they shut down Yandere was one of the few shining moments for Team Laos. The rest was all Vietnam.
Props to the tower, though.
Yeah.
Props to the tower.
To the Lao?
Did a lot. Yep.
Team Laos.
The Laotian Tower, yeah.
The Laotian Tower that almost secured them a comeback, but sadly it didn't happen. Still, Vietnam securing that 1 point means that the complicated timeline is pruned from the multiverse.
Are you sure? Because the next matchup is going to be Myanmar versus Indonesia. We can't say for sure. We cannot say for sure.
Well, maybe for Group B. Group A is safe now.
Yeah, Group A safe.
All right, Group A is correcting its course.
Yes.
At the cost of the Philippines.
At what cost?
Everything. For PH.
Everything
For
says the
PH.
Filipinos. Yeah, but can confirm, yeah, we're going to go dive back into Group B here. The best of ones for them resume. And this is a chance for Team Indonesia to recover and for Team Myanmar to maybe continue their run of dominance with a 2-point lead here. If Myanmar does this, I guess that closes them up for the semifinals.
Oh, who knows? It is going to be interesting to see whether Indonesia could recover.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the MLBB coverage for men here at the 32nd SEA Games from Cambodia.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Navaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let it go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother!
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny. Happy 16th birthday!
Mother?
Ooh, star glimmers! Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Naharia! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
Welcome back to the official English broadcast for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports event for the 32nd Southeast Asian Games here in Cambodia. We are now down to our last 4 games, I believe, and we're now about to witness another Group B matchup between Myanmar and Indonesia. This is going to be an intense fight between these two teams. I'm Midnight, and joining me here is Wolf and Leo. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great. Truth be told, today didn't go the way I planned. Again, you can show me the spread of the 10 matches, and this morning I would have said this is how it's going to go, but that's all wrong.
Yep. And that's the essence of esports, and that's the essence of the Southeast Asian Games. In the nature of only having like a best of one, it's a single elimination in the playoffs. Like anything can happen, and you have to be really prepared for it if you want to represent your country.
Yeah, here's the thing. There's a lot of there's a lot of connotations for best of ones, right? Like it's a poison match. It's a time for adjustments, but this is really, really hard, especially for Indonesia. You know, one of the heavy favorites here in SEA Games, to be in this spot because every game, every best of ones you play, it's crucial. And I believe if you lose 2 matches here, you're out.
That's right. Mathematically speaking, in Group B, right? Having
you only have 4 teams,
if your score is 1 to 2, then you mathematically cannot make it unless there's a massive. Actually, you can't because there's 2-1 and 2-1 and then 1-1-2 if ever everybody wins, right? So yeah. Percent agree with you.
And that means this next match against Myanmar is a must-win.
Yeah.
For Indonesia, it's their 7th matchup tonight, and then there's a handful more after.
Yep.
But I think this right here, this best of, I can't believe it. This best of one will dictate what the rest of the men's division for MLBB competition will look like.
Yeah, this has a heavy blow.
Yeah,
to the group standings.
Looking at the schedule of Myanmar, literally, if they win against this, they immediately punch their ticket into the playoffs.
That's right, and they almost effectively eliminates
exactly.
Indonesia.
Exactly.
What kind of world is this?
Oh,
wait.
What match is this? Is this
match 7?
Match 7.
Yeah.
Out of the 10 that we have tonight, we already will determine who will be in the playoffs and who will not be in the playoffs.
Yeah, depending on how it goes. Because the thing is, if Indonesia is able to bounce back, then we might need to consider more matches to be played. But it is a possibility. And again, as previous panels have discussed, this has happened to Indonesia before, but not in SEA Games.
Yeah.
They've always
Like
managed to, get to the grand finals, get a podium finish. But right now, they're at the verge of elimination, at the mercy of the Myanmar squad.
And to put it into perspective, the only reason this is happening is because Cambodia took Indonesia to the limit earlier today. 35-minute game. Again, you couldn't make this up even if you wanted to, and beat them on home soil.
Yeah. After trailing by 8,000 gold in the 10-minute mark, everybody was getting every item that they needed. They're checking all the check boxes that they needed. But here we are, Group B, Cambodia and Myanmar up top. And we cannot stress it even further. Indonesia, a must-win for them because no matter what the result will be versus Singapore, if they lose this match versus Myanmar, they cannot make it into the playoffs.
Actually, I think it's still possible for
a
triple tiebreaker. I think
1-2. No, that's not possible.
Myanmar, Singapore, Indonesia. If Indonesia wins this one, there's that game. But the thing is, with tiebreakers, we don't use games.
Yeah.
We use game times.
And either way, it's going to come down to the L because there's a
35-minute game. 35-minute game
with the main condition, the top 1 condition of a head-to-head is the match time.
Yeah.
Faster wins.
That's already a huge L. 35-minute game for Indonesia.
I can't believe this is the reality we live in. After looking at that stat, the current scores, both the Philippines and Indonesia are in the red.
Yeah, and this,
that's very
the
true.
problem is, I would say Group B feels the pressure most because they have less teams. So the points really does matter a lot to them. With the other group, although you play the same amount of they play same amount of games, it's still arguable. Well, they have a +1, but it's still arguable that Philippines is in a dangerous spot here because although I would say Group B is the most stacked, they are still susceptible to new surprises because they haven't played all of them yet. Like, for example, the last match of Philippines today is Vietnam.
So is it safe to say that nobody's safe?
Nobody's safe.
It's safe.
It's safe.
Wow, what a So, look at this again to remind everybody of the caliber of MLBB that Myanmar is bringing to the table. Ruby DD, a World Championship Grand Finalist. Yep. Myanmar, the rest of them from Falcon Esports, Falcon Esports. Yeah. They are a superpower in the realm of MLBB on the world stage. And from Python, Justin, Naomi, sees everything. Zip X. Yo, Zip X is a mean Harris. Harris is in right now.
I like the term you use, the superpower. They're basically a powerhouse coming out from Myanmar. And that region is stacked as well. You know, there's a lot of heavy contenders there. But speaking about heavy contenders, still, the heavy favorites are paid a lot in Cambodia. This is still Indonesia, man. You can never count out a giant such as this roster. Risky, you know, very stable XP laner. Even though they lost in their previous game, he was able to perform on the result. So there's still a lot to expect from this roster. All smiles still with you know, the young players, especially Albert. And it's quite rare, you know, that we see Albert smiling like this.
Yep, the young Nielsen. I don't know. Earlier he was smiling. I was wondering if that was a smile of like, all right, here we go again, or a smile of I'm happy to be here. And it's either actually right now. I can only imagine.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on them because again, Indonesia being one of the favorites to win the overall title here in SEA Games, alongside Philippines, they have to meet a lot of expectations here, especially with Coach Zace saying that a superstar team is better than a single team. But we're still yet to see the fruit of their labor, especially with the combined players of multiple organizations in this roster against Falcon Esports from Myanmar.
Here's the aforementioned Coach Zace and Coach Zaya, who has been with both of their, I'd say their players for a while now.
Yeah. This guy has impressed a lot of fans, especially one of our good friends here, Wolf. Very big remarks coming up from the PH analyst.
Hey, one thing that we do know about the international scene when it comes to analysts is that surely we can argue that the Philippines, out of all of the accolades that they are able to get, they are the cream of the crop when it comes to like analysts. And then now we have come to a point where we ship or export like the analysts, right? And they're really catching up.
All right, I stand corrected. No longer is he called Zip X, now
Zippy.
Zippy.
Yeah.
So after X, Y.
You're slowly going to that ladder.
Yep.
We'll come to a point where he's called Zippa.
No, he's gonna have to go through being Zip Z first.
Yeah.
When is that gonna happen?
Oh yeah, you're going down.
Yeah, when he
down.
wins.
But you have to go back to the top. There's no more
after,
letters
you're
after.
gonna round robin. You're gonna round robin after
So
the
Zip Z.
That's right, Zip Z first. Okay, so back on the topic of Indonesia, man. Rams here. Their gold laner. He put up quite a fight in the grand finals of their most recently concluded playoffs or in the professional league. He did all right on the carry in their opening match today.
So that's the term. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Because again, you had a solid start. How did it have to get to 35
Yeah,
minutes?
you know, that's a big question for today. Like Indonesia, they already were able to pick up where, you know, things got left off from their MPL playoffs. Like the superstars are there, you know, the stars are aligning. All you needed to do was get the end game conditions right, but it didn't. Cambodia was able to break the case wide open, and in front of a very, very strong lineup, especially comfortable picks like the Carry, the Franco, the Fredrin, even the Yuzong.
Yep.
With Brands on the carry, he was not able to deliver the final blow.
And, okay, so remember when these two teams played, because they kind of played the same way when it comes to their draft, only changing the Arlott and the Yuzhong. So we saw the Franco, really good at it.
Oh, yeah, that's
We
right.
talked about
That's right.
the importance of the superstar trigger for both teams. Naomi and Rahmad were very good with it, right? So that is one thing that we can expect. So there could be a little bit of contention. Oh, not really a little bit, but huge contention between two teams on this specific hero.
So it's either being picked or getting banned for both sides. And again, it has to come down to the draft. And I feel like there is a certain edge for Falcon Esports, like with track record in history. I think the coach of this Myanmar squad has been phenomenal with their drafting prowess, and I do recall some very favorable commendations towards the squad, like the way they draft and the way they prioritize their heroes, especially with knowing the synergy of what their what their composition is meant to do. It also is kind of it kind of relates to how the players actually play the game, such that in a way these comfort picks they work.
That's right. Now, talking about the history of the Myanmar squad, the last time we saw them on the world stage, they actually had an import coach. Now, when you're fighting for your country, you're fighting for your flag, you're going to have to go homegrown, right? And that's what Coach Zaya here is doing. Given the track record of Falcon Esports, them mostly from one squad here, they win what? 4 out of 5 drafts. I think that's safe to say. They win 4 out of 5. They're very good at covering their bases.
Yeah, Coach Zaya has a high turn rate with winning those drafts. And actually, funnily enough, with C tournaments, they go with Coach Zaya, and in the international one, they won with the Mr. Worldwide. So it's quite funny correlation.
The Filipino import.
Yeah, the Filipino import. But now they go back to their roots, and I feel like this is where they're most comfortable with.
Zaya's got this.
Yeah, you know, Ruby DD with their past game against in their previous match, I would say, Wolf said this. It feels like Ruby DD found the right combination in the current meta.
He's got I would say he's an aggressive kind of killer kind of explainer.
Always was.
Always was, right? Yeah. And during the time where it was the sustained kind of explainer. You can still get kills,
Esmeralda,
but it's
Uranus.
typically just sustained, zone out kind of meta game in the explain, like Uranus and Esmeralda. That's when he kind of felt, out of it.
Yellow Flash came in.
Yellow Flash came in, doing great, but now it might be Ruby DD once again. By the way, I did the math. All right.
I love the fact that he...
That's why he was relatively quiet.
I was.
What's going on?
If Indonesia loses, they cannot.
Okay.
All right.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
By,
Granted that Myanmar wins against Singapore. So the hope for Indonesia
is Myanmar loses.
Is if Myanmar loses against Singapore. If they lose.
Because they can tie it out against SG.
Exactly. Because the thing is, and then maybe hope that Cambodia also loses to Singapore. So Indonesia, if they lose this, they have to hope that Singapore wins everything.
Yeah, that's not fun for them though.
And that's not even a guarantee for
Exactly.
them. What happens is it's a tiebreaker.
So what they need to do is actually win this match.
Exactly.
Versus Myanmar. If you don't win for Indonesia, your hopes to getting playoffs is really dependent on the outcome of future matches, and you don't want to be in that position, especially that you are the biggest contender of the reigning champions of Southeast Asia, the Philippines.
And by the way, they also have to win against Singapore if that happens. So,
it's kind of a two-way task, but let's focus on step number 1 first. Actually beat
I am
Myanmar
the
and
power
do it by
of
banning
light and
Natalia first round.
Yep, you watch out for Naomi. That's a special.
I love the smell
As
of
well as the
guts
Frankie.
on the board.
Oh my God, 2 first bans.
Yep.
It's a priority. They're respecting Naomi so too much. Is it too much? Am I right to say too much?
Well, after watching Myanmar, I think it's just fitting, right? And Natalia and the Franco. I can clearly remember a team that did this against Falcon and MSC, and they actually won. I believe it was actually, was it RSG?
I think it was a Philippine team.
It was Omega. It probably is Omega or RSG.
It was a team that started
about a year ago.
Yeah. Exactly. About a year ago. Exactly. Bless you, Mr. Midnight. As we are waiting for Myanmar's time. Joy probably is going to be that. Oh, Joy and Arlo.
Yep.
Which means that you're better off spanning out Valentina here.
Yep,
right?
you leave it open so that Ruby DD ends up with
You are facing a cluster.
Arnold on Ruby DD seems like perfect fit for Myanmar. So Indonesia does have the chance of snatching either, or maybe you can just swerve it, get Nielsen his signature friend,
or Lancelot,
or even Fanny. But Europe against also would want to highlight, Naomi is also a stellar cover player.
That's Joy or Arlon. That's how hot this first pick is.
It's not like if they do pick up the Fredrin this time. I mean, the Joy.
I'll do you one better. Minotaur.
How about the
drop the beat of the flash?
Your team
is picking
1-0.
So you don't necessarily need the Arlon right now.
You go Valentina, or you go Eve.
You go Eve.
I like the Eve.
And Fredrin.
Eve Redmond, that sounds all. Because Indonesia doesn't have the luxury of picking up the Arlo. That's right.
Yeah, you
That's
don't
right.
need it.
It's too honest if they do.
Unless they play Joy support like what Philippines is
mid-lane.
doing.
Yes, Gilang, the Suns have it in the
I
bag.
will choose my
I
own
think that
path.
Sans is capable of doing that. So they go for the safer route. They go Arlet and Ruby DD, much to Indonesia's dismay.
So is the Fred or the Eve?
Eve or Farsa, I think. Myanmar.
I didn't cure the pain. I
Your team
hunt.
is picking.
It's worth it. It's like, no.
I honestly thought that it was banned out. It wasn't. It was the crew. What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you said Valentina earlier.
I said, I kind of, convinced myself that it was the pick.
You were conditioned.
I conditioned myself.
Yeah. And
Great pick.
I do think that it's nice because even if Indonesia picks up the Eve, you can still get that reload manipulation.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be giving too many kits for Indonesia. Like you get the Joy, but you also have Final Slash.
Yeah.
If that's the case. So Myanmar really went with the safer choice. Again, Coach Zaya proving to be a master in the drafting board.
Okay. I do feel that Eve is still good and
See value in me?
likes it a lot. Frederick
You
also
sure?
might be an option.
gonna light up
Your team is picking.
They're giving LeBron a solid pick here.
Well, you know what? With what they're eyeing at here for Indonesia, what went wrong in the previous series, probably the gold lane. They didn't have much factor coming into a late game.
Finishing power.
So they decided to go with a much more powerful gold laner.
Yeah.
A hero that really packs a punch.
Yeah. I wonder if Myanmar wants to pick up the Akai this time. Because it's a decent versus Fredrin. You have the lockdown against the Joy if ever the Joy becomes overly aggressive. And you have the damage with the Valentina. There's an option of the carry though, which is also very good.
What does he can land?
Yeah, Lancelot at this slot, right? And then you ban out the Mincetar and maybe Cho.
I've been waiting for too long.
They went with the carry. Wolves already at 2 for 4. 2 for 6.
Okay.
1 out of 3 then.
Wow.
Fractions.
Bro! You simplified the fraction. I love it.
Yeah,
we're doing a master class of mathematics.
I'm here for the audience, man. I don't want to bother them with bigger numbers.
Yeah.
Teach them how you do math, right?
Oh my
Simplify.
goodness.
Simplify.
Okay.
This is a complex sport.
Yeah, it is. So with the carry being banned out, you can consider now taking away the nuke mages.
Among
like
the
Arsa,
planes exists
Your
the
team is
equilibrium,
banning.
which I
and which
was
kind of
made
traps
for.
Indonesia to a point where, okay, where's your way to deal with the carry now? Maybe you can pick up the Yuzhong eventually, but it has been proven that it can be countered in a way, and you put the Joy, right? So that might be too much focus, onto the carry.
Yeah, but also that that blesses them with the opportunity to again give Psychots or Rizky the comfort and signature pick of the Yuzhong. So definitely a lot of room for Indonesia to work with as long as
Thorns remain.
Your
Should
team
petals
is
fall?
banning.
they don't mess up the second phase, which is they're doing a fantastic job of removing Lancelot. I think there's still a lot of available heroes for Ken.
Yeah.
But this Lancelot ban sounds really, really nice.
Yeah, so far, can I just say, even with that Lancelot ban, right? I like how Myanmar is dictating the pace for the draft from the red side.
Exactly.
This doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because I totally agree with that, because now they have a strong option for pick number 4, which means they can Martis, they can Akai, whatever it's left in that slot.
Maybe get Rogue first.
Grok looks good. Because it's
Hey, that team is
okay, so they
banning.
might not Farsa. Kind of means that they might not be picking up the Grok, but it still is a good hero. Lolita is available in that
that's
regard,
right.
which
So
is
there's
gonna be perfect for that slot.
Choices!
Yeah.
Coach Zaya.
Myanmar.
So many choices left.
Well, this is probably the specialty of this region. They have such amazing drafting prowess in Indonesia. Again, their first pick, but it looks like they're following the queue of Myanmar here, and Indonesia's left with one ban, and there's so many options left, like from the roam role, even the jungle role, and that's the power of with this 3 picks
Sir,
from Myanmar, right?
what's your
It's,
command?
just
Your
the,
team is
setup here.
picking.
Okay.
Understandable.
Well, it's like Indonesia saying there's too many choices. Let's just remove some of the annoying heroes.
How crazy is that?
Oh,
By
there.
banning the Fanny and the Lancelot, there's still many choices left.
Yeah.
The Burmese Python having a buffet.
Exactly. So you pick up Lolita here, right? If you're Myanmar, opens literally like answers the Beatrix. But I kind of feel like maybe Myanmar is thinking about a way to still lock down the Joy. They might feel that they have enough to kind of answer the Beatrix already. Minotaur gets a Joy. Or Mincy.
Vincent actually. So
Both are pretty solid, but the roll.
All shall succumb to my
There you go.
power.
The Naomi classic.
Like it again.
We like it. We like it too.
It's so good. Like as a Joy and as a Fredrin, you just ruined while you check into a bush. Oops, never mind.
Yeah. Okay. So you're eyeing a mid laner here for Indonesia. What can be
left?
Kagura?
Lilia. Good brains think alike. Yeah.
No, but because those are the only ones left.
Yeah, exactly. There's no
There's not
options
much
left
choice.
for Indonesia. I mean, you could still argue that Sicilian is also playable, unless they are thinking of playing the Joy.
Before
The
might
southern
of
seas are my domain.
Ah! Wow!
Whoa,
We're right all along.
Hold on. No, he was just kidding when he was saying Minotaur.
No, I'm a prediction.
3,000
Sure.
worlds
They went with
and
Marcus.
not
Yeah,
a
that's right.
single
You're right.
worthy foe.
Martis practically destroys the support duo.
Yeah. I mean, like, just looking at the lineup for Indonesia, you have ways of, taking down the Spartans, but it feels like it takes everything away from you.
Is Minotaur even a good pick?
I don't know, man, but look, they put the JJ and Nielsen. It's a JJ, it's a Jungle Joy.
Well,
Big alien.
maybe they're feeling like Albert needs to be able to set a pace and momentum for the squad, but I feel like this Minotaur kind of shut down the idea. Like their pacing will be slowed down. It is a protection, however, to their squad. By the way, the talent predictions were done before the draft.
Just to be clear.
Just be clear.
We know that Coach Zai and Coach Days are intelligent coaches, great tacticians, but I didn't expect it to come to this.
Yeah, and I don't feel like you're utilizing Rahman in a good way when you give him just passive and kind of protective of the goal later. So we're now in game number 1, although this is just a best of 1 match between Indonesia and Myanmar. Again, this is such a crucial match for Indonesia and a heavy momentum-based match as well from Myanmar, because if they ever win this, they are sort of securing their spot in the playoffs.
Did they just give a big ultimate to the Valentina too?
Yeah, that's oh yeah, that's right. You don't need to charge up the
yeah, you automatically just
the range.
Yeah, you have Fury,
You have the rough waves if you want it.
You have so many, abilities to do it, like Royal Mid, Minotaur Mid.
Oh lord, look at this.
He gets it.
Burmese Python behind enemy lines. Naomi has been jumping on the members of Team Indonesia since minute 0.
Yeah. Nielsen eventually gets that one. That was so important, because had it not been that he picked that up, level 4 will be available for Ken, or automatically. Then they can threaten for a kill afterwards. So Nielsen doing a great job with that.
It's such an awkward game though still for Indonesia. Like we saw this earlier when the Joy is not put in a place where he sets the momentum. It feels lackluster, And Indonesia, even though they have a strong group of lineup, they don't put that heavy pressure over Myanmar. And mind you, you're playing against a carry.
Man, Naomi, as soon as that Tyrant's Revenge just comes off cooldown, he's just jumping on people, man.
Yeah.
Literally, just call him
Jordan. Yeah. And good. This is definitely one of Naomi's favorite. I mean, pickups. And they both will get level 4.
Yeah, it's a classic.
It's the switch. But then again, where is the Joy is just farming it out. Once they get level 5, I think.
They're not rushing it.
Yeah.
This is,
Once they get level 5.
I would say this is a very good and tactical approach from Myanmar. There's no need to push things out. Again, you'll have the carry. But at some point, you have to test the turtle, right?
Oh! Yep. Final slash to steal the grab! He's still level 4!
Right. And it's out with the Gilang with the angle. Ken, very low. Protocol allowed. There's gonna 5 beats. Naomi misses the jump. There's a rough wave. Turtle very low. But it's cured by Nielsen.
There goes Fury.
The members of Myanmar very low. The Burmese are gonna get... But look at the back line! Down goes Gilang. No one down yet from Myanmar. That's an interesting trade. A major objective for a key pit lock.
Massive plays from Indonesia though. They were able to utilize their Minoan Fury. And this time it's not really it's not for kill intent, but more of the fact that they won the zone out members of Myanmar, and they did. They were able to get the turtle afterwards. But my oh my, Ruby TV really playing as if he's turning back the clock.
Yeah, it's you know, like finding key important pickups on the back lines, and this is a signature Ruby Didu. When you give it momentum, you'll be able to deliver it. Myanmar right now, even though you lost on that turtle engagement again, you are the lineup that is rocking that carry. Indonesia is only leading by 100 gold, and Myanmar, they're gonna be happy with this.
Can I present the possible
You
dilemma
may.
here?
You may.
Myanmar not rocking a single Purify. The threat of the Minoan Fury, the taunts from Rizky, and the knockups from the Gilang might be dangerous, might be trouble. They might have been asking for it, because again, I didn't notice, because that turtle fight might have been a prelude.
That's a good point.
Very good point, because that means that Indonesia, at least from the perspective of Rahmadi, he times it super duper good. It'll be okay.
And if he goes, knock it up, Naomi.
Naomi keep deep.
Oh, the Burmese tank no longer going to be a part of this engagement. Justin very low. Nielsen. Oh.
What's happening? What's happening? It's a
right.
it's a frozen time.
All right, we're still here.
It's a winter truncheon.
Okay.
We're
Okay, nobody
still
died.
here.
It's just Naomi.
And Zippy is still alive, gets snapped up. Some ways like Gilang, looking for the punish from Zippy.
Nielsen's here though. Ruby Didi.
Dancing on around. Here comes Justin. Looking for the Terrify, looking for the terror. No one home.
The flicker, however. So that's still good. Naomi!
Oh! What a jump! Down goes Nielsen. He's gonna follow Jabron with Nibiru's passion. Put down 1/3 of his health.
Turtle!
Look at the turtle, got it! Oh, the Burmese!
Myanmar again getting all the trades on the map. Nielsen without the ultimate, no way to send that. And Naomi finds an important pickoff after the jump. They were able to get the kill on Joy. And Wolf, again, this is looking like the previous matchup where we saw that Joy really tried to find pressure on map. But Myanmar, it's like they're they're padding over Indonesia.
And you know why? Because Naomi woke up today and felt like he has got one mission to make it difficult for Nielsen to get into the fight. You know, when Nielsen actually went for Justin in the previous engagement, like the first little fight, it was actually Naomi!
Oh! There's a combo!
Oh,
and Rizky in trouble. Force use a flicker, and Zippy will have his way. Get that tier 1 turret up top. And yeah, no, I agree.
Naomi's on a mission.
Naomi's gonna do more than just that. He's gonna try to kill people.
Yeah,
man.
he might go to Philippines. You know, we have a lot of missions here, and Myanmar again woke up at the right side of the bed, and Naomi with the Kufra. And look at this, Indonesia again. Where are the movements? Just Myanmar setting up, and Zippy is really happy right now because he is able to farm the map without any contention.
Two radiant armors for Myanmar, by the way.
Alright, so yes, Myanmar does have a lot of magical defense, so Nielsen and Gilang should be fine.
Oh, look, I think Myanmar have studied the movements of Mr. Jabran. Whenever he tries to go for doubling, they actually contest it. They're not allowing Jabran to just get 2 lanes, as he always does.
Justin, interesting choice here. He went for the steal on the Kadita, the rough waves.
Yeah.
For Justin, maybe just the ability to reset.
Yeah.
And I think
Rubidi.
Wrong vengeance there.
Dancing around.
Oh! Wow!
Hey!
Wow! So sick!
There's another one.
So sick!
Gilang must still be wondering, must be reeling. Like, what was that?
Ruby Didi, welcome back to the show.
Flash. This game is reacting to what Myanmar is doing. Even though the Beatrix, yes, you're sitting at high XP. Carry's fine. He's bringing up. Okay, that hurt. But he's able to farm.
Oh, Naomi. Looking for one. And he finds a big cow. And Rahman doesn't belong to the world. So is his turret.
Ruby Didi. Ruby Didi.
Oh, look at this.
Nielsen.
Taken out. One. Ruby Didi traded out for. And that's 2 for 1 so far. Gilang turns the kill on Ruby Didi. Down goes Gilang. Nielsen the only.
Naomi.
Very soft. Oh. He's gonna survive! Risky. He lived too. Yes, he's gonna be down just in the identity lines.
To be fair, Naomi was like, okay, I better let you live. One more bouncing ball could have taken out Nielsen, but he was like, nah, I'm not gonna trade my life for you.
Indonesia really dove in deep for the kill on it to Zippy.
Yeah.
And they were successful with it, but they exchanged for so much. And by the way, that was Ruby Didi solo killing Jabran. And everybody from Myanmar is so electric. Even the usage of the decimation is just on point coming out from Ken. Every single spell that Myanmar releases in this game, it has a lot of purpose with it. And it's always like the best play possible.
Impactful.
Correct.
Maybe this is why, you know, a lot of the top teams don't really pick Beatrix into ours. It's hard for you to deal with this aggression, especially that you don't have that kind of damage yet. While on the side of carry, even if you know, the opposition tries to go to the back line, carry can actually fight. Although Nielsen was able to output the damage this time to take on Zippy, he has gotten to a point where if he dives the back line, HPs will start, you know, being deleted by Myanmar, and that's why they were able to almost take out Naomi.
That's why the unbending will. So there's a jump in, finds
Naomi
with the full combo, and here's bombs away. Jump runs is enough damage.
Yuri
knocked up, and Ruby taken out. Naomi's gonna follow, and that's 3 down. Ken as well. That was disastrous. Myanmar reeling.
Oh, they thought that they would have enough to get up Nakpa, but they might have forgotten the fact that when you are on Fury Snake, you have some sort of vengeance, like a passive vengeance with you. So that's literally what happened in there. And Myanmar jumped in because of the Pinoy Fury that was given by Rahman with his tenacity up for this maneuver that he will last the fight.
Again, very survivable, and not just vengeance. It looks like they had a Estes for a second there in Indonesia. You know, the amount of sustained regen that they have, able to survive the initial outburst of Myanmar.
So far, I think that's the best case scenario for Team Indonesia. An amazing combo routine set up, the full Pinoy Fury, the ult from Jabran, the taunt from Risky, the Naka from Gilang. And I'm not even sure if Lord played a role there. Maybe Lord was part of the whole situation, and it put Myanmar in a compromised state.
Yeah, Myanmar here on the backseat for the first time in this game. Indonesia, they are able to punch back. Ooh, Risky being displaced by the Fountain Flash.
Iron Slash is 30 seconds down. By the way, one thing that I always say about Mr. is that it's not just about the Minotaur. It's actually more about the stomp because it's more spammable.
Yeah,
right? 6 seconds.
The DS.
Yeah.
It's not fair. It's like a mini Shupo. So I'm not gonna throw it with an Estes in it.
Yeah.
And
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah,
mini third proc that you could do.
It's like actually
yeah, it's a more potent.
It's actually
proc.
bigger.
It's a bigger AOE. It lasts longer. And after the fact that after that, you know, the Minotaur will get some HP back.
And Indonesia effectively corralling Team Myanmar within their own base. Oh, and here, almost walked into that trap, almost got knocked up, down to his health.
Now the damage is there against Ken. Artist is feeling it at the moment. So Indonesia does now have the tools to deal with the frontliners of Myanmar.
Is it just because of the fact that Zika was in the building despite all these Mr. are happening? Well, maybe.
John Michael Dizon.
Yeah, is it just the presence of Mr. Dizon himself?
He's been there every day as far as I'm concerned.
The pioneer of the Minotaur. That's right.
It's not true. We can't tell for sure.
We can't tell. And this big boy is a beef. Like, it's a well-done beef. Yeah, so good. It's well done.
It's way past well done. It's hard.
Yeah, it's overcooked.
It's gangly.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with
He
whatever.
survived the 5-man engage!
Exactly. Dude, with the carry, by the way.
Ken has a lot of knives, not enough to burst through against this huge wall of a beef from the side of Indonesia.
Oh, Blood Wings. This means that they will definitely be tanking up, beefing up. That's Rahmad, Rizky, and Nielsen tanking it through. So as the carry, you can only eliminate one. You can only focus fire one first because of the nature of the hero. That might be the Indonesia.
seems like the previous match, Indonesia learned that Canada is a little underwhelming against a lot of the beefy heroes in the current match, in the current patch, and Myanmar is feeling the same thing. They're experiencing the same problem.
Justin
with the damage!
burst it down Geelong! He goes down! A kill for the Myanmar
Risky
squad.
low!
Risky knocked up! Taken down by Ken! It's a 3!
Naomi!
That's
Oh my
a jump in by
goodness, the
Naomi!
range!
There's another knockout!
Final
Down goes
slash!
Nielsen. Naomi falls! 4 for 1 so
Oh
far!
my God!
Jabran the only one left! Oh, and the Lord is
Stop!
taken down by the Burmese! Python! It's a wipeout! Lord to the Burmese! Oh no, Indonesia!
Everybody from Myanmar! Super duper on point, they're superhuman! Oh my goodness! Justin with the burst, catching Gilang off guard. The Terrify, it stopped the combo. And you saw Ruby Didi.
Oh, is it? Is it? Is it?
He included the lizard for the combo, by the way.
Justin!
Risky very low. There's this huge cannon here. Is gonna be enough? Oh, Indonesia's still here. Indonesia not gonna fall quite yet.
Yeah, it's a cannon though, but it's not a Philippine cannon. Now
Blue
Myanmar,
team turret has been
again, they
destroyed.
played that to perfection. Justin with the initial burst against the Kanina, they were not expecting that at all. Talk about superstar triggers. Now you have Myanmar triggering these spells at perfect timing here against Indonesia.
Justin with the initiation, they pick up one. Then it was Zippy just outplaying Risky. Risky cannot land the taunt. So without the taunt, without the energy eruption, it means that you will not be able to land your Razor's Wrath. So they will get the kill. Eventually, Naomi finds 2. They will be traded off a little bit. There's damage coming from Jabran, but it was Ruby needing to finish off this lizard that Ken is hitting on. That was actually included in the combo.
Yeah.
Extra vengeance.
Just to reset this vengeance and get enough
Exactly.
HP back.
Okay, Samuel lost
Crazy.
Justin initiating. In what world wherein there's 3 chunky frontliners?
Exactly.
It's the mid laner that
Support.
initiates, right? Like, what is this even?
And you know what's crazy? Naomi started the jump prior to Fredrin dying. He was like, Fredrin's already dead. I know, I smell 2 heroes hiding in this bush.
I'm living in 5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, and when he jumped in, Ruby Didi was like, okay, I'll do you one better.
Oh, no, here's
Flicker in front, final slash to make sure that they're held in
Concealed
position.
play. They're gonna
gosh,
try
Nielsen.
to finish the job here. Look at Justin, he's doing the same thing again. And it looks like Indonesia's onto him.
Oh my,
I
Justin,
wonder
definitely
what-
Justin.
What? Yeah, very nice. By the way, what did Justin steal in that previous team fight?
I believe he stole the ultimate of the Joy as he danced around Indonesia, and Indonesia felt like they could fight against Valentina. But after that, Rizky was bursted down by Zippy, who was just standing there casually, mowing down Fredrin. And then Naomi happened.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Both teams are just really just on fire right now. And this is much more expected for Indonesia, right? Because they wanted to secure every single, well, literally this game matters the
They
most.
need to.
They need to win this, and they're showing up. But Myanmar, no signs of slowing down. From a wonderful win versus Singapore, now they have a 3,000 gold lead. They have taken out the inhibitor here in the mid lane. And they're poised to take this Lord unless Indonesia finds an opening.
You know what? At this point, the damage is enough for Myanmar. Like Justin and Zippy, they're shredding the tankiness of the lineup of Indonesia. Even though you have the Radiant armor coming out from Rahman, it's not enough. It feels like Justin just deals so much magic damage on his ability. He's trying to go for the stun there.
Battle for the aggro. Oh, they catch him off guard!
The final slash!
my
Risky gets
goodness.
out.
Naomi!
Oh! And there's another jump! Risky gets out of there. Down he goes. Jimmy finishes the job. Rahman gets
Gila!
Brown is down. Look at Gila. Watch the knock. Ken takes the Lord. That's another
That's it.
one. It's just Gilang left.
That's it.
Rahman. Oh, Gilang, where you going? Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, is going to suffer another loss.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Myanmar just wiped out Indonesia. Talk about a team that is meant to be a single team competition back in esports. They beat the superstars.
Unbelievable! Final slash to isolate the Fredrin. And they they have the damage. Then, after the initiation already that you saw from the Joy, Zippy felt confident, flickering in to take out the important heroes, taking out the Beatrix taking out the second life of the Fredrin. The Joy didn't stand a chance. They were all bursted down. Ruby Didi, welcome back to the international scene because now, my God, he's back.
And who's to say the call wasn't from Naomi, the 5-second time traveler, saying, you know what?
Again!
Zippy, if you flicker forward, you take him down, it's over. We can win this.
I jump in too. You know, Rizky was already in a position where he was dying, and Indonesia was trying to look for solutions, but the solutions were on the side of Myanmar. The initial jump from both Zippy and Naomi. Look at Indonesia.
Look at that. If I'm not mistaken, that young man slouched over is risky.
Risky.
And the emotion, the pressure of a whole country, one of the biggest countries for MLBB on your shoulders, and you're found here in a 0-2 situation.
And we're thrown back here to M2 where we saw the potential of the region of Myanmar, and man oh man, they did deliver here the blow against Indonesia. Ruby Didi, again, you were mentioning the final slash. It was the final slash
literally
of the game, and it ended the hopes of Indonesia.
That isolated the guy who was trying to check because they were fighting for the aggro. Understandably so. That was the designated job for Rizky because somebody had to. But because he was overstaying there, the final slash was very smart, by the way. 200 IQ play coming out.
Displacing the Fredrin.
Small amendment. Indonesia not completely out yet. Remember, there's a small chance.
All right,
there's that calculation by Wolf.
All right, so they will want to hope that
Singapore wins their match.
It's a non-zero chance. It's a
Singapore
non-zero
needs
chance.
to win one game and then lose the other.
All of them.
And they would want to hope that Cambodia loses both games.
Well, you know what? Let's look at the standings later on. But before that, let's look at what happened in this game between Indonesia and Myanmar. Wolf, tell us the story.
There was one point in this game where the Radiant Armors were picked up by both Naomi as well as Ken, and it was super duper important versus Indonesia because you're relying on the Kadidas and the Joy to output the damage. And the thing with Radiant Armor is that it doesn't just protect you, it also protects your teammates. As long as the Mortis or the Fredrin is in front of two heroes of Indonesia, they are technically already protecting their teammates. That was very smart itemization. And then eventually Myanmar picks up the third one that is from the Arda. Already at mid-game, you know that the only reliable damage you can get out of from Indonesia is through the Beatrix. And this time, Myanmar are prepared. They have seen a lot of tapes, a lot of films, a lot of VODs where Brands is playing. Almost all of the games that Brands played from the MPL Indonesia, they wanted to go for a double lane setup. And that is very true in the first two games that we saw from Indonesia. They were trying to really feed Beatrix Brands a lot of gold in this game. And Myanmar, they almost shut them down. It's not easy to do that, but they really marked the rotations coming out from this Beatrix. That's why they were able to just inflate the difference between the gold laners. Eventually, Brands still managed to get some farm in this game and will be actually packing up a punch. But during the team fights, where the draft played out so well for Myanmar, just because of everybody just just getting on with their superstar triggers. Naomi was a beast. Ken was making all the right decisions. Not overly aggressive, not defensive. He knows what he's doing. And you can also see Justin, right? You saw that play that he did, was able to burst out the Gilang so easily, and that opened up already a team fight for Myanmar. So already you know that everybody is on point for Myanmar. Ruby Didi, the man of the hour, just making all of the right decisions and literally slashing the dreams of Indonesia in finality because of what he was able to achieve in this game. Then you look at Zippy. He was able to outplay the Fredrin Rizky in one of the Lord fights, and then in this last Lord fight that you saw, was confident enough because he trusts his teammates and also because Indonesia have already committed onto the frontliners of Myanmar. Ken and Ruby Didi all together just tank through and soak a lot of the damage that Indonesia wants to do. And afterwards, all that ZP had to do was to flicker in, pop the ultimate, pop the Wind of Nature. No care in the world because the only damage dealer left was already gone. So now Rahman was the only one left in the team fight, and even with the 5-man Minoan Theory in the last exchange, because of no follow-up, the rest of his teammates were already gone. There was no chance. Justin holding on, 7-0 and 4 with this 69% kill participation allowed them to be more. I guess he opened up the team fight, which is very, very unforgettable, very difficult to forget because of how good it was when it comes to the fundamentals. It didn't look as flashy as it would, but if you look closer, if you magnify that play, the timing of that Terrify, the fact that he dealt so much damage with the Divine Glade, the Crystal, and the Lightning Transient, erased the Kadira, and not having the Kadira means less problems for Zippy. And it's literally what happened in that game. My goodness, everybody from side of Team Myanmar was just on point.
Ever since they were put on the pedestal, ever since MSC 2022, when Team Falcon from Myanmar, Falcon Esports, when they introduced themselves to the greater MLBB community, I always thought there was magic here in Justin. He is such an anchor for the squad. And yes, even when they were behind, even when they were when they lost that big fight, when they got wiped out by Indonesia, he was the one who cracked it wide open. He was the one who initiated onto the, I guess, I still can't believe it's coming out of my mouth, into a 5-man initiation.
Exactly.
It was a Valentina that started it all.
Yep, Justin just went in.
Just went in.
Yeah, just
You're
in.
right. You know what's just in? It's Indonesia not having a chance at the gold medal match. Well, but they will have a very specific scenario.
Slim chance, yeah.
Very slim chance.
It's a non-zero chance.
Non-zero chance. We can see good exchanges. By the way, Nielsen being found by Naomi, mission man. He knows what he needs to do in this particular game, and it is to make it difficult for Nielsen to land fire. Look at this. The great Indonesian comeback that could have been, the great Indonesian punish. And you saw they were able to land a beautiful Minoan Fury of your dreams. Like, this is literally what you aim for if you're a mentor. But look at this, the -1.
Yeah, Justin.
Justin, my goodness, and bleeds. And look at the isolation coming out from Zippy. So well done.
Naomi already
Justin,
charging.
Already repositioning. Naomi, two-man connection. And of course, Ruby DD.
It's a Ruby DD play.
Oh my word.
Another Ruby DD play in the international stage.
He included the lizard!
Again!
Two dashes! That one dash
look at this.
made the difference.
Watch out for Zippy. Knows that there's no threat at all. He flickers in when he saw Brands.
There you go.
He's the first. And not only that, he went together with Justin. I think that that if you watch how their non-verbal cues look like when it comes to their gameplay, they waited for each other. Justin and Zippy communicated before they jumped.
Yeah, and it looked like the communication was really to just focus their spells on to the heroes because they stopped hitting the Lord.
Man, I can't believe that this was the team that did not make it into the MSC qualifier of their region.
That's right. Just for those who are tuning in, it's actually Phoenix.
Exactly.
Out of Myanmar that's representing them at MSC. But no, just the way Myanmar has been performing now, who's to say they're not going to take the gold here?
Man, all right. I think that the dream of having Arcangel v Ruby DD
again.
Oh my goodness!
That is a
in
dream
a
come
grand
true.
final.
It is it is a fated affair, I would say. And yeah, again, Indonesia, it looks like their chances now are very slim. We still have to confirm that because a lot of matches are still needed to be played. But again, props to Myanmar for delivering such a fantastic performance. I would say again, the comeback of Ruby DD.
But not only that, I'm just surprised from the start of it. I mean, you can argue that the first time that they won, going up against Singapore, yeah, sure. But both the draft and the gameplay were too good for Myanmar.
Yeah. Again, more amazing matches to come next year in the SEA Games. We're only at match 7, and by the time we go back, it is going to be match 8. So don't go anywhere. The official English broadcast for the 32nd SEA Games will be right back.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Novaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Novaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother! Break the shackles!
16th birthday!
Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas.
But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! Hold on! I can unlock the secrets. If I can unlock the secrets.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this?
Why? Why can't I change anything? Can't change anything. Happy birthday, Novaria. Our destiny was written in the stars beyond our reach. Something always finds a way to shine in the darkness. Destiny is in our hands.
Destiny is in our hands.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're still watching the official English broadcast for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang esports event of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games in Cambodia. Well, Cambodia is actually playing now in this matchup against Singapore, and we just moved on from a hot affair between Indonesia and Myanmar, and I cannot stress this enough because in this match, it also matters for Indonesia. And again, this this will be another intense match for today. We are your shoutcasters. My name is Midnight. I'm joined here by wonderful gentlemen, Wolf and Leo. Now, I want to ask you, after a recently concluded Myanmar victory, how is it for Indonesia? How would this matchup affect their standing?
Well, for one, Cambodia, if they score another win here, that essentially puts them up to 2 points, which means that there are at least 2 teams that have 2 points. And what does that mean? Everybody else is eliminated in Group B. So that is the answer. Cambodia can literally secure their slot in the playoffs by winning against Singapore, and they eliminate 2 teams in one fell swoop.
Really interesting to see, that a different match could affect a standing of a team that is not really playing. And to reiterate what Wolf has said here, if Cambodia wins in the matchup, we determine the top seed in this group, and that will be Myanmar and Cambodia, because they will get 2 points, and then essentially Singapore plus Indonesia will no longer have a chance to contend for the playoffs. Although if Singapore wins, it's a different story. Still a slim chance for Indonesia to come through, because although it is a non-zero chance, as Wolf has said earlier before, it's highly unlikely because of the game time. The rules for tiebreaker, the rules dictates that the shortest game victories would determine the team that we advance to the playoffs.
Yep, and just to explain for those of you just watching and tuning in right now, the reason why it's so dire and why it's so important for Indonesia to calculate their possibilities here is because they are touted as one of the best regions or countries in the world for MLBB, only maybe second to the Philippines. So the fact that they have 0 points on board right now is odd, and that's why the whole MLBB community, the whole world, as again pertaining to this esport, to this discipline, is upside down.
I do agree with
We're
that.
trying to make odds and ends of this.
Yeah, it's a wild journey for a lot of the MLBB fans, especially for the fans of Indonesia. But that is also true in Group A, because Philippines, they did just lose a series earlier on. These are the 2 giants of the MLBB scene. And yeah, you're right, Leo. Today, it's a day for other regions to shine.
Yep. In Group A, Philippines has a must-win series versus Vietnam. Vietnam is top 2 right now, right? Top 1. Yeah. And the next match is going to be Philippines versus Vietnam later on today. So that is actually a very important match. Imagine how strong each game is. Each best of 1 will always put you in a spot whether you can be eliminated or not. And Vietnam versus Philippines, if Philippines feels overly confident against that, you saw how they lost against Malaysia. So nobody is safe at this point.
And again, we usually see this in international tournaments where big upsets happen every once in a while. And Indonesia, unfortunately for them, they are the victims this time around. As we head on over to the match between Cambodia versus Singapore. Again, this match is heavily important to both, because Cambodia, if they secure the victory here against Singapore, they get to playoffs. And that means Singapore will be eliminated alongside Indonesia. If Singapore manages to clutch this out against Cambodia, we can see another day.
Not just. I think for the thousands in attendance, I'm assuming, in the venue in Phnom Penh in Cambodia, this match matters because, again, it's a home court advantage.
Really a really tough spot to be in. But for Cambodia, you are on a momentum right now. You did just beat out Indonesia earlier on. 35-minute game. It was a long game, but they had enough to rest, And it feels like at this moment they are ready to face up against SG, who also struggled when they faced up against Myanmar. Although I would say it's not a good metric to measure the performance of SG, because Myanmar really is performing amazing today.
Yeah. And it's not just about the performance of the players. Like, we give massive credit to the coaching staff, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because they were able to draft so well. And going back to the matchup between Cambodia and Indonesia, we were there midnight and we actually favored the draft of Cambodia over Indonesia.
Yeah.
So this means that Singapore, they cannot be slackers against Cambodia as well, because literally the game starts at the draft.
Yeah. Half of the battle is from the draft, and we did just see Singapore or RSGSG pull out some questionable comfort picks, I would say, because they did pick Khalid against an Arlot.
Yep, and the Arlot today, or at least in this metagame, is do or die. Like, it literally wins you the game, or you play it in a way that is not correct. And again, this is all just off the tailcoats of praising and giving credit to the coaching staff of Myanmar, who's currently the superpower in Group B. And these two coaches here making their way on stage, the coaches of Team Singapore and Team Cambodia, will try to shake that up.
Again, it has to start from the draft, as the battle will be heavily dictated. Whoever gets the winning, I would say, not the winning draft, but more of the draft that takes over the game, would be heavily favored here. And we haven't seen Team Singapore pull that out yet, but Cambodia, they did have a victory with that in the back of their minds. And of course, advantage goes to them, but Singapore could also keep up, as we haven't really seen or we haven't fully seen yet the capabilities of this lineup, because it was kind of an awkward draft when they played earlier on. Now you're seeing the players on the side of Cambodia: Sokroth, Kosal Piset, Koname, Chandayan, and Odum turn a lot of hits in their series against Indonesia, especially us. And for me personally, I'm a huge fan of their room. The way he played on that series against Indonesia, it was a sacrificial role to be in. The Grok.
It's amazing. Odum knows exactly what to do at every single turn. He knows how to use his heroes' kits, and I expect him to perform great against arguably one of the OGs in SG, Lolzy.
Yeah, which is at least for the side of Singapore, maybe they because of the fact that we know already a lot of games, we've seen a lot of bots for Singapore, so you kind of understand where you want to go to. Interesting that Cambodia actually prioritized the first pick because they were so good at their side in the
Coach Shea. Sorry. Cambodia again, their first pick. Oh wow.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Okay. There's a little, little love there between the two countries. But yeah, Cambodia's first pick. So this does tell us a lot, and it feels like Cambodia wants to be able to dictate the draft against Team Singapore. Although you still have that factor that we talked about earlier, the flexibility of the XP lane on Singapore. Although I would say, not much of a fan of the comfort picks here. Maybe try to stick with more fundamental matchups.
And when it comes to fundamental, that's definitely what we saw from Cambodia, the way that they drafted when it comes to their second pick. That's why I thought that they will prioritize the red side. Because I thought that they really, for lack of a better term, stomped Indonesia back in the first draft of the game. So, what do you prioritize now? Do you ban glue if you are blue side as a first pick Cambodia, then pick up the Faramis, or the other way around? Ban Faramis and pick up blue? Because that Faramis from Sokroth, that was stuff of legends.
Oh yeah. Sokroth almost single-handedly at what? Twice or thrice during the 35-minute game, bought back the game.
Yeah. It was honestly, it was kind of hard watching that, because Indonesia was also playing into a Faramis when they decided to group up.
That's true.
And Sokroth had a fantastic time just coming into the team fight and saving a lot of his teammates.
Yep.
And again, it was a stuff of legends, and I feel like that might just be removed in this game.
And now, again, going off of the whole point of Arlot single-handedly winning games, did we not just see Justin from mid on that Valentina?
Oh, yeah.
Claw back the Burmese into a winning position with a Faramis in mid, right? And who's to say Sokroth can't do that here too?
He was good at, he was looking for a wonderful jump with that hero.
That's right.
And he found it many times over.
Oh,
and
wow.
that meant the world for them team. And that's also true with the entirety of Cambodia.
So this is foretelling. Okay, there's still a Claude pickup coming up from Hame.
It's a signature.
Yeah, it's a signature pick, and you have to respect, the performance that he delivered earlier on. Even though he had a bad start, the Beatrix was literally unkillable. And mind you, he was playing against a Yuzong with a Petrify.
I think that he probably practiced a lot against the Yuzong because the way that you manage it, right? You, in between your dashes, you also attack with your Nibiru, which means that you will definitely have to attack some of the spells from the Yuzong no matter what happens. At least you get your HP back, and then you outplay it. Only killed once after 5 tries.
Yeah.
From Rizky.
The initial 5 deaths was all about skirmishes, and then one pickoff from Rizky, but after that was really hard to kill. And he did perform in that game, putting so much damage.
Not to take away anything from Team Singapore here, but really hearing the crowd noise, hearing the love and support from the Khmer audience, I can really only imagine that for Team Cambodia here, their goals are actually more than just taking medals. They have to prove themselves to the home crowd. They have to show them that, you know what, your support is worth it. Thank you so much. We are the hosts here. This is our brand of MLBB.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword though, because expectations are there.
That's true.
But also, the cheers, just the smiles of the fans, I think it boosts the morale of the team. However, you are also susceptible to feeling the pressure of performing in this match. So, the more stable composition, I would say, is going to come out from SG. But I do understand the fact that there is that factor of being boosted by the home crowd, and that is why they call it a home court advantage.
We have insiders in the building, right? We have our friends Hans Galeria and Magic Faldas.
And Francis Cantero too.
Francis Cantero. All of them mentioned that the home crowd advantage was definitely felt.
It's real.
It's real. It's more than real. And
you hear
they
the
were
cheers.
able to talk to the players, and it did boost their morale. Imagine there was a point where in that game versus Indonesia they were down 8,000, and every single pick off that they get, even when it's like on the roaming hero, although just dreams, everybody was just cheering up.
Yeah.
Even just one shot of the render, they were cheering up, and that gave a lot of morale boost to the team.
Yeah, even with us, we could hear the screams and chants of the crowd. Although the players don't hear it, okay, just to remind everyone that they don't hear any noise from the audience, but just seeing the crowd stand up and flare through every kill, that gives a little boost towards their morale and momentum, and that gives a huge swing.
Yeah, the energy is so contagious. Just seeing it through the screens, I could have sworn I was Cambodian in that matchup.
You were?
I mean, just because of how much of an underdog story it was, right? And now that we're here in this reality, I still can't believe that that's what transpired tonight.
Yeah, and they also started the the storyline of the Indonesia being taken down. I mean, it was Myanmar that solidified it, but this was a team that cemented that it was the first start of the chapter here for the end of Indonesia. I mean, it's not the end yet, but it was started.
Can't imagine how big this will be for Cambodia. They are just literally one win away from securing that slot.
You accomplished 2 big things today, like secure yourself a medal match, and also drop down one of the tougher opponents here in SEA Games. Again, they are the heavy favorites, and Cambodia just beat them. So yeah, I do understand where Leo was coming from. The energy and probably the momentum is definitely on the side of Cambodia.
Kind of made me think though, the way that you mentioned it, it kind of felt like Cambodia walked so that Myanmar can fly, right?
Fly high.
Fly high.
Aim high, fly high, that's right.
Yeah. Which now makes it so that the next tomorrow's matchup between Myanmar and Cambodia, that might be
that's hot.
Yeah, right. that might be the match that everybody's waiting for.
I mean, it's about to happen still. We're not there yet, but just the way things happened today set up such an amazing near future for the world of MLBB.
And I love it because it strays away from the normal trend, the norm of
What we thought.
Yeah, what we thought. It's not running the same script as what we're used to with other tournaments like PH and Indo Supremacy, with other regions catching up. No, it's gonna come from the story of Group B demolishing the the giants in Cambodia, starting that charge, like leading the front lines. And if you're a fan of this squad, you for sure are feeling the energy right now, especially the players, right? Their minds right now. Oh my God, I can't even imagine.
Talk about the fans, right? Talk about the players, and talking about how much history and context we're bringing into this matchup and into the happenings of the day. Imagine what it's like to just somebody who stumbled upon this Olympic level esport event and they don't know the history, and they're like, why is everybody going crazy? What is this whole story? Why are we surprised
reacting like that?
that Indonesia is sitting at 0-2? Not to cram all of the information in one sitting, but it's a big deal, folks.
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
It is for 3 years. It was all PH versus Indo.
Not even to mention the Filipino situation. Right?
Yeah.
That's
Well, if you include Indonesia supremacy, it's 5 years. Okay? And now finally, we are in a multiverse. We're in a storyline where Cambodia is breaking it out. Like they're breaking the multiverse.
Okay, more accurately, so 4 years, because in 2019 it was the first time that esports was
Sorry, I don't have my timeline correct. I'm a different variant.
At this point, Midnight, who cares about the timeline? I don't even know what's going on.
So in 2019, the year started, mid-year started with Indonesia actually reigning over. That's the age of the Kages.
That's right.
Yes.
They flew in, went to Quezon City, in the Araneta Coliseum, took the MSC trophy,
everything.
went back home.
Yeah. And then when they went back to the Philippines, a few months after.
That's right.
Same build. No, not the same building.
Close.
Same building,
Almost, same
like 5 kilometers
metro.
away.
Yeah,
Metropolis.
same 10-kilometer radius.
Yeah. And that is where we saw that a team that combined team can win over Indonesia. Then it was straight up just all Philippines afterwards.
Yeah.
And both of the top two, and we're saying this as Filipinos, the Philippines team, they are also in big trouble.
We're struggling, man.
Group A is also, actually I'm more surprised about the Group A. Because Group B, I would understand, because this group is really, really stacked. Group A, I did not expect that at all. But also, you would expect that come down from Team Malaysia, because they're king of upsets, and they're used to doing this. This is an everyday task for these guys. But now, again, coming back to the task at hand. This is Cambodia versus Singapore. Singapore also in a very, very dangerous spot, similar to where Philippines is right now. Now, if you are Singapore, what do you do against Cambodia?
I'd say you play to your strengths.
Play to your strengths.
Yeah, Singapore is
Play the Khalid again.
Sure. That's a Diablo thing, all right? But I'm not so sure that's a Singaporean thing as a whole.
Okay.
If I learned anything from our Singaporean friends, I think Abstract, Eugene, Chris, Jays, they would say that yes, the Khalid in the hands of Diablo is a Diablo thing, but I'd say, do the Singaporean thing, play your way, but follow the metagame. Like, come on, play to that wavelength.
To balance it out, basically. Just find the right balance, Like what Thanos said, there's balance in everything.
I'm again calculating. Because
all right, we'll give you some time.
Actually, Philippines literally cannot lose any more.
No more.
If they do, they're out.
So they're in the same boat as Indonesia before the match.
But it's non-zero, though. It's non-zero.
Well, okay. If they... it's non-zero. Okay, so they cannot lose anymore. Or they can lose one game, but hope that Malaysia loses everything.
That's an odd ask.
Dude, it's a team that beat them.
By the way, and here's the thing. They cannot have the same points with Malaysia.
Because they lose the head-to-head.
Otherwise, they're out.
So even if they win their next matchup, they hope for Malaysia to lose one more time.
2 games.
Okay, 2 more games. Okay, that's quite clear. Yeah. I get the picture.
So seeing the signs on the audiences, it looks like the home team is all in, man.
Yeah. You're about to.
I blanked out when y'all said they have to win all their matches now.
They have
Just-
to.
Yeah.
Literally.
The Giants are in a very dire situation. Again, it was Cambodia that started it all. They were the first ones to write the script in page number 1. And I like this. I like this, okay? Some callbacks to their MPLs. And yeah, again, Cambodia as a region overall just developed so fast.
I love it. They've only really had an MPL for what, the past 2 years, give or take. Less than a year, so the better part of 2 years. And here they are, man, upsetting, almost setting the pace and saying, you know what, the Indonesian All-Star team, they're not gods, they do bleed.
Yeah. Every once in a while, you know, you lose some matches. It was just unfortunate for Indonesia to lose twice in a row.
The same day.
Yeah, the same day.
So many realizations now. If Vietnam
We're still computing.
Are we still talking about ML? Are we still talking about the men's division in the SEA Games? What's going on?
I'm in a different universe
Yeah,
now.
you're in a different realm
If
now.
There is a world where
He's basically
Vietnam
Doctor Strange trying to look into 14 million
Vietnam,
instances.
by just literally winning over Malaysia, already eliminates Philippines.
If Vietnam beats Malaysia.
No, here's the thing. If Philippines wins over Vietnam, and they do it in a much faster fashion, I think they have still the chance to win the tiebreakers.
But no, but the thing is, Vietnam already has 2 wins, and all that Vietnam needs to do right now is to literally win one more game. And if they win one more game, that means that their next matchup, Vietnam's next matchup, is going to be Philippines and Laos.
It's all the more a must win for the Philippines.
You know, it's hard for us to do the math because there's a lot of things that could happen. But yeah, again, the main storyline is the Giants are in a very dark spot.
One loss meant that it's not up to them
Anymore at all.
Yeah, I will break down fractions all day. I'd rather not compute for.
Yeah, let's simplify.
Teams.
Simplify it. So basically, what Philippines needs to do to defend their title,
Their gold medal.
Their gold medal is again to at least win against Vietnam in a much faster fashion.
No, win against Vietnam. Step 1.
And win all the games.
And win all their games, or do it fast. Yes.
Yeah. And they must
do it fast. Win games and do it fast.
Ooh, that's a hard ask.
It's easier said than done.
Well, here's the thing: they hold the record.
Yes, 10-27.
So I think they're
it
helps skew the stats.
Yeah.
But it's not for
it helps,
sure.
but you know.
Okay, we have 30 seconds to compute some more.
Oh my goodness, Southeast Asian Games.
Yeah.
What is happening?
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
I love it. Not only have the airways and global travel opened up post-pandemic, but also the world of MLBB has just turned itself upside down.
Exactly. Wow, I can't believe it. But here we are. The more pressing matter.
Yep.
Cambodia versus Singapore. One win from Cambodia eliminates 2 teams.
Singapore and Indonesia.
Again, you have to reiterate that. You know, if you win for Cambodia, 2 teams are eliminated. Singapore and Indonesia will not have a chance.
And the
in
deck
play.
is stacked against Singapore, man. It's a home crowd.
Yep.
Cambodia is hot off of a win. Again, that started this whole thing. Am I right? Am I remembering things correctly? It's been a long day. Did Indonesia lose to Cambodia first?
Yes.
Before the Philippines lost to Malaysia?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, they did.
They did.
Oh,
they
man.
started this entire thing. They were the ones who called the Doctor Strange and asked him to make everyone forget about who Peter is. And now we are here in a game between Cambodia and Singapore, the 8th match of today, the best of 1. Cambodia versus Singapore. 1 win for important outcome.
Yeah. Cambodia on the blue side means that they have utmost priority. There's already great research from Singapore finding out the glue. Could have sworn that Cambodia, the fact that they are just the blue side kind of makes us think that they're hero pool.
Your team is
The
banning.
fairness. This is also a good ban.
Yep.
To live
They did their
is
homework.
to trick the
Removing
reaper.
that Sockroth factor, although they're still the typical far side Eves.
You ban Franco here if you're Cambodia. And what it does is that whether or not the Joy or the 1-1 will be open, you're gonna be a-okay.
Yeah, I don't think Singapore will let 1-1 through. Especially with the previous match that we've seen, the Yandere was just able to, completely take over the game with a 1-1. So you're right. If Cambodia decides to go for the Franco ban here, no matter what, they're gonna get a trade between Joy
or 1-1.
Or 1-1.
That's amazing, man. Kuname.
I will choose my own path.
It works. It's still. I think they're also opening up. They're also opening up the Franco for Doom.
That's true. So it's a 1-1 Joy Franco trade. Problem is Cambodia gets 1, Singapore gets 2. So I think if you're Singapore, you waste a ban.
I think Cambodia wants to go for that. For the Grok anyways. Because they're the team that actually won against the Franco.
To me,
okay.
fun is all that
It's
matters.
Joy.
Yeah, you cannot waste.
Time to drop the beat of the clock.
Your team is what? Do you go Farsa and Franco here?
Are they forcing Lozi to play the Franco? It's been a while since I've seen Lozi pick up Franco, man.
Yeah.
He's more of a Cho in my head.
You know what's crazy? They get Joy without any response. Although Franco was picked up by Singapore, but again, you don't have the Arlen.
Yeah.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
Standard pickup, so understandable. This means that Singapore can just go for carry. Yeah.
Go for the the normal heroes.
Carry has been on the winning end mostly for today, right? I'd say what, 3 to 5? 3 out of 5?
I think it's 50-50.
I cannot
Closer to
math
50-50?
I'm sorry, but you're the math guy.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
He's a simplified man.
Yeah, I'm the
He wants to
fractions. I'm the
simplify
fractions
things.
guy.
The fractions guy, okay.
Dude, I had to count how many matches were left today earlier.
All right, very well, very well.
I have a very specific set of mathematical skills.
You have a specific set of skills. And stats, not one of them.
So is this the carry for Baby Cakes?
I think so. I think so.
Gotta be. Or else Cambodia bans it out.
No,
actually,
maybe for Baby Cakes.
It's not up to them.
It's a signature.
I fear no crack.
Oh, they do go back to the intro.
That's understandable. I think you can really just swap it up. The benefit you have with the Beatrix is that you can have a little bit more range with this Eve, and if you combo that up with the Valentina, you actually have a lot of kill potential. And of course, it's AOE. It's AOE.
So I think Singapore bans carry here, right? Carry Brody.
Yeah, Claude, perhaps.
Claude. Yeah, carry Claude.
You saw the crowd.
Yeah.
Claude solid, yeah.
Koname.
Koname is a prolific Claude player. I get it.
Okay, I think you still pick up you ban the Grok here, right? Because if you're looking at Cambodia, surely you have the Valentina as support.
Need some stitches?
Same time,
I can
though,
help.
still gives us from hero. So there is the Melissa.
Sand rises when I give the word.
They're targeting Diablo.
I like the respect coming up from Cambodia. Okay, we don't have Marl this time around, so let's just ban out the
Don't have the
Khalid.
carry, no, not carry yet. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's really high for the Claude. I mean, if you're Singapore, you want to ban out the Claude, surely, right?
Yeah. I'm actually interested why the ban out the Melissa.
Okay.
They don't have the best way to protect this Melissa.
Yeah, not the
Although
best
they
skill yet.
You already have the real world manipulation, so I think you go for aggressive heroes. But yeah, I think it's just housekeeping for Singapore. Just making sure that there's no marksman that can win over the lane against Beatrix, because it is a.
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
is banning.
Great ban. Cambodia is going to be the
No one can escape my iron fist.
Wait.
Yeah, Diablo. Diablo plays it.
That's also a Diablo specialty.
The
Crossing your
DHS.
T's, dotting your I's, Cambodia, being diligent.
Yeah, and I have to say, playing Fredrin against this guy, it's freaking annoying.
Okay.
Freaking annoying to play against Badam.
And
Akair Farmis. Rather, Akair Martis.
yeah, so the additional factor you get out of getting the Akai this time for
Fanny.
Singapore is that
Fanny.
you locked on the Joy. How about Helker?
Oh!
How
I would have
about
wished,
Helker?
Philippines picked up Helker
Are we
earlier.
going this deep? There's that. You know what? This is the same situation. Coach Zaya caught themselves in that matchup against Indonesia. Like anything, all the
What about
junglers were
Lancelot?
available. That's true. Yeah, no. Thanks a lot in the hands
This
of,
is the Emperor's
Ray
order.
Your team
Okay.
is picking.
Because they want to have an additional layer to the control of the Joy.
Yes. Well, I think carry makes much more sense now that
That's
you pick up the
true.
Akai.
Karen Grok, perhaps?
Yeah, carry Grok, carry Atlas. Actually, Atlas
Carry
sounds
Atlas actually looks so good.
dirty.
What
Even though-
if
even though
they're
there's Valentina.
what if they're crazy and pick up the Ruby?
No, against Akai.
Karubi? That's dangerous.
Yeah, that sounds delicious.
We're way past December 2021 then.
I must break
Your team.
Oh! This is the way to win. So
That is why there's the not the PH.
You see that? You see that cheer? You see that cheer? Coach was like, "We won. We got
Okay,
the we got a
don't-
Philippine draft."
Singapore, please never pick up the Benedetta, please.
Don't pick up Bene.
Please don't pick up Benedetta. It
Your
didn't work
Zong is
before.
open.
It didn't work before. It
Zong,
didn't work.
Lapu.
When the body
Back shot.
suffers,
What?
the
No!
spirit
Oh! All right, historically speaking, this never worked out. This is not how you go. Folks, again, just the reason why this Estes pick was something that we did not see coming and something that we expected at the same time is because one half of Team Cambodia here, Burnex Flash, is prolific for playing an Estes. And the other half, CFU Esports, is the 2 out of 5 now. So yeah, we just said don't pick the Benedetta, and they got it.
Leo, well, we saw this yesterday. Okay, let me remind you, the reason why we didn't like the Benedetta pick yesterday was because of the fact that there's an Eve and there's an Estes.
It's not gonna do much.
Both of them are present in this match. And you're up against a Brody, by the way. It's a very, very...
This is amazing for Team Cambodia.
If Singapore wins this, they deserve it.
That's right. That's right.
They deserve the W.
That is a good way of putting it.
That's right. I'm gonna get like a salted egg chips later on.
I'm gonna get chicken rice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's combo it up.
Let's give an opportunity to explain why, so that the audience gets it, so that in a way we're not just blaming the Benedetta pick.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the thing. Wolf, commence. Start explaining why Benedetta doesn't really sound that good. It's not bad. It's not bad.
You were baited into a spot where you thought that you will have enough damage to take out heroes under the Electro Final Blow, and of course you can initiate to the backlines because you have Eve. So it was definitely even Estes. Literally, those two heroes, you kind of feel that you can pick off one or the other, which is kind of true, but typically they go together. And the moment that you pop your Electro Final Blow, you pop the stun, where's the damage coming from? So if you're looking at the opposite end, what else is the supplement to the Benedetta, right?
Beatrix,
surely you get the kills.
Yeah, you get damage.
But again, that's about it with the Petrify. By the way, Estes can just pick up the Purify.
Yeah.
And already your plans are shut
Nothing.
down.
Odum can do everything, man.
Yeah, and you know what? Although I would say, compared to the last time we saw this matchup, this is a much better team fight composition because you have an Akai that can split the Estes. You have a Beatrix that can burst targets down. My question is, what do you do when they go full defensive items? Like, where's the damage coming from? Because the Brody, in every single fight, if it's prolonged, you can be able to output so much damage with the torn apart memory, and you have no reset factor. Although you have the Akai, but after the heavy spin, how do you fight against the sustain coming out from the Estes?
Yeah.
This is the best case scenario for Team Singapore, is that they're able to cut right through the Cambodian Ube, as they will. But again, that's easier said than done. Like, how do you even do that when the Estes has a Purify?
Yes.
Like, you need to kill the Estes first.
The first win condition now for Team Singapore, hope that it's Flicker or Aegis.
Flicker Estes.
Or Sprint.
Yeah.
Aegis.
God help
Aegis.
us.
Or
Aegis.
Estes.
But
That's
it's
about
very
it.
unlikely to happen. So, it's true. The Benedetta might be good versus the Eve if it's just the Eve without the ultimate.
Yeah. Also, to add insult to the injury, how do you go about dealing with the Joy?
Yeah, they don't have. Well, they do have the Franco.
They have a couple of okay answers.
No, but yeah, you're committing the ultimate to Franco on the back line because Joy will be coming towards the back. What about the front line? Estes is sustaining everything. What do you do if Cambodia gives everything to their front line?
I could have sworn that they might even not commit the Joy to the backlines because they're holding it into an Estes.
Yeah, that's why I asked. How do you deal with Cambodia just deciding to front lining you?
Yeah, they will just go front to back, and this is Brody.
Yeah.
They have the Brody in front, which is already a real threat.
There's so much layers of protection for this draft.
But then again, we are not the players. We're just the shoutcasters in here.
Yeah, there's still the
we can-
execution part.
We only base on the history. There's that factor that we invented here in Southeast Asian games.
We've seen it so many times
Seen it so many times.
already.
The superstar trigger, maybe somewhere along the way there is that wonderful play.
But you don't have that same level of strength against an Ube strategy like Claudes, the Grox, the Atlas. You don't have big setups.
If there was a superstar trigger that could have come off of Singapore, realistically speaking, it would have been off of Diablo's Khalid. If we had it, and the draft for Team Cambodia would have still been an Estes, an Ube-centric lineup, because that at least can break through.
That's right, that's right.
But with the Benedetta, again, there's a reason why we all reacted the way we did.
He has to make it work. He has to win the laning stage. He has to get a lot of the items. The problem with that is when you go physical damage Benedetta, you're not going to be able to outlive the onslaught of the Brody during the team fights because you're susceptible also to being targeted by the torn apart memory. You're part of the target.
So yeah, so for one Diablo here, again a veteran now at this point for Team Singapore, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's double jeopardy. Do I build defensive so I'm able to like at least peel for my squad?
But lack damage.
But lack damage, or do I build damage and just rely on my eye for an eye one time?
And then get melted down.
And then run away. Best case scenario, I run away.
Yeah, oh my. So many problems.
Do you consider Beatrix as a friendly player too?
No.
Not that much, right?
No.
Maybe if you go, what, the classic
Yeah, but you don't have the same mobility as the carry because the Phantom Step cooldown is much lower compared to the reset with
Tactical
Beatrix.
reposition,
Yeah, and with Fredrin, he loves heroes that wants to stand and hit him.
stationary.
I as a Fredrin
main?
yeah, for a while now.
All right.
Obviously not to a professional level, but you know,
Yeah.
I have my games in. I would prefer the Beatrix over the carry.
I second the motion. As a Fredrin jungler, I would prefer, facing up against a Beatrix with a sniper,
Any day.
Because if I get hit by a big burst of physical damage, that converts into crystallized energy. With carry, it's different. He shreds through that. And even though you say, okay, you'd still get the same amount of crystallized energy, the thing is, carry hits harder. Carry hits harder than the Beatrix, and he can't stand his ground. He is able to maneuver around the Fredrin. And I think that's a big problem.
I definitely agree with you. So I'm actually like looking at the draft. Right? So where do we look? Where do we look at if you want Singapore to win? What's the win condition here? So we're talking about superstar triggers. Even when they don't have the carry, they still have that Franco factor, which in a way you get a hook, you get a -1 immediately.
Okay.
Make sure that the Valentina and the Beatrix will be there.
Fair enough.
-1.
Fair enough. The superstar trigger can come from Lolzy.
Yeah.
That's another option. All
Well,
right.
we did establish the fact that Franco is a walking win condition, and his main priority here in this game is to pick up a target and probably
Fellas,
What?
am I seeing this right?
What?
Benedetta on Diablo, unbending will, execute.
Okay, I was about to say it. Maybe it's not the petrify, maybe it's the execute. It's not a crazy.
Well,
It's a reality.
It's reality.
A 2-change battle spell, and I do like the
emblem.
unbending will adjustment because with this one you can build up tank items and you get more physical damage when your HP gets low. I think that's enough space to get.
Not purified.
Whoa!
Well, there's no petrify anyway, so you're still okay.
Okay,
That's true. Okay,
Get
that's
taken down, that's first blood.
that's step 1.
No revenge from Cambodia. Not a single clapback.
Yeah.
Little Wanderer goes over to Singapore. That's a clear win for SG.
That's step 1. Although I don't know what the Estes was doing there. Could have just been sitting in the mid lane, but yeah, Estes died first blood for Diablo.
No. Well, Gibby rotating to the bottom lane, interestingly, instead of going to other lanes, like for example the top lane where the Joy will be. By the way, with the execute first one, you're already pushing the boundaries for this hero.
Yeah.
And this is good for Diablo, right?
You know what's sad? If that was a Festival of Blood, you would have already gotten one charge onto the spell. But yeah, it's an unbending will. Maybe, again, the ideology is build full tank.
Yeah.
Once your HP gets low, you have more physical damage.
You get the damage back, yeah.
Do you actually build tank here or do you go light build
Yeah, again,
instead?
still.
Bloodlust.
Damage to damage you don't.
Yeah.
There's so many things to consider.
Yeah, the Diablo needs to really play so well in this game.
Well,
He is playing really well now. Whoa,
Forced out, there's a pull-in! Oh, Chandavan still
Eruption
alive.
missed.
Break here, threatening a sandwich play. And they only have the heavy spin as an ult left. Look at Roy. What's he gonna steal? Check out Pisam. Oh, look at this! Diablo! Diablo steals! And the heavy spin pushes back the rest of Cambodia.
Both of them played that to perfection. Diablo was able to get away, and I believe he saved the eye for an eye at the very last proc of the dance of the joy. Although, Kusal Piset though.
Kudamay! Baby Cakes is still here. Lozy, can he get it? Close call.
Estes will be there anyways.
Oh, in the orange.
Chandavan.
Low. Chandavan. Oh, he gets taken out by Roy. Piset takes out Bray. The orange goes down though just in time. Diablo still here.
Execute his
a scary duel. Oh, there's a little manipulation. Sokrat covering behind Piset. And Piset still alive.
Wow.
That's just 3 minutes of action, and we already saw a lot of dodges, a lot of outplays,
Yeah.
a lot of like aggression. And in the end, Cambodia will get 500 gold lead.
Yeah, it's like when you ask how many mechanics you want to see. Yes, they're just flexing right now, especially the Diablo. You know, we asked for a good start on the Benedetta, and he's now getting it. Although you could say the same thing for the Joy.
You know what? This is a phenomenal start for the Benedetta again. For a hero pick that we all just gasped at, and I'm using my words very carefully here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a ball!
Ballsy!
Oh, luckily it's just Odom. Luckily it's the roamer.
Yeah.
If that was Kunamay, oh, this would have been a different story. But still, this is great for Singapore.
Yeah. What's sad for Cambodia is if we had Purify there.
Kunamay! Stolen away by Roy! Kunamay is down! No! Ray is still alive. Can Sokrat finish the job? Yes, he can. 1-for-1 so far for Singapore, taking it to the home team.
Leo Wolf, solo kill on Piseth against Diablo.
Oh, that is okay. That is definitely a problem because, well, we do know that the Benedetta alone with the previous build cannot man up against the Joy. The Joy will be able to win one more in this kind of situation, especially with Vengeance up, because you can actually utilize some of the spells of Benedetta so that your Vengeance will be much better. However, Singapore still managed to take out the gold laner, the Brody. Brody with 1 death at 4 minutes. Not a good sign.
Yeah, Baby Cakes off to a start. And Singapore, they are checking some of these boxes on their checklist. They're able to still hold onto their win condition, which is Lossy just getting pickoffs against Fiesta.
Oh man, sitting here about 5 minutes in, 2 turtles going over to Cambodia. Singapore's gambit working out so far, but I've yet to be completely convinced. Yeah, so far what Singapore's winning image looks like is AI generated art. You kind of look like it looks like it's real, but then you see the hand, it's like
So Leo went from fractions to now AI generated art. That's how the tall order is. That's how tall the order is.
Wait, that's another threat. Kill Odom falls again. Talking about that 1 death on the Brody. Man, Odom has been down 3 times already.
I don't know what the Estes was doing there, though. I mean, you could argue that he was checking for some information.
Getting vision.
Stand in the bush.
I think
he's standing in the bush.
Might be still reminiscing his days as the strong. Because of that kind of positioning. But
Ray.
Oh! Early heavy spin, taking him out of range. And Kunamay with the
the hook!
And the hook! Down goes the Brody! Oh, he's looking for Baby Cakes. Does he know he's in his bush? That's a double kill for Chandavan! And now the Khmer are marching on through the bottom lane. Did they get a kill on the Lozy? Lozy and Roy want to go home. They want to go ahead and recall, but this turret's not going to be long for the world if the Cambodian squad has their way with it.
What is happening? We were talking about who gets a superstar trigger, right? And it's really looking good for Singapore. However, look at the stats. Gray, 3 deaths. Longsy as the rover, 0 deaths. Although you are very happy at what's happening in Singapore, the fact that you're trading for blue laner and a jungler is not that good. But you can say that as well with Cambodia. It's just that their jungler's having a good time.
Dude, it's AI art for both of them. It looks good. And it looks like, whoa, this is real. This is real, man. And then like, look at that.
Yeah, no, it's
It's always the hands.
Look at the hands, you know. Final picture isn't very clear yet for both sides. Cambodia, they're still leading the charge here with the lead source on this side. 300. Oh, it's small. Diablo. Dangerous position to
XP
in.
Oh, Diablo gets away. But let's see who's gonna take this turtle.
Big problem though, you don't have the XP laner for Singapore.
Oh! And the ball gets a shield. Heavy spin, spent in. Roy does have a real world manipulation. Singapore doesn't want to take this fight.
He dashed upward.
Yeah.
So that the heavy spin will be ineffective.
Oh!
Everybody's playing so
Here's
well.
the real world manipulation by Roy. Ray gets the jump in. And there's a fire. Down goes Diablo.
What?
Oh, deflects the kill. Blessing the Moon Goddess and all the Khmer. They're marching on through mid.
Was that one shot from Estes?
I think so.
Is this the damage Estes?
Or possibly the last shot. Oh, Gray here doesn't survive. Taken down by May. They're going to get their eyes on this turtle. Bombs away. Baby Cake's defense.
So, again,
It should be one of the attacks of the Brody. That's impossible.
yeah, that
And
was
then
I
the
think
slow just got the last hit.
I think the graphic overlaid with an AI generated art, you know? The graphic of the torn apart memory was with the final hit of the SS. I thought it was a damage SS for a
The analogy is perfect, man. Look at the hands. That could have been gold for the Brody, but it went to the Estes.
Yeah.
And now Piseth survives. He's all right.
And we were discussing earlier, just the presence of Brody, it's enough of a threat. You build up these damages, and it's not gonna matter if you die twice. You know, the passive Brody, every item he gets, more physical damage, and you can't. It's hard for Singapore to find these openings against the Brody. And Diablo's having a hard time in trying to dish out damage needed to take out these important cores on the side of Cambodia.
Thinking about how this early game is messy. If both teams are messy and we revert back to our original argument, this should benefit the Khmer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fundamentally speaking.
Because I think that there's a lot of theory. I was one of those who already big fan, massive fan of the Estes Brody back when Lactis didn't want me. And it was so amazing to see. And I think that the only just went for Purified then because, well, it was a different scenario. And you already know the strength of this combination. In combination with the Frederick and Eve, the 4 heroes that they have already as a unit can group up as 4 during the mid game. And the Lord will be in their favor easily. Even when they don't get the last hit on the Lord during the Lord dance, they can actually run down heroes.
Yeah.
Deal damage with the Eve, with the Frederick, and finish up with the torn apart memory. We're not even thinking about the factor of the joy yet, because typically it can play off map, right? To make them win the macro battle even more.
Big problem, definitely for Singapore. Even during the early stages, we're feeling that the problems are too much for them to deal with, and they also have to deal with late game. You know, with the late game aspect of the Joy, the Brody, and the turn. You know, this lineup is meant to turn on every Lord dances. And we've seen that so many times now.
We must commend, though, I personally will state that the creative solution from Singapore to switch up the Benedetta's configuration worked out for the first maybe 5
3
6
minutes. Yeah.
All right, I was being generous. The early game, let's just say the early game, right? It was enough of a shock factor for the Khmer, like, whoa, what's going on? But now, the timeline has corrected itself, despite Udum rocking a flicker instead of a purify. And this should result in the Cambodians actually just barreling on through.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, when you have Eve, Estes, Brody against Benedetta, it's like, you know, when Thanos said, I am inevitable, it's bound to happen. And you saw how awkward the clash and team fight was for Singapore. Diablo was kind of thinking a lot of times whether I should go in or not, because it's so hard to commit against the Brody. And you saw the damage come out from Thorn Apart Memory with just one item.
Oh man, we go back to again the original prescribed win condition for Singapore. Lolsey has to really land the hooks. And I don't like the fact, or at least if you're a fan of Singapore, you would not want the idea that surely you get good hooks, 3 assists on the Franco, but the fact that other members are dying out of it, right? You want to at least secure a gold laner.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, just to put into context, those are Lolsey stats. Roy is also deathless so far. But what's that going to lead to? Again,
Yeah.
you can only protect your mid duo for so long.
Yep.
The payoff has to come from somewhere in the jungle or the gold lane, either way.
If you try to imagine how Singapore will likely approach this, the only winning scenario for them is if the hook lands onto the Estes. I don't see any other way, because if you try to use Flicker Bloody Hunt, Brody has a stun!
Yep.
He can protect himself.
Yeah,
He
he
protects.
can protect the Estes!
And the Fredrin is there all the time.
Yeah.
You can knock up.
Yep.
Which is, you know.
Yeah, Brodies have been protecting themselves from Lings, from Hayabusas, from Lancelots
Yeah,
for
that's
years
true.
now.
That's true.
Right?
So,
So,
4 months. But
yeah.
then it's a relatively new.
No, Brody.
Oh, Brody. Okay.
Yeah, right.
that's
Yeah,
it.
so what is
thought we were
He's the
talking
math
about
guy. You
Fredrin.
cannot defeat him.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, math man.
it suddenly became a contest. All right. I will defend my honor as the math guy. But yeah, no. Talking about again the possibilities for
Okay.
Whoa!
Okay.
I'm not a Singaporean competitor, but I'm trembling.
Yeah.
The stadium is packed.
Filled with Cambodian fans. Wow, they're
They
filling
weren't
in.
kidding when they were saying thousands. They weren't kidding.
Exactly.
It's full. It's full house. I think they're jam-packed right
People
now.
are standing somewhere in corners.
Yeah. And,
MLBB's big.
Oh my.
it's all to support the local representatives here in Cambodia.
National team.
Yeah, the national team. They are leading
They're
now, especially with this type of setup we're in. We did say that they are the ones who came out on top after the drafting stage.
That's not an exaggeration. I think it's safe to say Cambodia is in the lead prior to this pause.
Yeah. About 3,000, I think. And they're also in their power spike. I think that if they do group up as 4, then the Joy plays off map, just appear when the team fight is happening. This is not a Benedetta from before that's tanky that can actually just clear out the minion waves with no problem. Surely he's fast at clearing waves because of the damage, right? But what the Joy can do is just to literally be there, pop the second skill and the first skill, delayed for a while, wait for the Eye for Night, then go back, as you saw from the previous skirmish between two
You know what?
players.
When Joy was introduced to the game, for me, it felt like a secondary Benedetta, but better. Because the way Joy utilizes her kit is he is maximized. Sorry, I don't know the term. The hero is maximized on team fights depending on the movements. Benedetta, that's electrifying. That's just, you know. And the difference is Joy can actually reposition to deal more damage. Benedetta cannot. She basically is a walking electrifying blow. After that, you need to find targets. Especially if you don't have physical damage, physical items, you're basically a like a tank slot, I would say.
Yeah.
You're kind of poking and prodding, but you cannot fully commit without electrifying blow.
If there is one thing that Benedetta has over Joy that might have made the choice here clear for SG, not in this specific lineup, all right? Not in this specific draft, the Joy was first picked by Cambodia. But maybe there are times when the Benedetta would be a better pick is when you want rotational speed. The Joy is only quick when there are opponents to dash onto. But the Benedetta can sword intent through walls, through bushes, and can actually be part of things that the Joy wouldn't.
Yeah, and the advantage is Benedetta can actually hold the pressure.
Yeah.
For Joy,
Which
I think
we-
it's a vengeance.
Mostly is.
Which we kind of expected it to be, right? But then again, you understand where he's coming from when he picked up the execute.
Yeah.
I was definitely gonna suggest that maybe he switches it up, but not on Bending Will though, because I think that the Festival Blood is needed for you to be able to be a threat when it comes to those off-map pushes.
It's kind of like Diablo tried his best to solve some problems being presented by Cambodia. At the end of the day, it's not really enough. Like the solution has to come from different sources, and we did harp on the fact that Franco has a big problem of his own. Like the only way for them to actually take fights is by landing the hook on the Fredrin, on the Estes. Because other than that, I have to say it has to be a miracle set by Ray.
Oh no, look at this, he's sandwiching Diablo.
He's fine. He's fine. It's gonna be fine. No minions in the vicinity to push it up.
Cambodian Ube.
Yep. It's literally that, and then you just play cross map if you're you play the long lane if you are Coastal Pisa, right?
Yeah. So now for Cambodia, they are not rushing into things. You know, they have the lead. They're standing at a 3.4k goal disparity against Singapore, and this Brody has caught up. you know, he was sitting at 0-2-2 before. Now it's 2-2-2.
Yeah. Oh, interestingly, they will give the purple buff at 8 minutes in, 9 minutes in to the Joy, which I think is the right thing.
Lord, very first Lord of the game. Both sides are ready. More kills from Cambodia are here. So is Singapore. Split push is happening on the bottom. That would be, would slow down, especially with Cambodia having the SS. They're gonna be happy with the lane is going to.
This is definitely their zone of comfort. Definitely because they can just park their Brody in the middle of the fight.
Oh, look at Roy, gets a taunt in. RWM committed by Sokro. Lord here at a fifth of its health. Chandravan with a knockup. Look at Pizet! Look at Pizet in the back line! Lord goes over to Chandravan. The bird of the Khmer are happy here on King Lozi. Roy down as well. They trade over for Kosal Pizet, but that's fine. I think that's a great trade for the Khmer.
Almost looked like the turn was wasted from Cambodia, but when Pizet,
that was the final.
When Pizet came in, he was like, Roy, stop. You're not just in. You're not going to be able to turn this flight around. Cambodia find themselves in front of the base of Singapore.
Oh, looking for the penetration. They find it.
They will get the purple buff here for sure. So what I like about what they did is that it's very unconventional. Typically, you want to utilize your putting the contention actual of the Grand Prix battle itself, so that you'll have a little bit of advantage with that, and you can take advantage of your zone. But what it did was to actually force out Roy out of the area because you have the ultimate copy by IMU. So even when you're forced out, you can actually stay in front of Cambodia. What they did was to actually nullify that effect, so that they were able to win the Lord fight.
Such a high level of treatment in the game. So it basically was them and I like the fact that they juggled whoever was trying to control the Filipino. It was Chandravan at first, but then Pizet rolled in. It was like, okay, it's me time.
That's amazing communication synchronization. Also, starting off with RWM. Nobody home for the hook of Lozi. Up top, look at this amazing cut by Sok. By Kosal Pizet. That's two massive waves. Yeah, the Lord is still inside the base. 2 lanes of waves coming in to crash in Singapore's base. And there's Diablo with like a final blow to help clear that wave. Another RWM comes in this time around from Singapore. And they isolate Kuname. Down goes Chandravan. And as well, Kosal Pizet. They send the Cambodian squad out.
Too much commitment, I would say, from Cambodia. The Lord is already taken down in Singapore. They defend against this lineup, although they are still in the lead here, Cambodia. But they want more. Roy chasing Odom here.
Oh, they have another set of slow from Odom?
No.
Uh-oh. That's an interesting duo to try and get a kill.
Yeah, that's right.
Even is this?
Against Franco and Valentina with double dash.
Look at Diablo committing the Electro final blow. Look at the damage. Sokroth and Odom. Close call.
Almost.
Did that come from the Estes or the...
wait. I didn't see the item of Estes earlier, so sorry. I have to confirm. If this is a full tank Estes, I have to confirm.
Full tank or full damage Estes?
Yeah.
Well, like rocking a book?
I don't know.
Rocking
We have to check it again.
Lightning Truncheon.
Crystal of Destiny.
Yeah.
The like. Or maybe magic penetration boots.
That's a Cambodian Estes.
That's a Cambodian Estes, definitely a different breed.
Jablo!
Oh, Pizet spotted. I wonder if he knows that there's a death push. Look at this Lozi with a concealed play. He's still here, he's committing. And he knows. Dashes up. Threatens the kill on a baby cake, but there's a bloody hot. He goes down. I wonder if it's worth it for the Singaporeans here because the Cambodian squad is at the Lord. Roy spots him. Odom put that less than half health. Here comes Sokroth as well. RWM coming in. Chandravan looking for the kill. Baby Cakes takes one out. 2 for 1 so far the trade. Roy gets taken out by Kuname. But so far I think Singapore's winning the trades.
Bottom lane.
Oh no!
This is damage dealing Benedetta.
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
Unless...
Where's the stun?
He goes down in defense successfully! And they continue the Lord dance.
This game! That's the explainer!
They continue the Lord dance.
The joy is alive, which means that the minion wave management is going to favor Cambodia.
Yep.
Singapore did cut down the lead though.
Oh no, it's just barely 1,000 ahead. And now,
look at Chandravan.
They reset the Lord.
This is what we're used to seeing with this type of composition. Again, you mentioned it earlier. This is how Blacklist plays it. You know, the Lord reset. They are patient. they don't want to rush into things. Now Bray shows himself.
Oh, flickering in
The
to get
turn.
a better
Oh!
position. And Bray steals it! Bray steals it from the home team! There's a bombs away. Lolzy, can he survive? The answer is no. They pop the old Udom, gets his immortality taken down. And just like that, they trade the Lord for a roamer. But safe to say, Singapore just took it out of under their nose.
Oh my God, Bray. We were taught about how important it is to go for those hero plays. And now he has found his. But it will not be enough. The minion wave will be cleared out, surely. Unless they found an opening. Diablo from the backlines.
Oh.
They need the joy here.
Udom, does he spot him? Here comes Piseth. They do
Oh,
take
they
down
have
the
to be
Lord. Look at
careful.
Piseth. He needs to get the dance in. He needs to get the beats in. Sokroth, RWM, keeps down
Get out,
Diablo,
yeah.
but only for a second.
Okay, so that's just an equalizer. Cambodia will be able to clear out all the waves. And they managed to keep their turret alive into the bottom lane. So they just really just make so that it will be a very, very calm game right now. Singapore have snatched the lead.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where Roy's damage is going to matter a lot against Cambodia. Bloodwings already finished on Piseth, so more survivability and also more damage. But fact of the matter is, Singapore, they are finding these weird angles, creative angles, I would say, to try and deal with the even Estes of Cambodia.
And I would credit that to the fact that they are forcing Cambodia to go in, and whenever there's an outlier, you gotta have to credit Baby Cakes. He's very much on point with the Bennett's Rage.
Just spread it.
Alright,
the
the
choice.
Piseth spots on Baby Cakes, and they force out an early wild charge. Look at Sokroth flickering in. RWM keeping them down. Roy, Bray taken down here. That's a man advantage for Cambodia.
They have utilized the Estes ultimate though.
Yep. So watch out. There's not much
they
sustainability.
wanna-
Look at
do they wanna
Diablo. Look at Piseth. And there's a hook. No one home. No waves though for Cambodia.
They can't end at this point.
It's hard. It's difficult.
One hook landing coming out from Lolzy. This might be over for Cambodia. They have to be very careful about this.
Look at Roy. He it down. Another man down. Singapore, just 3 defenders left.
They cleared away.
Still no waves. That's right. Cambodia. Oh, they have to make a choice.
Yeah, that jump from Shantavan and the torn apart memory, very well communicated by Cambodia. But again, they don't have waves. 35 seconds before the Lord. Cambodia's not leaving the base of Singapore.
Oh, are they overcommitting here? I feel like they are.
Look at that. Athena Shield picked up by Brody so that he will not be one-shot by Roy, which we saw is very important as well.
Yeah.
As well, Blood Wings on Kusal Piseth.
Yeah. Bray offering his life earlier with a heavy spin. Just to make sure that Baby Gex is able to get out.
Yep.
That almost was a heart attack for Singapore when they
Definitely.
lost the Akai. 8 seconds, however, for the Lord's points. Cambodia, they're in position.
No flicker for Sokroth, so just also a very important factor here. And Diablo is feeling it. Going for the recalls. There's the play once again. The
Deja
flicker!
vu!
Vengeance!
Oh! No hook, no bite.
He's
Is
safe.
this a failed rotation from Singapore? Was it too long? Did they too
Wait.
Another bite down. Kusal Piseth gets taken down here.
I
And
mean-
that wave keeps pushing.
Diablo!
Take down Diablo. Oh, torn apart memory, popping the immortality.
What?
Odom looking for one. Who does he find?
Lord,
Baby
the Lord,
Cakes.
the Lord.
Bursts him down. There's some taking Lord. Can Bray steal this? How many men? Down goes Baby Cakes. And that's a pick off.
Where's the Lord?
One for
What's
one.
up?
Bray still takes it off camera, but Lolzy though. He's gonna fall here.
They get
Immortality
away.
down. Down goes Chandavan. Can Sokroth finish the job?
Oh my
Lolzy,
goodness, the slows!
He does. 2 for 2 so far.
What is happening?
Now Roy.
Konami!
Oh, Kuname gets a kill. 3 for 2. It's so messy.
It's
20 without Baby Kicks. 20!
And they have a minion in the middle.
Oh
They're
no.
hedging their bets.
There's heavy spin though.
They're
There's gonna be
gonna
heavy
force it.
spin on Bray.
Oh,
the
the
removal
RWM.
manipulation.
And there, they're looking for the perfect heavy spin.
Oh
No more!
my!
They pop the immortality on Bray. Sokroth!
Oh, I think that's it!
Odom! Kuname! They're going to take down Singapore! Cambodia wins!
My, oh my, the home crowd is cheering for the victory of their national team. Cambodia wins versus Singapore.
You cannot write the script for what happened in the last team fight. I've seen so many games. I've seen a lot of Estes games, Benedetta games, Fredrin games, and Brody, I will never ever see that happen. The flick, the conceal play was dodged. Understandably so. Great outplay coming out from the Joy. He went back. He already dodged the bullet. He went back. And then the Brody was all of a sudden there, forcing the immortality out. The Benedetta, the Beatrix in a bad spot, trapped into a wall. And the damage output of the Brody on the opposite end, the Fredin against the Akai, and the Akai won naturally. You'd understand why. And then in the middle, Heavy Spin was available. Eve pops the ultimate.
Are you just naming spots on the map?
I'm naming the spots that I will never ever predict.
Again, that sequence.
No way that happened.
I
Am
would
I
say-
dreaming?
I would say
It
that
happened. I'm here.
sequence
I
looked
saw
like,
it.
it looked like it came from a movie. Like, you could not script this better in this match.
In the past 5 minutes alone, in the last 5 minutes of this game, there were A, B, C, and D plots. In the epic that
Wolf's
is
losing it.
Cambodia versus Singapore.
What multiverse am I in?
Wolf
one.
losing it.
The multiverse where Cambodia eliminated Singapore and Indonesia.
Where Cambodia is sitting on top of Group B.
Together with Myanmar.
That's right.
What an interesting turn of events here.
No, there's no way that nobody from Singapore and Indonesia will be able to reach 2 points.
Yeah.
Which means that they are out. Literally out. No more Indonesia, no more Singapore,
It's
no
a
matter what
0%
happens.
chance now.
Yes, it is.
And you know what's sad? They have one more game left to play, and it's with each other.
Singapore and Indonesia. That is true.
That's heartbreaking.
So, that actually will define which team will not have any win.
Yeah, that's true. That is also true.
Wow.
So they're fighting for victories only
Who would have thunk, right?
in the group stage.
In the twilight of the year 2021, Singapore was the third best region in the world. Only second to the Philippines and to the United States.
That is true. That is
That,
actually
that was
true.
also a pretty weird timeline,
Yeah,
but
that
I'm just saying.
that happened.
I'm just saying, right? And now we are at a SEA Games, again, a major international event where Indonesia doesn't even make it to the playoffs.
And who's to say that Philippines will also not make it to the playoffs?
Let's not go there yet.
Let's not.
I mean, it's a Group A thing, but before we go to Group A, let's break down what happened in this game as Cambodia really just took everything away from Singapore.
Early game was a bloodbath, and we know for sure that this was the battlefield that Singapore wants to play in. They went in for offense. It was Diablo going in for full damage build. The only defensive item is the Winter Truncheon, and maybe you can argue the Bloodlust Axe, and you understand where he is coming from. He want to eliminate people as soon as possible with his Execute. It might work. It did in the first 3 minutes, but not until the solo kill was there coming out from the Joy. And now you can feel that there's a lot of fundamentally good decisions that Cambodia did in this game. The flicker that the Estes picked up, you can see that in some parts of the game, you can argue that maybe the Purify would have been better. But in the end, it worked in their favor because of the other choices that Singapore did. And already, this composition from Cambodia, well built for the mid-game. And they were winning in the mid-game. Had it not been that they were overextending against Singapore, this would have been a totally one-sided affair in the mid-game. It could have ended so quickly. But Singapore have found the opening. They punished when Cambodia were just ramming their way into their own base, and they were able to defend. Bray with heroic plays, 2 Lord Snatches. You can see that Baby Kicks was on point with the Bennett's Rage. This allowed Singapore to have a winning chance against Cambodia. But then that weird team fight happened. It was cross-map. And there was no other way to really describe it, because you can never really think that that could happen in a team fight, because the idea was there from Singapore. Conceal, flicker play, lulzy, lock down the Joy, get a -1, you're already winning when it comes to the macro battle. Causal Peasant actually dodged that. But the thing is, he went back because he wanted to go for a kill onto Baby Cakes. Really, what really translated that on that kind of play and decision from me for Cambodia is that they really put a lot of trust in their jungler, which is really a good thing, because you know that they are they have a good synergy, that they trust each other, they know that they can win that team fight eventually. And boy, they did, but not in a manner where we can actually predict. Kun Ame, win combination with Causal, you saw how much trust they have with each other as well. And this guy landed a torn apart memory that forced the immortality from the Benedetta to pop. and he also killed Baby Cakes afterwards because of that duel. The item build was so set in stone, but the Wind of Nature usage was what we needed to look at. And both gold laners just tried to outplay each other. It's just that the Beatrix, after one dash and one flicker, was trapped in a wall where the only escape is either you go back to your teammates or to the hands of the Brody, but you cannot let the Brody alone, because no matter what happens, he's gonna run you down. There is already a stack that was built onto the Beatrix, so it was really checkmate. And Konami designed the play so that he will be able to get the kills. Afterwards, quickly rushes and makes for the beeline towards the Lord. Will not get it. Up top, he gets another kill. Then the marvelous play for the entirety of Cambodia. Pop in the real-world manipulation. Advanced. That was actually the killing blow against Singapore.
If the whole map and the two teams competing are in shambles, are chaotic, if the gold laner stays
That's it.
That's right. If you stay the course and you do your job, you earn the MVP. And I'd say, I agree, Konami is the MVP.
Yeah, and you know what? What's crazy is that the SSD didn't even matter on the late game. Like, the amount of split push that Singapore did, Wolf said it, it was the fundamentally correct choice. You would not expect this from a objective standpoint, but it was the right call for Singapore, because you are splitting the team fight for Cambodia. But again, you still have to recall to the fact that Diablo needed to adjust the itemization. He went for the full damage, and that is why Konami was able to establish dominance in the map. It was because of the fact that nobody on the side of Singapore could go near and survive the initial burst coming out from the Brody. Reason why is, again, Diablo was forced to go for a physical damage route. This was the requirement for them to stay afloat because of the draft of Cambodia. It's like the corners of Cambodia's draft. It's very, it's very sharp. It's refined.
It is.
And
it is.
Singapore, they did, however, find so many creative angles, but it wasn't really enough, because at the end of the day, they were under the mercy of the damage output coming out from Konami. Even during that split fight, even when Singapore took out the Lord in front of Chandavan, yes, it was an Akai, so sure, guaranteed Lord take for for Singapore, but you lose the fight. Like, they may have won the fight, but they lost the war against Cambodia.
Well put.
Poetic.
I'm still in disbelief. I just...
We're about to witness again in the highlights.
I'm just basking in the glory of today's matches, man.
I agree.
Like, it's all playing back in my head, not even the right order.
Yep.
That's true. That's true. A lot of amazing moments, and especially in this game, Singapore, they were the aggressors earlier on, but it came to a point where the composition of Cambodia started becoming online. Like, you feel the sustain, you feel the damage up from the Brody.
Here, right?
Yeah, the SS is on the back line. Diablo did not have a fantastic time on the back line.
Wait.
It's just the
It
Estes.
was just the Estes.
Who
It was
killed?
just the Estes.
Diablo?
I'm so sorry. We saw the post stats earlier on. I still did not check the item of the Estes.
We can just check it out later.
Just check it out later.
Yeah.
Or maybe an Eve Blast, then together with a... Maybe
No, the Eve Blast.
Yeah, he's going full damage, I
The
think.
Eve Blast is a little more visible, man. I'm pretty sure that was just...
I think he went for damage items at some point for Odo.
Bray's, look at that beautiful Bennett's Rage, right? It actually forced out a lot. And then Bray, another heroic play. He eventually goes down here with that beautiful usage of the Eve ultimate, but it wasn't. It was really just to save his teammate.
Yeah, it's a tank Estes.
It's okay. So here's the deal, right? Baby Cakes, Wind of Nature, but he's under the damage output of Eve as well. So it has actually, the last hit was from the Brody, but the real problem was the Eve, in fact. And look at that advanced usage of the real-world manipulation.
Forcing out Bray to just try and answer the upcoming wave. And I have to reiterate the pressure on fighting against a Brody. Like, you saw how Baby Cakes and Diablo moved. Nobody wanted to go near Konami.
Man, Konami is on a whole nother level. And again, that Estes as well. I think we've solved the mystery of where the damage came from and how this Estes performed. But yeah, no, I can definitely say this is a very different kind of Estes that we're used to.
Cambodian
So
Estes.
it's a Khmer ube. So yeah, with that said, man, we gotta watch out for Odin. We gotta watch out for the rest of the Cambodian squad.
Yeah, and for sure you have to watch out for that squad because they just eliminated Singapore and Indonesia.
Yeah.
Very heartbreaking moments for a lot of fans. Day number 1 we saw.
GG well played.
GG well played. I think that I will not have any more chances to talk
no
about
more.
Singapore and Indonesia because I will not be here tomorrow. But I want to say thank you for those matches. Singapore and Indonesia, they fought valiantly for this and they really showed up. Singapore, particularly with Ray and Diablo, although it was very unconventional, it was off meta, they tried their best and they showed up that they can go crafty. When the standard gameplay will not be enough, we know for sure that it will not be. They tried to go for these kind of plays. It almost worked, but in the end it wasn't.
Yeah.
Thank you
still
for
not,
that.
Still not done yet.
Thank
We
you for
have
that.
one more match upcoming. It's Timor versus Malaysia as we head on to our break. Don't worry, SEA Games will be right back.
From the dark horse, if you want the turquoise, the light, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Navaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother! Break the shackles!
Happy 16th birthday!
Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another...
Welcome back to the official English broadcast of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports events of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games live in Cambodia. We're going to be your casters for the last 2 matches of tonight. My name is Umi. With me is Rockhart and Leo. How you guys doing?
We are doing great, and I hope that, we still have some energy. Hope you guys are still watching, because it's going to be a hot one. We got some very, very intense. Yeah, I saw you look at the watch.
Yep.
It's quite late, so dinner should have been served. And I'm excited for the last 2 matches.
Local time in Cambodia would be about 8:30 p.m. So that makes it 9:30 for us, and we've been casting all day, folks.
Yeah.
For your entertainment and, of course, for the sake of this competition. Again, athletes from all over Southeast Asia have put everything on the line to be able to bring back glory, gold, and honor to their countries. And, man, I'm still trying to get over the fact that some teams have already been confirmed to be eliminated.
And apart from gold, we also have like the silver and bronze medals. I'm quite excited to see who's going to get those medals. And honestly, like you've already mentioned, a lot of the teams that we expected to be on top now falling short. We're talking about Indonesia. Everybody expected Indonesia to be at top of Group B. But sadly, with their losses, they now basically cannot compete further in the SEA Games. We're looking at the schedule, and we're seeing a lot of wins from Cambodia, from Myanmar, all of which have brought glory to their country.
Because of the victory as well of Cambodia, they basically just inherently demolished the competition in their own group. So, yeah, we'll actually have a look at the scoreboards later on for you guys to confirm. But since, again, this is an SRR single round robin, that just basically means the most bottom team in Group B will be out. And it's funny because it's only day 1.
Yep.
We have 3 days of this competition.
And that's basically the image of what's happening tonight. If you're just watching us, if you're joining us just now, we're currently waiting on a match 9. This is about to commence here. Timor-Leste going up against Malaysia, who, by the way, Malaysia is currently sitting on top of Group A. Again, by not many points, by 1, but they were the first to actually beat Team Philippines, who everyone swore was going to be on top.
I mean, we're looking at the SEA Games back-to-back gold medalists.
And world champion.
And world champions. People had not expected Vietnam to be the top of Group A right now. Philippines does have the final match of the night, so Group A is yet to be locked in. But looks like Laos and Timor-Leste looking to be in the red. Philippines, Malaysia vying for a spot here. It all boils down to what will happen in our upcoming matchup.
All right, look at that. There's the scoreboards that we were talking about here. Not really much going to be available for Group B.
Yeah, Group B might as well be a lock. I think it comes down to who ends up on top and who ends up on second, because again, when we do make it into the semifinals, it becomes A1 versus B2, B1 versus A2.
And this is such an interesting day. And we've been looking at all the teams. Everybody seemed to have improved a great deal as time progressed. If we look back a year ago, 2 years ago, it has always been Indonesia and Philippines topping the charts, but now it seems other regions have caught up, and I would say that we're close to finding true parity in the SEA Games.
SEA Games might actually be the beginning of a new world order in the realm of MLBB, and I'm here for it. I'm glad that we have first row seats, figuratively speaking, to this change.
Yeah, and obviously it's going to be boiling down to whether or not the Philippines can actually pick it up here, which we will see later on, because right now, aside from Cambodia and Malaysia, they're also the team that a lot of people are looking forward to in their performance later on.
Yeah, and this is going to be once again Timor going up against Malaysia, and it's going to be quite exciting to see whether or not Timor could possibly recover, especially with their performances being a bit lackluster. But again, they are a debuting country here in the SEA Games. This is their first taste of what international competition could look like in the SEA Games. It's quite understandable that they're still finding quite a bit of struggle here.
Again, this is their first showing, their debut on the SEA Games stage under the discipline of MLBB. And one for sure, I think they're happy to be here. They're proud to be representing their country of Timor-Leste on this grand stage. And as well, they're here to pick up a lot of lessons. Regardless of whether or not after this game they're still in the running, I think Timor-Leste should be proud. I'm proud of Timor-Leste.
Sorry. Yeah, I think Timor-Leste, I was about to cast my vote earlier. I was about to.
Just maybe.
Just maybe. I was really looking forward to that. Watching all the games that we saw today where we really did almost see results that we did not expect. I was about to maybe expect something from them, but the way that that Malaysia played today, I feel like they made so many fans. I think I'm a big fan of Malaysia as well.
Malaysia right now, I feel like it's showing what Malaysian MLBB can look like in the world stage. Again, there are a lot of international events for MLBB about to happen as well, just as big as SEA Games and still also happening in Cambodia. And we're talking about MSC. This could be a prelude of what could happen in MSC, and it's quite exciting to see how Malaysia is such a great contender.
You know what tears me apart deep inside is the fact that Team Malaysia here competing at SEA Games is only 2 out of 5 of what we're going to see at MSC. Only 2 members of Team Malaysia right now play for the squad that will eventually represent Malaysia in MSC. That's Chico guys and Momo out of Todak. That's it. Everyone else, you eventually have to wait for them to maybe come through at the next big stage, which will be N5.
And apparently, those 2 members are actually enough to translate over to the usual winning ways that Todak has been dominating their own MPL with basically unpredictable movement.
Yeah, and you know, Todak has been the name for Malaysian MLBB for the longest time. We've seen them countless times in the world stage, and I think Chiku guys has been the go-to guy for the entirety of Malaysia. But let's look at Timor-Leste here. We have the same lineup, or I'm not quite sure if Mr. Toby was the one who actually played earlier.
No,
this is a change-up.
Mr. Toby is an injection of life here for Timor-Leste. It's a new player.
I think that's the unlock that we were talking about earlier.
Let's see if this DLC is another great addition. You mean Falun? Yeah, Falun was my guy, you know. Malaysia, though, we are seeing the same squad. Wait a minute. No, it's not. Gary's. I think it's not. It's Gary that they played.
Yeah, Chibi was playing in Gary's spot earlier today.
Okay.
Wow, we're looking at big substitutions for a very crucial match here. And the deeper we go tonight, we're down to our last 2 matches of a 10 best-of-1 day. This is quite, I would say, brave, because one player changes the dynamic of one team by so much.
That's right. That's true. And again, the stakes here for Malaysia is if they win here, they eliminate Timor-Leste, and they almost immediately confirm
their appearance to the next phase.
That's right. It jeopardizes Team Philippines' situation all the more.
And that means if Malaysia does win this, Philippines cannot lose the last game of the night.
That's right. It's a big what if and the big pressure, obviously, for the Philippine delegation, who has seen basically a lot of... I don't think the way they're watching these games, I don't know if they expected these, right? So I don't know if Ducky's playbook has seen the expected results here, but these change-ups, that's definitely not helping.
We did see a big comeback win coming in from Malaysia. If we go back to the Malaysia versus Philippines match, Philippines had proper control from the early to the mid game. Honestly, all the way to the late game, until that final team fight that they got wiped out with great plays coming in from, I think, Sorn and Momo.
And Izanami.
And actually, the entirety of Malaysia. All of them played that team fight perfectly to the point that they had a one-way push.
Even the XP lane, now you're mentioning Momo, it's Ripo's playing it now.
Oh, wow.
So that's 2 roles
2 change-ups.
2 change-ups.
Dua.
For Lipa.
Yeah.
For
Dua, Tiga. It's Bahasa for 2.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
It's fine.
I thought you were trying to make a singer reference.
Even there's so many times he already knows how to count and stuff.
Oh, my bad.
Once.
Have you gone there once? How was it?
Pretty good. I love Malaysia.
What's your favorite food in Malaysia?
This has gotten derailed.
No, like real. Like, we
nasi
may.
padang.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Nasi padang.
What's nasi padang?
That's not chicken rice. I just know I like it, alright?
For the Malaysians up here in the chat watching SEA Games right now, please do educate us about the country, we are, I feel like if ever I do fly out in Southeast Asia, Malaysia will be on the list. I'd love to see the players
100%.
there. Watch MPL live,
It's
that's something I would do. Like watch their Pro League
it's
live.
a rice meal.
It's a
See,
rice meal.
There
I'm
it
looking at it
is.
right now. It's not like
It's a rice meal, usually mixed veggies, meats. That's usually wrapped in
I'm getting
pandan leaf.
Oh wow! So if there are any Malaysian viewers out there,
Sadap
take
gila.
us out for a night stroll and eat the lovely food in Malaysia.
Yeah, here we go.
I'm quite bothered though. Like Chico guys, we've seen this guy for almost more than 2 years now.
That's right.
He always had this like band-aid thingy on both of his like temples.
He's almost always feeling some sort of physical inconvenience.
Yes.
I don't want to say pain, but
But it's just so weird to see him, and I feel like in one of his interviews, Chico deliberately said that he does that to alleviate stress.
There you go.
And does that mean that he's not stressed right now? Because he has none of them.
Is he fully unlocked?
Is he unlocked?
Or maybe has their traditions changed? I don't know. They seem to be more focused now, though.
More focused.
A lot more spiritual as well, from the looks of it.
How does that Daft Punk song go again? Like faster, stronger, better.
Yeah.
Faster, stronger.
Pretty sure the lyrics are a little different.
Something like that. But
Something.
you get what I mean. Like
Yeah.
Malaysia is really improving right now. What's that? What song is that?
That's the most popular Daft Punk song.
Sorry, I don't know that song.
Okay, alright.
See?
My bad.
See?
We're just waiting for the players to really load up, and we do hope that everybody who's watching 30-second SEA Games right now in the English broadcast is having a swell time watching.
I don't know how to understand this. Is because against Timor-Leste, why would they let Ripo and Gary play?
Reinventing the wheel, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
They're trying something new, and we're here for it. We asked for crazy, we're getting crazy. Let's go to the 9th match of the night. It's going to be Malaysia on the blue side, banning out the Kaja. Timor-Leste on the red side. Let's see if they're going to follow the pattern of banning out the Wanwan and the Joy, or perhaps they have something new.
Yeah,
I'd say
definitely.
you just cover the bases, man.
Don't. If you watched earlier, Indonesia was trying to replicate the success of the Minotaur. Maybe not that. Just don't go for excessively.
To me, your team fun is all that
I'm trying
matters.
to be very PC with that one.
But you're right. I mean, you're correct the way that this one is correct. Like just take it out. Just
make sure that you're cleaning up the. You're not essentially cleaning up. The game is pretty clean, but these are like powerful picks. The last time that we saw Wanwan who got through went 8-0 early game, and you know what happened next. You feed a Wanwan, he flies up, he takes you down.
To live
and it kind
is
of
to
is
trick
GG at
the
that point.
Reaper.
And looking at the bans though, looks like Malaysia does have a plan for themselves with that Faramis ban. I do think that the glue has a big, I would say like a big value right now.
Yep, like a first pick for Ripo.
Yeah, might be.
Man, I miss Ripo playing. He's one of the most what do you call that? Or unorthodox players in the league when he was playing. So
I didn't
I'm
cure
really
the
excited
pain.
to see the results.
Throw it back to what? 2 years ago before the Mincetar rework. He was playing Mincetar in the XP lane.
I'm so happy to see him play.
He's so colorful. He's so unique. He's so animated in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, for sure. Animated in real life.
See?
See.
Is he vocalizing?
He's vocalizing, man.
Vocalizing.
He's practicing the comps, and you know how communication is such an important thing here, right?
I can only imagine.
Amazing.
What's he say? I know very little Bahasa, and I assume their Bahasa.
I can't
Their
look
comms are in Bahasa, but
You should ask Manji.
at this point, yeah.
Oh, man. You know what? I know Bule. I think
Ken. Ken, yeah.
Ken.
And then they always shout it when they...
Bole, bole, yeah.
Yeah, when they cheer for
You
Malaysia
are
too.
Yeah, but also when they
First
engage in
year.
team fights. Like, all right, can we kill this? Can we go? Bole, yes.
It's so efficient. Instead of saying, "Hi, friends, we can eliminate the opponent," they say "bole."
2 syllables. Bole. So Malaysia definitely will be... Wait a minute. They took out the glue themselves.
Yeah. They're not. So what are they doing? They're threatening the Joy?
They're threatening Fanny here at this point.
Threatening Fanny, threatening Joy, but the Franco is still open. If they do take that Joy, the Franco is an option for Timor-Leste to take.
I think it's fine. Put the pressure on Timor-Leste to solve the
Time to
problem.
drop the beat
Oh
of
no,
the
but they're
floor.
onto it. No,
Team
never
is
mind.
picking.
Yep. Joy is definitely a viable ban here. Except for the Joy jungles of today. Joy XP today has been actually really good.
Oh, yes.
Not always winning, but still winning the lane.
Still really hard to kill too because of the mobility and the damage, especially if you pair it up with Vengeance, which should be one of the very few choices that you could get with the Joy. Now for priority pick, Leo, what's your read?
There's a lot left on the board here. You can go for some early Lancelot if you want to. Put in that to Gary. An early, again, Fanny. I think
I will choose my own path.
Arlott still there. All right.
Okay, Arlott locked in for the side of Malaysia. I won't be surprised if we do see a Mincitar here. One of the best counters for this Arlott.
Yeah, that or, I'm glad that you mentioned that. Is there a world, maybe in the near future, wherein if Arlott becomes such a hot commodity, the Phobius slowly finds its way back into the metagame?
Hopefully.
Ooh.
You know, I've always hoped for that to happen, mainly because I do think that this Arlott pick is going to be popular for the next few patches, I would say. And we haven't seen a lot of Phobiuses
The
because of the
southern
Mid
seas
Technology
are
one, too.
my
Like,
domain.
I
in
honestly
me?
think the Mid-Star
Your team
You
stole
should.
Phobius' thunder.
Yeah, actually, up until May 16th. That's what I'm predicting right now. Because for the longest time, people have been ignoring Diggy as a counter to Phobius. By now, I think they realize, wait a second, this guy is just going a little too insane without the crowd control removal. And maybe after he removes the crowd control, maybe you can stop the Phobius in its tracks. So
You know what? That's what makes this world all the more an odd reality to be in, is because there's no Diggy.
Sorry.
So the meta game is so odd. But again, it's not like it's the first time that we've had, you know,
Payback.
predictable
I
results.
was led to
There's
the
Fedrin and
devil.
Kadira pick up Timor-Leste. And the Franco and Farsa for Malaysia.
All right.
They read into it. They're like, you know what? There's a Kadira. We'd rather not pick up the Eve. Let's go Farsa.
Let's just take the Franco ourselves too, and that does help the Farsa a bit. Maybe stop anyone who would try to go for the Farsa in its tracks. And I do want to say that Franco is an underrated counter for a very good Kadita player, mainly because you could stop her from diving back into the water. And usually you do get a Ruby for that, and Ruby has a lot of mini crowd controls that stops the Kadita from diving in. But Franco is just as big of an answer as the Ruby.
That's poetic.
It's time and
according to
tide
the
wait
lore,
for no
Franco's a
team
fisherman.
is their girl.
Oh, is he not a Viking?
He's a fisherman. He's a fisherman warrior. And weirdly enough, believe me or not, he's a good guy in the lore.
Yeah.
He's a hero for the Northern Vale.
Awesome.
Wow.
Anyways,
Anyway, we were talking about the Ruby. You know what? Those are actually one of the picks that Malaysia loves. So interesting to see them not even considering.
yeah, Ruby hasn't been much of a big player in the current metagame. Hasn't been for what? Better part of a month.
And usually when we do see Rubies, it's usually just to counter the Lulitas of the world. And I think they only do that if the Grok is banned too. Like Grok is the answer or mostly the option to block a Lulita from trying the Numenon Blast with the Guardian's Barrier. But Ruby is, I would say, up there, like A tier or B tier.
Oh wow, I was about to say, based on how the conversation is going, does that mean she's really low on the
All
food
shall
chain?
succumb to my
Good,
power.
like at best B plus.
Yeah,
At best.
you know what? B plus, A minus, around that area.
Potato, potato.
Yeah, potato, potato.
You gotta follow Omi on
Pizza,
it when he
pizza.
makes these tier lists. He's really specific. I love it.
Thank
should
you.
follow him.
Thank you, Rockart. Thank
I've
you
seen
for
you do
plugging.
that previously.
I love you, man.
back to the draft.
Back
here.
to the draft.
We see the Melissa taken out by Timor-Leste. They're closing up the gaps. Again, there's the Melissa. Would not be surprised if the next one would be a Claude ban.
Oh, yeah.
Or a carry ban. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, carry.
Oh boy.
You know what? Picking the carry against the Beatrix is not a comfortable solution.
Yeah, but
Sir,
you're Chico guys.
what's your command? Your team
You know
is
what?
banned.
That's a good argument that you pose. And for people watching right now who don't exactly know Chiku guys, Chiku, I wouldn't call him as an otherworldly player. He's a great player, don't get me wrong. But he has this knack for doing things that is borderline off meta or borderline crazy to do in game, but it just so happens to work.
Yeah.
He's the magic man. He's the magic man of Malaysia.
He's off. He's off the textbook. Like he's the textbook. He's a lot of street smarts. Put it that.
Yep. He's the street himself.
To the streets?
To the streets, Chiku guys is such a great player for Malaysia, and we've seen him once again in the world stage all the time, and I'm happy to see him up until now.
He's so flexible, not only in the heroes, but also in the roles. He's been flexing back and forth.
Your team is
3,000 worlds. And not a single
XP
worthy
ready.
foe.
So, wait a minute. This is still interchangeable. The Martis could still go to the XP lane.
Yeah, but
and wait,
how often does that happen?
not that often.
1 in 10 times?
1 in
used
10
to be.
times. It used to be like that. But I have to say that Arlott really can't do it. Like imagine a Martis Arlott matchup. You could never go full combo on the Martis. He's just gonna Mortal Coil away.
Yep.
It's never gonna be a winning lane for the Arlott.
Anime dash fight.
It's just an anime dash fights. Like if this is Timor-Leste being creative, I like it because it actually helps the fact that it helps the win condition of an Arlott.
Your team is picking.
Whoa.
They're doing the Franco Mincy boy.
Wait.
Wait a second.
It's a gold lane Mincitar.
Oh man. All right, this worries me a bit though. Like the gold lane Mincitar is very particular. They have to win the team fights for them to win the game.
Yeah,
That's
but
true.
in the hands of those who know and are capable of wielding such, I'd say, unorthodox power, it's disastrous. It wins a 50-50 against the gold lane against the Beatrix.
True.
All right, in the
This
previous
is the
games that we
Emperor's
saw
order.
this last combo, there was not much range. There was like a Kagura Mage or a Lilia Mage. This time around, they have a Forza. That means it might actually have a good win rate here.
They have 2 hooks.
Ah, yes, sir.
Oh no, Malaysia doesn't have to really commit up until they know for sure they're winning.
And this is going to be very interesting to see whether or not the skill shots would land. And apart from this very unorthodox composition coming in from Malaysia, we're expecting to see a lot of skill shots being thrown. And when we talk about skill shots, it's always going to be how the enemy dodges as well. So if Timor-Leste is quick on their feet, they're going to deny a lot of the stuff Malaysia can do.
The Martins is solid with that, I think, but everyone else has to put an extra effort, I think. They have to play a little better to be able to dodge 2 hooks from Team Malaysia. And if you're asking me, I have trust in Sword. I have trust in Chico guys. There you go. See, it's such a flex draft. I have to think where the hero went.
We are about to load up in the Land of Dawn for our 9th best of 1. 32nd SEA Games, day number 1. I hope that you guys are ready for this because I feel like this is going to be a banger just like the last few games. The deeper we go, the crazier it gets.
Whoa.
Nice sound effects. At the very least, they have. At the very least, Timor-Leste has this Akai panic button.
Whoa.
So they can kind of slow down the King's Calling, but you know, the tempo that Malaysia can output is really scary.
Rockhart. Oh, I mean, do you see this? What's happening? This is mental warfare. You see Sorn? Minute 0. He is already showing Filun what he's going to do. And no, look at the shuffle, man. It's a Rome Akai. And then Martis Jungle.
Yeah, this is such a creative way to start it off. And First Blood immediately going to Malaysia. Wow.
Yeah, Timor-Leste definitely has almost zero early game capabilities here after Mr. Toby goes down. And that's a big problem. Because now, how are they going to contest this turtle?
Oh, that's a big question for Timor-Leste to answer later. And 30 seconds from now, that first turtle will be going up. And Soren looks to be very confident in the way that he's playing. But looking at the gold lane, there's a heavy rotation coming in from Timor-Leste.
Yeah, and it's topside-centric, which is counterintuitive considering it is 15 seconds to the next turtle. Now Rippo going in hard on the Lolia here. Good damage coming in from the rest of Malaysia. They didn't kill him, but they put him low enough for him to not join this upcoming turtle.
I'm currently, in real time, figuring out what the winning image for Timor-Leste is. Again, even before we loaded in, we were wondering what's going to happen here. We even entertained the possibility of a XP lane Martis, but wait!
Oh, beautiful final slash! It disrupted the introduction!
But Gary, though!
The possibility... Oh, there it is. Gary definitely securing it. Man, that was so disruptive. Rippo on the Arlot is really a different beast. Oro right now, though. Again, nice try from Hitokiri to go for the kills, but again, the suppress is just there. Unrelentless.
I am theorizing that maybe Timor-Leste were drafting towards a different direction in the first phase, and then as soon as they got into the second phase, all right, what's the plan here, guys?
Oh!
How do we shuffle?
Woo! There you go. Chico, guys, in, and the hook just secures the kill.
So much displacement, man. You could hear me cry inside. That is literally a nightmare for all marksmen. Being flickered ultied by Chico, guys. No mobility access for the Beatrix, and then 2 hooks to lock you down.
If this was the case, you know what? Purify would have been a great option, but not going to be able to be usable for now. Therefore, ooh, Chico, guys, once more. No flicker means that no more things happening here for Malaysia, but right now they're at 4K gold lead almost. It's not even 4 minutes in the game.
Wow.
More than, yeah.
Yeah, Malaysia is doing so well, and I feel like we've seen this composition from other teams, but the pace that Malaysia is playing right now is actually one of the fastest, or if not the fastest one.
So again, currently the record for men's MLBB in the Southeast Asian Games here is 10 minutes, 27 seconds. Are we looking at possibly Malaysia breaking the record? I'm not so sure if they're going to do it. Because again, yes, Malaysia is dominant right now, 6-0, 4 minutes in, almost 4K ahead, but they're not converting much. Yeah, they're getting the kills, but they're not doing anything with it yet.
If you have to reiterate, you have to win games. You have to win, you have to win the team fights if you want to push turrets. You can't push turrets with just a Farsa. You gotta go up close and personal, and that's a problem if you don't have a marksman.
Yeah, Chico, guys, might be in trouble here.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful pin down, but where was the follow-up? Non-existent for Timor-Leste. That's a double kill for Izanami.
Chico, guys, was living on the edge there. You see how close he was to dying? If only Soren missed by an inch, we would have seen a different story. It would have been a trade, and then an eventual 2-for-1. But no, I think something tells me, you know what? Chico is that kind of genius. He knows what was going on.
Yeah, he probably trusted his teammates too. And speaking of his teammates, look at Izanami. 3-0 and 5, 100% kill participation for this Farsa. It's going to be really scary once we see his core items pop up.
He was the MVP of that game against Team Philippines. So I hold Izanami to higher regard. I believe the items should show up sometime soon. Because again, we're approaching this last turtle of the game, about a minute and change.
Yeah, big commendation for individual performance here by Timor-Leste, but I don't see the teamwork yet. Sorry to say.
Oh,
Soren.
Soren, very advanced, maybe
whoa, whoa, whoa.
anticipating the flicker here, but looks like it's not even going to be needed. Butterfly going down.
Here comes the cavalry.
Cavalry has arrived. It's a 3v4 on the top side. Mr. Toby diving in.
Oh
Chico,
my
guys,
God!
Beautiful pull in. With a kick, Scotland just tearing everyone to pieces.
2-for-1 hook. What a hook coming in from Chico, guys. You know, it's possible to do that, but it's really hard to land that into 2 people.
Yep, it's possible, but not often it's going to happen. And here, Malaysia showed us. And can I just say, in that last team fight up top, wow, Team Malaysia just making quick work here. Again, can I just say, they're using the rework King's Calling to maximum efficiency. Again, those dudes, the soldiers that Chico guys calls in, deals attack damage and can proc.
They hurt.
Yeah, they hurt. And let's remind the people with the passive of
the Mincetar. Every
Boom.
4 or 5
Oh my
attacks,
God.
they do proc a stun. It does have a cooldown, but it's more than enough to keep you in place for more attacks from the shield bash.
And it hits multiple people. Oh man, it hits like a tank, man. And there's a good reason why it's on the gold lane right now.
Okay, so looking. Yep, look. I was about to say, looking at our comparison in fastest games in the tournament so far, I take it back. Maybe, you know what? Maybe Malaysia can do it.
It's gonna be close.
Yep.
It's gonna be very close
Wow.
right now. Again, Loliet going down without a fight coming in from Malaysia. The dive in is not even gonna be useful. Mr. Toby should not have done that. Basically sacrificing himself over to the team of Malaysia.
Look at the pace that Malaysia is playing at right now. And Soren is just feeling it. He knows that this is their game to lose. But I do feel like they shouldn't be overconfident here. We have seen 8K gold leads diminish.
That's right. I was about to say, the way that Malaysia and Timor-Leste are playing this time around, the dynamic that they find themselves in, it might actually be to Malaysia's detriment, because this is not how you play a game of professional Mobile Legends. When you're at the highest level of competition, you don't just randomly walk in the bushes. That's what I saw Gary doing. And now, look at this, they're forcing him in. I don't think even Soren recalls and emotes as much.
Oh, he's diving in. He's pushing him back, but the pullback is just too strong. The damage from Team Malaysia is too much to handle.
Man, Malaysia's composition, they have burst from the Farsa, displacement from 3 people, the final slash, the iron hook, and another hook coming in from Chikugais's Mincetar, plus the mobility from Gary. So much utility that they're abusing right now.
Can they even hold for 2 minutes? I don't know, man.
Yep. We're looking at possibly 2 minutes and 10 seconds from now for Malaysia to finish. And yeah, they're going to make a beeline for the Lord. Calculating. Yeah, something tells me they can.
It's going to be close, man. It's going to cut it close. But once more, I just realized the importance of game time. When we were talking about the possible tiebreakers earlier, remember, Omi? That's something that you have to think about in the back of the minds of the players here, because if in the event of a tie, game time will determine who wins.
And so in that rush, what if Timor-Leste punishes? What if Malaysia forces it? They just break down. But again, that's a 12K gold lead you're looking
Just
at.
as a last laugh kind of thing. Here.
Probably the biggest 9-minute gold lead that we've seen for today's broadcast of SEA Games. And now they're going to secure their first Lord. None of the Timor-Leste squad people are in the vicinity. They're going to try to trade Lord for a turret. They might not even get that with Chiku guys already threatening to push mid lane and Soren with a conceal.
Yeah, it's going to be quite useful to take that info, and even with the head-on check, Zoran basically unaffected. And they're not scared. Malaysia at this point can very much gauge the attack damage that's going to come from every member of Timor-Leste, and they know.
Yep, fellas, a minute from now. A minute.
1 minute. That's all you got to do. Beat that record. There's Filoon. He's spinning, but there's no one going in.
This is going to be crucial for Timor-Leste. Big defense. King's Calling already there to put a zone in this inhibitor turret as they take down the mid lane inhib for the side of Timor-Leste. They're going to transition to the top side, but the Blessing will stop it in its tracks.
Boy. Timor-Leste, they're just holding on, man. They're not giving anything away, even with the hooks coming in from Zorn, almost making his mark. And it's just a few seconds before we go for the record. I think they can't now, this time around. I think we can say for certain. Not probably going to break it in 10 seconds.
All right, the record stands, I guess.
It stands for Philippines.
All right. Good news for Timor-Leste is they have denied Malaysia that pleasure, but just the same, Malaysia are just also taking their time. Malaysia would rather...
Oh! Ah, there it goes. One of the 2 hooks that you have to watch out for.
No.
Final snatch into Hitokiri. Just as an insult to injury. And there it goes. Oh, Felun.
And you can see it mentally speaking, right? Timor-Leste gets rocked. You saw that. Oh!
Flicker in. Not going to be necessary at all, but they go for it anyway. Spinneroonie for Felun here. And again, the damage is just not existent. The flicker in just for the swag.
Oh.
And that should be game.
What a nasty display of dominance for Malaysia. They just showed the world how Malaysian MLBB could slay down giants and slay everything else beneath. Malaysia takes another win.
Malaysian MLBB has evolved so much since the World Championship earlier this year. I can't believe that Malaysia is currently sitting, bar none, on top of
so animated.
The Group A. Oh, look, he's animated, but also he's a sportsman.
Yeah. He's an absolute sportsman, man.
A sportsman and a showman.
The whole package.
That's Rippo.
That's Rippo.
We could see it right now as they bask in the glory of their victory. And I think this is it for Timor-Leste. I do think that
effectively, yes.
Effectively, it does mean that they drop down to the bottom of Group A. And one match remains after this one, but we're going to talk about that later. Timor-Leste in their debut game in the 32nd SEA Games, all smiles despite experiencing defeat. A great display of sportsmanship and a great display of nationalistic pride. They've brought up their banner and showed everyone that they're here to compete and they're going to come back stronger.
And given that, again, I am looking back at the draft alone. I think there's a lot that went wrong for Timor-Leste and went well for Team Malaysia in the draft. And again, my theory stands. Timor-Leste was drafting for a different kind of lineup in the first phase, and then come the second phase, something tells me they overthunk it.
Yes.
They overthunk it and they prioritized things that they could have corrected later on, but then it was too late and they're like, yeah, let's just put the Akai in Rome, and this happens.
Yeah. And sometimes it does.
And again, I guess if you were in the foot of Timor-Leste, you were in Timor-Leste's shoes,
that's right.
You would think, we need something a little bit drastic to win this, but they really didn't, right? I feel like if they just continued that draft a little bit normally or more optimally, it would have been a little bit different.
Yeah,
But,
and
no.
we did see a lot of different things, a lot of crazy drafts, and we asked for that. Malaysia and Timor-Leste delivered, and now Malaysia, I do feel like they're already climbing towards the top of Group A, and with their victories that we all saw in this day one broadcast of the male division of MLBB 32nd SEA Games, I think it's a bold statement to say that Malaysia could be a rising or already there at the top of the MLBB world. We just don't know it yet.
Or maybe we will soon. I mean, sooner than we expect, I think. We were maybe waiting for something to happen in MSC. Here, they weren't a 5-man team, but they still showed up.
Yeah.
Right? They weren't the full Todak experience that everyone waiting for. TM, right?
What's
so the Todak experience.
TM.
What you expect, when you say it's Todak, you're never really sure what's gonna happen, but they still delivered. We were all waiting for MSC. They brought it here, right now.
And man, what a trip it has been for day one of the men's division. We still have one match for later, and I think it's going to be the finale of what Group A could be. We haven't locked in both of our delegates for Group A.
For our semifinals, that's right.
Yes.
But again, there's still some stats to be broken down here and a post-game to go through, is because I think there's a lot we can learn from this matchup, Malaysia versus Timor-Leste. 11 minutes it took. Not a single turtle, not a single lord. One turret in the top lane. Timor-Leste was able to score. Real quick again, I think, conservatively speaking, I think 40% of this game was off the back of that draft. The other 60% was execution, and I think there was quite the micro gap between Malaysia and Timor-Leste, not even thinking about the establishment or the atmosphere that they both come from. Timor-Leste, a very young MLBB country. Malaysia, they were there since season 1 of the MPLs, so you see the disparity. Now looking at the draft again, Timor-Leste, they did well to cover up for the Eve because of, again, they picked up the Kadita early alongside the Fredrin. But here's where I thought it really broke down. Second phase, they suddenly went, okay, Akai. And that already changed how we understood the draft, right? Because we already had Fredrin. And then they suddenly went Martis after Malaysia kind of showed the Arlot. And, of course, the Mincitar and the Lancelot. So, that being said, I think even then, alone, I mentioned this towards the end of the game here, maybe at the 10-minute mark, it seemed like Timor-Leste got rocked. In the early parts of the draft, Timor-Leste already got rocked. They already kind of got rattled and thought about, where do we take this? How do we move forward? And how do we win the draft? I think, again, when you're in a situation where you're kind of overloaded, you're dealing with a lot of factors, you stick to what you know. And I'm not so sure if this is completely a draft that Timor-Leste was able to practice and execute a lot in their scrims and in their prep for the SEA Games, because as soon as I saw that Kadita, I could have sworn, yo, Felun was a solid Kadita, even in their opening matchup. Maybe he's going to play it here again, but no. They let a new player in, Mr. Toby, and I love injecting new energy and new faces into this esport, into our title, in our discipline, but Timor-Leste, in their efforts, I think they may have overthought it again and approached this a different way. Looking at the stats, there's a lot of damage taken by Felun. Again, as the Kai, I think personally he also got overloaded. There's a lot that he was doing. He was trying to peel, he was trying to check bushes, he was trying to break the formation of Malaysia. And because of that, the rest of the Timor-Leste was wondering, all right, what do we do? How do we come in here, right? Loliet was taking a lot of damage as well. Loliet got bullied in the XP lane, and it was going to be a while till Butterfly can actually farm, because again, it's very odd, and it's not as often that a melee hero in the gold lane, like Kikogai's Mincetar, wins a 50-50. Usually you're going to get bullied, right? But the way that Munton has reworked the kit in Mincetar just made that all the more possible. So again, that was a formula already that was difficult to dig themselves out of. Timor-Leste just wasn't given the tools and didn't have what they needed to be able to upset Malaysia this time around. If you look at the rich guy here, Gary. This is the whole story of that gold lane is here. The fact that he is the rich guy at 917 gold per minute just says how much he's winning against a Beatrix. But again, in the same day, twice in a row, back-to-back MVP performances from Izanami, this 19-year-old athlete from Malaysia, repping his pro squad from his home country, RSG Slate, Malaysia. He's amazing. I love it. The way he played his Farsa, just chef's kiss.
Spectacular.
Spectacular performance. Not just in this game, but even in the previous games, man. This guy's been tearing it up.
And this is a all-star lineup coming in from Malaysia. We do know that, as you said, Leo, that this is not an actual team in their pro league. This is technically a mixture of two teams into one.
It's three.
It's three teams.
2 and 1.
And this is quite interesting to see, because with the success that they're experiencing right now in the 32nd SEA Games, I don't want to disrupt the local scene, but what if they return into Malaysia and they kind of just say, what if we just build this team?
I mean, the way that they're performing, if they can beat Philippines and Indonesia, and I believe that's a possibility.
Yeah, but by association and technicality, yes. Yeah. This lineup so far has bested the Philippines and Indonesia.
Man, like, of course, it's going to cause a lot of troubles with the teams, but imagine this. You've finally seen what Malaysia could do in the hands of these players. You go back to Malaysia and you just kind of say, what if?
What if?
What if?
And here's the thing, it's not so weird now to say that they do come back to Malaysia with medals.
Absolutely.
What if?
Minimum silver. I don't know. I don't know the math just yet of the possibilities, but
yeah.
I don't know the minimum. I don't know the math just yet. You know what? Let's not announce things that we're not sure of.
Yeah, but I'm saying, with the way they're performing, it's not difficult to imagine.
And
quite.
And honestly, I'm not sure if this is just the case of having a good morning or a good night's sleep. Because we talk about this type of thing where sometimes teams just wake up and they feel different.
Yeah, no.
Sometimes they just feel like they're gods.
No, the way that they played here, as you see in the highlights, they were playing on the edge. You see how low Chico Guys is? This is not the first time he did it. In 5 minutes, he did it at least one more time, and you saw it in the highlights as well. This is ridiculous. Yes, I'd like to agree. I'd like to echo what you just said. They didn't wake up doing this. It seemed premeditated. They prepared for this moment.
Wow. Yes, and it is a proven combination. Obviously, the Mincetar and the Franco, but they outperformed even that. Even the usual recipe just looks so much stronger with them using it.
No, nothing beats a good prep team, especially with talented players inside. Malaysia definitely proving to everyone that they could compete in the highest level and win.
You know what? It's not so crazy now to imagine that maybe this all-star lineup could happen in their local scene, because MPL Malaysia is notorious for being that one MPL that allows for loans and transfers mid-season.
Massive game changers, actually.
Yeah.
Even in the way that they play the games. Not just that, even in the way that they build their teams. It's amazing.
It's going to be very interesting what's going to happen in Malaysia. I'd be tuning in their pro scene. And right now for this 32nd SEA Games, though, that has been the 9th match of the night. We're down to our final one, and thank you for everyone viewing the 32nd SEA Games, because you've been with us for this entire day. And again, we have been your casters for this very interesting match. The name is Umi, with me is Rockhart and Leo. The 32nd SEA Games for the men's division of MLBB. We'll be right back.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Navaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother!
Welcome back to the official English broadcast for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang esports events of the 32nd SEA Games in Southeast Asia Games in Cambodia. My name is Umi, with me is Rockhart and Aleo. We're going to be your casters for the final match of today. It's going to be the Philippines versus Vietnam.
All right, guys. 10th match of the day. And I gotta say, it's do or die once more for the Philippines, because their opponent apparently just dominated that top spot in Group A.
One love, man. If ever you're a Filipino anywhere around the world and you just by any means care about MLBB, Team Philippines needs your support now. As for Vietnam, though, this is quite a surprise because, again, quick little history recap. Team MDH, the same squad that's representing Vietnam right now, really did do well at the recent concluded World Championships for MLBB. Them here being in the lead in Group A, I don't think anybody expected this.
Yeah, and if we look at today's schedule, we could actually see a lot of upsets happening. The Philippines started strong with a win against Laos, but fell short with a comeback win from Malaysia. And looking at Indonesia's 0-2, it's totally, I would call unpredictable for this 32nd SEA Games. Nobody expected Indonesia to fall short 0-2 in the group stage today, but you know what it is, reality is often harsh.
Vietnam actually netting 2 wins today.
Yeah, and that's a harsh reality. That's, you know what, it's not even harsh. It's great for Vietnamese people.
That's right. It's subjective. It's the truth.
It's the
Depending
truth.
on where you're at, right?
It's a nice truth.
It's variety. It's diverse.
Yeah.
Whatever reality we're living in now is the best one, is because we're here and MLBB is growing. The fact that it's no longer just Indonesia and the Philippines on top means the world is slowly appreciating and getting better at MLBB.
And look at this. If Philippines were to score against Vietnam, it's going to be a 2-2-2 scenario here in Group A. And it's going to take a lot of computation to know whether or not Vietnam, Malaysia, or Philippines would be the ones going to the next phase. Because in Group B, it's very self-explanatory. The top 2 teams go up to the next phase. But Group A is a different story. Philippines is able to secure a win against Vietnam. But if Vietnam takes down Philippines, the complications will be eradicated.
It's cool because, you know what? Right now, it's not just the pressure to win. It's the pressure to win pretty fast. You know? So, Philippines has set the record, but I don't know if they can do that again. Twice in a day.
Yeah, especially not against Vietnam, the way we see them play and how they understand at least the fundamentals and how they approach this esport. I'd like to think best case scenario for Team Philippines is, they even the odds and then they reset for tomorrow. Tomorrow might be the actual test again. But who's to say? We can't count out anything anymore.
Yeah, and I do think that their match against Timor-Leste will be tomorrow. That's Philippines versus Timor. I'm not quite sure if that's actually going to happen. But right now, what we know is that Philippines, they have to win against Vietnam if they want their tournament life to be safe. It's a lot of pressure for the back-to-back gold medalists. You do not want to be that one delegate that weren't able to take home at least a silver medal.
There it is. Calculations are going to be coming in later on, so don't worry, guys. And what are we talking about here? What about the Florian pick that Ducky has been pushing here? Do you guys think that's going to come in?
I'd like to be agnostic about it. I'd like to think it's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing. It's a thing. It's a Florian. But I think they have to kind of consider more where it's a better pickup. Because again, best case scenario, I think so far, Florian was picked up in the last phase, right?
Yes.
Safe to say. But what if you only really pick up the Florian when you're on red side and in the second phase too? I think that best case, that's where you pick up the Florian.
Yeah, and I think we're yet to see the big reason as to why you choose the Florian too. Well, let's welcome our final contenders for the final match of today's broadcast. Team Philippines making their way towards the stage. It's going to be the same lineup playing against Vietnam, which will be, I think, the most important game so far here in the SEA Games.
three-peat
Almost.
is still pretty much in contention if you think about it, right? There is still a possibility of it happening, but Philippines has to perform at their optimum, at their very, very best if they want it to happen.
Yeah, this is as almost important as Indonesia versus Myanmar earlier tonight. This is the stakes that Team Philippines are facing as they go up against Team Vietnam.
And you know what happened to Indonesia? It was heartbreaking for Indonesia what happened, and of course heartbreaking for the players too. But
That's an understatement. Heartbreaking is an understatement.
it is honestly, especially with a major region. And now Vietnam will be making their way towards the stage as well. And I feel like there will be no changes here on who's gonna play. But I think I see a different name. Did Pierre actually play earlier? I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so, too. We'll have to check that later. So, yeah, definitely looking... all of these players, at the very least, are looking a lot fresher. You know, they seem to be quite
well
ready.
rested.
Well rested. That's something we want to see, especially for the Philippines, who are in the most pressured situation right now.
Yep. All on them. Again, best case scenario for them, they win. But the reality of the situation is you can never really just say that as easily when you're facing off against Vietnam. They are on top of Group A.
And for a good reason. And here we see the coaches shaking hands. It's going to be a grand finale of day one. It's Philippines versus Vietnam. Who would have thought that Vietnam would be the top dog of basically Group A, and Philippines being an underdog now?
Man, I never thought I'd see that in the sentence again.
Philippines
and underdog.
In MLBB.
It's been 2
MLBB?
years.
Oh my god. We have the Philippines have always been the guys that everyone watches out for, right? So that's definitely the pressure is strong here. You can feel the tension in the arena as well.
And you know, at this point in time, it's already late in the night. These players, as well rested as they look, they're already feeling a lot of exhaustion from all the games that they've watched and played. And the thing about the SEA Games, especially if you're grouped with a certain team, you watch those games intently. You study and analyze their games as well, or even pick up a few tricks or two.
Yep, it's grueling. It is intentful. It is, I'd say, thrilling. And it's scary when you're just sitting there in the back, waiting for your opponent, studying them, just knowing that it all comes down to a best of one. I can imagine the stress. And now can confirm, Team Vietnam, no one knew. I think it's the same main five.
Yeah, looks like it, yeah. Which is definitely something good for Vietnam, because this five netted them that 2 wins
and it works.
today.
It works, and I would be very interested to see whether or not we're going to see the Minotaur once again. And for some reason, I do feel like Vietnamese teams with the women's division also utilizing that Minotaur is much of a, I would say, a local thing.
Talking about Minotaurs.
Oh, yeah. Where?
Right there.
Zeke.
Smack dab in the middle. That's right.
Coach
yeah.
Zico? How is he a Minotaur?
He is the Minotaur in MPL Philippines.
Used
if you
to be when he
look
played.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, when he played. Yeah.
I see.
Good stuff.
Maybe he brought it all the way to Cambodia and it ended up in Vietnam.
That's a long...
That's a far-fetched theory, but it's not impossible.
With how connected the Southeast Asian region is.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know, right?
You'll never know. Whose idea was it? As long as it works, doesn't matter who brought it up first.
Hey, it got him a couple wins.
And those wins are very important too.
Yep.
And you could see the pressure on the shoulders of Mr. Arcangel here, the mid laner of Team Philippines.
He was one of the first SEA Games gold medalists for MLBB. That team that won it the first time it was part of the SEA Games, he was there.
And now it might that dream to become the 2-time gold medalist for SEA Games might just crumble if they're not able to secure this win against Vietnam.
Hangs by a string.
It's so cool because one of the first ever players of MLBB is right there.
Yeah.
In the MPL Season 1, right? So all of this definitely boiling down to whether or not Mr. Arcangel can make the decisions that will lead his team to victory, because yeah, this guy has not faltered for how many years of playing MLBB. Is he going to do that now? Right? I mean,
well,
it's painful to think about it that way when his story becomes this.
And the thing with Arcangel here is that he's been in the professional league of the Philippines since day one.
Since day one.
Since day one, and he's seen so many. He's a fair share. Not even. I think fair share is an understatement of
seen it all.
What Arcangel has seen in the pro scene, the growth of MLBB, and he's still here. He's still competing.
He's close to have seen everything.
The Watcher himself.
Every season he plays.
That's right.
He hasn't even rested for a season yet.
And the thing with that is that he always was part of the starting five. Like, if not starting five, he would be like the star player of the team. I mean, for the most recent seasons.
Yep.
It's nothing short of amazing because we do see a lot of veterans take a back seat in teams, just coaching the newer players, sharing experience. This guy has been sharing experience with his newer teammates firsthand by playing with them side by side.
Yep. And if you're talking about the greats of all time in MLBB, you gotta consider a few. He's up there. Here we go. Let's get into the draft. Team Philippines respecting the Minotaur.
Oh, yes.
That's how you know.
Go. That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
This is exactly what they need to do. And now, Vietnam, you're going to have to come up with something a little bit more creative than the Minotaur. I can't believe I'm saying that.
In one full sentence, too.
You got to be more creative than a Minotaur. So,
And now Vietnam, what else? I mean, we've seen the Arlet really good on the side of Vietnam.
From Meow.
And let's see if they're going to go for that again. But Philippines, they've studied it well. They decided that the Minotaur is basically should be a non-factor in this best of one.
They don't want it anywhere near them.
That's right.
Because again, in the best of one, I think that's the right play.
Wait a minute.
No fanny bands, but the Grok goes in.
No Fanny ban, no Kaja ban, no Franco ban. Team Vietnam has been watching Team Philippines very closely.
So many things on the table here, Leo.
That Grok is a signature pickup for Runigo.
They also know one of the best picks of Vietnam. They're going to take away the Eve. In Philippines and Vietnam, I feel like all the hours they've waited for this matchup, it all boils down to the big decisions that they take in the drafting phase right now.
All cards are on the table right now. And the first pick is going to be the Faramis.
Okay.
It's good. I like it. The threat that Vietnam is presenting is actually quite real.
But wait a minute. If they do lock in this Faramis, it opens up the Melissa, one of Requisano's best picks. If not the carry, the Melissa is the go-to marksman for the gold laner Philippines.
Actually, the picking of the Faramis signals that they are not afraid of the carry, or they don't need to be afraid of the carry. It's like, it's Requitano's best pick. You know what? Let's add another layer of HP. Let's see how he handles that. That's what Vietnam's saying right now. And there's no possibility of a counter Cult Altar because the Valentina is banned out.
Yeah, and look at this. Arlet locked in as well for the Philippines.
Yep, I like it. By picking up both the Arlet and the Kaja, Team Philippines basically win most re-engages and hard engages. They can actually make the Cult Altar out of its time. They can just make it. All right, Vietnam, do it now or else you get picked off. I actually like it. Now Vietnam, they're answering back with solid responses. They pick a Fredrin, likely to be in the jungle.
Estes. No. Oh, that's too much.
What?
Are you sure?
I honestly think Estes could be a good pick here. Take the Melissa and make Philippines ban the Estes out. Like, this is a very familiar composition that Vietnam is picking right now. We've seen this countless times for years.
Okay, so Philippines should ban out the Estes right here.
Yes.
Honestly, that's what I feel.
And Vietnam should ban out the Claude because that is the biggest weakness of their lineup that relies on the Cult Altar.
Yep. And of course the Melissa. You can go away all you want all day, but Claude and Dexter are gonna get to you.
The Lapu Lapu is no longer an option as well, but looks like they're gonna ban out the Atlas. I honestly think that Vietnam could pull off what we call in the MPL Philippines as the ultimate Ube strategy.
in which case the Ube strategy revolves around a lot of healing.
It looks viable.
But with the Faramis, it turns into completely something else.
Nasty.
It is nasty.
nasty.
The
right.
Hellcurt band, though, Vietnam, as you said, Leo, they've watched each and every Brand Esports game from the side of Seaball here.
Okay.
They got to ban the Estes.
Is it the Estes here, man? Do they
got to
heed his words?
Let's see. Maybe they're going to offer the Kufra too. Who knows? But I honestly think this is going to that phase. Like, going to that composition. The Estes, man. I feel it.
Big question marks here.
Your gut.
And my gut. That
Your
is
soul.
My soul, my bones, everything in me tells me that this is going to be a very blacklist lineup. But they're going to go for the Min Sitar ban. And they do have the burst anyway and the pickoff. So maybe they are expecting that. Maybe they know that they can handle that.
Yeah, no, especially with the
Kaja.
With the Kaja, yeah. What's the Estes going to do if you're already missing a dude?
Oh, carry ban. I'm not. Vietnam's reading this completely different from what we are.
Beatrix seems still pretty solid.
Beatrix
or
is
Claude?
great,
Beatrix or
but Claude is
Yeah.
the best, absolutely. So let's see if they're going to think about that. Again, it's all up to Requitano. How is he feeling today? And how is he going to handle the Melissa and Faramis right now?
Let's see.
I'm wondering what Tyson is thinking too.
The odds of miracle.
Oh, wow.
Bro, D, none of the above. Holy.
We go for A, Claude, B, whoever, and we went C, none of the above. But looks like they're going to go for a completely different route, a pickoff route with a Franco. Thank God we're not seeing the ultimate Ube here.
Yep, it wasn't going to happen.
All right, so it's still the Vietnam flavor of the draft here that we're seeing. I thought we were going to see a little bit more violet.
Yeah, purple yam don't grow much in
purple
Vietnam.
yam.
Not like that.
True. Wait a minute. They steal away the Hayabusa too.
Oh, I wonder if that's what Tyson was thinking of playing too.
Oh boy. No, tank jungle, absolutely, right?
Thanks
for
a lot.
Philippines.
Thanks a lot, still up. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Or a Barrett's.
You know what?
Or
Fanny.
Do it. Let's do it.
Do it.
Do it, Tyson.
Do it, Saison. Listen to the demons inside your head. It whispers.
Or to your teammates.
Fanny. Or to your coach, honestly.
Yeah.
Or coach.
Or to
Just
Lindro.
for the audience viewing pleasure, Mr. Saison here, the jungler for Philippines, is a very much well-known Fanny player for a lot of his career. Looks like he's going to go
Lancelot!
for the Lancelot.
He didn't listen to the demons, man.
He listened to the angels above, to his teammates, and of course his coach, Ducky. But this is it. The final slate of characters or heroes here for both teams.
All right, boys, the lineup of the
Most
Philippines.
crucial match tonight
Or die.
for Group A.
I can't believe I'm living in this reality, man. I'm in this desk. I'm with my best boys, and we're calling the match. This is the SEA Games.
This is it. SEA Games. We are about to witness what could be the reality-shattering match of the night.
Yep, I think I speak for the desk here when we say that these predictions are not based on our nationality, but mainly on results posted prior by Team Philippines.
Yes. And now we're going to head on to the land of dawn. Wow, still so surreal to be in this scenario where we call the Philippines as the underdogs against the Vietnamese squad. And honestly, Vietnam is looking strong right now.
Yeah, even with Manjin just screaming so hard on the venue. It's just going to be an uphill battle for sure.
Oh, check this out. Hey, in trouble!
Damage! Oh, man! One hit away! Arcangel really looking for that target.
Almost getting first blood for Philippines.
That's definitely going to result in a lot of space for Team Philippines, and you can expect this goal lead to grow to maybe 200, 300 tops without much effort.
So that's the tempo that the Philippines actually got. Now let's see if they can keep it. Because right now they do have the early to mid-game lineup. Their late game might actually, leave something to be desired. But definitely they have the timer. They have the lineups to do it if they want to go quick.
And Nart is going to be the player to watch here for Vietnam, because whatever the pace is for Philippines, the Vietnamese roamer here, Nart, will be the one to deny it
or provoke the Philippines.
Yep, Nart might actually have to be the spoiler. It's either he does so well in breaking Philippines lines, or again the lack of peel. Because folks, newsflash, Franco isn't the best peel in the
Yeah,
game. He's a tank, he's a roamer, yes, but he's not the best peel.
He's a playmaker.
That's right.
Is he a great peeler? He's a great playmaker.
In other games, he's called an off tank, so he can't really peel that well. So it's all up to this guy.
Yeah, oddly enough, man, I'd say we're in a reality where even Kaja is a better sustain.
Absolutely.
Given the rework on his skill kit.
Yeah, and I think in terms of providing vision as well, Kaja does have a slight edge.
The ROO.
The ROO in Vietnam. Looks like they will be trying to steal this away, but to no extent, this cannon's there.
Full teamwork play here from the Philippines and secures the vision and secures the turtle.
And now
Ring of Order, by the way.
Ring of Order, yes.
That's what the ROO means.
That's what the ROO means for that circle thingy that the Kaja brings out.
It's not an Australian marsupial.
Wait, what? Oh, it's a rune. I like that. I give that a 4 out of 5.
That's right. That's right.
And this is still very much a silent game, despite a lot of skills being thrown out. Still no first blood, but Philippines. I'm not quite sure how they've gotten this 1K gold lead this early on with 0 kills.
Yeah, it's because, again, that Franco can't really do much. Like, best case scenario, yeah, you hook somebody. But if you don't, you're just escorting the rest of your teammates to safer pastures.
Isn't that just the specialty of the Philippines, right? The small efficiency factors.
Yeah.
Their advantages, even if they don't get kills, even if it's 0-0, they'll still get the macro.
So this poses a problem for Vietnam. They have to either match the pace of Philippines or break that tempo and just go for their own place themselves. They do have the tools to do so, and I'm still quite curious as to why they haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Oh, there's the trigger. You ask and you shall receive. First blood, make that a double going over to Yandere. Rectano with the revenge. And again, that is exactly what Vietnam has to do here.
Ooh. Saison.
Oh, mechanics, bro.
Okay.
Nart.
Yep. So again, that's not what Nart did. He didn't peel to help out. He didn't initiate. Actually, if anything, it was a counter initiation.
Counter initiate.
Yeah. And look at this.
All right, there it is. That's Freeman squad here, but with the Cold Ultra, that's going to be a big problem for the Philippines.
Oh!
Oh my goodness, that final slash, he is going playing out of his mind right now.
Almost a double kill as the turtle spawns. Philippines does hold a 1.5K gold lead.
Let's turn the clock back. If earlier today Ruby Didi had a career renaissance, how about Canon, the M2 World Champion?
Would that be something?
Man, it's going to be so amazing to see that happen. And for Vietnam, they've lost the first 2 turtles of the game, and looks like Philippines will be invading the purple buff here. Meow!
Woo! There you go. And there goes the vengeance. Saison with the dominance.
Whoa.
And will still be taken by Joy, I think.
All
I think
right.
I saw it go down.
Yep, Joy does have it. So, still, despite the early blunder, the first blood drawn on Team Philippines, I think they've done well to recover. Looking at the item builds here, possibly an early Hunter Strike for Joe. Joe's building so many little items. Like he's just picking up the most efficient set of items. Looking at the gold lane, though, yeah, Yandere, clear lead against Raticano.
Yeah, that's a lot of, and for a good reason, right? Nart and Joe have been going down to the bottom lane non-stop for the past few minutes. And they're going very early on. Nice deny there with a Ring of Order, the Rue coming in from Unigo.
Double TB!
Oh, man!
Double Thunderbelts.
TB!
TB Brothers!
That's Unigo. Oh, the flicker by Nart! Oh, man, what is happening, Vietnam? They're slowly dropping the ball here.
Watch out.
Saison.
Hey, Canon on the back. And the duo finish it with a final slash just for safety.
TB Brothers!
TB Brothers! Thunderbelts locked in for Philippines. And now 6 minutes in, we are seeing a 3K gold lead.
Okay, you know what?
TBB.
Yeah, funny acronyms aside, I think that was one of the reasons why the power spike from Team Philippines is here now.
That's
Given that
amazing.
they are able to trigger the slow and the extra damage from the Thunderbelt, and of course the fact that this Arlott and this Lancelot are a little chunkier now, means that they could have done that play down bottom.
And you know, I just have to point out that Yandere is still having the game of his life right now. Still 2-0 on this Melissa. Philippines have to watch out with Yandere's power spike about to come.
Yeah, this Melissa should not be underestimated. Still has some power behind it with that 2-0-0 scoreline.
Oh, wow. And because of, again, the aforementioned power spike, meow!
Oh, meow! We're not cats, we're just calling it like we see it. Saison with the turtle take. And again, good distraction play from his teammates.
All right, I was going to say, because of that power spike by Yandere, Requitiano just went ahead and...
Oh, man!
Oh, we're fine, we're fine. Requitiano went a step ahead. Yes, I am down on gold. Yes, I am losing that matchup. How about I go ahead, swap lanes before you even do, and push the turret? See, look, that's what happened for Requitiano and Yandere.
And despite all this happening, it's 4K gold lead for the Philippines.
And the Requitiano's back.
Yeah,
Requitiano's back.
And Vietnam still trying to find a way to make a play without sacrificing anything, but Meow might be in trouble here.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You can see that Meow just barely... Nard! One of the longest hooks I've ever seen! Nard taking down Arcangel!
Oh, no!
And they're not done yet! Here comes Saison, a little late to the party here, but will it be enough to do the cleanup? I don't think so. It's a free v free, but a lot of people are low.
Wait.
Joe as well. He's
Saison!
ready to go. Zipping and zapping. He is not done dashing. Going in hard into the Vietnamese squad. And that is going to be 4 down for Vietnam and a tower to boot.
Oh, wow. Philippines, I thought they were already losing that fight. Vietnam had beautiful counter engages, and the positioning from Yandere was such a great feat to watch as well. But Philippines, they knew how to bob and weave.
It's this same approach to team fights that may have knocked Team Philippines out of the professional league playoffs. They always tend to anticipate and play the perfect counter play. But here, it paid off in dividends. This is amazing. The way that Requitiano waited in that bush just for the perfect setup. Yeah, it would look difficult. Again, kudos to Yandere here. But look at this. Look at the setup. Look at the setup. Saison, Requitiano. I don't think Team Vietnam even saw Requitiano reposition.
Yeah, they didn't.
And there's already a team fight happening right now.
And there you go. Just when you thought they were down, they're fighting hard. That's going to be the Philippines with the Lord maneuver. That's 2 down for Vietnam. I don't think they're going to check.
Nope. Vietnam has no business contesting this, even if Nart does find a hook. Joe's not on the map.
Yeah, no retribution will mean the Philippines will be securing the first Lord of the game. A 7K gold cannon!
Some heavy hits coming in from Arcangel.
And Canon.
And Canon. What a combo.
The skies themselves. Arcangel with a feathered airstrike. And Philippines now ahead by 8.5K. Vietnam still yet to pull the trigger themselves. I mean, they've tried the hooks, but it's always resulted to a great counter engage.
Not even 9-10 minutes in. It's a 9K goal lead for the Philippines. Looking really, really good so far.
Oh, Lord gonna march down bottom. They have to clear that wave. Not a single turret taken by Team Vietnam. So far, so good. Again, despite the amazing start for Yandere and the threat of activation from both the Faramis and the Franco, I don't know. Joe seems to not be able to find anything significant in this game so far, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, and now we have a 4-man push here down bottom lane. On top lane, we do see Saison fixing the waves. This is just a level 1 Lord, so we wouldn't see him bang that turret real hard. Now Philippines with a concealed play.
Concealed play. Onigo takes out Meow. At the very least, props it. And there's going to be the Coke Ultra making sure that Vietnam still are alive here, but their inhibitor turret on the bottom lane will fall. Not done yet. It's going to be the Philippines on the push on the mid as well.
Yeah, mid lane might be in trouble here, but look at the wave clear coming in from Vietnam. They successfully defend their base.
And there's exactly why Joe couldn't find any success on this Hayabusa is because Team Philippines are always grouping up. There's at least 2 people together, and he can't make most of that Master Assassin.
Yeah, it's really hard to find the Philippines alone in this point. And look at the gold.
He's down.
Wow.
He's barely above Unigo, and Unigo's a roamer. Unigo doesn't need gold.
Yeah, he plays this card just so aggressively that Vietnam just they don't know how to respond, man.
Look at the damage as well from Arcangel. He doesn't even have any kills, but he has the most damage dealt in this game. And this just goes to show how great of a team player is Arcangel, the most veterans of all veterans in the Philippines, I would say.
Big boom booms coming in from the Philippines right now, but can they finish? Apparently, they're waiting for that Lord still.
That's a safe route. Like, trying to force things right now. If you lose that team fight, you lose out to the Lord. And you do not want, if you're Philippines, you do not want to see the same mistake that happened with Malaysia. This was the same thing. An 10K gold lead turned into dust.
Yep, 10 seconds here up until the second Lord. Now this one is actually going in a bang into a turret. This is actually going to slam right into that bot lane. And if Team Philippines sinks these waves right, if they can manage to win at least a trade, I'd say even a trade, not even a full-on wipeout, not even like a big 4-for-1, 3-for-1, like even a 2-for-1. That should be it.
Let's see, because right now Philippines has gotten the Lord in their favor.
What's going to be the call for Vietnam, though, right? Who do you pick up? Who do you try? When do you try to go for the attack? Apparently, that should be right after the Lord take.
Yeah, and I feel like the answer to when is whenever the hook does land. Because they don't have much choices right now.
But just the same, I'd say do it inside your base.
Inside the base, yes.
At 12K, you are so outgunned. Nothing. I think even the chunkiest member of Team Philippines can actually go 3v1. And it'll take a while for Team Vietnam to actually take him down. So yes, I'd say do it inside your base. And then focus on defending the Lord.
Unigo was 4. It's hook for hook. Who's going to get the better trade? It's still going to be the Philippines. That 13K gold lead really making a difference.
Oh no. A mid lane turret still standing strong. The Lord is on the bottom lane, and Philippines with a 14K gold lead. A 4v5 scenario. They're going to be able to melt down the Lord, but the base is now exposed.
It's a 4v5 for at least 10 seconds here. Here goes a Feather Airstrike. It secures the zone. The hook is on cooldown, and Philippines going straight for the base.
Philippines with a crucial win against Vietnam. Evens out the scoreboard. 2 points for 3 teams in Group A.
A cathartic moment for those who decided to stay in the auditorium to support Team Philippines. I can only imagine what's going on in the minds of Team Vietnam. They drafted pretty solid, they drafted pretty well, but when it came down to that one team fight that turned it all around in bottom lane, I think we'll see it later in the highlights, the whole tone of the match changed.
That was a big shift, and even until now in victory, Philippines looking like they really still mean business. They know that this is going to be still a very long road to climb for them.
Yeah, a dominant win, but the job is not yet over. Group A is perhaps the more complicated group if we look at Group B. Group B has already secured their 2 representatives, and now Group A, we're still waiting for a lot of things to happen. But what matters right now is that 3 teams are still in contention.
We're talking about Team Vietnam, Team Malaysia, and Team Philippines.
All of them have 2 points. So that is going to be very interesting on how they're going to break it
very
tomorrow.
complicated to compute or wait for the Timor-Leste match.
That's what we call a pickle.
What kind of?
Mathematically speaking, a 3-way tie for 2 points is what we call a pickle.
I see. And it's very interesting to know. Thank you, Leo.
You're welcome.
I'd love to see how this would progress because everybody is quite uncertain. Everybody, I mean, if Philippines is happy that they're still in contention, Vietnam is happy that they're still in contention. You could say the same for Malaysia, but at this point, the answer will be given to us. I'm not even sure when.
I hate the anticipation, but this all comes to a head tomorrow. I think that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. We have to wait until tomorrow.
You got to go like this.
Yeah, you got to wait. You got to stay patient.
Gotta
Good
stay
things
come to those who wait. And I'm really excited to see what happens tomorrow, because the closer we get to Sunday, the closer we get to who wins the gold, who wins the silver, who wins the bronze. I mean, this has been such a crazy day, it's sad to say.
In another school of thought, I'd like to say, how about we bask in the glory of the uncertain? Why don't we just look back at starting now, game one, or rather this best of one between Vietnam and the Philippines, and then later on, before we slumber, we look back at the day that was, at the 10 best of ones.
Crazy. This is a treat.
All right. For now, let's go ahead and break down what happened here. 13 minutes, 41 seconds between Team Philippines and Team Vietnam. That is a massive 15K gold lead that eventually Team Philippines walked away with. Not a single buff, not a single turret, not a single turtle. All right. I think I speak for a majority of the MLBB community when I say this is a Team Philippines everyone was looking for, right? They have a lot of signature picks, and dare I say, in the way that Canon here specifically played, a lot of what people were looking for in a revitalized Flap TZ. Again, shades of his prime in M2 World Championships. And who's to say he's yet to hit another prime, another stride in his career. Looking at the draft that Team Vietnam presented, I am personally always iffy whenever you play with an XP lane Fredrin, especially when you present in the early as a Fredrin. I can never really say for sure whenever coaches or teams say, all right, we're going to swerve, are we going to switch it up, or are we committing to this? So now, since they didn't win, I can only really imagine that maybe they changed their plans. Maybe this was a switch up and a reaction to what Team Philippines has done. With that being said, I have to give credit to Meow, but also ask the question, the way Meow was played in the first two games that Team Vietnam have won with, he was more than just a Fredrin. He was more than just a meat shield. And that's what you can expect for a Fredrin. You're usually a meat shield, and that's what makes him so successful in the jungle in the current metagame. Looking at the post-game stats, you can see here, I can smell an MVP performance already. A nod given over to one of the OGs of the OG, also known as the idol of the kids from back home. Arcangel is both the carry and the forgotten one. I think it was at some point in the game where we said, he doesn't have much kills. His item build seems to be, rather typical for a Farsa. But again, sometimes all you need is the wisdom. Sometimes all you need is that, again, as we put here on the broadcast, your superstar trigger. And so far, Arcangel has been a superstar. Even in the games that he lost, given that one loss to Malaysia happened in a flash, I'd say he was still a superstar. So yeah, no, today, Team Philippines have done well, and tonight, and where it mattered, they're still keeping themselves alive in the tournament. Nod here to Yandere. Again, Wami did notice how well he was keeping himself protected and how well he would clap back. I'm excited to see how well Vietnam does moving on.
Yeah, man, Vietnam definitely showed everyone today in the group stage that they're more than prepared to take up giants here in the group stage. And we did see flashes of brilliance coming in from Vietnam against Philippines, but I feel like after what happened against Malaysia, Philippines woke up. And I'm not saying this because it's cliche, but it's literally woke up, let's clean the last bit of trash, the last bit, the 0.1% of the 99.9% of germs that we have in our gameplay.
Yeah, I think this really woke, that loss against Malaysia really woke up the Philippine representatives thinking, you know what, we can play this fast, but we also have to play it a lot more carefully.
And clean. I think that's what you meant by the trash.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, polish this.
Polish this.
Because in the game that Philippines lost, they were ahead by like 8,000, 9,000 gold.
Huge.
So I think that's one of the biggest realizations. They have the strength, they have the macro, they have the skills to farm, but they also have to ensure the win and make sure that they don't make massive errors.
Yep, they closed up all those gaps here, erased all possible doubts that this is still the Team Philippines that everyone was expecting to see at the SEA Games. Now, we're going to give over the MVP to Rekitiano. All right, as amazing as the stats are for Arcangel, I understand the nod given over to Rekitiano, the youngest member of Team Philippines. I'd like to point out one major play that allowed for him and the rest of the Philippines to ensure the win here. That engagement down bottom, that kind of wisdom, that kind of forethought the vision that this young man has when he plays the gold lane is second to none. The way that he understands that even if I'm at a third of my life and my teammates are also in dire straits, I know that if the call is correct, if I can take down these opponents here and position myself well, we'll walk away with the W. And that's what he did here. In that moment, I'm going to play that moment in my head for a while. I'd say until tomorrow, until we have to get back into more matches.
Yeah.
And that's what defines Requitiano's MVP performance.
And I just love the itemization as well from Requitiano. We know for a fact that Philippines was severely ahead. A lot of gold laners make the small error of just going full damage. And I feel like it was Midnight who told me that even if you're ahead as a gold laner, you never want to go full damage. You need to at least one item that mitigates at least majority of the damage dealers from the other squad to not get bursted down, because you hold a majority of the gold of your team. The moment you get shut down just because of the small decision that you took to go full damage, you might even lose the game.
Yeah, that's actually true in most scenarios. That's something I've learned in a lot of different MOBAs.
Wise words.
If you're ahead, play defensive. If you're behind, play offensive. Or build offensively, rather. So, I completely agree with that. And that's something that definitely Requitano had to play around with, right?
Yep.
He had to balance this. He had to do this balancing act in this build as well.
That's what that Athena Shield is for, folks. Just to put it in the context and to help our viewers understand. It's basically the equivalent of leaving your purse or your bag that contains all of your belongings out in the open just because it looks like nobody's going to get it. But still, you have to protect yourself at all times. That's the wisdom. That's I'd say, good habit that was practiced here by Requitiano. Looking at the highlights, watching them here, the early game was a little spotty. Early game was where maybe Team Vietnam was threatening this to go the long distance.
Yes.
But yeah, here I think it was this moment. Yep.
Yeah.
Watch Requitiano. Oh, flickers out.
Played
And then look,
around with
watch
it.
him. Watch him. Look, listen. I mean, just figuratively speaking, listen, right? He was communicating and saying, guys, can we do this? All right, I'm going to position myself here, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, also big props to Saison. Again, better late than never in that play. But the Prince of Lands definitely showing up here strong. And he did give Vietnam a lot to work about. Even though Nart definitely pulled off one of the longest hooks I've ever seen.
Twice.
In the Franco career. I gotta say, that's amazing.
Yeah, and the final look for today's schedule. What a day it has been.
What a day.
For the 32nd SEA Games. It's just day one of the MLBB SEA Games male division. And looking at what has happened, what has been the most interesting match for you guys?
I actually don't know how the Philippines dropped the ball, but that was actually the most interesting one for me. That was actually the biggest lesson as well. It's ironic, right? What if Malaysia taught Philippines the biggest lesson they needed?
Oh, no, and it's that loss that bought them the strength and willpower to go for gold?
Who
knows?
Who
All right,
knows?
just answer the question, though. Cambodia versus Indonesia.
With the 35-minute game?
I live for that.
Wow. You know, I'll answer my own question.
Yeah.
I feel like
What about you?
I'll vibe with Leo here. The 35-minute game in Cambodia got me screaming while eating chicken in the talent area.
I saw that.
That was a trip.
Yes.
That was a trip.
I'm glad that we just watched it and didn't call it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that game is definitely something that, again, very heartbreaking for Indonesia. And this is I'd like to say that this is such a big thing.
Huge.
Indonesia is a giant in MLBB.
It's a mecca for our beloved sport.
People are looking to Indonesia to learn, to immerse themselves in such a big esports culture, such a big esports community. And then having that 0-2 to bring back to your community is severely heartbreaking for those players as well. Imagine the pressure that they have right now.
Yeah, this is accurate. Given the way the matches came through.
Whoa.
Team Philippines, Team Philippines is higher than Vietnam.
Yes.
So this confirms things.
But again, we still have games tomorrow.
Yeah,
So.
we still have games tomorrow,
Yeah,
but
so we
right
can't-
now,
It confirms things for now.
As of now,
Group A does have Malaysia and Philippines as their first and second seed. And for Group B, very simple here, Myanmar and Cambodia.
Wow. I still can't look at this Group B and say that Indonesia is 0 points.
That's right.
I feel sad, honestly.
Okay, so let me step ahead, maybe 2 steps tomorrow. What if this is indeed the final picture? Imagine this. In the semifinals, it's Team Philippines facing off against Myanmar in an elimination match, and then Malaysia versus Cambodia.
Oh, that would be something.
All on a one-way trip towards gold. If you lose, you lose.
And tomorrow's schedule will definitely be the last few pages of this book. Cambodia versus Myanmar is our opener, and we're going to head straight to Vietnam and Malaysia. Laos and Timor will be our match 3, and to round things up for our first 4 matches will be Indonesia and Singapore, in which case, both of them still winless.
That is true. And the match remaining for the Philippines is going to be against Timor-Leste. And Malaysia definitely still has something to worry about against Laos here for sure.
Now that I think of it, if today felt long, this is a hell of a lot longer day for tomorrow.
I'm in for it, man. I'm in my mind, I am already in bed refilling the tanks so that tomorrow we're able to serve it up and prepare ourselves for more emotional toll.
The world should be prepared. The entirety of Southeast Asia should be prepared for tomorrow's schedule, because this seems to be what could be the deciding factor for a lot of the medals to be given. Again, the nation's pride is under this tournament.
Until 2 years off again.
That's a long
2
time.
years until you can take it back.
That's a long time.
And just to refresh you guys, it's every 2 years, it's always in the Philippines dominating, but now this time around, does feel like it's going to be a closer game.
And that just makes it exciting for everyone in the MLBB universe.
I'm here for it. The MLBB universe hasn't seen a shakeup like this in a while. Like I say, this is more shocking than the World Champions. Or ships. Championships, there you go, yeah.
There you go.
And wow, such a big day today. And we were so glad to be the ones calling the shots for you guys. And we just would like to thank everyone who tuned in for today's broadcast. This has been such a big blessing, a crazy day for everyone watching MLBB. The shakeups were just insane. We already talked about your favorites, but I just want to say, how are you going to rest up for tomorrow?
Just go straight to bed and just, have fun with MLBB.
I'm gonna
fresh the memories.
I'm gonna get my 6 hours in, shower, come back, call the matches.
My name is Zumi. With me is Rockar and Leo. We'll be right back by tomorrow.
Philippines ចាតែគាត់បានឆ្លះទៅលើប្រទេសវៀតណាមអញ្ចឹងណាហើយសម្រាប់កោបគប់របស់យើងអានេះគឺពិសេសខ្លាំងមែនតើដែលប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគាត់ទទួលបាន2ពិន្ទុនៅក្នុងដៃផងដែរ
មិននឹកស្មានទេថាកម្ពុជារបស់យើងអាចយកឈ្នះពិន្ទុនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតដ៏ស្វិតស្វាញមួយនេះផងដែរបាទយើងឃើញថាការប្រកួតនេះគឺឥណ្ឌូមានន័យថាគាត់ខ្លាំងមែនតើគាត់ខ្លាំងមែនតើបងនិយាយពីការ prediction អីក៏យើងគិតថាប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីគឺជាប្រទេសមួយអញ្ចឹងថាជាមួយនឹងកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកគឺគាត់យក្សមែនតើគឺគាត់ធំតែខាងនារីកីឡាការីក៏ឥណ្ឌូគាត់ជាអ្នកលើកពានដែរគាត់ខ្លាំងមែនតើនិយាយទៅគឺសមាជិកហើយក៏ដូចជាប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រមែនតើនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺគាត់ឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីចាអូខេពិតជាអរគុណកម្ពុជារបស់យើងឃើញថានៅក្នុងពូលគាត់គឺជាពូលដែលខ្លាំងមែនតើចាបងពូលធំហ្មងនិយាយទៅបាទពូល B នេះគឺពូលខ្លាំងមែនតើប៉ុន្តែកម្ពុជារបស់យើងនៅតែអាចឈានទៅដល់វគ្គចុងក្រោយទៀតបានគាត់ទទួលបាន2ពិន្ទុនៅក្នុងដែរ2ពិន្ទុបាទអូខេអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះយើងមានជាមួយនឹង10ប្រកួតដែលយើងបានរកឃើញជាមួយនឹងហ្គេមទី1របស់យើងគឺហ្វីលីពីនគឺគាត់ទទួលបានជ័យជំនះទៅលើប្រទេសឡាវបាទ The Philippines wins over Laos for this competition ចាចំណែកឯហ្គេមទី2របស់យើងគឺបានរកឃើញជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសវៀតណាមគឺគាត់បានឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេស Timor-Leste Vietnam wins over Timor-Lesteចាចំណែកឯហ្គេមទី3ឃើញថាប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី Cambodia wins over Indonesia ចាហើយហ្គេមទី4ជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាគឺគាត់ឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេសសិង្ហបុរី Myanmar wins over Singapore ហ្គេមទី5ឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងម៉ាឡេស៊ីគឺគាត់ឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីន Yes Malaysia wins over Philippines ចំណែកឯហ្គេមទី6របស់យើងឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងវៀតណាមគាត់ឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេសឡាវផងដែរ Yes Vietnam wins over Laosហើយបន្ទាប់ទៀតក៏យើងឃើញជាមួយនឹងមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាគាត់ឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី Yes Myanmar wins over Indonesia once again
เกมที่8របស់យើងគឺកម្ពុជាគឺគាត់បានទទួលជ័យជំនះទៅលើប្រទេសសិង្ហបុរី
Cambodia wins over Singapore
เกมที่9គឺម៉ាឡេស៊ីគាត់ឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេសTimor Leste
Malaysia wins over Timor Leste
ចំណែកឯហ្គេមបិទគូលរបស់យើងអំមាញ់មិញផងដែរឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីនគឺគាត់បានឈ្នះទៅលើប្រទេសវៀតណាម
Yes, our last match Philippines wins over Vietnam
ចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងយើងបានរកឃើញជាមួយនឹងបន្ទុកនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះដូចគ្នាផងដែរហើយថ្ងៃស្អែកគឺជាថ្ងៃដែលពួកគាត់ត្រូវប៉ះគ្នាចាតទៀតដើម្បីទៅកាន់វគ្គ Grand Final
បាទថ្ងៃស្អែកគឺជាថ្ងៃដែលបើយើងនិយាយស្រួលស្ដាប់ស៊ីសាច់ហត់ឈាមខ្លាំងមែនទែន
យ៉ាធីមខ្លាំងប៉ះធីមខ្លាំងបន្តទៀត
ពិតជាពិសេសភាសាមែនទែនហើយខ្ញុំជឿថាមិញហ្នឹងគាត់តែកម្ពុជារបស់យើងលេងណា
ចាបង
គឺយើងឃើញថា fan ចេញមកទាំងអស់មកតែម្ដងបាទ
fan ច្រើន
ពីណាពីណីក៏មកដែរសុកចិត្តទុកម៉ូតូចោលបាទមកធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យតែបានគ្រប់គ្រងកម្ពុជារបស់យើងបន្ទាប់មកក៏ចាក់ចេញទៅវិញ
ដោយសារកម្ពុជារបស់យើងឈ្នះហើយចឹងយើងប្រកាសជាចាំមើលស្អែកទៀតហើយដល់អត់និយាយទៅស្អែកហ្នឹងយើងប្រកួតBR1 ហើយយើងប្រកួតជាមួយនឹង BRC គឺការខ្វែងទៅលើពូលពួកប្រកួតតែប្រកួតខ្វែងគ្នាដើម្បីទៅកាន់វគ្គ Grand Final នៅថ្ងៃខាងស្អែកទៀតអញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាដែលជាកូនខ្មែរផងដែរកុំភ្លេចធ្វើការចូលរួមទស្សនាក៏ដូចជាលើកទឹកចិត្តទៅដល់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងដែលពួកគាត់មានការប្រកួតនៅថ្ងៃស្អែក
បានច្រើនចូលរួមទស្សនាផ្ទាល់ឲ្យបានកាន់តែច្រើនគឺជាការលើកទឹកចិត្តរបស់កីឡាករកម្ពុជារបស់យើងឲ្យឈានទៅដល់វគ្គចុងក្រោយតែម្ដង
បាទហើយសង្ឃឹមថាស្អែកហ្នឹងពួកគាត់ខ្ញុំនិយាយហ្មងដោយសារតែពួកគាត់ពិតជានិយាយទៅគាត់គ្រប់គ្រងខ្លាំងមែនតើដោយសារគាត់ងើបពីផឹកដើម្បីមកយកជាមួយនឹងអញនិយាយបានថាសបុត free ចូលមើលហ្មងហើយ
មួយទៀត
ចាស្អែកកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺត្រូវប្រកួតបាក់ឆាទៀតចាសង្ឃឹមថាពួកគាត់នឹងមកគ្រប់គ្រងកាន់តែច្រើនដូចគ្នាផងដែរអូខេអ្នកនរគ្នាសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះក៏ឈានមកដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ផងដែរនាងខ្ញុំស៊ីនាង
ជាបារ៉ាប៊ី
ចាតំណាងឲ្យក្រុមការងារទាំងអស់បើសិនជាមានកន្លែងណាខុសឆ្គងក៏សូមខន្តីអភ័យទោសទៅដល់ពួកយើងផងចឹងជួបគ្នានៅថ្ងៃស្អែកចឹងពីកម្មវិធីក៏សូមអរគុណសូមជម្រាបលា
រៀបត្រីសួស្តី